Early morning. In Haiqing City, Shiri University stands as one of Dongxia's top 10 prestigious institutions, with countless students jostling fiercely for entry. Inside the halls are populated not only by diligent scholars, but also by rich and influential second-generation heirs. A harsh creaking sound resounds as a dilapidated bicycle sways its way deeper into the campus. The rider is a young man of about 20, his handsome features chiseled with resolute determination and his dark, profound eyes exuding an indescribable allure. Murmuring, "Lang Li Ji Lang Lang Li Ji Lang," the young man hums as he pedals towards a cypress grove by Yanshui Lake in the southern district of the campus. They're a slender girl with porcelain skin stance. Though her looks may not be the pinnacle of beauty, they possess a refined elegance that could easily score an 89 out of 100. Beside her stands a neat young man in a sophisticated suit, his courteous demeanor evoking unspoken impression. Rich second generation. Fang Yu parked his bicycle and approached the girl saying, "Jiang Yu, why did you call me here today?" Jiang Yu cast a disdainful glance at Fang Yu's dilapidated bicycle, a flicker of disgust and contempt crossing her features. "Are you blind? What did I call you for? Can't you see it yourself?" Before she could elaborate further, Jiang Yu leaned towards the young man beside her and then coldly declared, "Let's break up." Onlookers paused in their tracks, their faces animated with curious amusement as they whispered, "Hey, isn't that the famed beauty Jiang Yu among the freshmen?" Others murmured, "And the man beside her? Is he her rumored boyfriend Fang Yu? He is indeed handsome, but alas, he appears rather impoverished." Questions arose. Who is the man by Jiang Yu's side? No idea, but he seems well off. Judging by this, has Jiang Yu latched onto a rich heir and is about to dump Fang Yu? Tisk, truly pitiful. In an instant, everyone had made their judgment. One young man fumed, "I never expected Jiang Yu to be so materialistic. I once idolized her." Utter disappointment. His remark quickly drew nods from several earnest young men, though a few young women nearby immediately objected. One of the girls snapped, "What? Must we suffer with you losers? Have you no shame?" Another added, "Indeed, we'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle." There's no crime in being materialistic, pragmatism prevails. After all, you're not rich second generation yourselves, so whose fault is it? A volley of scathing remarks ensued. The young men flushed with anger, unable to retort, while all eyes remained on Fang Yu and Jiang Yu. Their faces lit with mischievous amusement, anticipated a dramatic spectacle. Jiang Yu coldly declared, "You are utterly unworthy of me, though we'd only hold each other back." At that moment, a striking red Bugatti Veyron entered along a pathway and gradually came to a stop. The crowd erupted in uproar. Many young women gazed with envious and jealous eyes, exclaiming, "Jiang Yu has truly aligned herself with a tycoon. She's hit the jackpot." Exclamations followed. "Wow, I wish it were me riding that car, even if it meant being a mistress. If luck favors, perhaps Jiang Yu might marry into a wealthy family, leaving us in entirely separate worlds." Jiang Yu's expression grew even more self-satisfied. "See, Fang Yu, we are not from the same world. Only a life like this is worthy of me, and you cannot offer that." Now Jiang Yu was resolute in her belief that only wealth is eternal. She proudly surveyed her surroundings, and upon meeting envious and awed gazes, felt her vanity fully gratified. Indeed, this was the life she claimed as her own. A myriad of glances fell upon Fang Yu. Pity, regret, derision, malice, each brimming with a spectrum of emotions. Everyone wondered, what would Fang Yu do? Would he plead desperately, lose his temper, or even roar in anger? "Fine then, let's break up," Fang Yu said calmly, his tone brisk, and his lips curving into a hint of a mocking smile. Everyone was taken aback. This isn't how the script should go. How could Jiang Yue in front of everyone dump Fang Yu so humiliatingly, while he remained so unruffled? Jiang Yu herself was equally stunned, never expecting Fang Yu's reaction. A nameless fury suddenly welled up within her. Fang Yu's nonchalant demeanor left Jiang Yu's sense of superiority unfulfilled. In her eyes, he should have rushed forward, pleading pitifully. Instead, Fang Yu patted his clothes and smiled, saying, "Enough pretense. Let's come clean. I am in fact a super rich second generation." A burst of muffled laughter erupted from the crowd. "Ha ha ha." Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Super rich second generation. Clad in shabby clothes and riding a dilapidated bicycle. A rich heir. What a joke. To her, it was nothing more than Fang Yu's feeble attempt to save face. Simply pitiful and laughable. Why should I waste my anger on him? We were never meant to belong to the same world, she retorted, her expression hardening with renewed pride. Then, as she moved forward to grasp the shoulder of the young man beside her, an unexpected turn occurred. The young man abruptly shook his arm, pushing Jiang Yu aside. Jiang Yu was startled, exclaiming, "Darling, what are you?" Yet the young man strode confidently to Fang Yu and bowed deeply before him. In a respectful tone, he said, "Young master." As if on cue, the Bugatti Veyron roared back into action, approaching Fang Yu before gradually coming to a stop. All the onlookers who had been watching with amused detachment were rendered dumbfounded, their eyes vacant. Smack! Some even dropped their phones, which clattered upon the ground. "What is happening?" "Young master, that Bugatti Veyron belongs to Fang Yu." "What the hell?" Jiang Yu's face turned deathly pale. In an instant she understood everything. He had been testing her all along, yet she had been ridiculously oblivious, even flaunting herself proudly before him, only to discover that the so-called rich second generation she had latched onto was merely his subordinate. Smack! A young man in a tailored suit respectfully opened the car door for Fang Yu, extending his hand in invitation. "Young master, please get in the car." Fang Yu inclined his head slightly. At that moment Jiang Yue, her face ashen, shuddered, and quickly rushed forward, speaking frantically. "Fang Yu, I was just joking with you. You won't actually believe it, right? Give me another chance. Do you even believe that yourself?" Fang Yu was almost amused. With a faint smile, he said, "I should really thank you for presenting me with such an entertaining performance." Jiang Yu's face turned the color of ashes. She knew she was finished. Just as Fang Yu was about to get into the car, a figure suddenly stepped in front of it. It was a girl. She wore denim shorts with a slender waist and long legs, the classic internet celebrity face. Heavy makeup masked her features, giving her a sultry look. Leaning half her body against Fang Yu's Bugatti Veyron, one hand caressing her hair and the other on her hip, the internet celebrity-faced girl smiled seductively, her pose shamelessly provocative, as she cooed, "Handsome, can you take me for a spin? I've never sat in a Bugatti Veyron before," she added, her tone dripping with implication. Clearly she had spotted an opportunity and was trying to wedge herself in. Fang Yu replied coolly, "What do you think this is, a trash can that takes in any kind of garbage? If you've never sat in a Bugatti Veyron, just wash up and go to sleep. There's nothing you can't have in your dreams." The internet celebrity-faced girl's expression froze. The elegant young man in the high-end suit stepped forward and brusquely pushed her aside. He then opened the car door for Fang Yu. "Young master, please." One of Fang Yu's feet was already inside when he suddenly turned his head and gave the girl a slight smile. The internet celebrity-faced girl thought Fang Yu had suddenly taken an interest in her. Her heart leapt with joy. "There's hope." She twisted her waist even more vigorously. As long as she could hook up with Fang Yu, even if she couldn't marry into a wealthy family, there would surely be no shortage of benefits. Instead, Fang Yu smiled and said, "By the way, I suggest you go to a hospital and check whether your genes have mutated. The way you twist your body looks remarkably like some creature from a cesspit." With that, he sat down in the car. "Drive," Fang Yu ordered coldly. "Yes, sir," the young man replied respectfully, giving Jiang Yu a cold glare before leaving. The driver started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away. Only the internet celebrity-faced girl was left standing alone, disheveled in the wind. No, she still had the green tea-type Jiang Yu to keep her company in their shared embarrassment. The on-looking students exchanged bewildered glances. This twist had been absurd beyond belief. There was no doubt this bombshell of news would spread through the entire Shiri University at lightning speed. In the car, Fang Yu sat with his eyes closed in thought. Silently, he uttered in his heart system. A cluster of silvery lights suddenly appeared before him, then unfurled into a panel that no one else could see. The strongest villain system, host Fang Yu. Personal wealth 1. 9 billion. Charm 13, average human is 10, upper limit 30. Constitution 12, average human is 10. Skills cello, advanced piano, advanced literary appreciation, intermediate. Villain value 0. Currently triggered book master, descending the mountain in the city. Fang Yu was not a native of this world. Although he retained the original name, body, and memories, in truth, he was a transmigrator. The world he now inhabited was a composite realm formed by the fusion of multiple online novels. A parallel world that resembled Earth in some respects, yet differed in countless ways. The book currently triggered was titled Master, Descending the Mountain in the City. Detailed information about this novel had been transmitted into Fang Yu's mind at the moment of transmigration, and he himself had read it before. His current identity was in fact that of a major villain who shared his exact name and surname in the novel's early and middle stages, Fang Yu. He was the only son of the Fang family, a first-class wealthy clan in Haiqing City. The Fang Group was a massive conglomerate involved in biotechnology, film and television, real estate, and many other industries. It was a colossal entity worth hundreds of billions. Even across the entire Dongxia, it was far from a minor player. In another novel, Fang Yu might well have been the protagonist. But in Master, Descending the Mountain in the City, because he crossed paths with the main character Chen Yu, he gradually descended into darkness and ultimately met a tragic end, his family ruined and his life destroyed. A textbook high-level cannon fodder. Even at the moment of his death, he had begged Chen Yu for mercy like a dog, yet still died miserably. Crack. Fang Yu's fists clenched tightly. His gaze turned icy cold. If he did nothing, all of this would replay itself upon him. He would be humiliated by the protagonist and lose everything. Since he had traversed into this world and taken over this identity, he would never allow that to happen again. Thinking it over carefully, if one stripped away the sense of identification poured into the protagonist from the very beginning, were the villains in those urban power fantasy novels truly all so heinous and deserving of death? Not necessarily. In the end, it was merely the victor as king and the loser as villain. Under the protagonist's halo, there was simply no room for antagonists to survive. As far as Fang Yu was concerned, he did not care whether he was labeled protagonist or villain, righteous or evil. He only wanted to stay alive. So Chen Yu. Fang Yu narrowed his eyes, his fingers rhythmically tapping on his knee. For the sake of my survival, Yu. He was not that fool who, despite possessing wealth and power and holding an absolute advantage, blundered repeatedly and ultimately lost his own life. Since I have taken over his identity, I am now the true chosen fate of this world. A sharp light flashed in Feng Yu's eyes. What's more, I have the system. Feng Yu paused, turning his gaze back to the system panel. Among the various entries, the most striking was the so-called villain value. With a casual tap and explanation he already knew by heart appeared the host can seize fortune value from the protagonist by snatching his opportunities, altering the fates of plot characters, and changing the storyline thereby, converting it into villain value. Villain value can be used to add points to attributes such as constitution and charm, draw new skills, upgrade existing skills, and enhance the host's abilities. More functions will be unlocked by the system in the future, please look forward to it. Friendly reminder, the host's current villain value is 0, and the protagonist's current fortune value is 15000. Staring at the system panel, Feng Yu murmured, it should be about time. Suddenly, ding. Congratulations to the host for altering the course of the plot and slapping the face of the green tea type character, Chen Yu, ahead of schedule, gaining villain value 200, protagonist fortune value 200. Friendly reminder, the host's current villain value is 200, and the protagonist's current fortune value is 14800. Ding. Congratulations to the host for changing the plot for the first time and obtaining a newbie gift pack. Choose 2 out of 3 rewards. Reward 1, Business Management Technique Mastery 1. Reward 2, Skill Upgrade Card 1. Reward 3, 1 Hamster 1. Indeed. A faint smile curled at the corner of Feng Yu's mouth. Chen Yu was a minor antagonist in the book, originally destined to be exposed by the protagonist Chen Yu for her green tea BTCH identity, only to face a slap in the face. Now, however, she was replaced by him. Thus the plot was altered, and he gained 200 villain points, while Chen Yu's fortune points correspondingly decreased. Fortune points can actually be understood as the protagonist's halo. With the protagonist's halo, those protagonists in the book can act recklessly and be invincible. Once Chen Yu's fortune points drop to 0, the protagonist's halo will be completely stripped away, and he will lose his status as the protagonist. The starter gift pack is indeed an unexpected delight, not bad. Feng Yu's eyes moved as he looked at the 3 options. He could only choose 2. Management Skills Expert Skill Upgrade Card, and a hamster. What is a hamster? Can that even be considered a reward? Feng Yu was speechless, showing a look of disdain on his face. System, what does expert mean? The system quickly replied, skill levels are divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, expert, and perfect. Advanced is generally the limit that an ordinary person can reach under normal circumstances, while expert is sufficient to crush others. So that's how it is. Then this reward is quite impressive, isn't it? As Feng Yu realized this, he felt a bit excited. He then unhesitatingly chose the Skill Upgrade Card and Management Skills Expert. Skill transmission in progress. Feng Yu felt a massive influx of information descending, directly penetrating his mind. In an instant, various knowledge and experiences regarding management transformed into his memories. It felt as if he had undergone countless studies and practices. Seamlessly. Ding. The Skill Upgrade Card reward has been placed in the storage space, and the host can view and use it. Feng Yu's thoughts moved, and he reached into the system's storage space. At that moment, there indeed was a shining card. A casual glance revealed the introduction information appearing before his eyes. Skill Upgrade Card can elevate 1 skill by 2 levels upon use. I don't need it for now, we'll keep it aside. Feng Yu retracted his thoughts, slightly pondering, and began to contemplate his next actions. Avoidance was impossible. He could not choose to live a stable life, as a rich second generation for the will of the world would forcibly push Chen Yu and him to clash, causing conflict. There was no possibility of friendly coexistence between the protagonist and the antagonist. If he did not take the initiative, he would undoubtedly die. Thus the goal became very clear. Alter the plot, seize the protagonist's fortunes, completely plunder Chen Yu's fortune points, strip him of his protagonist halo, and ultimately make him disappear from this world. As for directly sending someone to assassinate Chen Yu with a gunshot to the head. At the beginning of the book, the protagonist was far weaker in both strength and influence compared to later stages, which seemed like a feasible option. Feng Yu had long harbored such thoughts. However, the system had directly doused him with cold water. The system had clearly informed him that before Chen Yu's fortune points dropped to 0, meaning the protagonist halo being completely stripped away, if he attempted to forcibly erase the opponent, the latter would escape death due to various unforeseen circumstances. Instead, it would risk exposing himself early, placing him in a dangerous situation. Not worth the loss. Moreover, even if he were lucky enough to kill Chen Yu, it would result in him not obtaining enough villain points to enhance his ability. By then, when he opened the next book, the protagonist's strength would surely be even greater, and his situation would undoubtedly become very perilous. Thus, this shortcut method was unfeasible. Feng Yu's advantage lay in his identity, which was temporarily hidden in the dark, and most importantly, his familiarity with the plot. Feng Yu narrowed his eyes. In the book, the expert descends into the city. The protagonist Chen Yu was originally an orphan without parents who was taken up the mountain by a mysterious elder and learned various skills such as medicine and martial arts. Upon returning from the mountain, he leveraged his background and abilities to thrive. And now there were still 7 days until the other party descended from the mountain. He still had plenty of preparations to make. Do you have any plans for today? Feng Yu took a deep breath and turned to the young man beside him who was dressed in an expensive suit, asking. The young man's name was Lung Han Feng, Ye's personal secretary, specially trained by his family since childhood with guaranteed loyalty. Young master, you have a golf meeting with Miss Song Xiaoyu from the Song family at 3 o'clock. Upon hearing this, Fong Ye's expression suddenly stiffened. Song Xiaoyu. She was undoubtedly the female lead in the book. At the same time, she could be considered the greatest antagonist. Two seemingly contradictory identities appeared in one person. Song Xiaoyu had always been disguising herself, accumulating power. She had secretly controlled most of the Song family's authority and would later devour many forces in Haiqing City, continuously expanding outward. Even the protagonist Chen Yu was infatuated with her beauty, being manipulated and utilized by her for a considerable time. She used Chen Yu as a stepping stone to gradually reach her pinnacle. Later she would turn completely hostile, going to war with the protagonist. She was the ultimate supervillain boss of the entire book. The author's mind was beyond comprehension, his thoughts were exceptionally clear. Currently Song Xiaoyu held another identity, she was his fiancée. In 3 days they would hold a formal engagement. The Fong family and the Song family planned to unite through marriage, forming a strong alliance. Thus both families had been fostering the relationship between the two, and today's golf meeting was part of that. Fong Yu glanced at his watch. The time was nearing 2 o'clock, and he still needed some time to reach the agreed location. Then let's head directly to the golf course. Fong Yu instructed lightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. In the original plot, the downfall of the Fong family and Fong Ye's demise were closely linked to this second miss of the Song family. Today I will meet this Song Xiaoyu. The Bugatti Veyron sped along the road at breakneck speed. About half an hour later it arrived at the location where Fong Yu had agreed to meet Song Xiaoyu, at the Qingtung Golf Club on the outskirts of Haiqing City. This place has a strict membership policy and does not accept ordinary visitors. To maintain membership status, one must pay an annual fee of 2 million. Those who qualify to come here are either rich or noble. As soon as the Bugatti Veyron parked in the lot, with a pop, the manager personally opened the car door for Fong Yu. With a respectful and obsequious smile, he slightly bowed and said, "Young Master Fong, as soon as I heard you were coming, I immediately dropped everything to welcome you. The venue and equipment have already been prepared for you." Fong Ye's foot stepped onto the ground of the parking lot. He responded indifferently, glancing at the club manager. He did not mind those who flattered him, at least he did not feel disgusted. It was rare to find someone who truly disliked others trying to curry favor. At least Fong Yu himself was not that kind of person. This is what I should do. Fong Ye's praise brought joy to the manager, who then added, "Miss Song has just arrived and has already entered the venue." "I see." Nodding, Fong Yu stepped into the venue, entering his exclusive suite and changing clothes under the cold sun. He then took a golf cart to the golf course. Soon a graceful figure appeared before Fong Ye's eyes. The woman had a cool beauty, bright eyes and white teeth, with delicate willow brows and skin as flawless as jade. Her exquisite nose was elegantly pointed, and her red lips resembled rose petals. Her black hair flowed down like a waterfall, cold and clear like a spring in the snowy mountains, exuding an ethereal and aloof aura, captivating all who beheld her. Dressed in a short white sports skirt, she showcased her curvy figure to perfection. A gentle breeze stirred. She radiated an air of nobility and elegance. Song Xiaoyu. Even Fong Yu was momentarily taken aback. But in the next second, he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, she is as enchanting as described in books, of beauty that captivates the heart and mind. No wonder even the protagonist Chen Yu could not resist her allure and was used by her. Fong Yu felt a shiver in his heart, becoming more vigilant. "You arrived early." He stepped beside Song Xiaoyu. "I just got here not long ago." Song Xiaoyu turned around, her gaze meeting Fong Ye's, as she smiled faintly. Her eyes seemed to contain the vastness of stars and the sea. Brilliant and mysterious, they tugged at one's heartstrings. "In that case, let's get started." Fong Yu directly picked up his golf club and walked ahead without saying much. Had it been the old Fong Yu, he probably would have rushed forward to flatter her. After all, it was almost impossible for anyone to resist Song Xiaoyu's near-perfect beauty and ethereal charm. Not to mention that the original character was a typical antagonist-type sycophant. Unfortunately, no amount of flattery from a villain could win a woman's heart, especially not with Song Xiaoyu, the antagonist boss of the story, whom even the protagonist Chen Yu could not conquer. Song Xiaoyu unconsciously furrowed her brows. She had a feeling that this young master of the Fong family seemed a bit different from before. Previously, Fong Yu as a playboy always carried that flamboyant air of a rich young master, and whenever he saw someone he liked, he would eagerly flatter and sneak glances. But this time he merely glanced a few times before averting his gaze. His address was also neither warm nor cold, just Miss Song. This made Song Xiaoyu feel somewhat uneasy, yet also a bit strange. Is it an illusion? With her back to Fong Yu, Song Xiaoyu frowned slightly, or is it? Her eyes subtly shifted. It seemed she had thought of a certain possibility. Was Fong Yu deliberately trying to attract her attention this way? Nowadays, many boys do like to use this reverse tactic of pretending to be aloof and indifferent to catch a girl's attention. Song Xiaoyu's impression and evaluation of Fong Yu dropped a few notches. How childish and ridiculous. However, Fong Yu still holds significant value for use. Now is not the time to fall out with him or the Fong family. Song Xiaoyu reined in her expression and followed Fong Ye's pace, boarding the golf cart. The two quickly arrived at the starting point. "Shall we have a round?" Stroke play or match play? Fang Yu asked. Match play please. Ladies first then Miss Song Xiaoyu did not hesitate, directly taking the golf club from the attendant. Time flew by, and soon several hours had passed. Buzz at that moment Song Xiaoyu's pocket vibrated slightly. She frowned, and took out her phone saying wait, Then she answered the call. Hello, is there something? What? Song Xiaoyu's expression darkened as she said I understand. Fang Yu inquired what happened. My father is feeling unwell again, but the family's private doctor took timely measures, and he's fine now. In that case Miss Song, you must be going back to see him, right? Song Xiaoyu shook her head. My father said he was fine, and that I don't need to go back specifically. Upon hearing this Fang Yu's expression tightened. Song Guofu. Song Xiaoyu's father, the current head of the Song group, but it is rumored that managing such a large enterprise has led to health problems, and his condition has worsened over the years. Because of this Song Guofu has been vigorously promoting the marriage between the Fang and Song families. Since Song Guofu has no sons, only 2 daughters, and the eldest daughter passed away a few years ago, the only remaining direct descendant of the Song family is Song Xiaoyu. In the traditional view of such a large family, a woman like Song Xiaoyu is not qualified or capable of leading the family, unless through marriage. Song Guofu needs to rely on the power of the Fang family to maintain his lineage's position and dominance. To ordinary people, the wealthy seem to live in luxury, but they also face numerous troubles, such as cruel internal struggles among different factions. If Song Xiaoyu cannot marry into the Fang family, other branches will do everything possible to seize their lineage's power. This is something Song Guofu cannot tolerate. He is someone who places immense importance on family interests, even prioritizing them over his own well-being. Therefore, even during a health episode, he still insists that Song Xiaoyu remain here to prevent any unexpected issues with the marriage alliance. Song Xiaoyu picked up the golf club again, but appeared somewhat distracted, seemingly worried about her father's health. Casting a meaningful glance at Song Xiaoyu, Fang Yu suddenly said, is Uncle Song's illness truly just due to overwork and fatigue? Song Xiaoyu's hand gripping the club trembled imperceptibly. She leaned on the golf club, slowly straightening her body, her gaze sharp and piercing, fixed intently on Fang Yu. What do you mean? The tranquility and gentleness in her eyes vanished. In their place was an intense chill and coldness, as if they could pierce through a person's body and soul. Fang Yu met Song Xiaoyu's gaze fearlessly, a smile on his face. It's just the surface meaning. Although Uncle Song took on the Song group at a young age and has worked tirelessly for years, he always paid attention to exercising and has maintained good health. How did things take such a sudden turn in recent years? Is there something fishy going on here? Song Xiaoyu stared intently at Fang Yu, her cold light flickering unpredictably. Eventually, her expression gradually settled. Suddenly, she broke into a smile. Young Master Fang, you might be overthinking this. I know my father's health better than anyone, right? Is that so? Then I must have been overly suspicious. Fang Yu chuckled casually, but deep down he couldn't help but scoff. Trust you? Not a chance. He was all too aware that Song Guofu's illness was entirely caused by Song Xiaoyu herself. The private doctor responsible for Song Guofu's condition was also under her control. If I remember correctly, right after the engagement ceremony between myself and Song Xiaoyu, Song Guofu will fall under her manipulation. His illness will relapse, treatments will prove ineffective, and ultimately, he will die suddenly. Then the Song family, which she has already controlled to a large extent in the shadows, will completely fall into her possession. But, Fang Yu frowned inwardly. Song Xiaoyu was indeed one of the top antagonists in the story. Her psychological resilience was formidable. If it were anyone else, they would have panicked under such a sudden test. Yet she adjusted her mindset in just a few seconds. That's good as long as the misunderstanding is cleared up, but young Master Fang, there are some things that still shouldn't be said recklessly. What do you think? Song Xiaoyu smiled charmingly, like a flower blooming atop a high mountain, her stunning beauty seemingly dimming everything around her. The attendant beside them, dressed in a white coat and black tie, couldn't help but glance up, feeling as though he was complete. Looking at Song Xiaoyu's nearly perfect figure, a trace of greed flashed in the attendant's eyes. To have a taste of such a beauty would truly be worth dying for. Suddenly the attendant felt a chill run through his body, and then his mind instantly reacted. He cursed inwardly, realizing the predicament. Song Xiaoyu was the fiancée of Fang Yu. Staring openly at the fiancé of this young master from the Fang family was practically courting death. Crack. The attendant's neck stiffly turned, and then he saw Fang Yu's expressionless face along with that chilling gaze. His body immediately froze. Where are your eyes looking? As expected, Fang Yu's emotionless tone came. No matter what, Song Xiaoyu was currently his fiancé and named something that belonged to him. He would not allow anyone else to lay a finger on what was his. Not even a glance was permissible. The attendant felt a shiver in his heart, and hurriedly bowed, repeatedly sweating profusely as he said, Young Master Fang, I was wrong. I absolutely didn't mean to. I am willing to accept punishment. His nerves made him stammer, filled with deep regret at this moment. Was he foolish? How could he make such a low-level mistake? A reprimand was definitely unavoidable, and not only would he lose face, but he might also have his wages docked. Of course, the attendant wasn't overly worried. In his perception, Fang Yu's temper was relatively good, so he didn't think Fang Yu would do anything to him. However, Fang Yu's expression showed no change, only his eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, since you are willing to accept punishment, I won't make it difficult for you. Resign and leave Haiqing City. What? The attendant was taken aback. Resign, leave Haiqing City. The attendant's face suddenly turned deathly pale. No, young Master Fong, you must be joking. My whole family is in Haiqing City. Moi. A cold light erupted from Fong Yes' eyes, chilling to the bone. Do I look like I'm joking? If I see you in Haiqing City again, I'll have someone gouge your eyes out. What is mine that you could covet? Under that gaze, the attendant's body softened, collapsing to the ground, his face as pale as death. It's over. He had merely been momentarily foolish, and now he had jeopardized his future. Everything he had struggled for in the first half of his life was all gone. No, young Master Fong, give me another chance. I promise I won't do it again. I won't do it again. The attendant crawled towards Fong Yu, hugging his leg and pleading for mercy. But Fong Yu impatiently kicked him away. Get lost. Young Master Fong, is it necessary to go this far? A crisp voice came from the side, prompting Fong Yu to turn his head. Song Xiaoyu spoke calmly, but a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. The tone of the other party made it seem as if he owned her. Fong Yu stepped closer to Song Xiaoyu until he stood before her. Of course it's necessary. Some people never recognize their place and don't understand what they're facing, and naturally, they must pay a painful price. Don't you think? Words with deep meaning flowed from his lips. Song Xiaoyu's gaze shifted slightly. His tall figure's sharp eyes and domineering language gave her an inexplicable sense of pressure. Was this the same playboy who had never been taken seriously by her? The impression he left today was indeed different. I'm tired today, let's end it here. Fong Yu took a towel from the side and wiped the sweat from his face. After finishing, he turned and left. Ding. The host has successfully altered the plot. Host villain value 500. Protagonist Chen Yu's luck value 500. Fong Yu was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of joy in his heart. I actually gained a full 500 villain points for myself. Indeed, the villainous boss in the book holds a weight in this world that cannot be compared to a minor character like Jiang. However, just a single encounter with Song Xiaoyu caused a slight shift in the plot, affecting her mindset and earning me 500 villain points. Fong Yes' lips curled slightly, feeling a sense of delight. Friendly reminder, the host currently has 700 villain points, while the protagonist possesses 14300 fortune points. Fong Yu pondered. However, the distance to completely siphon off Chen Yu's fortune points is still quite far. Until Chen Yu's protagonist halo is thoroughly stripped away, he will always be a significant threat. With 700 villain points, I can make a move. The system humanely provided another reminder. Villain points can be used to enhance attributes like constitution and charm, to draw skills, and to level up skills, thereby strengthening the host's abilities. More features will be unlocked in the future, so stay tuned. Fong Yu inquired in his heart. How many villain points are required for each function? 100 villain points can increase 1 point in constitution or 1 point in charm. Randomly drawing a skill costs 500 villain points, while a directed draw costs 100 villain points. During a directed draw, the host can view the skill list. Depending on the skill level and the power of the skill itself, upgrading a skill requires different amounts of villain points. Fong Yu mused. It takes 100 villain points to increase an attribute by 1 point, and a directed skill draw requires 100 villain points. Right now, this amount of villain points is simply insufficient. As for the random skill draw, he ignored it outright. It sounded completely useless unless one had lost their mind or had an abundance of villain points that they couldn't utilize. Only then would they engage in any random lottery. Fong Yu looked at his system interface. Strongest villain system. Host Fong Yu. Personal wealth 1. 9 billion. Charm value 13. Average person is 10. Max 30. Constitution value 12. Average person is 10. Skills: cello, advanced piano, advanced literary appreciation, intermediate. Villain points 700. Current triggered book, The Master Descends into the City. The original Fong Xiao had quite a few jumbled skills, but hardly any practical ones, so he directly passed on the option to upgrade skills. Fong Yes' gaze focused on constitution and charm. Constitution is a comprehensive concept encompassing strength, agility, resilience, and even mental power. Charm value is not merely an enhancement in appearance or temperament, it also influences the favorability of plot characters. In simple terms, it is somewhat akin to a part of the protagonist's halo. Protagonists in books usually just need to stand there, and various beauties and powerful figures will come forward to get acquainted, easily gaining their trust and support. It was quite absurd. Fong Yu quickly made his choice. This time I'll focus on increasing my charm value. Although charm seemed ethereal, it was crucial, especially when dealing with plot characters. Those bystanders might shower him with affection and respect due to his appearance and status, but it wouldn't necessarily work when facing important plot characters. Moreover, the book, The Master Descends into the City, does not involve ancient martial arts or even more exaggerated cultivation. Although the protagonist Chen Yu is quite skilled, he is not known for his combat power. His greatest strength lies in medicine, and he dabbles in feng shui and other esoteric arts as well. Fong Yu thought to himself, moreover, my advantages lie in identity, wealth, and status. I wouldn't be foolish enough to confront Chen Yu hidden. If I were reduced to fighting him unknown, it would mean I am already at my wits' end, struggling desperately. System: use all villain points to increase charm value. Ding. Host villain points 700, charm value 7. As soon as he finished speaking, the number behind the charm value began to change, becoming 20. If someone were standing in front of Fang Yu at that moment, they would notice the invisible aura and magnetism around him shifting. The charm value cap is 30 points and 20 is already a very high number. Fang Yu returned to the reception hall of the clubhouse. The driver quickly brought out a Bugatti Veyron from the parking lot, taking Fang Yu away. Leaving the Qingting Golf Club, Fang Yu sat in the car, closing his eyes in deep thought. His private secretary Lung Han inquired, "Young master, where to next?" "Let's head home first," Fang Yu replied with slightly closed eyes. He then fell silent, beginning to recall the entire process of meeting Song Xiao. As depicted in the book, this second miss of the Song family is indeed a very tricky character. Even though she is currently in a period of dormancy, her strength should not be underestimated. He should not act rashly, but rather proceed gradually. Today Fang Yu had merely conducted a slight probe and did not reveal too much of himself. There are still 7 days until the protagonist Chen Yu arrives in Haiqing City. During this time, I should cut off his opportunities and eliminate potential hazards as much as possible. Fang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. He would absolutely not allow Chen Yu the chance to rise. Those villains in novels who like to strategize and plan to defeat the protagonist only after they reach their peak are simply foolish. They are already buried under their own graves. On the other side, after Fang Yu left, Song Xiao stood alone on the court, with a gloomy expression, the vast space occupied only by her. Today Fang Yu seemed like a completely different person, making him hard to fathom. Song Xiao pondered carefully. Throughout the entire meeting today, it seemed that the initiative was entirely in Fang Yu's hands, and she had been led by the nose. Moreover, what did Fang Yu's words truly mean? It feels somewhat pointed. Song Xiao's eyes were deep and cold. A person shouldn't be able to change so drastically in such a short time. Could someone be manipulating him from behind the scenes? But who could it be? A figure silently approached behind Song Xiao. "Miss." After a long silence, Song Xiao faintly spoke. "Go help me investigate if Fang Yu has recently come into contact with any suspicious individuals." "Yes." The figure respectfully replied, then added, "Miss, do you suspect that Fang Yu has any issues? If so, shouldn't we directly deal with him?" "Fool." Song Xiao's voice turned cold. "Is the other party just some street thug? Do you think you can kill him at will? Not to mention the likelihood of success if we expose ourselves and affect my plans, leading everything to fall apart. Can you bear the consequences? Just do your own job." "Yes, I misspoke." Hearing the implication in her words, the figure trembled, lowering their head and daring not to say more. Song Xiao gazed into the distance, lost in thought. In Haiqing City, at the Fang family's villa, Fang Yu returned home, first taking a hot shower before changing into a fresh outfit. By the time he completed these tasks, it was already time for dinner. Fang Yu stepped into the spacious and bright dining room. A row of attendants stood by, ready to obey any command. Upon seeing Fang Yu enter, they all bowed slightly and said, "Young master." The dining table was designed in an Italian postmodern artistic style, simple yet dignified and imposing. At this moment, a man and a woman were already seated at the table. The man appeared calm, with glossy black hair and a rugged, resolute face, bearing a striking resemblance to Fang Yu, though the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and the gray by his ears added a touch of weariness and wisdom. He was Fang Qixiong, the chairman of the Fang Group. Starting from nothing, without any background or resources, he had built a vast empire in just a few decades. He was considered a genius in the business world. Even Fang Yu could not help but secretly admire his cheap old dad. The woman exuding the air of a noble lady was Fang Yu's mother, Jiang Fang. Though now in middle age, she still exuded charm, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Jiang Fang had married Fang Qixiong before he achieved success, supporting him all the way to this day, and the two had always maintained a harmonious relationship. They had supported each other through thick and thin. Despite their age, they still enjoyed showing off their affection, much to the chagrin of their single son Fang Yu. "Dad, Mom." Fang Yu stepped forward to greet them. "Xiao Yu is here, take a seat quickly." Jiang Fang beckoned Fang Yu to sit down, her eyes filled with fondness. Fang Qixiong also nodded slightly at Fang Yu. Fang Yu sat at the dining table and indeed felt a bit hungry, so he directly picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. "Did you meet with Xiao Yu this afternoon?" Jiang Fang asked with a smile. "How did your conversation go? Haven't you always liked Xiao Yu?" Fang Yu's smile held a hint of depth as he replied, "It was all right." Jiang Fang continued, "Let me tell you, when interacting with girls, you must put in some effort to make them happy. Girls need to be cherished, not like your dad back in the day, who was as dense as a block of wood." Fang Yu shrugged. The previous Fang Xiao was indeed quite considerate and attentive, constantly asking questions and being overly accommodating. Unfortunately, in the end, he ended up with nothing. Of course, the original owner's desires were also largely physical. Fang Qixiong coughed violently. "What are you saying in front of the child?" His originally imposing expression faltered as he turned to glare at Jiang Fang. "What, am I not speaking the truth?" Jiang Fang shot back, without reservation, raising her voice. Fang Qixiong immediately backed down, and the seemingly authoritative Fang Qixiong turned out to be quite a henpecked husband, while the attendants standing nearby squinted their eyes, their gazes drifting upward. Watching the scene unfold before him, Fang Yu couldn't help but chuckle, touching the tip of his nose. But then he sighed inwardly. According to the original plot, after the formal fallout between Fang Yu and Chen Yu, both Jiang Fang and Fang Qixiong, who were protective of their son, would unhesitatingly stand by Fang Ye's side, ultimately facing dire consequences. Jiang Fang, unable to accept the news of Fang Ye's death, suffered a severe mental breakdown and was admitted to a psychiatric hospital, living in a state of frenzy. Meanwhile, after the company went bankrupt, Fang Qixiong found himself abandoned by everyone, as no one was willing to risk offending the protagonist to help him. This former business tycoon ultimately ended up working on a construction site. Fang Yu wore a blank expression. From the protagonist's perspective, Chen Yu was undoubtedly a competent lead, blessed with fortune and ruthless in his actions, leaving no room for future troubles. Such a plot would be quite satisfying and comfortable for readers identifying with the protagonist. However, this time none of that would happen. Dinner soon came to an end. As they were about to part ways, Jiang Fang exchanged glances with Fang Qixiong, both harboring a hint of confusion. Finally, Jiang Fang couldn't help but ask, "Son, you seem to have changed a lot recently, not quite like before." Fang Yu shrugged and replied, "Really? Perhaps I've matured." Jiang Fang and Fang Qixiong looked at each other. Everyone dispersed to rest, but Fang Yu, having returned to his room, did not rush to sleep. Instead, he kept pondering his next course of action. The next day, in the early morning, Chen Yu Media Company. This is a subsidiary of the Fang Group with assets worth billions, currently managed by Fang Yu. In the chairman's office, Fang Yu reclined lazily in his genuine leather chair. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was knocked on. Fang Yu said, "Come in." Lung Han walked in from outside, saying, "Young master, what do you need from me?" Without further ado, Fang Yu directly picked up a document from his desk and tossed it in front of Lung Han. Lung Han took a look and was somewhat surprised, saying, "This is a list." Fang Yu replied faintly, "What you need to do is find everyone listed on this document," and then he proceeded to instruct him on what needed to be done. If necessary, you can use the family's resources. This list was compiled by Fang Yu based on the plot in the book, consisting of minor characters. These individuals would at certain moments in the future either assist the protagonist in various ways or be brought under the protagonist's command. They all belong to the simpler, more easily dealt with minor roles in the early parts of the book. Individually, each one is like an ant before the Fang family, easily crushed. However, many ants can kill an elephant. Not to mention that under the protagonist's aura, the threat level of these individuals will multiply. Before the protagonist Chen Yu officially makes his appearance, Fang Yu did not mind clearing them out to avoid future troubles. Understood. Lung Han raised no questions about this task. It was a habit developed since childhood as Fang Ye's personal secretary. Ask less, do more. He did not need to understand Fang Ye's orders, only to execute them. Outside a middle-aged woman in a red coat was walking her dog when a young man wearing a sun hat and white work clothes ran up. Holding a stack of something resembling flyers, he said, "Ma'am, congratulations." "Me?" The middle-aged woman stopped, pointing at herself with a confused expression. "Yes, our travel company has opened a branch in Haiqing City, and to celebrate the opening, we are randomly selecting 30 users to gift a 14-day vacation voucher to Hawaii, which includes meals and accommodation. We will also assist with passport and other documentation. All we ask is that you promote our company afterwards." "Really? Such good fortune." The middle-aged woman looked delighted, feeling like luck had just dropped from the sky. The staff member smiled slightly, saying, "Of course it's true, our company is very well known, and you can find legitimate information online. You can rest assured. Do you accept this invitation voucher? If you agree, we can go to the company to register right now, and then we can arrange the trip immediately." I accept. The middle-aged woman was overjoyed and hurriedly took her dog to leave with the staff member. She had no idea that according to the original timeline, she would soon suffer a serious illness on the road, and then be involved in an accident with Chen Yu, who would make a show of himself and severely embarrass a nearby expert doctor. But now, she accepted the invitation to vacation in Hawaii, so that incident would naturally not happen. As for whether she would fall ill in Hawaii, that depended on fate, which was not something Fang Yu considered. He was a villain, not a saint. The lives and deaths of these irrelevant people had nothing to do with him. Ding. Host villain value 200. Protagonist luck value 200. The Hao Tian Entertainment Center, one of the well-known comprehensive entertainment venues in the West District, is bustling with customers every day. The boss name is Feng Yang, a figure of considerable influence in the surrounding area, and generally everyone gives him face. Usually no one dares to stir trouble here. Today a black sedan slowly pulled up in front of the Hao Tian Entertainment Center, and then a burly man wearing sunglasses rushed out from inside. They stormed directly into the hall of the entertainment center, startling all the guests, but the murderous aura emanating from this group left them frozen in place, too afraid to move. A few security guards, steeling themselves, stepped forward. "Who are you? Do you know whose turf this is?" "You." Before he could finish, the leading muscular man, like a towering iron tower, shot him a cold glance. "Get lost." The security guards instantly fell silent. In that moment, they sensed the chilling, murderous intent radiating from the group, leaving them terrified. This group barged their way up to the most luxurious room on the top floor, which belonged to Boss Feng Yang's office. The door was violently smashed open. Feng Yang, a slightly overweight man with a receding hairline, was startled by the loud noise as he sat at his desk, his expression darkening. "Who are you? How dare you be so audacious? You must be the owner of Haotian Entertainment, Feng Yang. The burly man asked. Feng Yang retorted angrily, since you know who I am, how dare you come here to cause trouble? The lead burly man stepped forward calmly, saying, I'll give you 2 days to shut down Haotian Entertainment and leave Haiqing City, otherwise you'll face the consequences. Shut down the entertainment center in 2 days. Leave Haiqing City. Feng Yang was taken aback, then he burst into furious laughter, thinking these people must be insane. This is not some small shop. Although Haotian Entertainment is not a large enterprise, it is worth hundreds of millions. How could it simply close down? You are delusional. Get out now, or I won't be polite. Feng Yang's face darkened, already planning to call security. Think carefully about the consequences before you speak. This time we represent young Master Feng. The leading burly man said indifferently. Feng Yang's pupils contracted. Which young Master Feng? The burly man sneered disdainfully. In Haiqing City, apart from that person, who else dares to call themselves young? Feng Yang understood clearly who the other party was referring to, as the hint was unmistakably clear. Feng Yu, the eldest son of the Feng family in Haiqing City. That is indeed a first-class wealthy family in Haiqing City, far beyond what a small boss like him could compare. But why would that person suddenly come to trouble him? His expression was dark and uncertain. Even if it's young Master Feng, he can't just shut down my Haotian Entertainment without any reason. Buzz. At that moment, the burly man's phone rang. He glanced at it casually and smiled. Young Master, yes, we have arrived at the Haotian Entertainment Center and met Feng Yang, but he seems to have some objections. Yes, good. While speaking, the burly man turned the phone screen towards Feng Yang coldly, saying, my young master wants to speak with you. Feng Yang's expression tightened, but thinking of the value of Haotian Entertainment, which was his life's work, he gritted his teeth and mustered the courage to plead. Young Master Feng, we shouldn't have any grievances, right? I don't recall offending you. Why do you want me to shut down the Haotian Entertainment Center over a trivial disagreement? You indeed haven't offended me. Feng Yu's voice came from the other end of the phone, but you must leave Haiqing City within 2 days, no reason needed. Boss Feng, I have given you 2 days of grace. Isn't that enough? Mercy? Mercy, you say? Feng Yang was almost choked with anger. How could it sound like he was the one taking advantage? Young Master Feng, you are really going too far. This is my lifelong foundation. Do you think you can destroy it with just one word? The Feng family indeed has great power, but I, Feng Yang, am not. A cornered dog will jump over the wall. Feng Yang's face turned red with anger, his mind clouded. As soon as those words came out, the temperature in the entire room seemed to drop, suddenly chilling to the bone. Feng Yang instantly trembled, his body suddenly stiffening. For a hard object was already pressed against his forehead. Boss Feng, be cautious with your words. The leading burly man's face was filled with an unmistakable chill, as if Feng Yang said one wrong word it would cost him his life. The other end of the phone fell silent. Cold sweat began to drip incessantly from Feng Yang's forehead, the unspoken pressure almost overwhelming him, and with a mere twitch of the burly man's finger his life could be forfeit. After a few seconds, Feng Yang's voice, tinged with a languid sigh, came through. Boss Feng, is there a misunderstanding? A cornered dog. Since you know you are a dog, then you should act like one. Do you see me negotiating with you? His voice carried a coldness as he delivered the final ultimatum. Tell me, will you obediently leave Haiqing City, or die? Feng Yu did not require Feng Yang's opinion. He was not there to negotiate with him. In front of the Feng family, what was Feng Yang worth? Since he was in a position of advantage, utilizing all resources at his disposal was the way to go, even if the means were despicable, bullying the weak. As a villain, one must act like a villain. He was not one of those dull-witted villains who frequently made foolish moves, sending experience packs to the protagonist and his followers appearing wise, but actually being foolish. For him, the goal was to leverage his power from the beginning and crush the enemy in the cradle. Cold sweat oozed from Feng Yang's head. At this moment, Feng Yu slowly said, Boss Feng, you must not be reckless. For the sake of your daughter Feng Xiao, you should think. You. Feng Yang suddenly raised his head, disbelief etched on his face. Feng Yang had done many unsavory deeds to achieve everything he had today, and he had offended many people. To ensure safety, he had always concealed his daughter's true identity. This was to prevent enemies from seeking revenge. Even the closest people around him did not know his daughter's identity. When the other party directly mentioned his daughter's name, the last line of defense in Feng Yang's heart finally crumbled. Stared at by the lead burly man's bloodthirsty gaze, Feng Yang ultimately trembled and said, Fine, I agree, I will leave in these 2 days. Isn't that good? Boss Feng, you have made a wise decision. Feng Yu smiled. If we can reach an agreement and harmony without resorting to violence, wouldn't we both have a bright future? Looking at the gun still pointed at him, Feng Yang's mouth twitched, repeatedly agreeing, yes, yes. Young Master Feng, what about us? The lead burly man spoke into the phone. Feng Yu said, withdraw, you have other tasks. Okay, we're leaving. The people dispatched by Feng Yu were constantly active throughout Haiqing City, easily locating the minor characters who were simple to handle. The methods employed varied from threats to guidance and temptation. Ding. Host villain value 100. Protagonist fortune value 100. Ding. Host villain value 200. Protagonist fortune value 200. Ding. Host villain value 50. Protagonist fortune value 50. Inside the office, Feng Yu was handling affairs while the system notification sound continued ringing in his ears. It wasn't until he let out a long breath and put down the documents in his hand that the voice in his ears finally faded away, returning to tranquility. Fang Ye's gaze shifted. Looks like that's all. He casually brought up the system panel. Strongest villain system, host Fang Yu personal wealth 1. 9 billion charm value 20 normal person is 10, maximum 30 physique value 12 normal person is 10 skills cello advanced piano advanced literary appreciation intermediate villain value 2500 current triggered book, The Master from the Mountain in the City. Friendly reminder, the host currently has a villain value of 2,500, while the protagonist Chen Yu has a fortune value of 11,800. Although they were all minor characters, the strongest among them was merely the owner of the Haotian Entertainment Center, yet collectively, they provided Fang Yu with a total of 2,500 villain points. The protagonist Chen Yu had yet to officially appear, yet Fang Yu had already stripped him of a total of 3,200 fortune points. This greatly satisfied Fang Yu. Of course, the fortune value was elusive, invisible, and intangible, and Chen Yu himself could not perceive it, otherwise he would surely feel extremely frustrated. Fang Yu first spent 1,000 villain points to raise his charm value to 30, reaching the maximum. As for the remaining 1,500 villain points, Fang Yu directly added them all to his physique. Power, status, and wealth were ultimately external forces, the only one's own strength mattered. In The Master from the Mountain in the City, there were no ancient martial arts, or even more absurd mystical cultivation, and the level of martial power could not surpass the rules. However, strength was naturally better when stronger. Ding! Villain points 1,500. Host physique 50. As the mechanical voice of the system sounded, a warm current suddenly surged from his abdomen, transforming into a violent power that filled his limbs and bones, reshaping his meridian skin and skeleton. Along with the slight pain came an indescribable comfort seemingly derived from his very soul. It felt like, Fang Yu exhaled deeply, feeling as if his muscles had slightly bulked up, his body flooded with surging. He even felt as if he could punch through the earth. Of course, this was merely an illusion brought on by the rapid increase. Looking around, he found that his perception of the outside world had become much clearer. He could clearly see a small bug on the green leaves of a potted plant in the distant corner of the room. The effect is amazing. Fang Ye's demeanor changed as he glanced at his system interface. Strongest villain system, host Fang Yu personal wealth 1. 9 billion charm value 30 normal person is 10 maximum 30 physique value 27 normal person is 10 skills cello advanced piano advanced literary appreciation intermediate villain value 0 current triggered book, The Master from the Mountain in the City. Fang Yu clenched his fist, suddenly striking forward, creating a gust of air, his eyes instantly filled with excitement. I feel like taking on 5 or 6 people is completely no problem. With just 27 points in physique, I am already so strong. If I completely strip Chen Yu of his fortune value, to what extent would I reach? Once I deal with the subsequent protagonist, can I become strong enough to disregard bullets, and even cannon fire? Fang Ye's heart surged with uncontrollable excitement. Feeling the abundant power within his body and savoring the sweetness of enhanced strength, Fang Ye's thoughts of conquering the book and defeating the protagonist began to shift from being forced to being proactive. At this moment, Chen Yu in his mind was no longer just a person, but a walking villain value. Just Chen Yu alone could provide 11,800 villain points. Fang Ye's eyes became somewhat fervent. However, at that moment, the mechanical voice of the system rang in his ears again. Host, I must remind you that once your physique reaches 50, the villain points required to increase physique by 1 point will increase. A bucket of cold water was poured down. Fang Yu frowned slightly. Indeed, if the exchange ratio between villain points and physique points remained unchanged, the enhancement of strength would be too easy. One must eat rice 1 bite at a time. It is impossible to become fat in 1 bite. For now, I should focus on dealing with Chen Yu. His previously restless emotions gradually calmed. Fang Yu pondered. Tomorrow night is my engagement banquet with Su Xingyue, and soon after the protagonist Chen Yu will arrive in Haiqing City, officially starting the plot. Time is tight, but regardless of Chen Yu being a dragon crossing the river, once he arrives in Haiqing City, I will turn him into a dead worm. According to the original work, there is also a significant matter that will affect the Fang family during the engagement banquet, which needs to be prepared for in advance. The next day, at dusk, the Fang family's villa was brightly lit, adorned with decorations. The dazzling lights pierced through the silent darkness, and luxury cars poured in, nearly blocking the villa's surroundings. Behind the golden fountain on the towering steps, the villa's doors slowly opened, and a line of servants filed out, standing on both sides of the entrance. With polite smiles, they bowed, revealing a path lined with soft red carpets. Ding dong, the melodious sound of ceremonial music began. Accompanied by this elegant and soothing music, prominent figures from Haiqing City began to step into the courtyard after being meticulously checked by the security at the villa entrance. Only then were the esteemed guests allowed to enter. No one was surprised or astonished by the grand scene and the commotion of welcoming guests who, under the strict security and checks, no one dared to express even a hint of dissatisfaction. This was because today was a banquet co-hosted by the prestigious Fang family and Song family of Haiqing City. Fang Yu of the Fang family would officially announce his engagement to Song Xiaoyu at this grand banquet. The Fong family, subtly vying for the position of the #1 family in Haiqing City, had formed a strong alliance with the equally deep-rooted Song family, and no one dared to underestimate them. As a result, almost everyone who received an invitation decided to make their way there. The upper circles were relatively small, and many people knew each other, so groups formed as they chatted and walked inside. The first-floor hall of the villa is already lavishly and elegantly arranged. A purple crystal chandelier hangs from above, radiating warm and bright light that illuminates the large and exquisite oil paintings surrounding it, exuding an air of magnificent elegance typical of nobility. Beverages and snacks are laid out on a long table covered with a white silk tablecloth, available for guests to enjoy at their leisure. The melodious sound of the piano echoes like a gentle stream, pleasing and crisp. While the hall below is bustling with noise, in an upstairs room, Fong Yu lies back on the sofa, holding a glass of red wine, lost in thought. Creak. Lung Han pushed the door open and stepped inside, standing beside Fong Yu. Fong Yu opened his eyes. Is there any news from Song Xiao? I should have already instructed you to keep an eye on things. Lung Han hesitated slightly before responding. Recently, it seems someone has been investigating the young master, and their methods are quite sophisticated. However, according to your instructions, we have still managed to catch some leads. If we follow the clues and continue the investigation, we will surely make some discoveries. Heh. Fong Yu sneered as expected. Lung Han, being very intelligent and cautious, did not state the obvious. But Fong Yu immediately understood that the one investigating him was none other than Song Xiao. His earlier probing at the golf course must have raised her suspicions. Given Song Xiao's character, she would certainly find a way to investigate his situation. Fong Yu chuckled softly, thinking, she is a woman who likes to eliminate all uncertainties and control everything. How could she possibly let me, a suspicious character, off the hook? If it weren't for the fact that she is in a critical period and needs to avoid unnecessary complications, she would probably have taken action against me directly, right? In this regard, she is indeed very much like me. However, as the saying goes, when you gaze long into an abyss, the abyss also gazes back into you. By sending someone to investigate Fong Yu, Song Xiao has to some extent exposed herself. Fong Yu is well versed in the plot of the book, and he can turn the tables to extract detailed information about her. As for himself, Song Xiao will never uncover anything useful. The real secrets are all locked within. Fong Yu swirled the goblet in his hand. The scarlet liquid swayed. Continue to keep an eye on Song Xiao. Report to me immediately if there are any developments. Yes, came Lung Han's reply. Fong Yu continued. By the way, how is the information I asked you to prepare? I will need. A hint of admiration appeared on Lung Han's face. Young master, just as you anticipated, the information has been fully investigated and matches exactly what you said. Very good, Fong Yu replied with a slight smile. Lung Han then reminded. Young master, the guests have mostly arrived. Shouldn't you make your appearance? Let's go. It's about time. Fong Yu finished the red wine in his glass, slowly rose from the sofa, and walked down the stairs. Tonight there is indeed a good show to watch, a spectacular one. Lung Han closed the door behind him and turned to look at Fong Yu's retreating figure. The former Fong Yu had a dandy personality with a hint of weakness, but now his demeanor is filled with sharpness, and he resembles those who truly wield immense power, calm and ruthless, appearing gentle and lazy, yet exuding an unspoken authority. It is hard to imagine such a dramatic change could occur in such a short period, akin to a metamorphosis. It is simple. However, no matter how much Lung Han's mind churns, he cannot fathom that the young master before him has already become a completely different person. In the lobby on the first floor, a crowd was chattering away, but suddenly their attention was drawn by the sound of footsteps. With a crisp sound of footsteps, a tall figure clad in a custom high-end suit appeared, his handsome face framed by deep-set black eyes that were sharp and intimidating, making it hard to look directly at him. Fong Yu slowly descended the stairs, instantly becoming the focal point of the entire banquet. Many approached him, holding up their wine glasses, trying to get close to this young master of the Fong family. Young Master Fong, I am the chairman of One Long Company. We have met before. Young Master Fong, I am the president of Shirwei Company. We have collaborated before and even shared a drink together. Young Master Fong, I was wondering if you were free this weekend. I would like to invite you to dinner. Young Master Fong. Fong Yu smiled faintly, casually responding to their advances. The enthusiasm of these individuals stemmed not only from their respect for his status, but also from another reason: the Dongxing Project. A hint of amusement played at the corners of Fong Yu's mouth. The Dongxing Project was a massive development initiative spearheaded by the official government of Haiqing City. It aimed to construct and develop a vast area of valuable wasteland in Dongxing District, creating a brand new, bustling urban district. With enormous investment potential, it was a lucrative opportunity that everyone coveted. Any discerning individual could see that this newly established urban area would undoubtedly become the economic center of Haiqing City. Once completed, all investors would reap immeasurable benefits. As the premier family in Haiqing City, the Fong family naturally would not let this enormous business opportunity slip away. Leveraging their status, influence, and connections, they aimed to secure nearly 1/3 of the project. This naturally made countless people greedy. However, even with the strength of the Fong Group, it was impossible to take on 1/3 of the project alone. Thus, the Fong Group issued a tender announcement seeking a capable company for collaboration. As soon as the news broke, many families and wealthy individuals in Haiqing City turned envious, each employing various means to showcase their connections and capabilities, desperate to win the opportunity to collaborate with the Fong family. At this year's banquet, aside from Fong Yu and Song Xiaoyu announcing their engagement, the Fong family would also officially announce the selected company for the project. Most of those approaching Fong Yu were families and companies involved in the bidding. In their view, if they could win over this young master of the Fong family, it would undoubtedly increase their chances of success. Fong Yu casually dealt with those in front of him. His expression was as cold as water. The Dongxing project was originally a great opportunity for the Fong family, leveraging this chance could potentially elevate them, further solidifying their status as the first family of Haiqing City. But Fong Ye's expression turned somewhat grim. Knowing the plot from the book, he was aware that the Dongxing project not only failed to elevate the Fong family, but instead plunged them into dire trouble, leading them to the brink of disaster. "Young Master Fong," a voice shouted with excitement. Fong Yu looked up to see a middle-aged man, plump and with greasy hair, rushing over, panting heavily. Upon seeing the man, Fong Ye's mind began sifting through memories, quickly confirming the man's identity. A hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Sure enough, it was Gao Jianmin, the chairman of Dongxing Group, whose assets were considerable. The construction and real estate companies under his group were leading in Haiqing City's industry. According to the original storyline, he was the partner chosen by the Fong family for this Dongxing project. However, in reality, due to mismanagement, Gao Jianmin's Dongxing Group was already on the brink of bankruptcy, owing debts to numerous companies and even facing substantial high-interest loans. Gao Jianmin had been concealing the company's financial status, shuffling funds to barely keep the company afloat. He knew that if the true financial situation were exposed, those who lent him money would not let him off, and he would certainly meet a disastrous end. Ultimately, he set his sights on the Fong family. In the original story, Gao Jianmin disguised himself under the pretense of collaboration and embezzled a large amount of liquidity from the Fong family, repaying his loans and absconding with the remaining money. This ultimately led to the Fong family's financial chain breaking, resulting in a severe blow. Upon learning of the news, the Fong family was naturally furious. Fong Qixiong even dispatched people to hunt him down, vowing to tear him apart if found. Yet in the end, the cunning Gao Jianmin managed to slip away. The Fong family was severely weakened, forced to scale back their enterprises and influence. Because of this, they became the first target for Song Xiaoyu after taking control of the Song family. Utilizing the conflict between Chen Yu and Fong Yu, Song Xiaoyu ultimately caused this first-class family in Haiqing City to be completely destroyed. Gao Jianmin ignored everyone else and went straight to Fong Yu. With a face full of flattery, he said, "Young Master Fong, it has been such a long time since I last saw you. Why haven't you come to play with me lately?" He leaned in closer to Fong Yu. "I have some new recruits who are quite good, who I guarantee you'll be satisfied." The coldness in Fong Ye's eyes intensified. With the plot of the original story in his mind, he knew exactly what Gao Jianmin meant by new recruits. Gao Jianmin's group owned an entertainment company that had hired several attractive stars. He didn't start this company to cultivate stars for profit, but rather to bribe certain influential figures. Just like in the book, Fong Yu was a regular guest, often losing himself in the company of stars under Gao Jianmin. Gao Jianmin, who constantly sought to please Fong Yu, had indeed gained his trust, and had spoken highly of him in front of Fong Qixiong. Gao Jianmin's successful scheme against the Fong family was largely due to this relationship. Fong Yu felt utterly speechless upon realizing this. If such a fool didn't die, who would? "Young Master Fong," Gao Jianmin tentatively called out, feeling somewhat puzzled. If it were in the past, when discussing such matters, Fong Yu would have been all ears, pulling him aside for a private conversation. What was going on today? Fong Yu smiled and patted Gao Jianmin's shoulder, whispering, "You're quite thoughtful, go wait off to the side. You still have a role to play tonight." Gao Jianmin was overjoyed. This meant he had a chance. The expressions of those around him grew sour, and their gazes towards Gao Jianmin turned unkind. Everyone present was a person of status. While they flattered Fong Yu, they also had their dignity and limits. However, Gao Jianmin shamelessly licked up to Fong Yu like a dog. Yet Gao Jianmin was not the least bit embarrassed. Instead, he appeared quite proud. There is an art to flattery. Different people require different approaches. Do they really think that humbling oneself and licking up to others is enough? Gao Jianmin sneered in disdain. He then thought, Fong Yu is such a fool, just a little favor and some seduction, and he will obediently do my bidding. The pit has long been dug, I just need the Fong family to jump in. Once I use them to clean up after me, I will slip away. Fong Yu walked towards the center of the hall. There stood 2 men and 1 woman, all dressed in luxurious attire, exuding an air of authority. Among them were Fong Ye's parents, Fong Qixiong and Jiang Fong. The other man, a robust middle-aged figure, was Song Guofu, the current head of the Song family, and the father of Song Xiaoyu. Fong Yu quickly approached, greeting Fong Qixiong and Jiang Fong first. "Oh, little Yu is here." Song Guofu coughed twice and spoke, his face visibly pale. "Uncle Song," Fong Yu said with concern, "how have you been lately?" Song Guofu waved his hand dismissively. "Same as always, no improvement, just hanging on by a thread. It's no surprise if heaven decides to take me soon." Fong Yes' eyes flickered slightly as he smiled. Uncle Song need not be so pessimistic. Indeed, in-laws today is a joyous occasion. Why speak of such gloomy matters? Fong Qixiong and Zhang Fong chimed in as well. Song Guofu chuckled wryly. I know my own body well enough. Just as the few of them were conversing, suddenly the hall fell silent, followed by an uproar. A figure emerged from the side corridor. It was Song Chao. She wore a black evening gown adorned with a hint of starlight and a golden ribbon cinched at her waist, perfectly out under the illumination of the amethyst chandelier. Her phoenix-like eyes sparkled, and her breathtaking beauty radiated an enchanting charm. The exquisite visage made the guests unable to suppress their breaths. The women in the venue were filled with jealousy, even showing signs of inferiority. Comparisons can be fatal. Goods that are compared may be discarded. In contrast, they appeared as mere ordinary women unworthy of attention. As for the young heirs who had come along with their uncles and fathers, they were forcefully pressed down by their elders, snapping them out of their stupor. They were drenched in cold sweat. The woman of the Fong family's young master was not someone they could stare at for long, especially in today's occasion. If their previous lapse in composure was noticed, it would not only spell doom for themselves, but could also implicate their families, bringing catastrophic consequences. Come, Xiao Yu, hurry over. Fong Qixiong and Zhang Fong were all smiles, utterly satisfied with their future daughter-in-law. However, Song Xiao Yu was too good at disguising herself, though everyone was completely fooled by her. Even Chen Yu fell for her charms. Little Yu, what are you standing there for? Today is the day you two officially announce your engagement, Zhang Fong urged. Fong Yu collected his thoughts and stepped. Now is not the time to tear faces. Patience is required to wait for the right opportunity. Meanwhile, Song Xiao Yu smiled gracefully. Elegant, dignified, and polite, leaving no room for criticism. Yet her eyes were filled with coldness. I have already sent someone to investigate him. There is no useful information. What does this guy know after all? Thus the two schemers exchanged glances, each revealing an innocuous smile. At the same time, on a high-speed train heading to Haiqing City, a pure and adorable girl with a captivating figure was seated engrossed in her book. Suddenly a clear voice came from beside her. Excuse me, beautiful, is anyone sitting next to you? Mind if I change seats and sit here? The girl turned her head to look. Standing beside her was a handsome young man around 20 years old with a gentle smile at the corner of his mouth. In a white shirt and faded jeans, his attire was simple, even shabby, yet he possessed a unique charm. The girl's heart fluttered and her cheeks involuntarily flushed. I guess that's okay. Thank you. The young man sat down beside her, smiling politely. Hello, my name is Chen Yu. What about you? The antagonist value. I know the protagonist has made an appearance. Fong family's villa. The banquet continued amidst the clamor. Fong Qixiong stepped forward and arrived at the center of the hall, his deep voice resonating as he said, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone in the hall fell silent in tacit understanding, knowing that the highlight of the evening was about to begin. After a pause, Fong Qixiong declared loudly, first, I would like to welcome everyone to the banquet jointly hosted by the Fong and Song families, and thank you all for your support. Today my son and Song Xiaoyu will officially establish their engagement. Praise and admiration immediately flooded in. Haha, Mr. Fong is too modest. Of course we must come to celebrate the engagement banquet of young Master Fong and Miss Song. Absolutely, it is our wishing Miss Song and young Master Fong a harmonious and everlasting love. Zhang Fong signaled with her eyes, and Fong Yu adjusted his collar and stepped forward. He directly approached the front of the crowd. Fong Yu stood side by side with Song Xiaoyu, one handsome and resolute, the other breathtakingly elegant, creating a stunning visual spectacle. At that moment, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Fong Ye's mouth. Then he suddenly reached out to grasp Song Xiaoyu's hand, effortlessly pulling her into his embrace. Song Xiaoyu's body was as supple as if it had no bones, exuding a faint fragrance that could easily make any man lose his composure. The former young Master Fong, although nominally Song Xiaoyu's fiancé, had never had any intimate contact with her. Even when the protagonist Chen Yu was captivated by her beauty and manipulated, he had never been able to get close, always kept at a distance. In the book, Song Xiaoyu was like a cold flower standing atop a snow-covered mountain, her character extremely proud and ambitious. How could she possibly be infatuated with romance? Or rather, no man could catch her eye. Yet now Song Xiaoyu was being embraced by a man who had always been a sycophant, timid and fearful, someone who had never dared to make a move in front of others. Song Xiaoyu's body stiffened slightly, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes as the temperature around her seemed. However, in front of so many people, Song Xiaoyu could not openly express her fury. She merely uttered a few words that only Fong Yu could hear. What do you want to do? Her tone was frigid, making one feel a chill down their spine. Warning: the character Song Xiaoyu's affinity for the host has dropped to a negative value. Song Xiaoyu's affinity for the host has dropped to 20. Song Xiaoyu's affinity for the host has dropped to 35. Song Xiaoyu's affinity for the host has dropped to 45. Warning: if the host's affinity drops to a negative value, it indicates hostility. If the affinity drops to 100, it signifies intent to kill and is highly likely to result in an attack on the host. The system has this feature to detect affinity. Fong Yu was somewhat surprised, but seemed oblivious to the system's reminders and Song Xiaoyu's warnings, showing no intention of letting go. Song Xiaoyu vaguely wanted to struggle. However, Fang Ye's enhanced physique had reached 27, making it impossible for even a strong man to break free, let alone a woman. She felt as if her body was firmly locked in an iron grip, unable to move at all. Damn it! Song Xiaoyu gritted her silver teeth, nearly exploding with rage, yet still maintained a natural smile on her face. Only by observing closely could one detect a hint of rigidity in that smile. Song Guofu along with Fang's father and mother displayed gratified smiles upon witnessing this scene. Their biggest concern was that Song Xiaoyu and Fang Yu would be at odds with each other. It seemed that their worries were unfounded. Among the guests present, many were somewhat astonished. Previously there had been rumors that Fang Yu had been pursuing Song Xiaoyu like a sycophant, but she responded lukewarmly. Now it seemed those were just baseless rumors. Look how close they are. Some gold-digging women present showed jealousy and regret, feeling envious. Wouldn't that mean they had no chance to climb the Fang family tree? Ding. Host villain points 700. Protagonist luck points 700. The arc of Fang Ye. Fang Ye's intention behind this action was of course to gain villain points. He had no romantic thoughts towards Song Xiaoyu. After all, this cold and ruthless arch-villain was not someone easily swayed. Moreover, as a typical rebellious character, most of her allies along the way had been eliminated by her. Only the protagonist Chen Yu had managed to survive under her betrayal. Fang Yu had no desire to engage in such thankless tasks. Providing 700 points of villain value is not bad, indeed, as expected of the latest stage villain boss. Every move and change in mindset could distort the plot. Fang Yu released Song Xiaoyu from his embrace, feeling quite cheerful. Then he glanced at her and thought system. Song Xiaoyu's affinity for the host 75. Tisk, is it really necessary? This affinity is about to drop below 100 soon. Fang Yu clicked his tongue inwardly. But recalling the description of Song Xiaoyu in the original book, he felt relieved. In the original work, Song Xiaoyu was characterized by a cleanliness obsession regarding her body, especially severe towards men. In the book, to highlight this trait of Song Xiaoyu, a character from a foreign powerful family was specially introduced. During a meeting to discuss collaboration, he unexpectedly embraced her warmly according to local customs. In the end, that young master did not survive to return, but was directly assassinated by Song Xiaoyu's orders. Of course, at this point, Song Xiaoyu was not as strong and violent as she later became. However, Fang Ye's actions had clearly infuriated her. Yet Fang Yu did not care. The two of them were not on friendly terms to begin with, so what if the affinity dropped even lower? Rather, Song Xiaoyu, who would later team up with Chen Yu to destroy the Fang family, was currently an undisputed end. After Fang Yu and Song Xiaoyu made their brief appearance, Fang Qixiong continued, ladies and gentlemen, besides the engagement ceremony of the Fang and Song families, I would also like to announce the cooperation partner for the Fang family's project in the East District. As soon as Fang Qixiong finished speaking, the atmosphere in the venue became tense. They knew that the highlight was approaching. Though the marriage between the Fang and Song families was eye-catching, the East District project was more closely related to their immediate interests. All participating bidding companies and families held their breath, looking at Fang Qixiong with serious expressions. It was no exaggeration to say that whoever secured this cooperation opportunity with the Fang family would soar to great heights. At such a moment, Fang Qixiong did not keep them in suspense, but directly announced, I hereby declare that the winning bidder is Dongshin Group. At this, the venue erupted in an uproar, with everyone casting jealous and resentful glances at Gao Jiamin. Ha ha ha, it's indeed me. Gao Jiamin walked out from the crowd immensely pleased. The first phase of his plan had succeeded, and next he would use the Fang family to clean up his mess before slipping away. He sneered inwardly, the Fang family is indeed powerful, but once I escape abroad, what can they do to me? Besides, that person has promised to help me leave at that time. Gao Jiamin was pondering how to deceive the Fang family, while also provoking others. He waved his hand to the crowd and laughed heartily. The onlookers gritted their teeth in anger, their faces darkened. Approaching Fang Qixiong, Gao Jiamin spoke humbly, thank you, Mr. Fang, for giving me this opportunity. Shall we sign the contract now? The attendant had already prepared the letter of intent, waiting for Fang Qixiong to announce the results before proceeding with the signing ceremony. Gao Jiamin's tone was somewhat anxious. No matter how well he concealed it on the surface, he was well aware of his dire situation. He was now completely out of options. Delay could lead to changes. The Fang family was now his only lifeline. Don't rush, Fang Qixiong said, raising his hand to gesture. Today let Xiao Yu represent our Fang family for the signing ceremony. The crowd's eyes flickered. Fang Qixiong intended to hand over the East District project to Fang Yu. This clearly aimed to enhance Fang Ye's reputation and qualifications in preparation for his future leadership of the Fang group. Everyone began to calculate in their hearts that their attitude towards Fang Yu would likely change again. It was essential to build a good relationship with him. After all, one never knows when this vast Fang family might be handed over to Fang Yu. Upon hearing this, Gao Jiamin's smile grew wider. If facing Fang Qixiong had made him somewhat hesitant, as he was indeed a renowned tycoon, deceiving Fang Yu would be on the surface he appeared suave and charming, but in reality he was lecherous, timid, petty, and loved flattery. A typical rich young master. Gao Jinxiong laughed heartily, holding a glass of red wine as he approached Fang Yu. Ha ha, then I hope young Master Fang will take care of me in the future. Cheers to our pleasant signing. Fang Yu also picked up a glass of red wine from the tray of the nearby attendant. Clap, clap, clap. The applause roared like thunder. Regardless of their inner thoughts, no one dared to undermine the Fang family's reputation at that moment. Thus, amidst the enthusiastic applause, Fang Yu extended his glass forward, pouring red wine over Gao Jianmin's head while facing his obsequious smile. Calmly, he said, "Sign your mother's contract." Cough, cough. The liquid rushed into Gao Jianmin's nose, causing him to cough violently, and the expensive suit was drenched, leaving him utterly embarrassed. The entire venue fell silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The attendees were completely stunned. What just happened? Gao Jianmin's heart was ablaze with fury. What was wrong with this kid? He had completely lost face. Yet the shrewd Gao Jianmin still forced a smile. "Young Master Fang, what do you mean by this?" Fang Qixiong also spoke in a deep voice. "Xiao Yu, what's going on?" Fang Yu waved his hand dismissively and said, "Dad, Gao Jianmin has issues." Gao Jianmin's heart trembled. The anger he had felt was instantly doused like being splashed with cold water. What remained was a rising chill and fear. Impossible, does he know? No, he must be testing me. Gao Jianmin frantically reassured himself, and then said, "Young Master Fang, there must be some misunderstanding." Having experienced many storms, Fang Qixiong quickly calmed down. Although surprised, he said steadily, "Do you have evidence for this?" In such a setting, every action and word was crucial to the Fang family's reputation. He believed Fang Yu wouldn't speak recklessly, and seeing Gao Jianmin's guilty demeanor, it seemed he truly had something to hide. Hee. Fang Yu smiled faintly, and suddenly spoke. 3 months ago at the headquarters of the Banyan Gongju Real Estate. 2 months ago at 8 in the evening you met with loan sharks at the Flying Eagle Bar. 3 weeks ago. Fang Yu continued. With each word he spoke, Gao Jianmin's face grew paler. The financial situation of Dongxing Group must be riddled with holes by now, right? If any one aspect goes wrong, it will collapse. Are you trying to drag the Fang family down with you to clean up your mess? Gao Jianmin, you really have some guts. Boom. Gao Jianmin felt as if his brain had been struck by a heavy, cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and his face quickly lost color, filled with panic and confusion. Those were the exact times and places he had arranged while borrowing money. How could Fang Yu possibly know? Unless he had been sending people to follow him, or there was an insider. Gao Jianmin felt a chill in his body. It was as if he were completely exposed under the sun, being stared at by a pair of unseen eyes, without any cover laid bare for examination. Gao Jianmin's expression twisted as he hoarsely screamed, "No, someone is framing me. This doesn't count as evidence. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Fang Yu sighed, adjusted his tie, and said, "Take a look at the contract next to you. Weren't you in a hurry to sign it just now? Now look closely. What is it really?" Gao Jianmin's pupils constricted sharply. His trembling hands picked up the contract, which was not a cooperation agreement, but a detailed investigation report about him and Dongxing Real Estate. Every financial transaction, every loss, every loan shark, and even various photographic evidence was all included. There was no way to deny it. Fang Yu's tone was chilling. "You want to use the Fang family to get yourself out of trouble and leave the mess for us to clean up. What a brilliant idea." Gao Jianmin completely lost it, throwing the materials aside, constantly shouting, "This is all fake, I don't acknowledge." The materials were thrown next to Fang Qixiong. Fang Qixiong took a look and felt a wave of shock. If the original plan to cooperate with Dongxing Group went ahead, he couldn't bear to think further. Gao Jianmin was still shouting and screaming, yet as he roared, he began to step backward, and then suddenly turned to run. Bang! A muffled sound. Gao Jianmin looked up at the burly bodyguard he collided with, and his expression slowly stiffened. Moments later, he was dragged over like a dead dog. "Young master, how shall we handle this?" the bodyguard whispered. Fang Yu turned to glance at Fang Qixiong, who said solemnly, "The project cooperation matter has been handed over to you. Decide for yourself." Fang Yu nodded slightly. He then stepped forward, standing before the defeated Gao Jianmin, who was held tightly by the bodyguard, looking down at him. His dark eyes were indifferent and emotionless. Gao Jianmin felt as if he were being held by a ferocious wolf, unable to help but shiver. "Mr. Gao, it truly is regrettable that things have turned out this way. Had you chosen a different target, I might have praised your courage and boldness, but you should never have reached out to the Fang family." Gao Jianmin shouted with a fearful anger, "Bastard, let me go. What do you want? You can't possibly kill me in front of—" "Of course not." Fang Yu chuckled. "Today is a day to entertain our guests. How could we commit such a crude and violent— Moreover, our Fang family values its image." Gao Jianmin breathed a sigh of relief. But Fang Yu's next words plunged him into despair. "However, if your true situation were to be exposed, those who lent you money would certainly be eager to have a friendly chat with you." The moneylenders to Gao Jianmin were not easy targets. Most had backgrounds in underground forces, and they would show no mercy when taking action. Fang Yu sneered, "Give him a good beating, throw him out of the Fang family's villa, and then leak that information." The sturdy bodyguard responded affirmatively. "No. Young Master Fang, I was wrong, spare me." In the midst of his frantic cries, Gao Jianmin was dragged away by the bodyguard, followed by faint sounds of screams. The hall fell into a deathly silence. A subtle fear lingered on the faces of everyone present. This is the wealthy playboy the outside world speaks of. Cowardly. Useless. That's simply nonsense. The aura emanating from the other party made even those who had struggled for decades feel a shiver. Fang Yu suddenly smiled. Everyone please continue to eat, drink, and chat. What just happened was merely a little interlude. As for the candidates for project collaboration, the Fang family will reselect them. As soon as these words were spoken, the heavy atmosphere gradually dissipated. The atmosphere in the venue gradually became more familiar. Deep within everyone's expressions lay a hint of hidden apprehension along with a trace of excitement. While they gloat over Gao Jianmin's misfortune, what they cared about even more was that the current position for collaboration was now vacant, which meant that they had another opportunity. Fang Yu held a wine glass, taking in the eager expressions in everyone's eyes, unable to suppress a light laugh. These people didn't realize that even without Gao Jianmin, they had never had any opportunity from the very beginning. Because the candidate for collaboration had long been determined in Fang Ye's mind. Additionally, as if recalling something, Fang Ye's brow slightly furrowed. He had just noticed a detail. Before Gao Jianmin was taken away, his gaze seemed to inadvertently drift towards a certain direction, as if he intended to say something. In the end, he seemed to have held back. Fang Yu casually turned to look in the direction of Gao Jianmin's gaze, and saw Xiao Yu talking with Fang's father and mother. His eyes were incredibly deep. In the original story, Gao Jianmin's role ended after he betrayed the Fang family and successfully fled abroad, never to appear again. Now it seemed there might be hidden secrets buried within. The Fang family suffered greatly from Gao Jianmin's actions, which allowed Xiao to seize the opportunity to team up with the protagonist to overthrow the Fang family. She can be considered one of the biggest beneficiaries of this event. Indeed, Xiao had intentionally or unintentionally inquired quite a bit of relevant information from the original young Master Fang. Moreover, upon careful consideration, how could Gao Jianmin, despite his cunning, manage to evade the financial scrutiny of the Fang group and successfully escape from the Fang family under their furious hunt? There are indeed many suspicious aspects in this. Thinking of this, Fang Yu waved to Lung Han in the distance, summoned, "Young master, find someone to keep an eye on Gao Jianmin, though every move he makes must be monitored." Additionally, who were the people sent by the Fang group to investigate Dongxing group? Find out for me. Yes, I will take care of it right away. Cold Han nodded slightly, accepted the order, and hurriedly left. After explaining everything at Fang Qixiang's glance, Fang Yu stepped beside him, and the two walked to a secluded corner. At this moment, Fang Qixiang's face was dark with an unmistakable hint of concealed anger. After a long silence, he finally let out a long sigh. I never expected that after being so astute all my life, I would almost be fooled by that scoundrel Gao Jianmin. How humiliating. Fang Yu quickly comforted him, saying, "Dad, everyone makes mistakes. Who hasn't had their missteps? Just take it easy." Fang Qixiong shook his head and asked, "What about Gao Jianmin?" "Don't worry." Fang Yu replied calmly. "I have already sent someone to keep an eye on him. Even if he manages to sneak past those people, I will ensure he pays the price he deserves." Fang Qixiong nodded, feeling somewhat relieved. Though he hadn't finished his thought, he quickly understood his own meaning. It seemed his son had truly matured. Fang Yu chose to deal with Gao Jianmin at the banquet, and he handled it very appropriately. Although the occasion seemed unsuitable, it was a perfect opportunity to deliver a warning with everyone present. If they dared to have any ulterior motives regarding the Dongxing district project, Gao Jianmin would serve as a caution. As for how Fang Yu obtained the information about Gao Jianmin, Fang Qixiong didn't care. The fact that Fang Yu was starting to have his own secret channels only pleased him further. What truly worried him was the possibility of Fang Yu being weak and inept, ultimately leading to the Fang family's downfall. As the founder of the Fang group, he naturally did not want his lifelong efforts to be in vain. Fang Qixiong let out a long sigh, seemingly having made a resolution. "Xiao Yu, you should also attend the next board meeting." Fang Yu looked utterly astonished. "Me? Yet in Fang Ye's heart, there was not the slightest ripple, for everything was within his expectations. If he guessed correctly, Fang Qixiong intended to hand over the Fang group to him ahead of time. Sure enough, Fang Qixiong nodded and said, "I plan to transfer the position of chairman to you at the next board meeting, and also let you meet the group's board members. Initially, I intended for you to gain experience and reputation through the Dongxing district project, and then gradually take over the group's affairs. But it seems you have performed even better than I expected. I should be able to retire early." A smile appeared on Fang Qixiang's face. He was not the kind of person who clung to power, and after decades of hard work, he was indeed tired. Seeing this, Fang Yu did not feign modesty, but nodded seriously. "I will surely manage the Fang group well, and lead the family to new heights." Good. Fang Qixiang's face was full of satisfaction. In recent days, whether it was Fang Ye's display of expert-level management skills or his actions at the banquet tonight, everything was aimed at this goal. Although the identity of the eldest son of the Fang family was noble, he still was not the true controller of the group, and the resources he could mobilize were limited. If I personally take charge of the Fang group, many things can be executed freely. With the knowledge of the plot and possessing the system, I can lead the group to avoid many disasters and develop rapidly. At least for a long time to come, I will still need to rely on the power of the Fang family, unless I can unlock books that hold power surpassing the mundane. Fang Yu thought to himself. Buzz. At that moment, Fang Ye's phone suddenly rang. He walked to a secluded area, answered the call, and lazily asked, "Hello. Young Master Fang, the target has appeared on the train route you had us monitor." "What did you say?" Fang Yu was taken aback. The target mentioned by the other party was none other than Chen Yu, the protagonist of the book, The Master Descends into the City. Although Chen Yu's storyline had not officially begun, Fang Yu had already prepared for contingencies. According to the plot of the book, Chen Yu would arrive at Haijing City by train. Therefore, the first thing Fang Yu did after his rebirth was to send people back and forth between the starting point, ensuring that there were people on that train 24 hours a day. This made it easy to control the protagonist's movements and commence action at the first moment he appeared. Now it seemed this decision was undoubtedly correct. Fang Yu's expression turned serious. However, according to the original book's plot, Chen Yu should arrive in Haijing City 4 days after the engagement banquet. Why is it now? He inquired in his heart. System, what is going on? The system responded, the host's alterations to the plot will trigger a butterfly effect, causing changes in the subsequent trajectory of the story, while the worlds will self-correct to bring the plot back to its original path. The host's actions have led to the advancement of the plot's opening time, but under the world's will's correction, Chen Yu will still arrive in Haijing City on the same train. So that's how it is. Fang Yu took a deep breath. Thinking about it, the distortion of the early plot would inevitably lead to changes in the subsequent storyline. Moreover, the world's will's corrections were quite limited. If it could fully correct the plot, wouldn't all his efforts be in? Fortunately, I was cautious enough to keep people watching that train at all times. I didn't expect that actions in Haijing City would even affect Chen Yu, who is far away. Knowing the plot is not omnipotent. As my alterations to the plot increase, the situation will inevitably begin to shift into an unknowable direction. That was close, he almost got away. But now, Fang Yu sneered, since he's fallen into my surveillance, he shouldn't think of causing any more trouble. With that thought, he asked the person on the other end of the phone, how much longer until the target arrives in Haijing City? The train is expected to arrive at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, there's still an hour and a half. Fang Yu said, what is the target doing now? At this moment, Zhong Liang was sitting in a seat directly behind Chen Yu. He wore a white baseball cap and had a wireless earpiece in his ear. He glanced forward and whispered, the target is chatting up a girl. It looks like their relationship is going quite well. To avoid suspicion, while tailing, he had bought an entire row of 3 seats so no one could hear him speak. Anyway, the mission costs were all reimbursed by Fang Yu. As the eldest son of the Fang family, Fang Yu had nearly 2 billion in personal assets, so he certainly couldn't care less about this little money. Hearing the report from Zhong Liang on the other end of the phone, Fang Yu felt somewhat speechless. He hooked up with a girl so quickly. No wonder he's the male lead in a modern harem novel. That protagonist aura is truly impressive. Wait a moment. Fang Yu's expression suddenly changed. If he remembered correctly, in the original book, Chen Yu did indeed hook up with a girl. Could it be this one? Fang Yu said in a deep voice, tell me what the girl looks like. Zhong Liang squinted his eyes, quickly describing the girl's appearance to Fang Yu through the reflection of the train glass. She is not tall, has an oval face, and her front is very prominent, round, and... Fang Yu interrupted the detailed assessment. Zhong Liang's description had already confirmed to him that the girl was indeed the one who traveled with Chen Yu in the original story. This must be the corrective effect of the world's will. Time has changed, but many things have remained the same. Of course, if Fang Yu were to find this girl in advance, and then kidnap her, the plot would completely change. As long as the distortion is significant enough, everything can be completely reversed. At this moment, a somewhat strange smile suddenly appeared on Fang Yu's lips. He asked Zhong Liang, help me check if there are 2 tall and thin people in the carriage behind the target, one of whom has a mole on his face. Ah, sure. Although Zhong Liang didn't quite understand, he quickly took action, weaving through rows of seats to reach the back carriage. He pretended to look around casually. Then, to his surprise, he actually found the 2 people Fang Yu mentioned in a corner. Young master, I found them. They really are in the back carriage, Zhong Liang hurriedly whispered. The 2 were tall and thin, one with a mole at the corner of his mouth, and both had somewhat shifty eyes, looking like anything but good people. Fang Yu smiled. Indeed, these things had not changed. The 2 people he asked Zhong Liang to find, although unnamed in the book, were still minor characters. They were professional con artists, but had the misfortune of targeting Chen Yu. With the protagonist Halo, Chen Yu would obviously not fall for this trick, and even swipe the wallets of the 2. This was the first small satisfying point in the book. Fang Yu planned to use this incident to give Chen Yu a big surprise. He instructed Zhong Liang, do as I say in a bit. After giving instructions, Fang Yu found a reason to leave through the side door. After giving a command, a driver brought the car out of the garage waiting at the villa entrance. To the train station, Fang Yu said. Although he was confident, he was by no means arrogant. He could not afford to be careless when dealing with the protagonist Chen Yu. Even though the plan was already arranged, Fang Yu still decided to personally oversee the situation on site so he could feel at ease. The car slowly started driving towards the destination. Vroom vroom. Amidst the roaring sound, the train entered the station. Dear passengers, the train will stop at Haijing City Station. Passengers heading to Haijing City, please prepare to disembark from the right side doors. With a thud, the doors of the train opened. Countless streams of people surged out from the train. A handsome and refined young man also stepped off the train with the crowd, carrying a large, somewhat rustic backpack. Although he was wearing cheap clothes, it could not hide his unique aura. Haijing City, I finally arrived, Chen Yu thought to himself. At this moment the girl sitting next to him on the train leaned closer, her cheeks flushed, her eyes filled with admiration, sparkling like little stars. Chen Yu, can I have your contact information? Chen Yu smiled slightly, of course. How could he refuse such a request from a beautiful girl? He immediately took out his phone and exchanged contact information with the girl. Great! The girl exclaimed excitedly. The two of them walked together along the platform heading towards the waiting hall. The person picking me up said they would wait for me at gate 3, Chen Yu said, while chatting with the girl, glancing at the map. By the way, Chen Yu, those two people at the station were clearly con artists. How did you really give them 1,000 yuan? The girl suddenly couldn't help but ask. Even she could see that the two were using a very clumsy trick, and she almost called the staff. Yet Chen Yu actually believed them. Chen Yu chuckled in disbelief. He took off his large backpack and unzipped it to show her the inside. Look, what is this? The girl curiously leaned over to take a look, and inside were actually 1,000 yuan in cash along with 2 black wallets. This is... Chen Yu smiled. That 1,000 yuan was what I gave them previously, and I took it back myself. As for those 2 wallets, consider them a bonus. The girl was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. Those 2 con artists are too unfortunate, but they deserve it. Who told them to scam? And Chen Yu, you are so amazing. I have no idea how you did it. Hearing the girl's praise, Chen Yu smiled with a hint of pride. He took the 2 wallets not only to give them a little punishment, making them aware of the consequences of scamming him, but also to show off in front of the girl. Oh, what is so impressive? Just then a voice suddenly interrupted from the side. Chen Yu and the girl turned their heads to see several inspectors in uniforms standing in front of them. The leading one said coldly, "Someone reported you for suspected theft. Please show us your identification and come with us." Chen Yu was stunned. What the hell is going on? Chen Yu's mind went blank for a moment. Report himself for theft? Who had reported him? Had someone actually witnessed him discreetly taking those 2 wallets? Logically, his technique was flawless. Ordinary people should never have noticed. Had he truly slipped up today? A wave of frustration washed over him. His mind raced rapidly, fabricating a plausible justification, and he prepared to begin his defense. Under no circumstances would he admit the wallets had been stolen. Inspector, actually. But before Chen Yu could finish, the young woman beside him flushed crimson with panic and hastily interjected. Inspector, those wallets belong to criminals. Chen Yu stole them to uphold justice and punish evil. Please believe him. Chen Yu's expression darkened instantly. If you can't speak wisely, say less. Was she deliberately framing him? Moments ago he'd merely been a suspect. Now, thanks to her outburst, his guilt appeared irrefutable. Truly all brawn and no brain. As expected, the lead inspector's voice dropped icy and sharp the instant her words faded. Uphold justice. Who granted you that authority? Theft is theft, plain and absolute. Young lady, your statement will be recorded as official testimony. Then he turned his gaze squarely upon Chen Yu. Come with us. Chen Yu was speechless. What kind of absurd situation was this? He'd just arrived in Haiqing City, and now he was being taken in. You can't do this. The young woman looked frantic, but offered no useful clarification. Silent Chen Yu's hand moved swiftly inside his pocket, typing and sending a terse message. Only then did he exhale softly, calm, returning to his voice. Fine. I'll accompany you. A fleeting impulse to break free had crossed his mind, but vanished just as quickly. With his physical prowess, evading these ordinary inspectors would pose no challenge. Yet engaging them physically would escalate matters dangerously, and Chen Yu had no desire to become a wanted fugitive. He had already contacted his liaison via text, succinctly outlining the situation. I rescue, he trusted, so risking escape was unnecessary. Let's go, the inspector commanded coldly, and snapped handcuffs onto Chen Yu's wrists. Chen Yu offered no resistance, though a flicker of quiet disdain instinctively flashed in his eyes. Such restraints were laughably ineffective. He could snap them apart effortlessly if he chose. Shrugging lightly, he stepped forward to follow them. And then, suddenly, he sensed an elusive, profound resonance, subtle, yet undeniable, pulling his attention backward. His gaze lifted toward the second-floor balcony of the waiting hall. There stood a tall, strikingly handsome young man, poised, unwavering, gazing down with chilling intensity. Their eyes met across the distance, 2 currents of will colliding in silent electric force. Chen Yu was certain he'd never seen this man before, yet an inexplicable unease coiled deep within his chest. The inspectors urged impatiently, "What are you dawdling for? Move." Was it a trick of the light? Chen Yu withdrew his gaze, dismissed the sensation, and resumed his nonchalant stride. His posture remained utterly relaxed, utterly unbecoming of a suspect. Above, Fang Yu watched Chen Yu's figure recede, then let a faint frost-laced smile curl at the corner of his lips. Chen Yu's accusation, and subsequent detention by inspectors, had been orchestrated entirely by him. Ding. Host villainy points 800. Ding. Host villainy points 100. Fang Yu smiled faintly, and summoned his system interface with a casual gesture. Ultimate villain system. Host Fang Yu. Personal wealth 1. 9 billion. Charisma 30 baseline for ordinary humans 10, maximum 30. Physique 27 baseline 10. Skills cello advanced, piano advanced, literary appreciation intermediate. Villainy points 1,600. Current narrative triggered: a master descends from the mountains into the metropolis. Friendly reminder host, current villainy points, 1600. Protagonist, current fortune, aura, 10200. Fang Yes actions completely altered Chen Yu's entrance narrative, making it unsurprising that he garnered 1,000 points of villain value from him. As for the 100 points of villain value, they should come from the girl beside him. Originally, there would have been some plot development between Fang Yu and Chen Yu afterward. However, that will no longer happen. Thinking of Chen Yu's nonchalant demeanor before being taken away, Fang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the protagonist is always full of confidence and composure in any situation, utterly unconcerned, for they rarely fail, and can turn peril into safety with the help of others. A cold gleam flashed in Fang Yu's eyes. Chen Yu was undaunted when taken away by the inspectors, partly due to his confidence in his own strength. In the book, although his strength was limited, making it impossible for him to be as terrifying as practitioners of ancient martial arts or magic, he was definitely not someone an ordinary person could handle. Another source of Chen Yu's confidence was knowing that someone would come to rescue him. Hee, how could I let you get away? So, now let's go meet your contact. Fang Yu smiled faintly and walked downstairs from the second floor. He headed straight to exit No. 3, and as he stepped out, he heard a cacophony of voices. Outside, the crowd surged, but 99 of the people's gazes were fixed in the same direction, with some even bumping into poles because they were too engrossed in watching. There, a red Ferrari was parked in the square outside the station, shimmering under the lights. What stood out even more was the woman standing beside the car. The woman was tall, with skin like cream and exquisite features. Her captivating phoenix eyes were truly mesmerizing, making her a stunning beauty. This drew the attention of passers-by. Especially the many young men who were at an age full of vigor stared wide-eyed, completely mesmerized. A beauty paired with a luxury car. She was simply their perfect goddess. If they could win her affection, they would have no worries for the rest of their lives. A few bold ones, or those confident in their looks and backgrounds, gathered their courage and approached to strike up a conversation. Hey, beautiful. The woman merely cast a cold glance at them, as if she were looking at thin air. The several tall bodyguards beside her immediately turned with unfriendly expressions, snorting. My. The boys who had attempted to flirt turned pale, all slinking away, surprised that this stunning beauty, though alluring, had such a cold demeanor. After several setbacks, gradually no one dared to approach her anymore. However, many were still stealing glances from a distance. Such a beauty was a pleasure to behold, even if just for a few extra seconds. These guys really should take a look in the mirror to see what they are thinking. They can come and flirt with me. It's simply laughable. Xiao. At this moment, she was in a bad mood. She didn't understand why her grandfather insisted she pick up Chen Yu, who had supposedly been on the mountain all this time. Moreover, his praises were filled with admiration and accolades that seemed never-ending. This made Xiao feel a twinge of jealousy. As the most beloved granddaughter of her grandfather, she had never received such praise. What right did that poor boy whom she had never met have? What was even more infuriating was that her grandfather wanted her to spend more time getting to know this guy, as if he intended to matchmake them. What a joke. Having never met him, Xiao was already filled with disdain for this Chen Yu, feeling increasingly impatiently. Glancing at her watch, Xiao muttered, "Why isn't he here yet? If it weren't for her grandfather's orders to ensure she picked up this Chen Yu, she would have left ages ago." Ding. At that moment, Xiao received a message on her phone. Upon opening it, she found it was Chen Yu's phone number. "There was an accident, and I need to go to the inspectorate to get him out." As she read the message, Xiao anger began to rise. How long had this guy been here that he was already taken away by the inspectors? He really knew how to create trouble for himself. Just then, while looking down at her phone, Xiao noticed the light dimming as a figure appeared in her peripheral vision. Many boys looking from afar wore mocking expressions, thinking that another oblivious person was about to approach her. Although the clothes this person wore looked expensive, there had been other rich kids who had tried to approach her only to be nearly beaten up by Xiao's bodyguards. At this moment, seeing Fang Yu foolishly approach Xiao, many people began to revel in his misfortune. "Hey, brother." Someone intended to warn him, but after being glared at by others, he immediately shrank back. These were the same people who had faced rejection when trying to flirt with Xiao, so they were more than happy to see Fang Yu get scolded or even beaten up. More people shared a similar fate. This provided a sliver of comfort for their wounded hearts. Xiao assumed he was another suitor and frowned, too lazy to even lift her head. The bodyguards quickly moved forward, planning to execute their routine of scolding, intimidating, and driving him away. However, as they gathered around, mouths slightly open and just about to issue a reprimand, they finally recognized the figure under the streetlight. Their hearts jolted in shock. They quickly swallowed the words they had yet to speak. Fang Xiao. Xiao paused, lifting her head. At the same time, Fang Yes' teasing voice rang out. "Miss Xiao certainly has quite the attitude. Here I am, and you don't even bother to look up. What about your bodyguards? Are they planning to chase me away?" The bodyguards awkwardly said, "Fang Xiao, you jest. How could we dare to lay a hand on you?" Fang Yu shot them a cold glare, a menacing light flashing in his eyes. "Then just scram." The bodyguards, looking embarrassed, stepped aside. Meanwhile, the expressions of the few young men who had been prepared to see Fang Yu make a fool of himself froze. What was going on? "What are you doing here?" Xiao glared at Fang Yu, her expression unfriendly, and coldly remarked, "If we're talking about attitudes, I think Fang Xiao has a bigger one, right? You can even casually command my bodyguards. At this point, she angrily shot a glare at her bodyguards. Useless fools. The bodyguards dared not say a word, only managing a bitter smile. Fang Yu was unfazed as the other party's attitude was within his expectations. Xiao Xiyu, the eldest daughter of in Haiqing City, the Fang family was subtly on the verge of becoming the #1 family, while the only family with the strength to rival them was the Ji family, also a top-tier noble house. The Ji family and the Fang family had never been on good terms, and in recent years conflicts had escalated, becoming nearly public. In this context, other smaller families inevitably had to make their choices to align with the Fang family or the Ji family. The Zhao family was also a significant family in Haiqing City, with assets nearing 100 billion. Though they could not compare to the top-tier families like the Fang and Ji to ordinary people, they were undoubtedly a formidable entity. The Zhao family was a staunch supporter of the Ji family. Under such circumstances, Xiao Xiyu could not possibly show Fang Yu any good grace. Of course, she did not dare to go too far. If she truly angered the Fang family, the Ji family might not be able to protect her. Additionally, the Zhao family occupied a significant part in the narrative. Old Master Su Xingyue had received favor from Master Chen Yu in his early years, having been saved by his extraordinary medical skills. However, Su Xingyue suffered from a rare and stubborn illness that could not be cured in a day, or it would require a long interval before it could be eradicated. Master Chen's mentor had also promised to take care of this matter. Now, many years later, Chen Yu, as his proud disciple, had completed his studies and come down from the mountains. One reason was to experience the world and venture out. The other was to fulfill his mentor's promise from years ago and completely cure Zhao Zhenrui's illness. Thus, Su Xingyue did not dare to slight Chen Yu in the slightest, treating him with the utmost respect. After all, his mentor had saved his life in the past, and to truly eradicate his illness, he needed to rely on Chen Yu's intervention once more. Su Xingyue also intended to bring his granddaughter Xiao Xiyu together with Chen Yu, drawing him into the Zhao family. Fang Yu reviewed the information in his mind, and then pulled his thoughts back, looking at Xiao Xiyu and asking knowingly, "So what brings Miss Zhao here at this late hour?" "Waiting for someone. This has nothing to do with young Master Fang, right?" Xiao Xiyu replied stiffly. However, just mentioning this matter made her feel a surge of anger. "That bastard Chen Yu. Oh, waiting for someone. It really doesn't concern me. I was just asking casually. But I am quite curious about the identity of the person Miss Zhao personally came to greet." Fang Yu said with a faint smile. "By the way, I just witnessed quite a spectacle in the hall. A thief stealing someone's wallet was caught red-handed by the police and taken away. Ha, it was too entertaining. It's a pity Miss Zhao didn't see it in person." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiyu's expression changed slightly, becoming even more unsightly. Combining Fang Yu's words with the information she had just received, she instantly thought of Chen Yu. Originally, she thought he had inadvertently gotten involved in some incident and was taken away for questioning. But it turned out he was caught for stealing. Is this the Chen Yu that Grandpa has been boasting about, claiming how impressive and exceptional he is? He even called him a miracle doctor. How could he engage in such petty thievery? Xiao Xiyu felt her anger surging. Grandpa must have been deceived to let that scoundrel stay in his inspection station. Ding. Host villain points 200. Main character's luck points 200. Fang Yu smirked, successfully acquiring villain points. The main purpose of his special visit was precisely for this. This Xiao Xiyu is one of Chen Yu's ambiguous harem members in the narrative. Fang Yu glanced at the sullen-faced Xiao Xiyu. Although she initially disliked Chen Yu and harbored great animosity towards him, her attitude gradually shifted with Chen Yu's rise and the influence of the main character's halo bringing her into the harem. However, now under my influence, Xiao Xiyu's attitude towards Chen Yu is even more distasteful than at the beginning. Chen Yu may not have another chance. He harvested another wave of villain points. This put Fang Yu in a great mood. Delightful. By the way, a word of warning. Fang Yu leaned forward, fixing Xiao Xiyu with a steady gaze. The Zhao family would do well not to grow too close to the Ji family. Otherwise, one day you will come to regret it. And do not pin your hopes on some supposed benefactor. They may not bring you fortune, but instead drag the Zhao family into an abyss. Xiao Xiyu furrowed her brow, puzzled by Fang Yu's implication, yet from her position, she replied coolly, "This is a matter for the Zhao family. There is no need for young Master Fang to concern himself. Besides, such things are better left for your father to speak about." Her words mocked the notion that Fang Yu had any right to represent the Fang family. A faint smile curled at his lips. "Right?" he murmured, though he found it unnecessary to explain further. "That is all." He added, "I only hope the Zhao family will exercise a modicum of prudence." At that moment, the chauffeur arrived, and with gloved hands respectfully opened the car door for him. Fang Yu stepped into the car and departed. At the Fang family villa, the banquet had concluded and the guests had dispersed. When Fang Yu entered the living room, only Fang Qixiong and Zhang Fang remained, accompanied by a few standing servants. "Xiao, you're back," someone said. Zhang Fang asked, "Where did you go just now?" "I had some matters to attend to," Fang Yu answered, casually shrugging off his coat and handing it to Leng Han, who stepped forward. Zhang Fang gave a helpless smile. "You've grown ever more mysterious." "Have I?" Fang Yu scratched his head. Fang Qixiong extinguished the cigarette between his fingers and said, "Enough of that. I had you come back because there is something I must tell you." "What is it?" Fang Yu asked. Fang Qixiong replied slowly, since I intend to have you inherit the conglomerate at the upcoming board meeting, there are things I ought to hand over to you. I have formally transferred command of the Tai Wei to you. They are out on a mission now, but will return shortly. Tai Wei. Fang Yu's eyes sharpened. Familiar with the stories, he certainly recognized the name. They had been assembled by Fang Qixiong through a friend culled from the Fang Group's security firm and subjected to secret training, then tempered on real battlefields. The result was an elite within elites, warriors of terrifying prowess. Though only 8 in number, they were the Fang family's most covert edge. Only a handful knew of their existence, and they had resolved many of the family's thorny problems. No matter the past, Fang Yu could not conceal the thrill swelling within him. With 8 Tai Wei placed under his command, he suddenly had a cadre of capable men at his disposal, which would make many tasks far easier. He composed himself and said, "Father, thank you. It was yours to begin with." Fang Qixiong replied with a wave of his hand. "When news of your succession spreads, there will inevitably be schemers. With the Tai Wei at your side, you will be safer." "I understand." Fang Yu nodded. He had always valued his life and took his personal security seriously. He had recently been planning to assemble an elite bodyguard detail. Though his constitution had grown stronger at heart, he remained mortal. A few men might be unable to harm him, but a single bullet could still end his life. Jiang Fang, who had been silent, now spoke up with genuine concern. "Xiao Yu, whatever you do, be sure to take care of yourself." Fang Yu nodded, but inwardly sighed. They could never know that the person before them was no longer the same heir, yet the thought passed quickly. After all, he had only spent a few days with these surrogate parents. The deep feelings had not had time to form. If one could forge profound bonds in merely a few days, one would be foolish. The only thing Fang Yu could do was to alter the tragic fates they had suffered in the original story. After chatting a while longer with Fang Qixiong and Jiang Fang in the living room, Fang Yu returned to his room. Meanwhile, at the Zhao residence, Zhao Xiyu had driven back from the station. The matter concerning Chen Yu was no longer something she could handle alone. She came to the study door and knocked. "Knock, knock, knock." "Come in," answered a vigorous, authoritative voice. Zhao Xiyu entered. 2 men sat upon the sofa. The middle-aged one was Zhao Ting, her father, who, usually stern and imposing, now bowed his head respectfully, appearing to listen attentively. Across from him sat an elderly man with a cane white hair and a grave countenance, Xiao Xingyue, the true arbiter of the Zhao household. Though Zhao Ting was the clan's nominal head, everyone understood who truly held the reins in the Zhao family. Seeing Zhao Xiyu arrive alone, Zhao Xingyue asked in a deep voice, "Xiyu, what happened? Didn't I tell you to fetch Chen Yu? Why are you the only one who returned?" Hearing that, Zhao Xiyu's anger flared. "Grandfather, do not speak of Chen Yu. Who did you send me to meet? To call that man our benefactor is preposterous." Zhao Xingyue frowned. "Be specific. What exactly occurred?" Zhao Xiyu then recounted the events in full. Zhao Ting listened in disbelief. He did not know the past, and like Xiyu, could not fathom why the old man esteemed Chen Yu so highly. After hearing her account, Zhao Ting could not help but speak. "Father, I think Chen Yu is a charlatan. What skill could such a man possibly possess?" Zhao Xingyue slammed his cane to the floor and snorted coldly. "What do you know? Chen Yu is the favored disciple of that man. He is no ordinary person. With his ability, he would have no need for petty tricks to make money. There must be some misunderstanding." Zhao Xiyu protested, unwilling to accept it, but enough. Zhao Xingyue's tone brooked no argument. "Zhao Ting, use your connections to get Chen Yu released. The Zhao family must cultivate good relations with him and secure this auspicious bond." "Yes, father," Zhao Ting replied, quickly falling silent and offering no dissent. Once Zhao Xingyue made a decision, none within the Zhao family dared oppose it. Zhao Xiyu, seeing this, kept quiet for a moment before adding, "There is one more matter." This time she spoke of her encounter with Fang, that prodigal of the Fang family. Zhao Ting's face turned cold. He actually dared to threaten the Zhao family. How laughable. In terms of sheer strength, the Zhao family could not match the Fang family, but backed by the Ji family, the Zhao could afford to speak without restraint. Zhao Xingyue frowned briefly, then dismissed the matter. To him it was but a trifle. Let it be for now. What can that brash little punk Fang Yu accomplish? It is nothing but bluster. The pressing matter is still Chen Yu. Zhao Xingyue's gaze turned sharp. He believed that as the disciple of that man, Chen Yu would one day rise to great renown and attain limitless achievement. Like a dragon plunging into the deep and then soaring amid the clouds, Chen Yu's ascent would be majestic. The Zhao family must ride that rising tide to their own advantage. When that time came, what would become of the Fang family or the Ji family? The Zhao family would supplant them and seize them. The next day, Fang Yu left the villa early, heading to the inspection bureau where Chen Yu was detained. He suspected that the Zhao family would soon attempt to rescue Chen Yu. In the original story, the Xiao family was Chen Yu's staunch supporter, unwavering even when the protagonist faced adversity, rallying their entire clan to provide support. They could be considered the number one sycophant. After Chen Yu rose to prominence, he indeed did not slight the Zhao family, instead granting them numerous benefits. It must be said, the old master of the Zhao family, Zhao Xingyue, was indeed sharpie to some extent, holding tightly onto Chen Yu's strong support without letting go. Of course, this was under the premise that the plot developed as per the original story. As for now, Fang Yu sneered the Zhao family would pay a painful price for their decision. Although he had already warned Xiao Xiyu the night before, he was well aware that the likelihood of the Zhao family betraying Chen Yu to ally with him was nearly zero. Fang Yu had never considered subjugating the Zhao family. He revealed a somewhat cruel smile. Let's take down the Zhao family first. Eliminating the Zhao family would impact Chen Yu no less than severing an arm, greatly affecting the trajectory and process of his rise. Then let's see you rise again. Thinking this, Fang Yu called Lung Han. Is everything prepared? Don't worry, young master, the person has already gone over and is waiting for you there. Fang Yu sneered. Very good. When Fang Yu arrived at the inspection bureau's entrance, two people were already standing there. Young Master Fang. Young Master Fang. The two greeted him respectfully. The man in a black suit stepped forward first to introduce himself. Young Master Fang, I am Jin Du, a lawyer from Jin Du Law Firm. The other man, a bald figure in a white coat, followed up. I am Zhang Qiming, the director of Shuxin Psychiatric Hospital. Oh, Director Zhang. With the other party's astonished expression, Fang Yu shook hands with Zhang Qiming. I suppose you already know what you need to do. Of course. Zhang Qiming rubbed his bald head, his expression serious. I guarantee cooperation with young Master Fang to complete the task. Achoo. Behind the iron bars of the inspection bureau's holding room, Chen Yu suddenly felt a chill run through him, involuntarily sneezing. What's going on? Am I catching a cold? Chen Yu rubbed his nose, somewhat puzzled. With his physical condition, it should be quite difficult for him to catch a cold. Moreover, he possessed exceptional medical skills. This was also the primary weapon that allowed Chen Yu to navigate the world with ease in the book The Master of Descending from the Mountain. Although he had other miscellaneous skills, those were mostly auxiliary. His primary ability remained his medical expertise. How strange. After carefully checking his body and confirming there were no issues, he decided to cast this matter aside. Looking at the dim and cramped surroundings, Chen Yu felt a wave of irritation. No one would feel comfortable staying in the inspection bureau, and he was no exception. However, Chen Yu was daring and confident, knowing someone would come to rescue him, so he felt no worry. With nothing else to do, he lay there lost in thought. Life on the mountain is truly too monotonous. Fortunately, my talent is extraordinary, and my medical skills are nearing perfection. That's why my master allowed me to venture into the world, seeking further breakthroughs in my medical practice. I must carve out my own territory in this bustling and vast metropolis. Chen Yu clenched his fist. But why hasn't anyone from the Zhao family come to rescue me? They're really taking their time. Just then, creak. The door was pushed open and several inspectors walked in, unlocking the cell door. Chen Yu interrogation. Chen Yu's face revealed a helpless expression. Gentlemen, didn't I tell you earlier that those two are fraudsters? I was merely collecting evidence. Oh no, I mean I was taking advantage of the situation. You have to believe me, I am truly a good citizen who abides by the law. Chen Yu were an innocent and righteous. Stop cracking jokes. No one's your big brother. Behave yourself. You're currently a suspect. Chen Yu shrugged helplessly and followed several inspectors into an interrogation room. After a grueling, monotonous round of questioning, Chief Inspector Chang Jian slammed his fist hard on the table, pointed directly at Chen Yu, and barked with mounting fury. So you still refuse to confess? Confess and receive leniency, resist and face severity. I've already told you, the two men were fraudsters. I seized the wallet to gather evidence of their crime. It's you who refuse to believe me, and besides, his gaze suddenly turned glacial. I despise being pointed at. Understood. Chen Yu, the protagonist of a metropolitan Xiangxia-style wish-fulfillment novel, was no mild-mannered pushover. Having just arrived in Haiqing City, without yet unfurling his influence, he'd been hauled straight into the inspectorate bureau, leaving him thoroughly incensed. Under Chen Yu's unblinking stare, Chief Inspector Chang Jian instinctively took a step back. In that instant, an overwhelming pressure crashed over him. So intense it warped his perception, making him feel absurdly, as though he were the one under interrogation. You. It took several long seconds before Chang Jian snapped back to reality, only to erupt anew. He had never encountered such brazen arrogance. Just then an inspector rushed in and whispered something urgently into Chang Jian's ear. What a... Chang Jian's expression shifted instantly. He tossed out a curt command. Keep close watch on this man, and hurried from the room. Chen Yu arched a brow. Sounds like the Zhao family has arrived. I can finally leave this wretched place. If they delayed just a little longer, I might have walked out on my own. After dashing out, Chang Jian strode down the corridor to a secluded reception room. He pushed the door open, without hesitation scanned the interior, and immediately fixed his gaze upon a young man seated calmly sipping tea. Young Master Fang. Fang Yu rose smoothly from his seat, extended a hand, and smiled. You're the chief Yes, I'm Chang Jian, he replied with careful deference, lowering himself markedly. This world differed profoundly from Earth megacorporations, and ancient clans wielded colossal, almost sovereign influence. Dongxiao was no exception. In Haiqing City, one could say, without exaggeration, that if the Ji family were set aside, the Fang family was the sky itself. Sit. Fang Yu gestured casually toward an adjacent chair. Though the gesture reversed hostile guest roles, Chang Jian dared not voice even a whisper of protest. He obediently sank into the seat. Fang Yu spoke coolly. Director Zhang, please brief us. Yes, sir. Director Zhang Qiming began at once. Chief Inspector Chang, did your bureau arrest a man named Chen Yu yesterday? Chen Yu. A jolt shot through Chang Jian's chest. Wasn't that the very youth he'd just interrogated? Could he possibly be connected to the Fong family? Recalling Chen Yu's unnervingly relaxed, utterly fearless demeanor during questioning, Chang Jian's face tightened. If indeed linked to the fangs, this man was utterly untouchable. Chief Inspector Chang, allow me to clarify, Chen Yu is actually a patient at our Shuxin Psychiatric Hospital. Huh? Chang Jian blinked, stunned. How had that man suddenly become a psychiatric patient? Director Zhang wore an expression of deep remorse. Chen Yu has long been under our care and exhibits severe violent tendencies. Due to a nurse's negligence, he managed to escape. Tracing his trail, we discovered he'd been detained by your bureau and charged with theft. We are profoundly ashamed. At that moment, Attorney Jean Du rose and placed a thick dossier onto Chang Jian's desk. Here are all official documents, fully compliant. We now require immediate release and transfer of Chen Yu. Chang Jian remained momentarily dazed. A psychiatric patient. He seemed perfectly lucid to me. Then his eyes met Fong Yu's, knowing, inscrutable, faintly amused. Fong Yu said evenly, Chief Inspector Chang, many psychiatric patients appear indistinguishable from ordinary people. Do not be deceived. Chang Jian's mind raced. If this were truly a runaway psychiatric patient, why would young Master Fong himself? And Chang Jian was no fool. He was in fact a consummate political operator. Though he grasped none of the hidden motives, he instantly understood Fong Yu merely needed a plausible pretext to extract Chen Yu. He slammed the table, voice booming with sudden conviction. No wonder. I sensed instantly that youth wasn't quite right. Since all paperwork is in order, young Master Fong may take him away at once. Excellent. Fong Yu smiled, a warm, sunlit, effortlessly gracious expression. Meanwhile, back in the interrogation room, Chen Yu reclined arrogantly in his chair, legs crossed, awaiting the Xiao family's arrival to retrieve him. Without warning, a chill ran down his spine. In the interrogation room, Chen Yu sat up from the chair, a sudden sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Something seemed off. At that moment, the door was opened from the outside, and Chen Yu saw Chang Jian leading a man in a black suit and another man in a white coat entering. Chang Jian pointed at Chen Yu and asked, "Is it him?" Director Zhang Qiming squinted his eyes and carefully scrutinized Chen Yu, his expression resolute. "Indeed, it's him." Then he stepped forward and said, "Mr. Chen Yu, I am here on behalf of old Master Xiao to take you away. Please follow us." At this moment, Chen Yu finally relaxed and lazily replied, "You guys came too late. I apologize, Mr. Chen Yu." Zhang Qiming bowed repeatedly, seemingly feeling sorry for his late arrival. "All right, let's go." Chen Yu extended his hand, allowing the officer to remove the shackles from his wrists, then leisurely strolled towards the exit. As he passed by Chang Jian, he mockingly said, "You lowly creature with dog eyes." He then strode out confidently. Director Zhang Qiming and lawyer Jean Du closely followed, leaving the inspection bureau with Chen Yu. Meanwhile, Chang Jian watched indifferently as everyone left, a strange expression appearing on his face. Outside the inspection bureau, Chen Yu and the others emerged from inside. Before their eyes stood a spacious black sedan. The driver opened the rear door, and 8 burly bodyguards stood on either side, as if welcoming Chen Yu. Chen Yu's eyes brightened, and he smiled. Old Master Xiao is thoughtful. His master had not deceived him. It seemed that as long as the Xiao family was around, he would never have to worry about his life. Chen Yu proudly passed through the bodyguards. However, at one moment, he suddenly paused, sensing something was off. His instincts were screaming in alarm. Seeing Chen Yu hesitate and stop, the 8 bodyguards no longer hesitated, revealing their hostility and lunged. "What is going on?" Chen Yu was taken aback, his mind racing as he realized that these were not members of the Xiao. Faced with the 8 bodyguards charging at him, Chen Yu instinctively retaliated. He shouted and threw a punch, sending one bodyguard flying like a kite with its string cut. The remaining 7 were taken aback, growling as they rushed forward to grab Chen Yu. "Get lost." Chen Yu's eyes filled with anger as he forcefully pushed his arms outward, causing the 7 elite bodyguards to shake and be thrown back. In that moment, they felt as if they were not grappling with a person, but rather a fierce beast. The 8 elite bodyguards couldn't even hold Chen Yu for a few seconds. Just as Chen Yu was about to break free, he suddenly felt a slight sting in his arm. Looking closely, he found it was a look of astonishment crossed his face, and then he felt the world spinning around him. Before losing consciousness, he saw the bald, middle-aged man in the white coat, holding a tranquilizer gun and lamenting to Jean Du beside him, "See, I told you long ago that this guy has a serious violent tendency." Soon the unconscious Chen Yu was bound tightly and loaded into the sedan. Slap slap. Fong Yu emerged from a nearby alley and said to Zhang Qiming, "Well done. The investment share I promised you is assured, and I will also have someone help you obtain the senior business qualification certificate from your institute." "Thank you, young Master Fong," Zhang Qiming said with joy. Looking at Chen Yu in the car, Fong Yu's eyes glinted with murderous intent. He suddenly felt an impulse to kill Chen Yu right away to avoid future troubles. Fong Yu ultimately suppressed this impulse, and the killing intent radiating from his body gradually dissipated. He recalled the system's warning. Before Chen Yu's protagonist aura was completely stripped away, any direct attempt to kill him would almost certainly trigger unforeseen complications, ensuring his miraculous escape from death. Moreover, such an act would easily place Fong Yu himself in grave peril. For instance, at this very moment, pointing a handgun at Chen Yu's temple, a master-level expert might suddenly emerge from nowhere, not only rescuing Chen Yu, but also turning to attack Fang Yu. Even if sheer luck granted him success, if he truly succeeded in killing Chen Yu, that outcome would still be suboptimal. After all, Chen Yu still carried a vast reservoir of fortune points awaiting Fang Yu's acquisition. Should the protagonist die, the novel's narrative would terminate entirely, erasing all remaining fortune points and depriving Fang Yu of the chance to convert them into antagonist points for further power enhancement. If the next novel were to commence immediately thereafter, Fang Yu would inevitably lack crucial advantages and strategic leverage. Thus, upon careful consideration, acting against Chen Yu now was unequivocally unwise. TCH. A faint irritation flickered across Fang Yu's expression. Truly troublesome. Yet just as swiftly he relaxed, his thoughts shifting. After all, Chen Yu was the heaven-ordained protagonist of this world, while Fang Yu himself was little more than a glitch and anomaly who wielded a system-defied fate and sought to reverse the protagonist's destiny. He possessed the system foresight into the plot and held overwhelming superiority in resources and influence, so limitations were inevitable. Even before Chen Yu had fully emerged onto the stage, Fang Yu had already siphoned several thousand fortune points from him. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Fang Yu calmed his mind. Then a sharp, incisive light flashed in his eyes. I'll let you live, for now. I still rely on you to generate antagonist points. But sparing your life is one matter. Since you've fallen into my hands, it would be far too lenient to let you off without extracting due interest. Fang Yu commanded coldly once we arrived before confinement. Break both his arms and legs. He would grant Chen Yu no opportunity for reversal. Yes, sir. Several bodyguards snarled in grim assent, the earlier incident having left them seething with suppressed fury. Fang Yu then turned to Director Zhang Qiming, ensure he remains under absolute, unwavering surveillance. Rest assured, young master, Fang Zhang Qiming replied with an indifferent smile. The anesthetic dosage I administered is several times the standard. This man won't awaken for days. I said, do not grow careless. Fang Yu's brow furrowed, his voice turning icy. If he escapes, you alone will answer for it. In the novel, Chen Yu possessed extraordinary medical expertise. An anesthetic injection would restrain him for only a fleeting moment. The sharpened tone sent a chill through Zhang Qiming's spine. He hastily bowed his head. Yes, sir. Fang Yu departed by car, while the black sedan sped away from the inspectorate bound for the Shuxin Psychiatric Hospital located on the city's outskirts. Though the journey normally took merely an hour, they deliberately circled through detours and back roads to evade suspicion, extending the trip to several hours. Only then did they lock onto the precise location of the Shuxin Psychiatric Hospital and accelerate directly toward it. Inside the vehicle, Director Zhang Qiming sat in the front passenger seat. His assistant drove, while 8 bodyguards occupied the rear, guarding the unconscious Chen Yu. All 8 were elite, fiercely loyal operatives trained by Fang Group's private security division, disciplined, vigilant, and utterly devoted. They watched Chen Yu without the slightest lapse in vigilance. Sensing the stifling silence inside the car, Zhang Qiming turned to the guards with a smile. Gentlemen, Chen Yu received several times the standard anesthetic dose. He's certainly incapable of waking. There's no need for such tension. The guards frowned slightly, but remained silent. Receiving no reply, Zhang Qiming awkwardly turned away, only to pivot back moments later and ask, may I inquire, what grudge does young Master Fang hold against this man? First breaking all 4 limbs, then enforcing such strict custody. Given the Fang family's stature, making someone vanish from the world should pose no difficulty. Why must young Master Fang intervene personally? No one noticed. At that instant, Chen Yu, tightly bound, twitched his eyelids ever so faintly. Had anyone probed his inner body, they would have sensed a unique, gentle energy, steadily neutralizing the anesthetic's effects. The potent sedative, sufficient to keep an ordinary person comatose for days, had already vanished entirely. Chen Yu was fully awake. Watch your tongue. One guard snapped, his voice low and grave. Yes, yes. Zhang Qiming recoiled in alarm and hurriedly faced forward again. My apologies. I spoke out of turn. This matter bears absolutely no connection to young Master Fang. None whatsoever. Yet inwardly he muttered. There's no one else here, and that man lies motionless as stone. Must they be so rigid? How unbending these men are. At that moment, Zhang Qiming recalled Fang Yu's promises to him, and a wave of quiet elation washed over him. Once fulfilled, those pledges would bring him immeasurable gain. The black sedan continued onward. Mere kilometers now separated it from the Shuxin Psychiatric Hospital. Suddenly, Chen Yu, who had lain utterly still, erupted into violent motion. His restraints, somehow loosened without notice, shattered. Ignoring the stunned guards beside him, he delivered a thunderous blow to the driver's seat. Crack, snap. The seat's base fractured. The assistant, caught mid-steer, lurched violently forward and slammed his head hard against the steering wheel. The speeding black sedan veered wildly out of control and overturned sideways. Meanwhile, before the inspectorate where Chen Yu had been detained, a crimson Ferrari screeched to a halt. A tall, elegant woman stepped out. Zhao Xiu. Following her grandfather's instructions, Zhao Ting had acted without delay, having already arranged formalities. She had arrived to retrieve Chen Yu. After parking, Zhao Xiu stated her purpose and was promptly ushered to Chief Inspector Chang Jian. the officer who had interrogated Chen Yu. What? He's already been taken. Her voice rose sharp with disbelief. What happened? Apologies, Miss Zhao. Chen Yu was removed before your arrival, Chang Jian replied courteously. Zhao Xiu grew agitated. Who took him? She demanded coldly. Chang Jian cast her a cautious glance. They claimed to represent the Zhao family. What? Zhao Xiu froze. Someone had impersonated the Zhao family and spirited Chen Yu away ahead of her. Who did? Her temper flared. Pull up the surveillance footage. I want to see exactly who dares impersonate our family. Chang Jian offered a wry apologetic smile. Regrettably, Miss Zhao, our inspectorate surveillance system has malfunctioned these past few days, and repairs are still pending. Zhao Xiu fell silent, fixing Chang Jian with a glacial stare. She was no fool. His explanation brimmed with glaring inconsistencies. Chief Inspector Chang, do you intend to shield those who abducted Chen Yu? Chang Jian wore an expression of pure innocence. Miss Zhao, our surveillance truly is down. He had weighed the matter carefully. The Zhao family wielded great power, but paled beside the fangs. Should the Zhao family retaliate against him in anger, he could always seek Feng Yu's protection. He had, after all, acted on his behalf. Yet revealing Feng Yu's involvement to Zhao Xiu, that would seal his fate. No one could save him. His end would be certain, weighted corpse sunk in the river or vanishing without trace. You. Zhao Xiu's brows shot up coldly, stating good, very good. Without further ado, she turned on her heel. Just stepping out of the inspectorate, the anger in her heart was replaced by a sense of agitation. Unable to find Chen Yu, her grandfather would undoubtedly berate her again. Why was that guy so annoying? Zhao Xiu recalled the incident at the station, feeling another wave of disgust towards Chen Yu rise within her. Ding. Host villain points 100. The protagonist's luck value 100. On a distant highway, Feng Yu was driving a McLaren P17, racing down the road. The sound of the wind whistled by his ears. The roar of the engine, a symbol of money burning, brought a sense of pleasure and comfort. Ding. At that moment, Feng Yu received a notification from the system indicating he had gained 100 villain points. What's going on? Feng Yu felt puzzled, wondering why he suddenly gained 100 villain points. He pondered in his mind. Adding villain points at this moment, and the amount wasn't large. Suddenly a name floated to the forefront of his mind. Zhao Xiu. Feng Yu chuckled to himself. The only possibility was that Zhao Xiu had just gone to retrieve Chen Yu, only to find that he had already been taken away. Thus the original harem's favorability towards the protagonist Chen Yu decreased again. It seemed that the words he casually spoke at the station last night were indeed effective. Only the plot changes and opportunities snatched by Feng Yu himself could yield villain points. Indirect actions did not count. Zhao Xiu had already provided 200 villain points last night. Feng Yu thought there would be none left, but unexpectedly another 100 appeared. Indeed, as some literary masters stated, villain points are like water in a sponge, squeeze it a bit, and there will always be some. Feng Yu mused, wondering if those minor villains he had previously exploited could be exploited again. What if there was still more? Just as Feng Yu was eager to try, the system notification rang in his ears again. However, this time it was no longer a reminder of villain points being credited. Warning. The protagonist's favorability towards the host has dropped to negative, generating hostility. Feng Yu's expression changed drastically. What? Having just exited the highway, he slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching violently as he pulled over to the side of the road. The jarring sound of a phone ringing simultaneously echoed. Hello, young master, I'm sorry. My subordinates were incompetent and let Chen Yu escape. The bodyguard's voice came through the phone, sounding somewhat feeble. What happened? Speak clearly, Feng Yu said in a deep voice. Chen Yu for some reason woke up quickly despite being given such a large dose of anesthetic. He somehow broke free from his restraints and attacked the driver, causing the car to flip over to the roadside, and he escaped through the window in advance. Feng Yu's face darkened. What is your situation? My brothers are injured, but none are in life-threatening danger. Only Director Zhang Qiming is severely injured. If not treated in time, he might be in danger. Did any of you disclose my information? This time Feng Yu's voice carried a hint of coldness. Chen Yu couldn't possibly harbor hostility towards him without a reason. He must have heard something. These bodyguards were elite members of the Feng Group's security company, loyal to the Feng family. But if anyone disclosed something they shouldn't have, Feng Yu would not show mercy. Director Zhang Qiming mentioned your existence in the car, but we reprimanded him. I don't know if Chen Yu heard it. Cough. The bodyguard began to cough violently, seemingly injured. Feng Yu laughed in anger. You fool, this useless person who can achieve nothing and only cause trouble. My subordinates are incompetent, the bodyguard said shamefacedly. He let out a long breath. Feng Yu gradually calmed down. This isn't entirely your fault. I was a bit careless too. You all stay there. I will send an ambulance to pick you up immediately. Take good care of your injuries. This counts as being hurt while performing a task. Each of you will receive 500,000 from the finance department. Just say it's from me. Thank you, young master. The bodyguard immediately expressed gratitude, touched that Feng Yu not only did not blame them for their poor execution of the task, but also showed such care and concern. He silently vowed in his heart to give his all to repay the Feng family. After hanging up, Feng Yu immediately contacted Fang's hospital, a facility under the Feng Pharmaceutical Company equipped with numerous experts and advanced treatment equipment. The pharmaceutical industry is one of the two pillars of the Fang Group, including hospitals, pharmaceutical companies, and even affiliated high-tech laboratories. Young Master Fang, how do you have the time to call me? The director of Fang's hospital said respectfully, his tone tense. He had just been in an important meeting when his secretary informed him of Fang Ye's call. He immediately left the meeting and rushed to his office. Send an ambulance to this location to pick up several people. The director of Fang's hospital quickly said, Yes, I will arrange it right away. By the way, one of them is named Zhang Qiming. His injuries should be quite severe. We guarantee to use the most advanced equipment and do our utmost to save him. No, Fang Yu said calmly. I don't want to see this person in this world anymore, understand? The director was taken, but he quickly reacted saying, Young Master Fang, rest assured, doctors are not deities. There are patients who die from untreatable conditions in the hospital every day. That will be all. Having finished the instructions, Fang Yu rubbed his temples. After all, Chen Yu was the protagonist endowed with the protagonist's halo. Even though he knew the plot and had the system, he had to remain cautious at all times. The recent smooth progress indeed made him a bit lax and careless. But then again, who would have thought that guy could escape like that? Unfortunately, although the command of the Iron Guard had been handed over to him, they were still on a mission and had not returned. Otherwise, with those 8 people taking action, Chen Yu would not have been able to escape today. Chen Yu's escape this time would surely increase his vigilance. Moreover, he would undoubtedly seek refuge with the Zhao family, which was backed by the Ji family, making it far from simple to deal with Chen Yu. Additionally, his own existence had been exposed. However, I am destined to be Chen Yu's opponent. Oh, what does it matter if it happens a little earlier? Fang Yu straightened up slowly, hostility, huh? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he suddenly smiled, his eyes carrying indifference. Then now you have officially become my enemy. I will seize your opportunities one by one, gradually peel away your protagonist halo, crush those around you, and then send you down to hell for free. Fang Yu restarted the McLaren P-17. Amidst the roar akin to a beast's howl, the car turned around and shot off like a flash of lightning. Destination, Sunrise University. Changes were occurring and some arrangements needed to be made in advance. Sunrise University. The entrance bustled as usual with students from affluent families. Luxury cars worth millions were everywhere. With a roar, the engine roared to life as Fang Yu arrived in a McLaren P-17, instantly drawing gasps of astonishment. The McLaren P-17 is priced at nearly 50 million and is a limited edition, something that cannot merely be bought with money, representing a deep-rooted background. In comparison, other luxury cars paled in comparison. Fang Yu naturally paid no attention to the onlookers and drove straight into the campus under the respectful salute of the security. Eventually, he arrived at the administrative building deep within the campus. He entered the building, took the elevator, and headed to the principal's office on the top floor. During the ascent of the elevator, Fang Yu squinted, his mind beginning to outline the plot. According to the original story, after Chen Yu contacted the Zhao family, he would become a guest of honor there. After that, he was first arranged to enter Sunrise University, where he would flirt and show off for a while. Of course, after all, Chen Yu came down the mountain primarily to make a name for himself and establish a career. He couldn't afford to waste too much time in an ivory tower like school. During his time at school, Chen Yu flirted around, engaging in ambiguous relationships, living a rather flamboyant life. In fact, protagonists in harem novels often possess a bit of a scoundrel's traits. However, if one were to place themselves in the protagonist's shoes, encountering beautiful women and having multiple partners would indeed feel exhilarating. Fang Yu came today primarily to resolve this matter. However, he had no intention of replacing the protagonist to pursue those harem strategies. Although that approach was indeed effective, it was too troublesome. After all, Chen Yu's harem consisted of many characters, most of whom were mere face value roles, yielding little in terms of villain points. In that case, a change of strategy was all that was needed. Fang Yu did not need to pursue those harem characters. He simply needed to ensure they had no chance to get involved with the protagonist. For instance, simply eliminating them would be straightforward and efficient. Fang Yu's gaze was cold, revealing a hint of cruelty. Of course, as a villain, he was not a psychopathic killer. He would not go to such lengths unless absolutely necessary. Even in his position, he had to exercise some caution. As thoughts flashed through his mind, the elevator arrived at the top floor and slowly opened. Fang Yu stepped out with purpose, directly entering the principal's office across the hall. Upon entering, a slender, bespectacled, middle-aged man greeted him energetically. The principal of Sunrise University, Li Wenbin. Young Master Fang has arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite some time, and even took out my treasured Longjing tea. On the way, Fang Yu had already exchanged pleasantries with Li Wenbin. Thus, Li Wenbin knew Fang Yu was coming. Although he was the principal of Sunrise University, he dared not put on airs. In the face of the Fang family, a colossal entity, he was nothing. Young Master Fang, please have a seat. Li Wenbin courteously guided Fang Yu to sit down, then brewed a cup of Longjing tea that was already prepared. Very thoughtful. Fang Yu smiled slightly, sitting on the sofa, then picked up the tea before taking a small sip. After savoring it for a moment, he complimented, "The tea is quite good." Li Wenbin looked up at Fang Yu and cautiously asked, "Young Master Fang, what brings you here today?" Fang Yu set down the teacup. "Recently has someone named Chen Yu been arranged to enter Sunrise University?" Chen Yu. Li Wenbin was somewhat puzzled, unsure of what this name represented, but he immediately called to inquire. Director Li, please check the enrollment files. Has someone named Chen Yu enrolled recently? On the other end of the line, Director Li hesitated slightly before saying, indeed, there is such a person, but... Director Li whispered, he was arranged by the Xiao family. I reported this to you earlier. It's this Chen Yu. Hearing this, Li Wenbin's expression changed slightly. The Xiao family. Li Wenbin knew the relationship between the Fong and Zhao families, so Fong Yu inquiring specifically about someone arranged by the Zhao family. Li Wenbin suddenly felt a headache coming on. Principal Li. Fong Yes voice interrupted Li Wenbin's thoughts. He came back to his senses and hurriedly said, young Master Fong, this Chen Yu indeed completed his enrollment procedures not long ago. Then that makes things easier. A playful smile appeared on Fong Yes' lips. This Chen Yu was originally from the literature department, right? Transfer him to the mechanical engineering department, and also find someone to keep an eye on him reporting his every... In universities, the female-to-male ratio in the literature department is very high, and Sunrise University's literature department is particularly famous for gathering beautiful women. Half of the school's top 10 beauties are from there. In the original book, 2 of them were deeply infatuated with Chen Yu, competing fiercely for his attention. So as long as he transfers departments, the issue can be easily resolved. While thinking about this, Fong Yu couldn't help but sigh. The protagonist's halo is indeed formidable. How many women does this guy have? This? Li Wenbin hesitated, slightly feeling conflicted. The Zhao family is a shareholder of Sunrise University, investing significantly every year. Offending them over this matter would be a considerable loss. Moreover, behind the Zhao family lies the Ji family, a colossal force that is not significantly weaker than the Fong family. Fong Yes' expression suddenly turned cold. What, can't you handle even this small matter? Li Wenbin's breath hitched, but he still tentatively replied, young Master Fong, to be honest, this Chen Yu is indeed someone arranged by the Zhao family, and this matter is a bit... For Li Wenbin, avoiding offense to both sides would naturally be the best outcome. Fong Yu remained silent, merely staring at the teacup in his hand, absent-mindedly toying with it. Time passed second by second, and Li Wenbin felt an overwhelming pressure that seemed ready to crush him. Cold sweat began to pour down from his forehead. How could Fong Yu exude such a strong sense of oppression? At this moment, Fong Yu finally spoke. Principal Li, I know the Zhao family is a shareholder of Sunrise University, and the school relies on them for many investment issues. Yet if the principal of Sunrise University were to change, then no matter how impressive the school's performance, maybe it would have no bearing on you. Li Wenbin's face changed dramatically. Finally, he took a deep breath. I understand. Very good. Fong Yu nodded in satisfaction. Additionally, there is one more thing. Upon hearing this, Li Wenbin's head felt as heavy as a drum. More? Seeing the other party's reaction, Fong Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, this matter has nothing to do with the Zhao family. I just need a student's file. No problem. Li Wenbin let out a sigh of relief. Fong Yu said Sunrise University should have a student named Wei Ziyu, right? When this name was mentioned, his expression became serious. In reality, this was the true objective of his visit to Sunrise University today. Everything else, whether it was changing Chen Yu's major or arranging for Li Wenbin to keep an eye on him, was merely answered. Wei Ziyu. Li Wenbin furrowed his brows, murmuring, this name sounds somewhat familiar. Oh, I remember now. Li Wenbin slapped his thigh vigorously, a look of realization appearing on his face. Isn't she the girl from yesterday's school awards ceremony? Fong Yu raised an eyebrow. Do you know her? That's right. Li Wenbin nodded and explained to Fong Yu, yesterday the school held an awards ceremony for new students, rewarding some exemplary students, and Wei Ziyu was one of them. Since it was so recent, I remember her. I still have the information on the awarded students in my hands. As he spoke, Li Wenbin pulled out a document from a large stack beside him and handed it to Fong Yu. Fong Yu took the document. Just a glance confirmed that she was indeed the person he was looking for. In his mind, descriptions of her from the book suddenly surfaced. Wei Ziyu, aside from the villainous boss Song Qiaoyu, is the second female lead, and also the main love interest of the protagonist Chen Yu. She is an extremely important female character in the book. Wei Ziyu's family background is tragic. She was abandoned at a young age and grew up in an orphanage, later being taken in by her current adoptive father, which allowed her to lead a relatively peaceful life. However, fate played a cruel joke on Wei Ziyu. When she was in high school, her adoptive father became paralyzed from the waist down due to a car accident, and later, he developed kidney failure, a costly illness that wouldn't kill him immediately. Wei Ziyu relied on the family's meager savings combined with part-time jobs to cover her tuition and medical expenses, barely maintaining her current situation. But after entering university, her adoptive father's medical costs grew increasingly burdensome, leading Wei Ziyu into... Just when Wei Ziyu was at her life's lowest point, Chen Yu, a destined savior radiating with protagonist brilliance, descended from the heavens, showcasing exceptional medical skills and surprisingly curing her adoptive father's illness without a kidney transplant. Naturally, Wei Ziyu was deeply grateful to Chen Yu, and he was moved by her strength. Their feelings gradually blossomed, flowing naturally. In the end, she became Chen Yu's officially recognized girlfriend. Later, Chen Yu discovered Wei Ziyu's talent in singing, helping her enter the entertainment industry, where she quickly rose to fame with her voice and looks, claiming the crown of a singing diva. In the latter stages of the protagonist's career development, Wei Ziyu provided substantial help. Even Fang Yu wanted to applaud, feeling in his heart, they are simply a match made in heaven, a golden boy and a jade girl, it makes one want to break them apart. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Li Wenbin inquired, young Master Fang, do you need me to find Wei Ziyu? If you need, I can send someone right away. No need. Fang Yu waved his hand, indifferently interrupting Li Wenbin's eagerness. He'll go personally. He had to treat Wei Ziyu, the second female lead in the book, with caution to avoid any unforeseen issues. Li Wenbin was taken aback, secretly wondering if young Master Fang had taken a liking to that Wei Ziyu and planned to pursue her. That girl was indeed very beautiful. However, such private matters of a wealthy young master were not something he should meddle in. Saying this, Fang Yu stood up from the sofa. Seeing Fang Yu about to leave, Li Wenbin hurriedly got up to escort him to the door. Young Master Fang, take care. Fang Yu turned his head, smiling faintly as he reminded, Principal Li, don't forget to handle what I've entrusted you with. Rest assured, young Master Fang, I will handle it well, Li Wenbin said earnestly. After leaving the office building, Fang Yu walked along a secluded path lined with greenery and flowers. At the end of the path was a side gate of Shiri University. There was a small stall at the entrance, seemingly surrounded by many people looking quite busy. Found her. Fang Yu's expression shifted as his gaze turned towards that direction. Inside the stall was a girl in an apron bustling about. The girl was tall, wearing tight jeans that accentuated her beautiful leg, curves, her hair tied back, with a headband cascading down her back, a hairpin tucked by her ear, her skin smooth and delicate. She exuded an ethereal aura, one that seemed not of this world, and such a girl should have received all the love and attention. Yet at this moment, she was curled up in the cramped stall, her apron smeared with grease and dirt, busily attending to customers. A look of weariness that tugged at the heart was evident on her face. To earn money, Wei Ziyu set up a stall outside the school side gate every morning and noon, selling hand-grabbed pancakes and grilled sausages. Without hesitation, Fang Yu walked towards the stall. At that moment, several students were lined up. The boy at the very front had been, "Here, your hand-grabbed pancake." Wei Ziyu packed the freshly made pancake in an oil paper bag and handed it to the boy. As the Bang's boy took the bag, he deliberately seized the opportunity to touch Wei Ziyu's smooth and delicate hand. Wei Ziyu was startled, stepping back a few paces, then angrily glared at him. "Excuse me, customer, please behave yourself." The Bang's boy, who had initially been grinning, suddenly changed when he saw Wei Ziyu, angry, feeling all eyes on him, as if he had lost face, and instantly flared up. "Damn it, is this how you treat customers? If you don't apologize today, this matter isn't over." The Bang's boy shouted, spitting everywhere. Some people behind couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to step forward to teach him a lesson. But at that moment, the Bang's boy turned around and glared at them fiercely, his gaze exceptionally menacing. Seeing his tall and sturdy figure, those few instantly shrank back, not daring to approach, awkwardly standing there. "Huh, a bunch of cowards." The Bang's boy spat disdainfully, turning back and continuing his aggressive stance. "Apologize, or else this isn't over." "This isn't my fault, why should I apologize?" Wei Ziyu looked at him defiantly, pursing her lips. However, her slightly trembling hand revealed that she was not as calm as she appeared. Suddenly, Wei Ziyu looked up in surprise, glancing behind the Bang's boy. "Huh." The Bang's boy was puzzled, then because a hand had rested on his shoulder. The Bang's boy turned around abruptly, only to see a hand growing larger in front of him, eventually making intimate contact with his face under his wide-open eyes. Smack! The slap was heavy and powerful. The Bang's boy was sent spinning, losing several teeth and landing on the ground in a daze. Immediately, a shadow loomed over him. The Bang's boy covered his face, terrified, as he looked up at Fang Yu, who was gazing down at him. Fang Yu reached out and grabbed the Bang's boy's slightly flamboyant hair, lifting him up. "Off!" A scream like that of a slaughtered pig rang out. Fang Yu held the Bang's boy's hair, suspending his head in front of him, his dark pupils fixated on the boy's twisted and pained face. "Is your only skill bullying girls?" As he spoke, he kicked out forcefully, sending the Bang's boy flying several meters. "Get lost!" The Bang's boy's face showed a look of fear, seemingly forgetting the pain on his body, and after standing up, he staggered away. He didn't even dare to look back. Wei Ziyu let out a sigh of relief and said to Fang Yu, "Sincerely, thank you." Her voice was melodious and crisp like a gentle breeze. Fang Yu remained silent, walking straight to the stall and picking up the hand-grabbed pancake that the boy had left behind. He took a bite and started chewing. A few seconds later, after swallowing, he couldn't help but frown. "It really is unappetizing." Wei Ziyu appeared. In the past, no customer had ever said her hand-grabbed pancakes were unpalatable. Instead, they praised the taste profusely. Fang Yu smiled and glanced around, saying, "Don't you understand yet? The reason they come to buy your pancakes isn't because of the delicious taste, but simply because you are good-looking." Upon hearing this, the people in line showed embarrassment on their faces, their gazes evasive. Seeing this, Fang Yu shrugged. "You see, so pack up your stall, you are not suited for this." Wei Ziyu bit her lip tightly. Without this income, how could she earn money to treat her father's illness? A shadow of despair flickered in her eyes. Clearly at an age of carefree youth and blossoming vitality, yet Wei Ziyu bore too many burdens, the weight of which rendered her breathless. Confused and at a loss, all she felt was a future shrouded in darkness. "Don't set up your stall anymore, this isn't suitable for you." Fang Yu repeated, then added, "I have a better option for you, a place more suited for you." Upon hearing this, Wei Ziyu looked up in confusion. A better choice. For herself. She had no idea, but the young man standing before her was so confident. He chuckled lightly. Let me introduce myself again. I am Fang Yu, the only son of the chairman of the Fang Group. I can offer you an opportunity to change your destiny. At a high-end cafe next to Sunrise University, Fang Yu and Wei Ziyu sat across from each other. Wei Ziyu appeared somewhat reserved, nervously glancing around. For her, this place felt so unfamiliar. Usually to save money, she was meticulous in her spending. As a girl, she couldn't even bear to buy clothes for herself, let alone spend money at an upscale cafe. Moreover, Wei Ziyu looked at Fang Yu sitting opposite her, her tension heightened. The young master of the Fang Group. Such a figure should be as dazzling as the sun, high above and unreachable. Yet now he was sitting not far away, wearing a relaxed expression while drinking coffee with her. Wei Ziyu's mind was a mess. Why does he want to help me? What does he need me to do? Fang Yu noticed Wei Ziyu's emotions, and after sipping his coffee, said gently, Miss Wei, there's no need to be nervous. I mean no harm, and genuinely want to help you. I can cover all the expenses needed for your adoptive father's treatment. He will receive the best medical equipment, the finest specialists, the most attentive care, and even the most compatible kidney source. Wei Ziyu's eyes brightened, her body trembling with excitement, but she still pretended to remain calm, saying, then what are the conditions? She knew there was no free lunch in the world. Fang Yu was not someone to provide so much for nothing. To call it mutually beneficial might be more appropriate. Fang Yu took out a contract from his belongings and pushed it across. What you need to do is withdraw from Sunrise University and join the entertainment company under the Fang Group, starting to learn singing and stage performance skills. With your talents, we are confident in propelling you to the pinnacle of the music industry. As for the profits, we will split them according to the contract ratio, but for 10 years you cannot leave the company for any reason. How does that sound? Fang Yu crossed his hands and smiled. I can heal your father, while what you need to give is 10 years of your time. Just like Wei Ziyu was taken aback, feeling somewhat unexpected. She initially thought Fang Yu would propose something outrageous, but it turned out to be such conditions. Upon carefully examining the contract, she found that it not only didn't set any traps for her, but was in fact excessively generous. Her profit share was a full 30%. She knew that she currently had nothing and understood little. The Fang Group would need to invest substantial resources in her training, packaging, and promotion. And she wouldn't have to put in anything, simply waiting to reap benefits from the Fang Group. Was Fang Yu not afraid of losing money? Wei Ziyu felt a bit self-doubting. Did she really have that kind of value? She pinched the hem of her skirt and hesitantly said, young Master Fang, are the conditions laid out in the contract? Fang Yu chuckled in disbelief. If it were someone else, they would probably be eager to sign, fearing that this cooked duck would fly away. Yet Wei Ziyu was actually worried. She was asking for too much, feeling guilty. Given her background and her dire need for money, it was indeed remarkable that she could say such a thing. Fang Yu remarked, Miss Wei, are you doubting my judgment? Wei Ziyu was startled. She sensed a change in Fang Yu's demeanor from gentle to increasingly sharp and arrogant. If I say you are worth this price, then you are worth this price. I never make unprofitable deals. Fang Yu said calmly, Miss Wei, think it over. There's no need to agree right now. I can give you ample time to consider. After a brief silence, Wei Ziyu took a deep breath and said, no need to think, I agree. Fang Yu's conditions were already generous enough, and she had no right to negotiate. At first, Wei Ziyu worried that Fang Yu might have ulterior motives, but soon she realized that with his identity, why would he need to seek out just any woman? One message released, and countless stars would likely want to climb into his bed. Why go through such a roundabout way to... Moreover, Wei Ziyu bit her lip. Her adoptive father's condition had worsened recently, and the situation was dire. The doctors had proposed several new plans, but she simply could not afford them. She desperately needed money now. Thus Wei Ziyu unhesitatingly signed her name on the contract. A glimmer of joy flashed in Fang Yu's heart. This was done. Wei Ziyu pushed the signed contract back to Fang Yu. Young Master Fang, the contract is signed. Fang Yu picked up the contract, casually glanced at it, and a slight smirk appeared on his lips. With a 30% profit share, she signed with the youngest diva destined to become a household name known as the Queen of Singing. Her heart was already quite black. Since he promised to cure her adoptive father and signed a contract equivalent to a 10-year indentured servitude, it undoubtedly severed the invisible ties between Wei Ziyu and Chen Yu. Fang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Moreover, Wei Ziyu is not merely the main consort of Chen Yu or a future superstar singer in the book. She has great significance for herself in the future. The reason is simple: the timing is not right. According to the book's description, in the next few days, Wei Ziyu's adoptive father's condition will deteriorate, requiring a substantial amount of treatment fees, which is when Wei Ziyu feels most vulnerable and helpless. It is at this moment that presenting conditions would most easily penetrate Wei Ziyu's heart. After signing the contract, Wei Ziyu secretly watched Fang Yu. Suddenly, an image of him standing up when someone entangled him appeared in her mind, telling her, during her most desperate and dark times, I can offer you a chance to change your fate. And he truly delivered on that promise. With his charm at its peak, Fang Yu's features were sharp, his face handsome, and his gaze bright, exuding confidence and sharpness, bringing an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Unintentionally, Fang Yu's figure had left a faint imprint in Wei Ziyu's heart, stirring a small ripple. At this moment, Wei Ziyu realized she had been staring at Fang Yu in a daze. Coming back to her senses, she couldn't help but mock herself inwardly. What was she thinking? Feng Yu is the young master of the Feng group, a world apart from her. If it weren't for his chance encounter with her, recognizing her potential, their destinies would have never intersected. Feng Yu observed the somewhat restless Wei Ziyu before him. How could he miss the subtle changes in her feelings? Moreover, the system could check the affinity level. Ding. Wei Ziyu's affinity for the host has increased to 30. Ding. Wei Ziyu's affinity for the host has increased to 50. Ding. Wei Ziyu's affinity for the host has increased to 65. In a short while, Wei Ziyu's affinity level rose to 65 and stabilized there. At this moment, Wei Ziyu's cherry-like lips parted slightly, her palm clenched as if she wanted to say something. Feng Yu noticed her unusual behavior and instantly understood what she wished to convey. Don't worry, Miss Wei. Since the contract is signed, I will fulfill my promise. You just need to take care of your school matters and complete the withdrawal process. Tomorrow, I will bring people to transfer your father to Feng Group Hospital for the best treatment conditions. Wei Ziyu said urgently. Thank you, young Master Feng. The title Young Master Feng is rather too formal. Feng Yu said with a faint smile. We are both new students at Shiri University, so we can just call each other by our names. You can call me Feng Yu. This request made Wei Ziyu appear somewhat flustered, but under Feng Yu's gaze, she still said in a voice barely above a whisper, thank you, Feng Yu. Feng Yu smiled gently. Let's go. You should head back to school to handle your withdrawal process. I will make the necessary arrangements. He called a car for Wei Ziyu, sending her to the school. He then returned to the cafe, resuming his previous seat. Soon the system notification sound rang in his ears. Hosts villain value 1000. Protagonist's luck value 1000. Friendly reminder: hosts current villain value 2900. Protagonist's current luck value 8900. Feng Yu did not rush to check the system, but continued to savor the cup of coffee he had yet to finish, tilting his head to admire the scenery outside the window. About 10 minutes later, the door of the cafe was pushed open and a figure walked in from outside, tall and with bangs. It was the boy who had just troubled Wei Ziyu by the stall and was then severely reprimanded by Feng Yu. The boy with bangs sat down directly beside Feng Yu, his expression respectful, even carrying a hint of awe. Feng Yu continued to gaze out the window, and after a long while he slowly turned his head, took out his phone, and quickly tapped a few times. Beep. The boy with bangs looked at the text message payment notification on his phone, his face lighting up with joy. Thank you, young Master Feng. Feng Yu suddenly spoke. Are you a subordinate of Zhou Wenlong? Yes. The boy with bangs dared not be negligent, and replied with his head lowered. Feng Yu nodded. When you return, conveniently tell him that I have matters to discuss with him later. Yes, I will definitely convey the message. Feng Yu waved his hand. Go now, don't let anyone see you. The boy with bangs respectfully stood up, left the cafe, then glanced around before leaving with assurance. Feng Yu watched the figure leave. His eyes were deep, even carrying a hint of indifference. After a long time he withdrew his gaze and summoned the system. Most powerful villain system, host Feng Yu, personal wealth 1. 9 billion, integer calculation, charm value 30, physique value 27, skills, cello, advanced piano, advanced literary appreciation, intermediate. Villain value 2900, current triggered book, the expert from the mountains in the city. I already have 2900 villain points, which can be used to increase my physique. Feng Yu's expression shifted slightly. The system had previously mentioned that once the physique reached 50, the villain points required to increase each point of physique would rise. And 2900 villain points were already sufficient for him to elevate his physique to above 50. However, after a moment of thought, Feng Yu decided to reserve 1000 villain points for emergencies, as no one knew what might happen. System increase my physique by 19 points. Ding. Villain points 1900. Host physique 9. An even more violent force descended from the void, spreading and pervading Feng Yu's body, saturating every limb and bone, infusing the surging strength into the muscle fibers. Humph. This time the sensation of pain was evidently more intense than before, prompting Feng Yu to involuntarily close his eyes and let out a muffled grunt. The significant difference from the last time was Feng Yu distinctly sensed the enhancement of his mental power. A refreshing coolness emerged from his brain, providing an indescribable comfort, and his perception of the external world became extraordinarily clear. He suddenly had a feeling. It seemed that he could now faintly manipulate his mental power. Feng Yu's eyes abruptly opened, shining like torches. In front of him was a young man typing furiously on a computer, occasionally tugging at his hair, in frustration, seemingly racing against time to finish his thesis. The young man picked up the coffee next to him, just about to take a sip, when he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, causing the cup to slip from his hand. Bang! The sound of shattering resonated as the young man snapped back to reality, startled. The light in Feng Yu's eyes dimmed. This. He was somewhat moved, and then suddenly looked towards the system. Most powerful villain system, host Feng Yu, personal wealth 1. 9 billion, charm value 30, physique value 46, skills, cello, advanced piano, advanced literary appreciation, intermediate. Villain value 1000, current triggered book, the expert from the mountains in the city. Next to the skills a new line of small text suddenly appeared, intimidation, intermediate. Intimidation, intermediate. Feng Yu was somewhat puzzled, but with a spirit of inquiry he thought to ask, system, what's the deal with this suddenly appearing new skill? The system replied, Intimidation is a skill automatically generated when the host's mental strength reaches a certain level. It is the most rudimentary application of mental energy. It can impact the target's mind, causing a momentary daze with the effect depending on the target's mental strength. If upgraded to advanced, it will transform into the skill hypnosis. Is this a skill resulting from enhanced mental strength? A thoughtful expression appeared on Fang Ye's face as he remarked, the effect of this skill is quite impressive. At certain times, a momentary daze could cost one their life. Moreover, this skill is currently only intermediate and has ample room for improvement. Upon reaching advanced, it will become the skill hypnosis, and there should be more beyond that. System: how many villain points are needed to upgrade this skill to advanced? The system responded, to upgrade Intimidation Intermediate to Hypnosis Advanced, you need to spend 3,000 villain points. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu was instantly speechless. 3,000. He only had 1,000 villain points left, which was far from sufficient. Host, I must remind you that skill upgrades apart from consuming villain points can also occur with changes in the host's own state. According to the system's calculations, when the host's constitution reaches 55 points due to the increase in mental strength, this skill will automatically upgrade to Hypnosis Advanced. Fang Yu nodded, indicating his understanding. Just like the skills he had in violin and literary appreciation, he could also enhance them through learning. The principle is the same. As long as his mental strength improves, the upgrade of this skill will be a natural progression. My current constitution is 46 points, not far from 55. I can wait a bit. Although I'm curious about the effect of hypnosis, there's no need to spend an extra 3,000 villain points for it. With this thought in mind, Fang Yu focused his intention and retracted the system panel, saying, Boss, I'd like to settle the bill. 1 minute later, Fang Yu exited the cafe, planning to drive to the company. Fang Qixiong had recently started gradually handing over the group's affairs to him, so there were quite a few tasks to attend to. After that, he still needed to visit Fang's hospital to arrange the treatment for Wei Ziyu's father. Given the importance of Wei Ziyu in the story, Fang Yu dared not be the slightest bit careless. The cafe was not far from the school, and Wei Ziyu quickly returned to Shiri University. However, as she stepped back into the familiar campus, it seemed that everything around her had changed. The sun shone brightly, and everything around was filled with vibrant colors, making her feel a wave of ease. Wei Ziyu knew that her future was undergoing a tremendous transformation. There was a chance to cure her father's illness. She no longer had to struggle for a living, and her future was no longer uncertain. All of this was because of that one person. A genuine smile of relief spread across her face as she walked toward the administrative building. Meanwhile, at the school, a red Ferrari gradually came to a stop, and a young man in his 20s opened the car door and leaped out. However, at this moment, he was no longer dressed in the casual attire of the past, but rather in carefully coordinated designer casual, wearing an expensive watch on his wrist. A faint smile played at the corners of Chen Yu's mouth, and combined with his already handsome and refined appearance, he exuded an extraordinary grace. Let me release a chapter first. I might go out with my roommates for a meal later. If I return early, there might be another chapter, but that's uncertain. Is this Zurich University? Chen Yu gazed at the spacious and grand entrance, unable to help but click his tongue. With a low hum, the window of a Ferrari rolled down, revealing Zhao Shiyu's face filled with displeasure and hostility. She reminded him impatiently, don't cause any more trouble, you know. After speaking, without waiting for Chen Yu's reply, she pressed the accelerator and transformed into a flash of red lightning as she sped away. Chen Yu felt a bit helpless. Zhao Shiyu seems to harbor great resentment against me. What have I done to offend her? Shaking his head, he stepped forward into the school. As he walked, his mind drifted back to the incident where he was almost kidnapped and taken to a mental hospital, and his expression gradually darkened. He learned the meaning behind the name Fang Yu from Zhao Xingyue after the incident. The Fang family of Haijing City is a top-tier noble family, and Fang Yu is their eldest son, a true scion of privilege. However, no matter how hard Chen Yu thought, he couldn't understand why Fang Yu would target him when he had no grievances with him. But that no longer mattered. Since he had taken action against me, if I don't retaliate, I won't be able to swallow this anger. Chen Yu's eyes flickered. As the protagonist, how could he endure being bullied? Most protagonists are characteristically vengeful. Generally, if you touch me, I will annihilate your entire family. Of course, Chen Yu wasn't a fool. Having just arrived in Haijing City, he had no foundation here and would naturally not rush to confront Fang Yu hidden. The Fang family is powerful. Not to mention him, even the Zhao family backing him cannot compete, and he still needed to rely on the influence of the Ji family. Wait until I establish a reputation with my medical skills, make connections with a few big shots, and build my own force. How can the Fang family stand against me? With just a flick of my hand, they could be wiped out. Chen Yu's gaze turned cold. Just wait, I will definitely get back at them for what happened that day. But soon his attention was drawn to the beautiful girls passing through the campus, his heart gradually becoming restless. Having spent so many years in the mountains living a life devoid of desires, now that he was down from the mountain, he was naturally set free. In the book, the protagonist Chen Yu could be said to be surrounded by beautiful women, constantly encountering romantic adventures, whether it be campus beauties, teachers, or mothers. He flirted with them all. Chen Yu wandered aimlessly around the campus, admiring the legs of beautiful women, feeling relaxed and at ease. As he walked, he arrived at the side gate of Zurich University. At that moment, Chen Yu saw someone walking ahead of him. He looked up, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat, his eyes widening. So beautiful. If a perfect score is 100, Chen Yu felt that the beauty before him deserved at least a 98. The girl who astonished Chen Yu was Wei Ziyu, who had just completed her withdrawal procedures. Having hurriedly left with Fang Yu before she had left her stall at the entrance, so she planned to come back to collect it. As Wei Ziyu tidied up, she felt a surge of emotions. From now on, she wouldn't have to endure the strange or pitying looks from her classmates while doing this job. She wished she could rush to the hospital right away and tell her father about the good news. Hey, beautiful. At that moment, a magnetic voice came from beside her. Wei Ziyu looked up to find a very handsome boy standing in front of her, a gentle smile on his face. Beautiful, I would like 10 hand-grab pancakes. Chen Yu had a hard time tearing his gaze away from Wei Ziyu. In his view, first taking care of her business would provide an opportunity to gradually engage in conversation. The flirting begins. Wei Ziyu shook her head and said, I've already closed up. The flirting ends here. Oh, is that so? When will you set up your stall next time? I'll come to buy some. Chen Yu said awkwardly. Wei Ziyu smiled slightly. I won't be coming back again. Oh, I've found a new job. Chen Yu's expression froze. This beginning isn't going too well. However, as the male lead of a harem story, he wouldn't give up easily, as Wei Ziyu was exactly his type. Chen Yu's mind raced, and an idea struck him. He smiled and said, beautiful, you must also be a student of Zurich University, right? I just enrolled and am not familiar with this place. Could you help me get acquainted with the campus? Chen Yu admired his own cleverness for coming up with such an ingenious reason. Perfect. Wei Ziyu politely replied, but I've already withdrawn, so you should find someone else. I have a bit of an urgent matter and must. After saying that, she hurriedly pushed her stall away. Withdrawn. Chen Yu's mouth twitched. Sigh. Seeing Wei Ziyu leave, he reached out as if wanting to say something, but ultimately lowered his hand helplessly. In this situation, no matter how thick-skinned he felt embarrassed to continue flirting. Forget it, there are plenty of fish in the sea, why obsess over a single flower? There are many beauties in the school, why? Chen Yu muttered to himself, comforting himself, but he couldn't help but turn and look at Wei Ziyu's departing figure. Reluctantly, he turned to leave, feeling a strange sensation in his heart, as if he had missed something important. Chen Yu shook his head, then took out his phone and dialed a number directly. Where is my classroom? Please send me a class schedule. Soon the class schedule and classroom details were sent to Chen Yu's phone. He rushed off immediately, not to attend class, but to chase after girls. Here I come, the blissful university life. Shortly after, Chen Yu walked into a teaching building located on the southwest side of the campus and stopped in front of a spacious lecture hall. After checking the information on his phone, he thought this must be the right place. Chen Yu tidied up his clothes slightly, revealing a self-satisfied smile, and then stepped inside. In the next second, his smile froze on his face. The entire classroom was filled with the scent of male hormones, the masculine aura so thick it could ward off evil spirits. He saw one muscular man after another lifting their heads, all eyes fixed on Chen Yu's face. What the hell is... At dusk, having arranged matters with Tianyu Media and the Fang family hospital, Fang Yu drove home, but this time he was not returning to the Fang family villa, but to a newly purchased villa. Located in the Yunshan community on the outskirts, Fang Yu had bought the #1 villa, Yundian Villa, situated at the very peak of Yunshan. Priced at 200 million. Of course, a residence represents status and face, and Fang Yu did not care about this small sum. After all, he was about to inherit the Fang group. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his ear. Ding. Host villain value 100, protagonist luck value 100. Ding. Host villain value 200, protagonist luck value 200. Listening to the system's mechanical voice, Fang Yu couldn't help but smile. It seems the arrangements from the school are taking effect. That guy actually appeared at Shiri University. At this moment, someone from Li Wenbin's side called, reporting on Chen Yu's situation. Fang Yu was not surprised by the other. However, when he heard that Chen Yu had a chance encounter with Wei Ziyu, his brows couldn't help but furrow. These two it was like this. The other side recounted how Chen Yu had attempted to strike up a conversation with Wei Ziyu, but left awkwardly after failing. Fang Yu let out a sigh of relief and sneered, this damned protagonist halo is indeed troublesome, trying every possible way to matchmake Chen Yu and Wei Ziyu. Fortunately, I acted first. Once I cure Wei Ziyu's father's illness and boost her favorability a bit more, Chen Yu will have no chance left. This is just the beginning. He would gradually acquire the remaining luck value from Chen Yu and then send him off peacefully. In his next life, he shouldn't be a protagonist again. Continue to monitor Chen Yu, do not slack off. Fang Yu instructed before hanging up the phone. Fang Yu was now driving into the Yunshan community. The security guards he encountered on the road respectfully saluted. They had already been briefed in a meeting and knew that Fang Yu was the mysterious tycoon who bought Yundian Villa. Thus their attitude was exceptionally respectful, not daring to show any signs of negligence. The last stretch to the mountaintop could not be driven on, so Fang Yu walked up the small path. Before long, the massive outline of the villa came into view. Yundian Villa covered nearly 10 acres, adorned beautifully with a classic and grand style, exuding an air of elegance. As Fang Yu swiped his card to enter the ridiculously spacious courtyard, his brows suddenly furrowed. With a physique reaching 46, Fang Yu's mental strength surged, and his perception of the outside world had long reached an astoundingly keen level. The moment he entered he noticed there were people in the villa. Fang Ye's expression darkened. Having just bought Yundian villa, he hadn't even arranged for bodyguards or servants, so there should not be anyone inside. A thief? No, that's not right. Fang Yu remained calm, concentrating on sensing his surroundings. This place is equipped with infrared and gravity sensing alarm systems. If it were an ordinary thief, they would have been caught by security long ago, and there seemed to be more than one. As if realizing something, Fang Yu paused, then a subtle smile formed at the corner of his mouth. He stepped forward and said loudly, "Come out, there's no need to hide." Iron Guard members. Suddenly a deep voice echoed from the darkness. "How did young Master Fang discover us?" In silence, several figures emerged from the dimness, standing before Fang Yu. There were a total of 8 people, 7 men, and 1 woman, the oldest barely 30 and the youngest only in their 20s. Iron Guard. They had forsaken their names, known only by their code names, from Tai E to Tai Ba, swearing lifelong loyalty, to the Fang family possessing an exceptionally high degree of loyalty. They were the sharpest weapon hidden within the Fang family, a dagger that would stab fiercely into the enemy's heart at a critical. The individual strength of the Iron Guard was a common trait, yet they were not just brutish with power. Each person possessed various specialties in assassination, disguise, reconnaissance. And when the 8 of them coordinated, their destructiveness would increase exponentially. Young Master Fang. The 8 men spoke in unison, their expressions cold and emanating a hint of killing intent. The 8 Iron Guards stood together, their auras resonating and merging into one. If one did not perceive carefully, they might even mistake them for a single person. The faint sense of oppression formed by the intertwining of their energies even made Fang Yu feel a bit of tightness and oppression in his chest. Fang Yu was secretly alarmed. As expected, these Iron Guards nearly forced the protagonist into a desperate situation in the book. The original young master of the Fang family had used the Iron Guards to assassinate Chen Yu. Although Chen Yu ultimately survived, he was severely injured and fell into a coma, ending up in the hospital. At that time, the protagonist Chen Yu had already obtained a great opportunity, greatly enhancing his strength and medical skills, yet he still could not withstand the combined efforts of the Iron Guards. Of course, Chen Yu was most skilled in medicine rather than martial prowess. By the later stages, he had gathered a group of experts around him, hardly needing to take action himself. It's a pity that the Iron Guards weren't present during the earlier actions, otherwise. Fang Yu could not help but think this way, but quickly shook his head. Thinking about these things now is useless, and even if the Iron Guards had been deployed, then success was not guaranteed. His gaze was deep and calm. After the incident, Fang Yu carefully reflected on that action, and the conclusion he reached was it was too coincidental. Although Fang Yu was unaware of Chen Yu's dangers, he was not foolish. Oh, why would he suddenly mention himself in the car? At that time, Chen Yu had attacked the driver, and the vehicle had just flipped over towards the empty roadside. Chen Yu had conveniently flipped out of the window in advance, emerging almost unscathed. Upon examining the shackles that had restrained Chen Yu, it turned out that there was a quality issue, otherwise he could not have broken free in such a short time. Protagonist's halo. This was the only explanation. Before the protagonist's halo was stripped away, if he had tried to forcibly kill the opponent, it would have caused interference from the worlds, while resulting in various unforeseen failures. This was clearly communicated to him by the system. So thinking carefully, his desire to keep the protagonist imprisoned was based on the same reasoning. The worlds would not allow such things to happen. Therefore, even if the Iron Guards were dispatched at that time, failure was highly likely. The only method was to seize opportunities, alter the narrative, and strip away the protagonist's halo. Then Chen Yu would merely be a lamb awaiting slaughter. Fang Yu withdrew his thoughts, his gaze sweeping over the 8 Iron Guards. When he saw the last one, Tai Ba, his gaze paused slightly. Tai Ba, the only woman among the Iron Guards. In her 20s, she was not much older than Fang Yu. Proficient in assassination, her expression was indifferent and cold, yet her figure was curvaceous, and her looks could score above 95. Fang Yu's gaze was somewhat peculiar. In the original story, this Tai Ba actually liked that young Master Fang. However, due to the barrier of their identities, she had never revealed her feelings, merely observing Fang Yu stealthily. After Fang Yu died at Chen Yu's hands, Tai Ba flew into a rage, going after Chen Yu alone for assassination, ultimately meeting a tragic end. She was also a tragic character. At this moment, Tai Chi suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Young Master Fang, how did you discover us? Upon hearing this, not only Tai Chi but the other Iron Guards also looked over, equally puzzled by the matter. With their skills, let alone ordinary people, even experts might not be able to detect them. Fang Yu did not respond. He suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Since enhancing his physique, he had yet to test just how strong he had become. After all, ordinary people could never be his match. And the Iron Guards before him, weren't they just the perfect test subjects? Thus Fang Yu grinned broadly. He felt his fighting spirit rising within him. He gestured to Tai Chi and said, "Want to know? It's simple, let's have a match, if you want I'll tell you." Tai Chi frowned. "Young master, are you joking? How could I possibly fight you?" Fang Yu's expression was emotionless. "What are you afraid?" The atmosphere subtly froze. In the end, Tai Chi sighed heavily, taking a step forward, his killing intent spreading. "In that case, I shall offend you. I will hold back, and will not harm young Master Fang." His words indicated that he was not taking it seriously. That casual attitude was as if an adult was playing with a child. Fang Yu smiled, twisting his wrist. "Then you better be careful." Tai Chi chuckled, young master, feel free to make your move. He had never heard of Fang Yu practicing any martial arts, and from his postures and subtle body movements, it was clear he was a complete novice. Perhaps he learned some online martial arts for a few days and thought he was invincible. Haha, truly. Tai Chi shook it. Well then, here I come. Fang Yu slightly bent his body, stepping forward with his right foot, his body crashing forward. Tai Chi's expression suddenly changed. Instinctively, he raised his arms to block in front of him, but the next second, he was sent flying, crashing directly into the wall, not far away. Cough, cough. Tai Chi coughed violently, as if his body was about to fall apart, slowly sliding down from the wall, shock evident on his face. What just happened? Fang Yu straightened his body calmly, saying, next, I won't be holding back. Tai Chi's expression turned exceptionally grave, no longer daring to underestimate him. The power Fang Yu had just displayed was definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. Bang! The two's feet slammed down on the ground simultaneously, their figures nearly leaping out at the same time, then swiftly converging together. The dull sound of collision echoed incessantly. Both of them struck with fists and feet, constantly exchanging blows. The more they fought, the more Tai Chi felt stifled. Fang Yu had no apparent skills or techniques, yet relied solely on his formidable physical prowess, relentlessly pounding him with brute force. Each of the opponent's strikes caused his body to shudder, as if he were not fighting a person but the fiercest beast. If he hadn't undergone special training and possessed equally robust physique, Tai Chi would have probably collapsed by now. Bang! Fang Yu's right arm crashed down. Tai Chi raised his arms to block, but the terrifying force bent his knees, and the ground began to crack slightly. Roar! Tai Chi suppressed the urge to spit blood, seizing a gap in Fang Yu's defense, stepping forward while letting out a low growl. As his muscles tensed, both fists thrust forward. Piercing strike. But at that moment, Fang Yu's eyes suddenly... Intimidation intermediate. Tai Chi's expression instantly became dazed, his figure frozen in place. When he suddenly came to his senses, Fang Yu's hand was already grasping his throat, a seemingly amused expression on his face. Tai Chi's eyes were filled with shock, but he ultimately sighed, I lost. In that final moment, although Tai Chi did not understand what had transpired, there was no doubt it was Fang Yu's handiwork. The nearby Tai Wei were all stunned. Did Tai Chi actually lose? Each of their Tai Wei was an elite among elites, far surpassing ordinary people. While Tai Chi was not the strongest among them, he was certainly not the weakest. Fang Yu said to Tai Chi indifferently, return to your unit. Yes, Tai Chi replied respectfully, and with a flash he returned to the formation. The gazes of the Tai Wei towards Fang Yu held a hint of reverence and less arrogance. For them, strength was the simplest way to earn respect. At this moment, Fang Yu's phone rang. It was a call from Fang Qixiong. Xiao Yu, have you seen the Tai Wei? Fang Qixiong said with a smile. I had them infiltrate your villa early to let you witness their skills. How? Indeed, I have seen it. Fang Yu glanced at Tai Chi, his expression meaningful. Tai Chi felt his old face burn with embarrassment. Given Fang Yu's strength, there was no need for them to showcase their skills. Fang Yu remained noncommittal. After all, he was a player with a system advantage, and the value of the Tai Wei extended far beyond their individual strength. They were not just street thugs wielding knives. Instead, they were experts operating in the shadows, responsible for protection and carrying out various tasks. Fang Qixiong reminded him a few more times, finally urging Fang Yu not to forget about the board meeting before hanging up. Fang Yu waved his hand towards the Tai Wei. Maintain vigilance around the villa, or I will contact you whenever there is a task. Yes, the Tai Wei responded respectfully. After the earlier incident, they had completely been won over by Fang Yu. Fang Yu walked alone into the villa and sat on the sofa in the hall, contemplating the battle that had just occurred. Using the Tai Wei as a reference standard with the help of the system, his physique had undoubtedly begun to surpass that of in the book, Experts Descending the Mountain, which focused on divine doctors and romantic encounters. While the Tai Wei's strength was not the very top, they belonged to the first tier. However, I possess great physical strength without corresponding combat skills. Had I not used intimidation earlier, I might have allowed Tai Chi to seize an opportunity to turn the tide. Fang Yu pondered. In the earlier battle, he had merely relied on his physical prowess to recklessly strike, while Tai Chi's attacks posed little threat to him, yet he could deliver blows that made the opponent's blood surge. Had it been the same physical body, he would have long been defeated. Moreover, the Tai Wei had not used any weapons. If they had employed cold weapons, or even more familiar firearms, Fang Yu would definitely be unable to contend with the Tai Wei. Fang Yu summoned the system. He needed to address this area of vulnerability, and the method was to selectively draw. System, I want to draw skills related to combat techniques. Ding. Searching. Skill martial arts match, would you like to draw it? Draw it, Fang Yu said without hesitation. Ding. Villain points 1000, host acquires martial art. Fang Yu's heart leaped with joy. Advanced. The skills obtained through selective drawing were randomly chosen from 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. And this time Fang Yu was fortunate enough to obtain the highest initial skill level. Advanced was already the pinnacle achievable by ordinary people. A vast amount of information suddenly emerged from his mind, transforming into Fang Yu's instinct combat techniques, stealth techniques, force application techniques, firearms techniques. In short, all combat-related techniques were fully unlocked. Muscle memory also inexplicably surfaced, seamlessly embedding itself within his muscle fibers, no longer bearing the previous sense of inflated power, but feeling as if honed through countless trials. Fang Yu gently clenched his fist, feeling amazed as he said, "The system is indeed powerful. What a pity I have little villain points left now. However, villain points are meant to be used. If not converted into strength, what use are they? Furthermore," he smiled faintly, "without villain points can I not just take them from Chen Yu? Thanks to Shadow for the little whip. Chen Pinggan's inspiration capsule. The sofa, the cosmic urging talisman. LSB, the past with the wind. Do Yu Song Wenru loves to eat chickens, climbing invitation. No regrets. Mo Luo loves to eat sugar. Hamster King water cloud body. Wow Kacha, I am so fierce." The next day in the morning, at the Jinggan Hospital in Haiqing City, a hospital that ranks at the bottom, its only advantage is the relatively low cost. Thus, many impoverished families who cannot afford treatment at larger hospitals choose to come here for medical care. In a hospital ward on the 5th floor, Wei Ziyu was sitting in the ward peeling an apple, while a man in his 50s lay on the hospital bed wearing an oxygen mask, his complexion slightly pale and sickly. This man was Wei Ziyu's father, Wei Xingyue. Looking at Wei Xingyue, a hint of worry flashed across Wei Ziyu's face. Her father's condition had suddenly worsened before, and they had rushed him to the hospital, barely pulling him back from the brink of death. He was still in a coma. However, thinking of Fang Yes promise, a smile returned to Wei Ziyu's face. Fang's hospital is the best hospital in Haiqing City, even considered top-notch in the entire Linzhou. At that moment, a doctor in a white coat around 30 years old walked in and immediately said with a smile, "Miss Wei, let's step outside to talk about your father's condition." Seeing this, Dr. Wei Ziyu's eyes filled with anger. Lu Ping, Wei Xingyan's attending physician, had an uncle who, because he was infatuated with Wei Ziyu's beauty, he proposed a condition: if she were to be with him, he would help reduce Wei Xingyan's medical expenses. How could Wei Ziyu agree? Naturally, she angrily rejected his proposition. Lu Ping, enraged, felt that Wei Ziyu was being ungrateful and began to deliberately create difficulties for her in various matters, even threatening her. Wei Ziyu had reported the situation to the hospital, but Lu Ping's uncle suppressed the matter, and it always ended up. Moreover, she dared not truly escalate the issue. After all, Wei Xingyan still needed treatment here. But this time Wei Ziyu was unafraid. "All right, let's talk." The two walked downstairs and went outside. As they walked, Lu Ping laughed and said, "Miss Wei, have you thought about my proposition? How about considering it?" "Of course, I've already made my decision." Lu Ping's smile widened. "Oh, I'm curious about Miss Wei's choice." Wei Ziyu said coldly. Lu Ping's expression immediately darkened. "Miss Wei, your father's condition is quite serious. You should think carefully." In his view, the other party was too ungrateful. Wei Ziyu replied, "You needn't worry about that. I will arrange for my father to be transferred immediately." Lu Ping sneered, "Haha, transferred? Where do you think you can transfer to?" "Fang's hospital." Lu Ping was momentarily stunned, then he stopped walking and burst into laughter, nearly in tears. "Haha, Fang's hospital. Miss Wei, are you trying to make me laugh? Do you know what level Fang's hospital is at? It is affiliated with the Fang Group. You can't even afford to stay at our Jinggan hospital, and you think you can go anywhere else." Buzz, Wei Ziyu's phone rang. She answered the call, and Fang Yes' voice came through. "I've arrived." "Arrived?" Wei Ziyu exclaimed joyfully, looking around, but failing to spot Fang Yu. "I can see you already." Fang Yu chuckled softly. "Look up and step aside a bit." Lu Ping was still sneering beside her. "Miss Wei, I advise you to think again." His voice suddenly cut off, because he had already heard a thunderous roar coming from above. Lu Ping looked up, his face instantly blank. A massive object dozens of meters long was flying in the sky, blotting out the sun and casting a grim and fierce shadow on the ground. The helicopter's rotor blades stirred the air, whipping up a storm. What shocked Lu Ping even more was the emblem on the helicopter's body, a symbol known to everyone in Haiqing City. It represented the Fang Group. Boom! The helicopter slowly descended onto the lawn of Jingyan Hospital, the chaotic airflow stirring up dust. What's happening? Lu Ping felt as if his eyes were too heavy to open. When he could finally see clearly again, he noticed a young man in a complete custom suit stepping down from the helicopter. His skin was fair, his face firm and defined, with a pair of pitch-black eyes that were deep and calm, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Lu Ping scrutinized the man closely and suddenly gasped in shock. This wasn't Fang Yu, was it? The young master of the Fang Group. Previously, by chance, he had seen Fang Yu from a distance while attending an academic exchange meeting with his uncle. Thus, he recognized him instantly. Lu Ping straightened his clothes, running forward with trepidation, intending to greet Fang. If he could leave even the slightest good impression on this person, it might lead to an opportunity for him in the future. However, Wei Ziyu ran over first. "Fang Yu, you're here." Lu Ping was completely dumbfounded. A growing sense of foreboding filled him. Was it really true that Wei Ziyu intended to transfer her father to Fang's hospital? Even more absurd was the fact that it was Fang Yu who came to pick him up. Could they be in that kind of relationship? Lu Ping's lips trembled. He had inadvertently threatened the woman who was... Fang Yu had long noticed the anxious Lu Ping nearby. He feigned ignorance on the surface, but understood everything. In the books, Chen Yu seemed to have dealt with a few villains while treating Wei Ziyu's father. This guy, he must be Lu Ping, right? Thus Fang Yu knowingly asked, "Who is this guy?" Wei Ziyu bit her lip, opened her mouth, but ultimately said, After all, she and Wei Xingyan would soon leave Jingyang Hospital for Fang's hospital, leaving behind this detestable Lu Ping. Fang Yu had already helped her enough. She didn't want to add more trouble for Fang Yu, nor did she want him to think that she intended to exploit his identity for personal revenge. Fang Yu sighed. Gazing into Wei Ziyu's eyes, he spoke deliberately. Since you've signed a contract, you are now my employee. I have an obligation to take responsibility for your matters, so there's no need for any psychological burden. If there's anything, just let me know. Ding. Wei Ziyu's favorability towards the host increased to 70. Ding. Wei Ziyu's favorability towards the host increased to 75. Upon hearing this, Wei Ziyu felt a warm current surge within her, experiencing a long-lost sense of security and reassurance, though her feelings were somewhat complicated. She was happy that Fang Yu cared for her and was willing to spend time on her matters, yet her gaze dimmed slightly at the definition of their relationship. Was it merely concern for a subordinate? But looking at Fang Yu's resolute demeanor, she decided to lay all the matters related to Lu Ping bare. That's the way it should be. How else could she earn villain points? Fang Yu smiled and said, "You can arrange to transfer your dad to the helicopter now. We'll be leaving soon." Wei Ziyu nodded, her expression slightly excited, and hurried to the ward. At that moment, Fang Yu finally looked up, coldly glancing at Lu Ping not far away. When Lu Ping felt Fang Yu's gaze upon him, he was nearly scared out of his wits, his legs weakening as he almost fell to the ground. Lu Ping panicked. "Young Master Fang, I was wrong. I didn't know anything before. If I had, even if you lent me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't have dared." Fang Yu slowly approached. With each step closer, Lu Ping's fear only grew. He had no idea what he was about to face. The unknown was often the most terrifying. Fang Yu stood in front of Lu Ping, staring at his pale face in silence. Fang Yu. Lu Ping trembled. "I heard you wanted to coerce Wei Ziyu into submission." Fang Yu said, flatly adjusting his suit, as his eyes barely focused on Lu Ping. As if Lu Ping didn't even have the right to exist. Lu Ping was sweating profusely. I was just momentarily confused. Momentarily confused. All right then, I'll help you become a bit smarter. Fang Yu snapped his fingers. Tai Chi appeared from nowhere. "Young Master Fang, what do you need?" "Come cut off his third leg. After all, this is a hospital, so treatment will be convenient." "Understood." Tai Chi's expression showed no change upon hearing this, as if it were the most ordinary task. He walked straight towards Lu Ping. No. Lu Ping struggled frantically, filled with boundless regret and fear, tears streaming down his face, yet he was still grabbed by Tai Chi, as if he were a chick dragged towards the corner. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Then silence ensued. So quiet. Fang Yu dug at his ear, then pulled out his phone to make a call, which was instantly connected. "Is this the director of Jingyang Hospital?" "I am Fang Yu." A sound of footsteps came from the other end, followed by some panting. "Young Master Fang, why didn't you inform us before coming to our hospital? I could have prepared in advance. I'm rushing over now." "No need for a reception." Fang Yu replied lightly, "But there's a small matter I need you to attend to. Isn't there a chief physician named Lu Ping at your hospital? And doesn't he have an uncle who's a director? Fire them both for me." "Yes." The director of Jingyang Hospital didn't dare to utter a word, immediately agreeing, knowing that Lu Ping must have provoked Fang Yu for some unknown reason. He was already nearing the ground floor and had heard the faint piercing scream, but he didn't dare to ask any further. Instead, he felt a surge of resentment towards Lu Ping. This bastard, he usually let things slide out of respect for Lu Ping's uncle, but now he had offended young Master Fang. What if it implicated him? Young Master Fang, actually Lu Ping has a sister who also works at the hospital. The director of Jingyang Hospital. Fang Yu found this amusing. This guy really had a strong desire to survive. So eager to distance himself from the situation. But this was just a trivial matter, so Fang Yu casually said. "Then let's fire her too. By the way, send someone to bring a stretcher over. That Lu Ping accidentally cut himself while walking. You can still attempt to save him. Sometimes living is the real hell." The corner of the director's mouth twitched, walking carelessly. Who was he trying to His heart trembled continuously. He must never provoke Fang Yu again. Ding. Host's antagonist points increased by 100. The protagonist's fortune aura decreased by 100. Having dealt with Lu Ping and his uncle, tasks rightfully belonging to the protagonist, Chen Yu forfeited his chance to humiliate them in grand style, thus earning antagonist points. Of course, the target was merely a minor figure yielding negligible antagonist points, scant, yet not entirely worthless. Fang Yu waited downstairs for a while, but Wei Ziyu still did not appear, his brows furrowed faintly. "Why so slow?" Just then Wei Ziyu called. Fang Yu answered immediately. "What's wrong? Hasn't it been resolved?" "Well, there's a man here claiming to be a doctor. He insists on examining my father, and says he can effortlessly cure his illness." "A doctor?" Fang Yu frowned in confusion. "Jingyang Hospital. Where could such a physician possibly come from?" "Wait." His expression shifted instantly. "What does he look like?" "He's a young man in his early 20s. Fang Yu stopped listening altogether. His face hardened into glacial severity. "Detain him until I arrive." That doctor was Chen Yu. "Miss Wei, your father's condition is." As Chen Yu examined Wei Xingyan's body, he spoke with effortless fluency. His heart swelled with exhilaration. Never had he imagined that a routine visit to Jingyang Hospital would lead him to encounter the very woman who haunted his dreams at university. Even more fortuitous, her father lay gravely ill. Seizing the moment, Chen Yu casually diagnosed several minor ailments afflicting Wei Ziyu, swiftly winning her trust, then requested permission to examine Wei Xingyue. This was nothing short of divine providence, a golden opportunity to dazzle and charm. Though Wei Xingyue's illness was grave to Chen Yu, it posed no real challenge. He had already begun envisioning the triumphant finale, curing the patriarch and winning the maiden's heart. Yet as Chen Yu spoke at length, Wei Ziyu listened utterly bewildered. Sensing her confusion, Chen Yu smiled faintly. No need to understand. It suffices that you know I can cure your father. A few prescriptions coupled with targeted therapeutic techniques will restore him swiftly. Truly. Wei Ziyu hesitated, skeptical. After all, even Jingyang Hospital's physicians had deemed her father's condition exceptionally difficult. And yet this man spoke of it so lightly. Logically speaking, medicine demanded years of practice and accumulated wisdom. Renowned experts and professors were invariably silver-haired elders. Chen Yu appeared scarcely older than herself. How could he possibly be the miracle healer he claimed to be? Noticing her doubt, Chen Yu smiled coolly. Miss Wei, were any of the minor ailments I identified in you, and none were mistaken? Wei Ziyu nodded reluctantly. Had his diagnoses been flawed, she would have dismissed him outright, never allowing him near her father. To her, even the slimmest possibility was worth seizing. So Miss Wei, Chen Yu said calmly, you may place your full confidence in, bang. At that instant the ward door exploded inward. Chen Yu recoiled in shock, nearly toppling from his chair. When he looked up and recognized the intruder, his pupils contracted instinctively. Fang Yu. Since the last kidnapping incident, Chen Yu has investigated a vast amount of information about Fang Yu, so he naturally recognizes him now. Fang Yu cast his gaze towards Chen Yu and deliberately feigned a look of astonishment on his face, saying, aren't you the thief who was caught by the inspector at the station that day? Oh, so you've switched careers to become a doctor. You really are quite versatile. Wei Ziyu exclaimed in surprise. Fang Yu said with a half-smile, I happened to run into you at the station that day. You were taken away by the inspector on the spot. Chen Yu's expression changed slightly. He remembered that Fang Yu was the one he saw on the second floor of the station that day. Could it be that he was taken away by the inspector because of him? And now he has come to ruin his good fortune. Damn it. Chen Yu was filled with anger and coldly said, I have no enmity with you. Why would you slander me? Slander? Fang Yu sneered, saying, do you dare to say that you weren't caught by the inspector for stealing a wallet before? Of course not. Feeling Wei Ziyu's doubtful gaze, Chen Yu instinctively retorted and then raised his voice. And what does this have to do with you? Don't you think you're meddling too much? Relation? Fang Yu chuckled lightly and suddenly pulled Wei Ziyu into his embrace, saying, you tell me, does this have anything to do with me? Bang, bang, bang. Wei Ziyu's heart raced violently. Her mind went blank as she felt Fang Yu's broad and sturdy chest. The overwhelming masculinity made her cheeks flush uncontrollably. She had never had such intimate contact with a boy before. Wei Ziyu instinctively wanted to struggle, but in the end she inexplicably stopped her movements and allowed Fang Yu to hold her. Ding! Wei Ziyu's affection for the host has risen to 80. Chen Yu's expression froze. Wei Ziyu is Fang Yu's woman. He instinctively found it hard to believe after all the marriage between the Fang and Song families was already common knowledge in the upper circles of Haiqing City. But when Chen Yu looked at Wei Ziyu's expression and noticed that she didn't resist at all, his heart suddenly sank. Could it be that the one he had been chasing all along was a second-hand item? His heart was filled with resentment, as the Wei Ziyu he had been infatuated with was now throwing herself into someone else's arms right in front of him. At the same time, a deep jealousy also arose. Jealous of Fang Yu for having so many women. Both Song Xiaoyu and Wei Ziyu were rare beauties, yet they had all been taken by him. Meanwhile, trying to pursue a girl for himself had led to repeated failures. Good, very good, I will remember today's events, just wait. Chen Yu could no longer stay here, leaving with a darkened face. At this moment, Fang Yu finally released Wei Ziyu. She seemed to just realize what had happened, gasping softly and hurriedly running aside. Her heart was racing even more violently. What had she just done? She didn't even put up any resistance, as if she enjoyed being in Fang Yu's arms. Wei Ziyu felt a bit anxious. Would Fang Yu think she was a very easy woman? Fang Yu sighed. You really believe such a con artist? Seeing that Fang Yu seemed to have forgotten what had just happened, Wei Ziyu's anxiety eased slightly as she said, but he pointed out some of my little flaws correctly, even knew when I had my period. Naive. Such matters, if one were to take the effort, wouldn't it be hard to investigate? Fang Yu said indifferently. Let me guess, this guy must have seen you before. How do you know? Wei Ziyu instinctively said, but as soon as the words left her mouth she felt a bit foolish, and then her face filled with anger. That bastard. Under Fang Yu's guidance, she naturally connected the dots, realizing that Chen Yu had specifically investigated her information after meeting her and pretended to be a doctor to get close to her. Wei Ziyu was surprisingly furious. Compared to herself, she could not tolerate anyone using her father's illness to. Wei Ziyu's impression of Chen Yu instantly plummeted to the lowest point. Ding. Host villain value 500. Protagonist luck value 500. Fang Yu smiled slightly. This 500 villain value came from Wei Ziyu's change in attitude towards Chen Yu, and once Wei Ziyu's affection reached 100, he should be able to gain another wave. Fang Yu reminded, there are many bad people in this world, you must learn to discern them. Wei Ziyu felt a lingering fear. If it weren't for Fang Yu, she might have been deceived by that Chen Yi. From now on, be more vigilant. First go find a doctor and transfer your dad to the helicopter. Let's head to Fang's hospital. Wei Ziyu obediently nodded and ran toward the exit. Seconds later, the smile on Fang Ye's face slowly faded, his eyes flickering with a cold light. When dealing with the protagonist, one must never be careless. For the sake of the final villain value, it seems I need to find someone to keep a close eye on Wei Ziyu. Such accidents must not. Fang Ye's mouth suddenly curled into a cruel smile. Are they about to start acting over there? Chen Yu, what gives you the illusion that after threatening me, you can leave unscathed? Chen Yu walked out of the hospital with a sullen expression. Fang Yu. His teeth clenched, his demeanor shadowy. I have never offended this guy, yet he has continuously made things difficult for me, thinking him easy to bully. Regardless of whether he was implicated because of the Xiao family or for other reasons, there was no doubt that Fang Yu was. A plan gradually took shape in Chen Yi's mind. He couldn't swallow this anger. Chen Yi sneered, knowing that his medical skills could save lives, but they could also take lives. A divine doctor could harm and kill without a trace. He planned to disguise himself and wait for Fang Yu to come out quietly, approaching him to take some actions. He believed that the means he employed were unresolvable by anyone except himself. What does it matter to have wealth and power? What does it matter how big the background is? In the end, one cannot escape the cycle of life, aging, illness, and death. A somewhat arrogant smile appeared at the corner of Chen Yi's mouth. This is what it means to be a divine doctor. This is the confidence that allows him to roam freely in the city. Even if one possesses overwhelming power and wealth, it still requires them to treat oneself as a distinguished. Take Xiao Xingyue of the Xiao family, who is renowned for his unwavering word and undeniable authority, extremely domineering. Even the clan leader, Zhao Ting, does not dare to act recklessly. Yet he still must treat me with respect. Why? It's merely because they value my potential, and more importantly, only I can cure Zhao Xinrue's illness. The Zhao family was the first to fawn over me, but certainly not the last. The Ji family, the Fang family in Haiqing City, and even the broader Linzhou will ultimately be trampled beneath my feet one step at a time. Chen Yi envisioned his grand future, feeling much more at ease. At that time, what would the Fang family be? Just ants. As for now, I'll collect some interest. Chen Yi sneered, planning to disguise himself and prepare to wait. Suddenly his heart skipped a beat. A bad premonition surged forth, and his instincts raised a warning. Chen Yi abruptly stopped, looking around, his expression darkening. He had been so engrossed in his thoughts that he had unwittingly walked into the vicinity of an abandoned warehouse where few people passed by. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of footsteps shattered the silence, and in the blink of an eye, 8 iron guards had surrounded Chen Yi. Tai Lu advanced step by step, taunting. This guy really thinks of us running to this deserted place. Chen Yi said solemnly, Who are you? Are you an idiot? Why should we tell you? Tai Ba chuckled softly. Chen Yi felt a sense of imminent danger, cold sweat even beading on his forehead. If they were ordinary people, he would naturally not fear them, but the 8 before him exuded an aura that intertwined and resonated, even piercing his skin with a stinging sensation. Absolutely formidable experts. Old 6, stop wasting words with him. Tai Yi touched his buzz cut, looking indifferently at the somewhat flustered Chen Yi, grinning. Rest assured, although we don't know why, the order we received is not to kill you. Just to break your legs. 10 minutes later, Wei Ziyu's father had already been transferred to a helicopter with doctors who were prepared, taking care. Fang Yu also stepped onto the helicopter. Ding. At this moment, he received a message on his phone. It contained only 4 short words, mission accomplished. Very good. Fang Yu smiled, his gaze deep and profound. Ding. Host's villain value 500. Hero's luck value 500. Friendly reminder. Host's current villain value 1400. Hero's current luck value 7500. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Has half of the fortune value already been plundered? Fang Yu raised an eyebrow. But is that all? No. The only response was a series of silence. Forget it, so stingy. Fang Yu shrugged, his eyes slightly closed. The fortune value is now only half left. Then Chen Yi can begin his countdown to death. There are still quite a few villain points available for use. Fang Yu looked at his 1,400 villain points and first added 4 points to his constitution. After all, the system said that once the constitution reaches 50, the exchange ratio would change. Ding. Host villain points 400. Constitution 4. Energy emerged from the void, flowing through Fang Ye's body, shaping his physique. He could clearly feel a slight increase in strength. Ding. Host constitution has reached 50 points. The exchange ratio between villain points and constitution points has been adjusted. Each additional point of constitution now requires 200 villain points. Hiss. Fang Yu gasped, directly doubling it. How ruthless. But there's no choice. Even if it's unfair, constitution points still need to be added. With 1,000 villain points left, he can just bring his constitution up to 55. Then the skill Intimidation Intermediate will upgrade to Hypnosis Advanced. Fang Yu was quite interested in this skill. As a skill recognized by the system, it couldn't be a scam. Ding. Host villain points 1,000. Constitution 5. The system's energy washed over and transformed Fang Ye's body, bringing a refreshing sensation to his mind. The skill Intimidation Intermediate in the system quietly transformed into Hypnosis Advanced. Fang Yu suddenly looked up, gazing at Wei Ziyu across from him. Noticing his movement, Wei Ziyu also looked up at Fang Yu. Then she saw the light in Fang Yu's eyes vanish, replaced by two pitch-black whirlpools. Wei Ziyu's form suddenly froze, her entire being motionless, her pupils vacant and lifeless. With no one else around, there was no worry of being noticed. Fang Yu, his expression unchanged, asked, "What is your name?" "Wei Ziyu." "Who is your father?" "My father is Wei Shi." Fang Yu asked several questions in a row, and Wei Ziyu answered vacantly. Then he suddenly said, "Who do you like?" "The person I like is..." Wei Ziyu said halfway, a hint of struggle suddenly appearing on her face. "Who is it?" The darkness in Fang Yu's eyes deepened. Wei Ziyu's expression returned to vacant. "The person I like is Fang." Fang Yu exhaled, withdrawing his mental power. The confusion in Wei Ziyu's eyes faded, gradually returning. "What happened?" Wei Ziyu asked, a bit nervous and hurried. "Why are you staring at me?" "It's nothing." Fang Yu smiled slightly, but in his mind analysis quickly began. After being affected, one completely loses awareness and has no memory of subsequent events. When asked sensitive questions, there will be mental fluctuations requiring increased mental energy consumption to maintain the state. Fang Yu felt slightly fatigued. Using the hypnosis skill earlier consumed nearly 1/3 of his mental energy. Because it was my first time using it, I wasn't skilled enough and some mental energy was wasted. After becoming proficient, it should be possible to reduce some consumption. Soon after, the helicopter arrived at Fang's hospital. Throughout the journey, Fang Yu gained more understanding of the hypnosis skill, with his proficiency significantly improving. The subject of the experiment was naturally Wei Ziyu. When they arrived at the hospital, Wei Ziyu frowned in thought, feeling as if she had forgotten something. Moreover, the time spent on the helicopter seemed to have passed quickly. Fang's hospital had already prepared a VIP ward according to Fang Yu's instructions, equipped with a luxurious expert team responsible for treating Wei Xingyue. Originally, Fang Yu planned to stay a bit longer, but then Fang Qixiong called, his tone somewhat hurried and gloomy. "The board meeting has been moved up and will be held this afternoon. You need to rush to Fang's group immediately." Fang Yu frowned. "What's going on?" "I have been gradually handing over the group's affairs to you, and it seems some interested parties have noticed, so they jumped up eagerly." Fang Qixiong's voice was somewhat cold. "I understand." Fang Yu said, "I'll head over right away." As a conglomerate with assets worth billions, there are naturally many interests intertwined within Fang's group. Although Fang Qixiong held great power, there were other factions within the group. Especially since Fang Yu had a reputation for being a playboy, someone who couldn't be reformed. In this situation, many people were eager to make their move. Now that Fang Qixiong intended to hand over the group to Fang Yu, it was certain that some people would not be able to sit still. I originally wanted to let these clowns jump around for a while longer." Fang Yu's smile was cold, "But since they are looking for trouble themselves, let's deal with them first. For readers who feel it's not enough, I already have 1,000,000 completed old books. Click on the hamster avatar to see the hamster's new book. Will also strive hard to write. Updates are here. 5 updates. A full day of classes, my head hurts." Before departing, Fang Yu seemed to have thought of something and dialed Lung Han's phone. A few seconds later, the call connected. "Young master, what about the matter I asked you to investigate? Why did Fang Group fail to detect such significant loopholes during their review of Gaoshen Group?" Lung Han sighed bitterly. "According to your instructions, I found out who was responsible for the review of Dongsheng Group and several employees, but..." "Speak." "They have all committed suicide recently, and the investigation concluded it was due to family pressure and depression." Fang Yu's gaze turned icy. At this point, he could be almost certain that Gao Jianmin's affairs were definitely related to Song Qiaoyu. Ruthless, and without leaving any traces. This was precisely Song Qiaoyu's style of action. Fang Yu continued to ask, "What about Gao Jianmin?" Lung Han quickly replied, "Gao Jianmin has been captured by a group of people who lent him money at high interest. He has been tortured these past few days, and is on the brink of collapse." "Moi." Fang Yu frowned. "Keep an eye on him, don't slack off. If Song Qiaoyu wants to erase traces, she should first eliminate Gao Jianmin." "Why hasn't she taken action? This indicates that there is a problem." "Yes," Lung Han hurriedly replied. After hanging up the phone, the helicopter quickly ascended with a roar, heading towards its destination. Fang Group headquarters. Located in the most luxurious area of Haiqing City, it could be said to be worth its weight in gold, yet the financially robust Fang Group occupies an entire complex here. At the west side of Fang Group's headquarters building, a spacious area had already gathered quite a number of people, most of whom were reporters carrying equipment and microphones, their faces filled with excitement. Longting News, Poi News, and Tianxiadashi. Various well-known media outlets had all arrived, and the smaller media outlets were too numerous to count, including even the Dongxia Daily. The lineup was indeed luxurious and extravagant. Just half an hour ago, the current clan leader of the Fang family, Fang Qixiong, had issued an official announcement. He would officially resign as chairman during the board meeting at Fang Group headquarters this afternoon and hand over the position to his son Fang Yu. As soon as the news broke, it sent shockwaves throughout Haiqing City, and even the prominent families within the entire Linzhou region received the message. Fang Group is an absolute giant that can rank among the top in the entire Dongxia, and every action naturally attracts attention. Therefore, these media outlets hurriedly rushed over upon hearing the news. They wanted to seize the opportunity to obtain the freshest information and ride on this wave of popularity. Boom! The roaring sound came from afar. The helicopter carrying Fang Yu descended from the sky and landed on the lawn. They've arrived. All the reporters were jolted to attention. The helicopter opened, and a pair of brand-new loafer-style carved leather shoes stepped onto the ground. To attend the board meeting, Fang Yu had specially changed into a tailored gray suit complemented by an elegant tie exuding an imposing presence. It was enough to make one's heart tremble. The reporters immediately swarmed forward. "Young Master Fang, is it true that you will succeed as the chairman of Fang Group today? Why was the announcement made so hastily? Under your leadership, will there be any major personnel changes in the group or adjustments to industrial policies? Young Master Fang." The reporters all clamored with questions. Suddenly, a somewhat sharp voice emerged. "Young Master Fang, do you believe you have the ability to lead the massive Fang Group? After all, there are rumors that you don't understand business management at all." The noisy scene suddenly fell silent for a moment. The reporters wore expressions of surprise. Who dared to ask such a rude and bold question? The crowd parted slightly, revealing the figure of the questioner, a male reporter wearing an arrogant and smug expression. Fang Ye's steps halted as he turned to glance at him. Upon seeing the emblem on the reporter's badge, he suddenly understood. It was Shenghong Media, a company acquired by the Ji family. Their main task was to defame the Fang family and Fang Group. Fang Yu smiled and looked at him, saying, "I can't do it. Do you expect this dog that only barks at its master's command to take the job?" The reporter's face froze instantly. He had thought Fang Yu would be enraged, providing him the perfect opportunity to retaliate, but unexpectedly Fang Yu was thinking outside the box. Fang Yu abruptly asked, "Does the headquarters of Fang Group allow dogs to wander in freely?" A nearby bodyguard cleverly continued the conversation, saying, "The headquarters of Fang Group has a strict prohibition against bringing in any wild animals." Fang Yu coldly replied, "Then get this dog out of here. How dare the Ji family's subordinates come to the Fang family's territory to cause trouble? Simply outrageous." "Yes." Two bodyguards immediately sneered as they stepped forward, roughly grabbing the male reporter and dragging him outside. "I'm a reporter, you can't do this. Bastard, I'm a reporter." The male reporter's impotent rage gradually faded into the distance, followed by a loud thud and a scream. The reporters present fell silent like cicadas in winter, and a few of those who had been more boisterous quickly quieted down. "Fang Xiao." A few reporters still wanted to ask questions. Waving his hand, Fang Yu coldly said, "I'm very busy. If you have questions, let's discuss them at the group press conference later." The reporters were immediately left disappointed. But Fang Yu suddenly turned around, revealing a somewhat sly smile. "However, rest assured, everyone. He'll give you a big scoop." As soon as he said this, the reporters' eyes lit up. A big scoop. But Fang Yu had already turned away, no longer speaking, while the bodyguards had surrounded him, leading him into the building. Having shaken off the annoying reporters, Fang Yu let out a long sigh of relief, yet he still felt admiration for Fang Qixiang's wisdom and decisiveness. Indeed, the older generation is always more cunning. The group of clowns tried to disrupt Fang Qixiang's original plan for resignation, so they organized an early board meeting to create trouble. However, Fang Qixiang made a decisive move, seizing the opportunity to issue a notice bringing in the media to set the tone for the situation. Those guys must be feeling utterly disgusted right now. As he entered the lobby of the group, a pair of well-dressed female receptionists, both top-tier in stature and appearance, hurriedly bowed and said, "Fang Xiao." Meanwhile, Leng Han, who had been waiting nearby, quickly followed up. "Young master, would you like to rest for a while, or?" Fang Yu glanced at his Patek Philippe watch. The time was almost up. "Let's go directly to the conference room." Ding. Taking the elevator to the 20th floor of the group building, Leng Han stepped up to push the door open to a conference room at the innermost part. Fang Yu strode in. The conference room was silent as a grave, and the atmosphere was tense. All the directors raised their heads to look at Fang Yu entering the room. Some had expressionless faces, some appeared anxious, some wore mocking smiles, while others showed indifference. In short, their expressions were varied. "Xiao Yu has arrived, sit down." Fang Qixiang gestured, placing another chair beside him, allowing Fang Yu to sit at the head of. The attitude and meaning expressed were very clear. Fang Yu was not polite, directly pulling the chair over to sit down. His eyes slightly narrowed as he surveyed everyone. He was not just looking around idly. Instead, he was using the system to query the favorability ratings of the directors present towards him. The result was a sweep of the crowd. Except for a few of Fang Qixiang's trusted aides, the favorability ratings of quite a number of people hovered around zero. Of course, Fang Yu was not surprised by this situation. After all, these directors were not familiar with him. Being so young, he was bound to be looked down upon, and few would appreciate a young pup riding on their heads. Fang Yu himself was not arrogant enough to think that just by showing up and intimidating everyone he could command respect. If he had an overwhelming favorability rating on the first meeting, he would rather suspect the other party's sexual orientation. Nevertheless, a few individuals did catch his attention. For instance, a man in his 50s with a head of gray hair was currently examining his teacup with a disinterested expression. The favorability rating of this individual was negative. A low favorability rating does not necessarily indicate disloyalty to the group, but a negative rating definitely signifies hostility towards oneself. Fang Yu sneered, "Favorability 60, oh very good. Lu Jiong, a director of Fong Group, was an early veteran who fought alongside Fong Qixiong during the group's founding, holding deep qualifications and prestige. Except for Fong Qixiong, few could suppress him. He appeared mild-mannered and laid-back, but in reality his greed had only grown with age, and a significant portion of the company's assets had been embezzled by him. Fong Ye's gaze turned icy. Lu Jiong had played a considerable role in the downfall of the Fong family when Song Chao and Chen Yu conspired against them, collaborating from within to profit for himself. A complete traitor. Moreover, the few individuals around Lu Jiong were all his loyalists, their favorability ratings also all negative. Cough cough. At that moment Fong Qixiong coughed and said, "Is everyone here? If so, let's proceed directly. I have decided to step down as the chairman of the group, transferring this position along with all my shares to Fong Yu. Does anyone have any objections? If not, we can start the signing ceremony now." Wait. A voice interrupted, its tone sharp due to urgency. It was Wan Wenchang, the right-hand man of Lu Jia. The dark-skinned middle-aged man slammed the table and stood up, his expression frantic. "Chairman, this isn't in accordance with the rules. We must be given a chance to voice our opinions." "Oh, didn't I ask for your opinions?" Fong Qixiong said slowly. "Nonsense." Wan Wenchang cursed inwardly, barely suppressing his urge to curse. "You spoke so quickly. Where was the opportunity for us to express our opinions? It must have been intentional." Suppressing his dissatisfaction, Wan Wenchang shouted, "I object to this matter." Lu Jiong took a sip of tea, saying nothing as if everything was unrelated to him. Fong Yu narrowed his eyes. "Oh, does Director Wan have any objections to me?" Wan Wenchang coldly snorted. "Director Fong is the founder of the group and has led it to where it is today. Naturally, we all respect him, but young Master Fong, what qualifications do you have to lead us? When we followed Director Fong to carve out a path, you probably weren't even born yet." His tone was aggressive. Fong Yu smiled. "Qualifications? Just the fact that I worked 1,000 times harder than you in the matter of being born, while you unfortunately are just a bastard." Wan Wenchang was furious, but couldn't find a retort. When it came to insults, how could he possibly match Fong Yu? "Everyone please calm down." At that moment Lu Jiong put down his teacup and slowly spoke. "Chairman, the Fong Group was founded by you, and it is only natural for young Master Fong to take over. We actually have no objections. However, isn't it a bit early? You are still in your prime, sharp and capable. Leading the group for another 10 or 20 years should be no problem. While young Master Fong is indeed talented, he lacks experience. Why not start from the middle management of the group first? Young people should gain more experience." One played the villain while the other played the good cop. Lu Jiong and Wan Wenchang's cooperation was seamless. Especially Lu Jiong, his words were flawless while also flattering both Fong Yu and Fong Qixiong, subtly expressing his opposition. "Look, I'm not against Fong Yu taking over, it's just that the timing isn't right. Wait another 10 or 20 years and I would definitely support him with both hands and feet." Indeed, Director Lu has a point. Young Master Fong is indeed too young. He should gain more experience. Once he has sufficient qualifications and experience, we will definitely not oppose. That's right. Many directors echoed in agreement. After they spoke, Lu Jiong resumed his relaxed demeanor, appearing as if victory was in his grasp. "What a cunning old fox." Fong Ye's expression was indifferent. "But unfortunately you picked the wrong opponent. I have no time to indulge you in this scheming and testing each other's limits. I prefer to flip the table directly." He was not Fong Qixiong and did not need to worry about the so-called elders' faces. What Fong Qixiong could not do, Fong Yu did without hesitation. Fong Yu stood up with a smile. "Since that's the case, let's vote. The minority must obey the majority. What do you all?" Wan Wenchang's eyes brightened at the words. "What Fong Xiao said makes sense. Ooh, I have no objections to a vote." Lu Jiong added leisurely. "I have no objections either." It seemed that victory was assured. Fong Qixiong furrowed his brows, signaling Fong Yu with his eyes, while Fong Yu slightly waved his hand, indicating he had other plans. Snap! Fong Yu snapped his fingers. In the next moment, Long Han pushed the door open and entered, standing beside Fong Yu with a laptop in hand. Fong Yu asked, "Is everything ready?" "It's all prepared." "Very good," Fong Yu said with a slight smile. "Then let's—" "Yes." Long Han walked to the huge display screen at one side of the conference room, took out a USB drive from his pocket, plugged it into the computer, and connected it to the display. Then he respectfully placed the laptop in front of Fong Yu. The directors present were somewhat puzzled, unsure of what Lu Jiong narrowed his eyes, wondering what Fong Yu was up to. But soon he lost interest at this time. Even if they invited Demosthenes to give an impassioned speech, it wouldn't change the outcome. Fong Yu stroked his chin and looked up, his smile warm. "Then let's start voting now. Who should go first?" "Director Lu, Wan Wenchang. And these few you decide first," Fong Yu said with a smile. The people he pointed out were all from Lu Xiong's faction. Wan Wenchang stood up, directly staring at Fong Yu, fearlessly sneering. "I oppose." In his view, Fong Ye's actions were simply ridiculous. Did he think he could pressure them? Foolish. Lu Jiong also said leisurely, "Sorry, Chairman Fong Xiao, I also oppose. This is for the future of the group." Even at this moment, he still didn't forget to say a few flattering words. Exceptionally hypocritical. "I oppose." "I oppose too." The people Fong Yu called out all said in succession. However, as they reached the last person, there was a slight surprise. That director actually voted in favor. This surprised everyone, and Wan Wenchang glared fiercely at the traitor who changed his mind. The director's face turned pale, constantly wiping the cold sweat that dripped from his forehead, not daring to meet Wan Wenchang's gaze. As a member of Lu Xiong's faction, he should have voted against it, but at the last moment he suddenly had a bad premonition, so he changed his mind. The director silently prayed in his heart. If he gambled wrong, it would be disastrous. Lu Xiong seemed elegant and gentle, but in reality his methods were extremely ruthless, and he would definitely settle scores afterwards. Fang Yu smiled very good. He typed a few things on the laptop and then pressed the enter key. Wan Wenchang wore a look, but when the content appeared on the display his expression turned to one of horror, his eyes wide open, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Crash. Lu Xiong's teacup slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. The few people who voted against it also turned pale, feeling dizzy. On the display various account records and company documents appeared detailing evidence of each person's embezzlement, falsified accounts, and acceptance of bribes. Except for the director who temporarily changed his vote to yes, all the other people's criminal evidence was displayed, not a single one was omitted. For Fang Yu, who knew the plot, finding these things was too easy, they were all described in the book. Did you really think no one knew about the things you did? Fools. Fang Ye's voice was devoid of warmth. It's just that in the past, I didn't bother to investigate because you contributed to the group, but it seems you are becoming increasingly unaware of your position. You even dared to meddle in my inheritance of the group. What great audacity. You may have forgotten that everything you have now is given to you by the Fang family. These people all wore expressions of fear. Lu Xiong trembled, his lips quivering, no longer calm, roaring, "This is all slander. Slander. This is all fabricated by you to succeed as chairman." Fang Yu said indifferently, "Slander you? Lu Xiong, you think too highly of yourself. In my eyes, you are merely a clown. As for whether it is slander, don't worry, someone will help you discern that." He clapped his hands. The door of the conference room opened and several inspectors in uniforms walked in briskly, their expressions stern. "Come with us." No, how could this happen? Lu Xiong was dumbfounded. He initially thought Fang Yu was just trying to threaten them with this evidence to use as leverage. But unexpectedly Fang Yu was even more ruthless than they had imagined. He directly wanted to send these people in, destroying everything they had. Lu Xiong trembled with anger, pointing at Fang Yu, hysterically shouting, "I am a veteran of the Fang group. Without me there would be no Fang group today. How dare you do this, you bastard? Let go of me, let go of me." This group of people was angry, scared, and pleading for mercy, but one by one they were handcuffed by the inspectors. Some attempted to escape and were directly taken down and controlled. Many people begged Fang Qixiong, "Chairman Fang, give us another chance." But Fang Qixiong merely watched coldly. These people had brought this upon themselves. Out of respect for the past, he had long turned a blind eye, but this group had become more and more rampant by the day. Bang! The door of the conference room was slammed shut. Outside, the shouts and curses of those people could still be faintly heard. Inside the conference room, everyone was silent as death. They all looked at Fang Yu with extreme fear in their eyes. They realized that those taken away by the inspectors after Fang Yu presented evidence were all the ones who voted against. Only the traitorous director had narrowly escaped the disaster. Was he really the only one clean? That was clearly impossible. Or rather, at their level, how many hands were clean? Very few. Fang Ye's gaze once again focused on everyone's faces as he smiled. "Don't mind this, let's continue with the voting." So then, he smiled and said, "Who is in favor, who is against?" The conference room was silent. All the board members couldn't help but swallow, nervously exchanging glances before unhesitatingly raising their hands. "I approve. I approve. I also approve." The resolution regarding Fang Ye's appointment as the new chairman of the Fang group was unanimously passed. As long as the dissenting votes were dealt with, it would inevitably pass with full support. The logic of this world is as simple and straightforward as that. There was no embellishment. In that case, let's sign it. Fang Qixiong coughed lightly, waved his hand, and Lung Han immediately stepped forward, placing a share transfer contract and a letter of appointment in front of Fang Yu. Fang Yu picked up the pen and signed his name with flourish. From that moment on, the Fang group had a new owner. Fang Qixiong looked at Fang Yu with a gaze filled with satisfaction and joy. Today, Fang Ye's performance at the board meeting exceeded his expectations. First, he dealt with several key figures led by Lu Xiong to intimidate the others. After all, it was impractical to eliminate every board member connected to him, right? That was simply not realistic. Leaving the rebellious board member alone signaled to everyone that those who did not wish to meet the same fate as Lu Xiong should submit to him. Fang Ye's methods were both sharp like a young person yet mature. It was a mix of carrot and stick. Fang Qixiong nodded. It seemed he could retire in peace. Before leaving the meeting, the previously wavering board member approached nervously and said, "Manager Fang." Fang Yu smiled lightly, saying, "Don't worry, once you leave this room, everything from the past will be wiped away." The board member's face lit up with joy as he repeatedly bowed, saying, "Thank you, young Master Fang. Thank you, young Master Fang." Many other board members nearby also relaxed, smiling as they quietly chatted and left. A few minutes later, Fang Yu was the only one left in the large room. He reclined in the chair at the head of the table, lightly tapping his fingers on the surface, the sound echoing in the empty conference room. Suddenly a voice came from behind him. Tai Yi, with a cold expression, asked, "Young master, did you call for me?" Feng Yu ceased his actions and tossed a USB drive behind him. Tai reached out and caught it. The people on this list of evidence need to have some accidents to make them disappear in the next period. Be careful not. Feng Yu's tone was icy. Feng Qixiong still did not understand him. For him, the Feng group did not need these backs. There were plenty of capable, loyal individuals who aspired to rise. Without these few board members, would the Feng group not continue to function? What Feng Yu needed was not stability, but absolute control. He did not want to be stabbed in the back by someone from his own side. To achieve this, he was willing to be ruthless. As for the so-called promise of wiping the slate clean, Feng Yu's smile was somewhat cold and cruel. After all, I am a villain. Even children know that villains' words cannot be trusted. Outside the Feng group, the reporters were in a frenzy. Just as they were eagerly waiting for the board meeting to conclude, they suddenly spotted several men in high-end suits, pale-faced and handcuffed, being escorted out by inspectors. Someone quickly recognized the identities of these individuals. Their faces were filled with shock. These men were all board members of the Feng group. They immediately recalled Feng Yu's earlier words about giving them a big news story. The reporters looked at each other, their eyes revealing excitement and thrill. The big news had arrived. The news of Feng Yu inheriting the Feng group spread rapidly among the upper echelon of Haiqing City, with the information continuously fermenting. Moreover, the news of Feng Yu directly pulling several board members down during the board meeting sparked endless speculation. Feng Yu for the first time exhibited his fangs without reservation. At the Xiao family. In a luxurious room, Chen Yu lay on the bed, his legs wrapped in bandages, his face dark. Suddenly Chen Yu violently grabbed a teacup and smashed it onto the floor, venting his anger. Hiss! The action inadvertently touched his wound, causing him to wince. Tai Wei had broken his legs using extreme brutality that knocked him unconscious from the pain. However, Chen Yu's medical skills were indeed remarkable. He had studied unique medical techniques, with his master possessing a special qi within him that could heal injuries and detoxify, strengthening his body. Thus, after just a few days, his legs, which had been shattered, had reached a stage where he could vaguely walk, though he still needed a cane. Damn it! Chen Yu's face was twisted in rage. That damned Feng Yu. Because of his broken legs, the attitude of the Xiao family towards him had subtly changed. Zhao Xingyue still treated him with the same respect and politeness as before, but Zhao Ting and Zhao Shiyu's gazes began to reveal disdain. After all, how could a divine doctor have his legs broken? This was indeed something that sounded very degrading. Chen Yu fell silent. After a long time, he dialed a phone number. Hello, brother Chen Yu. What made you think to call me? A surprised male voice came from the other end. Chen Yu smiled. Muzi, what are you up to lately? What else can I do? Working in the fields at home. I have no qualifications, so what else can I do? The person called Muzi replied. Chen Yu said, your brother has made it big now, come find me, and he'll pay you. However, I've run into some trouble lately, and need your help with someone. Really? Muzi's voice was filled with surprise, but upon hearing that Chen Yu was in trouble, it suddenly turned fierce. Brother Chen Yu, who dares to provoke you? Tell me, and I'll kill him. Chen Yu replied, it's the young master of a prominent family in Haiqing City. They have substantial influence. Who cares who it is? Just say the word, and I'll kill him. Muzi replied nonchalantly. Good brother, I was waiting for those words. When I need you, we'll send you a ticket, and you just... Chen Yu laughed heartily. All right. Soon the call ended. A cold smile crept onto Chen Yu's lips. Muzi was a friend he had known before following his master up the mountain, and both were orphans without parents. He considered Chen Yu as his boss, and had always been very respectful towards him. Though not particularly bright or knowledgeable, he once accidentally consumed a special insect while in a valley during a trip up the mountain, gaining immense strength and becoming immune to weapons. Among the people Chen Yu had seen, none were stronger than Muzi. As long as Muzi makes a move, that guy is as good as dead. Chen Yu felt delighted. Feng Yu, this is the price you pay for opposing me. Of course, he wouldn't act immediately. That would be too obvious. After all, he had just been attacked by Feng Yu's people to break his legs, and then Feng Yu would die, or it would be easy for the Kini to trace it back. That guy had recently become the focus of everyone's attention due to inheriting the Feng group, which was definitely not the best time to act. So he planned to wait a while until the wind settled. Chen Yu was eagerly anticipating that moment. At the moment when Chen Yu was contemplating how to find a good opportunity to bring Muzi to Haiqing City and completely deal with the troublesome Feng Yu. In an unnoticed corner, a strange red light flickered through the television set-top box. Yundian Villa. In a room on the side corridor of the first floor. In the spacious room, computers and various equipment were set up, with a dozen people sitting at their respective seats, appearing exceptionally busy. Most of them were in their 20s to 30s. Nightmare Eye. This was their collective name. Feng Yu had hired an elite team from an international hacking organization at a high price. As the name suggests, the targets of Nightmare Eye seemed to be under the watch of invisible eyes, with nightmares following closely. This team had a high task completion rate and never leaked employer information. Thus their reputation was very high. The only downside was the exorbitant hiring fee, which of course was not a drawback in Feng Yu's eyes. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all. He had already borne too much weight of money and needed to lighten. The primary task of Nightmare Eye was to monitor Chen Yu. Feng Yu certainly did not want Chen Yu to bring any unexpected surprises to himself. Suddenly a member of Nightmare, wearing headphones, furrowed his brow and spoke. Captain, there's a situation. The content of the target's recent phone call seems to involve the employer. What? Upon hearing this, Captain Dyson immediately ordered Catherine hack into the target's phone, retrieve the call log from earlier, and analyze the content. Understood. A blonde woman quickly tapped on the keyboard, her fingers dancing like a sprite, and soon hacked into. 10 minutes later, Catherine shouted, "Done." Dyson stepped forward to take a look, his expression suddenly becoming serious, as he quickly moved aside to make a call. Fong Group headquarters. Fong Yu rubbed his forehead, handing the processed documents to a waiting secretary beside him, saying, "Notify all department heads to come to a meeting in the conference room shortly." Yes. The secretary respectfully took the documents and turned to leave. Fong Yu sighed. Having just taken over the group, there were indeed many chaotic matters. Fortunately, he possessed a master-level management skill. Handling everything was quite manageable. Moreover, these matters were necessary for him to handle at the moment. Only by firmly controlling the group could he better provide support and assistance for himself in the future. While Fong Yu was resting his eyes, a phone call suddenly came in. Looking at the caller ID, Fong Yu's expression changed. It was Dyson, the captain of Nightmare Eye. He clicked to answer. "Hello. Young Master Fong, there's a situation with the target. He made a call, and the content is..." Fong Yu's expression suddenly turned cold. Muzi, a character whose role in the book is not much, but is incredibly important. This person could be said to be the pinnacle of individual combat power in the book, the Master of the Mountain. Due to accidentally ingesting a special insect, he possesses immense strength, is impervious to blades and bullets, and even a pistol cannot penetrate his defenses. Although not very bright, he is extremely respectful towards Chen Yu to the point of being obedient. He has saved Chen Yu's life multiple times. When the Fong family fell, the Iron Guards were ultimately annihilated at the hands of this monster, with almost no ability to retaliate. After crossing into this world, Fong Yu naturally wanted to investigate the whereabouts of Mu Zi to eliminate future threats, but unfortunately the book did not provide specific details about his current location, only stating that he was in a remote small mountain village. With such vague information in a vast Dongxia, even the Fong family's capabilities would make it impossible to find him. In desperation, Fong Yu had to give up and shift his focus onto Chen Yu. After all, these plot characters revolve around the protagonist. As long as he keeps a close eye on Chen Yu, the others naturally cannot escape. And now indeed there is a clue. Hee. Fong Yu smiled and said, "I never expected that Chen Yu would want to find someone to assassinate himself. It seems he is truly determined to put himself to death. Coming up with such a foolish scheme, clearly his mind is clouded by anger." In the novel, these so-called protagonists remain calm and dignified in any crisis, but that is based on one premise: they are always the ultimate winners, and they will never die. But when the protagonist faces defeat step by step, can they still maintain their composure and rationality? Not necessarily. Chen Yu is already starting to lose his sanity. Fong Yu's gaze was profound. Chen Yu thinks that his plan is flawless and very secretive, yet he does not realize that every action of his is under my watchful eye. Multiple action teams working in conjunction with the Nightmare, I employed various methods to monitor him, with high-tech devices emerging one after another. Chen Yu himself is cautious, but after spending many years on the mountain, he still lacks a concept for such matters. Fong Yu thought for a moment and said to Dyson, who was waiting for a reply on the other side, "Well done, continue to keep an eye on him. If he contacts that Mu Zi again, report to me immediately." "No problem," Dyson replied. After hanging up the phone, the secretary walked in again. "Mr. Fong, all the department heads and management have arrived in the conference room and are waiting for you." I understand." Fong Yu nodded, stood up from his seat, and left the chairman's office, heading toward the conference room at the end of it. Before entering, there were some fragmented discussions inside, but as soon as Fong Yu pushed the door open, all voices everyone stood up and said in unison, "Mr. Fong." Fong Yu took the seat at the head of the table and scanned the faces of everyone present. Everyone bowed their heads respectfully, their expressions submissive, not daring to meet Fong Yu's gaze. Fong Yu smiled playfully. "Your verbal skills haven't diminished, but how many truly mean it when they call me Mr. Fong? And how many among you were once remnants of Lu Ziyang's faction?" The purpose of today's meeting was quite simple: to eliminate the hidden dangers lurking within these executives. The Fong Group does not need disloyal and treacherous individuals. Investigate their loyalty. Fong Yu silently contemplated. At one moment he suddenly pointed at the head of the finance department. "You may leave and bring your deputy over." Yes. The minister was baffled, but ran out to fetch his deputy. The deputy was even more bewildered. "Why does Mr. Fong want to see me? Do I have something that could incriminate me?" When the deputy of the finance department arrived at the conference room, he immediately noticed that he was not the only one called. Several other department deputies had also been summoned. At this time, Fong Yu glanced at him and said, "Bring your team leader here." The deputy of the finance department was dumbfounded. What on earth is going on? I have no idea what the situation is, and I haven't done anything yet. When he returned to the finance department, the minister approached him and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" "Mr. Fong didn't say anything, just told me to bring the team leader over," the deputy said quietly. The minister breathed a sigh of relief. It seems he just wants to meet the management of each department. "I think so too, but why not just call everyone over directly? Why go through such trouble?" The deputy wondered. The new official takes office with 3 fires. He probably wants to let everyone know who is in charge of the Fong group. The minister sneered, humph, what a show of power. On the other side, people kept going in and out of the conference room. In the end, even some staff at the team leader level, these individuals all appeared anxious. Given their status, when have they ever shown their faces at such a high-level meeting? Naturally, they were extremely nervous. At this moment, Fong Yu crossed his hands and said calmly, the ministers who did not go out to call people will retain their original positions. Those departments whose current leaders are still here will have their leaving members dismissed. That's it. The meeting is adjourned. The criteria for this position adjustment were quite simple. Anyone whose loyalty rating is negative, meaning they harbor hostility, will be dismissed without exception. What a joke. Does he intend to pay to keep a bunch of ingrates? Most of these individuals were linked to the faction of Wan Wenchang and Lu Zhiyong. Now that they have been imprisoned with Fong Yu in power, their interests are infringed upon, naturally leading to discontent toward Fong Yu. Of course, there may also be a few unrelated individuals. But it's better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to let one go. Furthermore, they all harbor hostility, so their dismissal is certainly not unjust. The conference room fell into a momentary silence. Then everyone exploded in uproar. A certain team leader from the project development department was completely bewildered, wondering how he suddenly became the minister. This leap seemed too great. It was no longer a matter of triviality, but rather that the egg would shatter completely. Fong Yu was on his way back to the chairman's office. The previous finance minister, or more accurately, the former finance minister, rushed up from behind. Mr. Fong. Fong Yu turned to look. He had already received the news of his dismissal, and his face turned red as he shouted, Mr. Fong, on what basis did you make the decision to dismiss me? I refuse to accept it. Refuse to accept it. Keep it to yourself. Fong Yes's gaze turned cold. You are merely dismissed now, but if you say one more word, do you believe? I will ensure that no company dares to hire you from now on. In an instant, the former finance minister fell silent. He knew very well that Fong Yu was not just talking, he truly had the ability to do so. In front of Fong Yu, the theater of cursing the boss and then leaving with a huff does not exist. As long as Fong Yu wanted, this small speck of dust would find no place to settle in all of Dongxia. Fong Yu was too lazy to pay attention to the other party and was about to continue walking forward. At that moment, he received a call from Wei Ziyu. The instant the call connected, the other party's voice came with a hint of tears. Fong Yu, my dad's condition has suddenly worsened. He may not make it. What? Fong Yu was taken aback. If Wei Xingyan really died, the remaining wave of villain points from Wei Ziyu would not be so easy to obtain. He quickly comforted her a few times, then said, wait for me, I'll be there right away. After delegating his current tasks, Fong Yu rushed to Fang's hospital. Chapter 51. Isn't it a mistake to reason with a villain? At this moment, Wei Yanzheng had already been sent into the emergency room for urgent treatment. When Wei Ziyu saw Fong Yu, her eyes turned red. Fong Yu, my dad. Fong Yu frowned and looked at the side. There were several expert doctors there who had been responsible for treating Wei Yanzheng recently. What's the situation? He coldly asked. You incompetent fools. How can so many of you be unable to treat a single patient? Did you buy your diplomas and titles? As he spoke, Fong Yes's voice was already laced with uncontrollable anger. A group of useless people who can't accomplish anything. The expert doctors were sweating profusely, not daring. After Fong Yu finished speaking, one of the experts cautiously said, Young Master Fong, the patient has been paralyzed for a long time and has a weak constitution. Renal failure has led to many complications, and the situation is indeed quite complex. Fong Yu gradually calmed down. Wei Xingyan was deliberately designed by the author as an experience package for Chen Yu, both to showcase medical skills and to help him win over Wei Ziyu, the main girlfriend. If Wei Yanzheng's illness were so easily treated, how could it highlight Chen Yu's impressive medical skills? Fong Yu took a deep breath. Directly tell me Wei Xingyan's current condition. Be honest, is there still a chance for recovery? There is still a chance, the expert doctor quickly replied. We have just found a compatible kidney source. If the transplant surgery can be successfully performed, the patient still has a chance to recover. Then what are you waiting for? Fong Yu glared. Hurry up. This surgery is extremely difficult, and Fang's hospital does not have experts in this field. If we proceed without caution, the probability of success should be quite low, but... Say it. The expert doctor lowered his voice. Professor Light from the Aryan Kingdom is the foremost authority in this field. He just happened to arrive in Haiqing City on a flight yesterday to deal with some matters. If we can get him to perform this surgery, the chances of success should be very high. However, he has a rather peculiar personality and only treats patients from his own country. He completely ignores patients from other countries who seek him out. Where is that person? Fong Yu asked. The expert doctor thought for a moment. He should be staying at the Golden Hotel now, and quite a few people have gone to find him for discussions and consultations. Then immediately prepare for the surgery, or I will handle the matter of finding him. Yes. The doctors present responded respectfully and hurried to prepare. They dared not defy Fong Yes's orders, otherwise a single word from him could get them dismissed. Meanwhile, Fong Yu also contacted Tai Wei. Tai Wei followed Fong Yu almost around the clock, both to protect his safety and to accept orders at any time. There is a doctor from the Aryan Kingdom, named Light, who should be staying at the Golden Hotel. Bring him to me within an hour. I only care about the result. Yes. Tai Wei received the order and immediately took action. It didn't even take an hour. After 40 minutes, a helicopter marked with Fong Group's insignia descended from the sky. A man around 50 years old, tall with a head full of golden hair, was brought down from the plane bruised and battered. Since Fong Yu said he only cared about the result, Tai Wei's methods were somewhat rough. Light was brought to the surgical preparation room, and upon seeing Fong Yu he began to rage, shouting in broken Dongxiao language. This is kidnapping, kidnapping. I want to file a complaint against you. Please don't panic, mister. Light, Fong Yu said calmly. We have invited you here just to perform surgery on a patient. You barbaric Dongxiao people, this is kidnapping. Light continued to shout loudly. Fong Yu's gaze turned icy. Make him quiet. He despised anyone interrupting him while he was speaking. Bang! Tai Wei stepped forward and punched Light in the stomach. Ugh! Light's roar instantly ceased, his face turning pale, his eyes nearly popping out in pain. Now let's continue, Dr. Light. Fong Yu said calmly. I need you to save a person. Isn't it your duty as a doctor to save lives? Not a chance. Light's voice was hoarse. I never treat anyone outside of the Aryan kingdom. That is my principle, and I will never break it. Spit. He spat on the ground. Even if you kidnap me, don't think you'll comply. Fong Yu's expression remained unchanged, clearly losing patience. He waved his hand. Take him into the operating room. Remember, the ones who appear before me must either be 2 living people or 2 corpses. You? Light looked incredulous. Did they truly dare to kill him? He couldn't believe it. However, seeing Fong Yu's indifferent expression, Light couldn't help but shiver. Tai Wei stepped forward. He grabbed Light by the shoulder and rudely dragged him into the operating room. Bang! The door closed. Fong Yu's expression remained emotionless. Wasn't it a mistake to reason with the villain? Fong Yu stepped out of the surgical preparation room. Wei Ziyu, who had been squatting in the corner, immediately jumped into Fong Yu's arms, appearing somewhat disoriented. In tears, Wei Xinyan was her only remaining family. If anything were to happen to him, she bit her lip tightly. Don't worry, everything will be fine. The surgery has already begun, Fong Yu said. However, he himself was uncertain whether Light could successfully perform the operation. Time passed second by second, and the emergency lights in the operating room flickered red. An hour later, the door to the operating room opened with a bang. Light walked out with a dark expression, looking as if he had just lost his mother. Wei Ziyu, upon seeing this, felt her legs weaken and nearly fainted. Fong Yu reached out to support her and turned to Light, coldly asking, Tell me, how is he? Light's anger surged within him, and he desperately wanted to shout, He's dead. Dead beyond recovery. But seeing Fong Yu's gaze, he immediately backed down. He had no doubt that if he said that he would not walk out of this hospital alive. Ultimately, Light could only suppress his inner grief and said honestly, the surgery was very successful. With some time to rest, he will basically recover. Wei Ziyu was momentarily stunned, then burst into tears of joy. See, what did I tell you? Fong Yu also sighed in relief and smiled, saying, I promised to cure your father, and I will definitely keep that promise. Soon Wei Xinyan was pushed out of the operating room and taken to the observation room. Wei Ziyu looked at Fong Yu with immense gratitude and said, Thank you, Fong Yu. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. Ding. Wei Ziyu's affection for the host has risen to 90. Ding. Wei Ziyu's affection for the host has risen to 95. Ding. Wei Ziyu's affection for the host has reached 100. A series of system notifications rang out, and Wei Ziyu's affection for Fong Yu finally maxed out. A smile crept onto Fong Yu's lips that had finally come. All the effort he put into Wei Ziyu was just to reap more villain points, wasn't it? However, this line, it had now been fully exploited. Ding. Host villain points 1000. Protagonist luck 1000. Friendly reminder, current host villain points 1000, protagonist luck 6500. Wei Ziyu's connection with the protagonist has been completely severed, successfully altering the plot. Due to the host's excellent performance, a random system lottery has been triggered. Do you want to start the lottery? Fong Yu was overjoyed. Such good fortune. Without hesitation, he said, draw. Ding. Reward drawing in progress. Congratulations to the host for an incredible stroke of luck. You have won the reward skill plunder card. Fong Yu raised an eyebrow, somewhat confused. But soon a line of small text appeared before his eyes. Skill plunder card. Plunder any one skill from the target and transform it into your own ability. Note, perfect level skills cannot be plundered. Fong Yu's heart trembled. He could plunder any one skill from the target and transform it into his own ability. The only limitation was that perfect level skills could not be plundered. In that case, Fong Yu inquired, System, what is Chen Yu's level of medical skill? The system quickly responded in a slightly mechanical tone. The protagonist Chen Yu's medical skill level is mastery level, and he is at the pinnacle of mastery level, nearly reaching perfect level. Fong Yu understood Chen Yu's medical skills had indeed not reached perfect level, as one of the reasons he descended the mountain was because his medical skills had hit a bottleneck, requiring him to seek a breakthrough opportunity. In the book, Chen Yu had once received a great opportunity, after which his medical skills reached a complete mastery. He must have broken through to perfect level at that time. And now Chen Yu had yet to obtain that opportunity. Fong Yu's thoughts delved into his storage space. Inside lay a skill plunder card and a skill upgrade card he obtained earlier, but had not yet used. A plan began to take shape in Fong Yu's mind, gradually refining, and the endpoint of this plan was Chen Yu's The Monzon Cafe. Song Xiaoyu wore an elegant beige long dress, with a black necklace adorning her smooth white neck highlighting her nobility and grace. She ordered a cup of coffee and waited quietly. Soon after, a man dressed in white with a sun hat strode into the cafe and sat across from Song Xiaoyu. The man removed his hat and smiled, saying, "Miss Song, you are indeed early." At the same time, a subtle glimmer of appreciation flashed in his eyes. What a rare beauty. The newcomer was Chen Yu. With his exceptional medical skills and powerful recovery ability, Chen Yu's legs, which had been broken by the iron guard, had miraculously healed. Song Xiaoyu scrutinized Chen Yu and calmly asked, "Who exactly are you? Why did you want to meet me?" "My name is Chen Yu, and I am currently temporarily residing with the Xiao family." Chen Yu smiled slightly, speaking in a composed manner. "I possess some information regarding Fang Yu." "Oh." Song Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with intrigue. His words indeed piqued her interest. After all, in recent times Fang Yu's changes had been so astonishing that it seemed as if he were a different person. He was completely different from the debauched youth he once was. Is it really possible for the same person to undergo such a drastic transformation in such a short time? Song Xiaoyu found it hard to believe. Thus there was only one explanation: Fang Yu had been disguising himself all along, and now this was his true self. If that were the case, then his cunning and schemes would be truly terrifying. Moreover, Fang Yu has spoken some words that seem to indicate he knows something. Song Xiaoyu's gaze was calm, yet profound. The uncertainty and unease brought about by Fang Yu forced her to accelerate her plans considerably. Regaining her thoughts, Song Xiaoyu asked, "What do you know?" Chen Yu smiled with a hint of pride, saying, "That guy Fang Yu has other lovers outside." As he spoke, he took out a photo of Wei Ziyu from his pocket. "Look, this is the woman. She is a student at Shiri University." Song Xiaoyu was taken aback. "Is this what you wanted to say?" "Exactly." Chen Yu affirmed earnestly. "I guarantee with my reputation that this is absolutely true. Fang Yu indeed has an unspeakable relationship with this Wei Ziyu, something I witnessed with my own eyes." Song Xiaoyu felt it was somewhat absurd. Anger began to rise within her. Was he so mysteriously summoned just to tell her gossip about Fang Yu? What nonsense. She shot Chen Yu a cold glance, saying, "Sir, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave." After speaking, she attempted to stand up and leave. Chen Yu was dumbfounded. What was happening? The situation was completely different from what he had imagined. According to his original plan, Song Xiaoyu would undoubtedly fly into a rage upon learning this matter, allowing him to successfully stir up conflict between the two. Then he would look for the right time to spread this information. The best outcome would be to successfully sabotage the marriage alliance between the Fang and Song families. Not only would it allow him to vent his anger, but it would also benefit the Xiao family, who were opposed to the Fang family. A twofold gain. But now it seemed that Song Xiaoyu actually didn't care at all. This was completely unexpected for him. Seeing Song Xiaoyu turn to leave, Chen Yu grew anxious and stood up to block her, saying, "Wait, Miss Song, I still have something to say." Yet Song Xiaoyu did not sit back down. She maintained her standing posture, looking down at Chen Yu with a queen-like aura, her expression calm. "Speak." Chen Yu felt a surge of anger within, but ultimately forced it down, feeling quite helpless. The situation was beyond his control. Currently, he truly lacked the qualification to converse with Song Xiaoyu on equal terms. In fact, in the original story, the first meeting between Chen Yu and Song Xiaoyu occurred much later than now. At that time, the wealthy Song Gua had suddenly died, and Song Xiaoyu had fully taken control of the Song family. Without Fang Yu's interference, Chen Yu had also gained considerable fame and power. Thus, he was commanding and confident. Song Xiaoyu recognized his potential, so she used her beauty to entice him, being both hypocritical and cunning, to utilize Chen Yu in her quest to destroy the Fang family and ultimately unify Haiqing. But now Chen Yu, having been continually manipulated by Fang Yu, was in a truly miserable state, and his fortunes had greatly diminished. Fortune, while intangible and formless, was indeed a real existence. Chen Yu took a deep breath. He believed that what he was about to say next would surely move Song Xiaoyu, and there would be no surprise. With an air of pride, Chen Yu confidently stated, "Miss Song, I am actually a divine physician. I can cure your father's illness. The update is here. It's a bit late today, because the material in class was slightly difficult, which prevented me from taking the time to finish the chapter." Chen Yu's face wore a self-satisfied expression. He was filled with pride and confidence regarding his medical skills. In his view, apart from his master, who could temporarily surpass him in medical skills, no one else could be compared to him. As for Fang Yu and Wei Ziyu, that was a different matter. This situation would surely draw Song Xiaoyu's attention. Chen Yu planned to leverage his medical skills to gain the influence of the Song family. Relying solely on the Xiao family was not enough to help him confront the Fang family. Although he intended to have Muzi deal with Fang Yu, Chen Yu was not a benevolent protagonist. His character was one that sought revenge and eliminated future threats. Not only did he want Fang Yu dead, but he also planned for the destruction of the Fang family. This way he could eliminate the hatred in his heart and find peace. Chen Yu awaited Song Xiaoyu's response. Song Xiaoyu maintained her original posture, looking at Chen Yu with a calm expression, seemingly deep in thought. Chen Yu suddenly shivered. It felt as if the temperature around him was dropping. Song Xiaoyu's expression showed no change, but deep in her eyes there was a hint of indifference and killing intent. It was not that she thought Chen Yu was deceiving her. After all, such a lie was too easy to expose, and she did not believe he had the guts to do so. On the contrary, if what he said was true, it made her feel the urge to kill. Chen Yu forced a smile. Miss Song. Song Xiaoyu suppressed her emotions. From her standpoint, such a reaction was not appropriate, so she merely glanced at him coldly, deliberately showing a mocking smile. Divine doctor. Then she stepped away gracefully, seemingly filled with disdain and disbelief towards Chen Yu's earlier words. Chen Yu stood frozen in place. After a long while, his expression darkened, filled with rage. Damn it. His face turned extremely ugly and his fists clenched tightly before quickly relaxing again. After all, he was the protagonist, and Chen Yu quickly regained his composure. Very well, you look down on me, do you? One day I will make you bow down to me. Just you wait. That Song Guofu can wait for death. By the time you come begging me, I will never lift a finger. However, Chen Yu did not know that this very thought of giving up spared him from a calamity. If he had insisted on treating Song Guofu, Song Xiaoyu would have undoubtedly acted against him. After all, he was not Fong Yu, and Song Xiaoyu would not have any reservations. As for the Song family, I can't rely on them for now. Chen Yu shook his head, his gaze somewhat gloomy. Coming with full confidence, only to find the outcome drastically different from his expectations, undoubtedly left him in a terrible mood. I need to find another way to deal with the Fong family, and begin preparing for Muzi to assassinate Fong Yu. With that thought in mind, Chen Yu put his hat back on, glanced around, and pushed open the cafe door to leave. After Chen Yu left, in the corner of the cafe, a man in a suit who appeared to be busy working paused his actions and calmly spoke into his earpiece. Location: Monzin Cafe. Target: met with Miss Song. Fong Yu pondered over the recently compiled information regarding Chen Yu's movements. The most notable was his clandestine meeting with Song Xiaoyu. As expected, they made contact, although the timing was much earlier and the opportunity was wrong. It seems this is yet another butterfly effect caused by the change in the storyline. Unfortunately, the two of them don't seem to be having as pleasant a conversation as in the original story. Fong Yu's lips curled into a mischievous smile. In the original work, when these two met for the first time, it was like a turtle looking at a green bean, seeing eye to eye. No, to be precise, Chen Yu was infatuated with Song Xiaoyu's figure, while Song Xiaoyu saw him as a tool. Thus they hit it off immediately. Of course, Chen Yu's protagonist aura played a role as well. But this time, due to Fong Yu's presence, much of the plot was altered, and Chen Yu's protagonist aura had been nearly half devoured. Therefore, their first meeting ended up in discord. Fong Yu smiled lightly. I want to see what tricks this child of fortune can come up with. He continued to struggle in vain. After dealing with documents for a while until the sun set outside, Fong Yu finally stood up from the chairman's office, took the private elevator, and headed straight to the underground parking lot. The underground parking lot was equipped with a gravity sensing system. The moment Fong Yu entered, the lights above illuminated, instantly revealing dozens of luxury cars. Eventually, he chose a Koenigsegg CC, opened the door, sat inside, and with a roar of the engine dashed out of the garage. While driving, he pondered. As the protagonist, Chen Yu naturally had various subordinates and forces surrounding him in addition to his personal strength. Among them, two were particularly important, serving as Chen Yu's right and left arms. Muzi is one name after Chen Yu called him to Haiqing City. He is mainly responsible for providing cutting-edge military force and security assurance. The other one provides significant help to Chen Yu in terms of organizing forces and overall direction. Removing these right and left arms would prevent Chen Yu from making any waves. Fong Yu thought calmly. Muzi hasn't appeared yet, so let's handle the other one first. And for that, I need to find someone. The Koenigsegg CC sped along, drawing gasps from passers-by, and after a stunning drift, it came to a smooth stop. Bang! Fong Yu got out of the car. He looked up at the resplendent building before him. The Royal City Entertainment Center. Standing in the luxurious area of Haiqing City, it towered high. At this moment, the night had fallen, and with the neon lights illuminating the brightness spread in all directions, resembling a lighthouse standing in the darkness. People dressed in exquisite attire, looking glamorous, walked and chatting elegantly and joyfully. Fong Yu entered the hall and headed straight to the front desk. At that moment, many people were registering in line, but Fong Yu directly ignored them, approaching the manager at the front and knocking on the table. The manager, busy and overwhelmed, impatiently said, "Don't you understand the rules? Line up at the back." "Who do I have to line up to?" A calm voice rang out. The manager looked up and saw a familiar face with the other party looking at him with a half smile. The manager was immediately startled. A flattering smile appeared on his face. "Young Master Fong. Or rather, President Fong. What brings you here? You certainly don't need to line up. Please come in. The boss is already waiting for you inside. Consider yourself sensible." Fong Yu strode toward the elevator, pressed the top floor button, and the lift rose slowly. A chime sounded, and the door swung open with a thunderous crash. Directly ahead lay an enormous opulent suite. The door stood open, and Fong Yu walked in. Instantly, a wave of decadent luxury washed over him. In the spacious room, a middle-aged man sat on the sofa, slightly corpulent. A scar ran down his forehead, lending his visage a streak of ferocity. Zhou Wenlong, the proprietor of Huangqing Entertainment, had clawed his way up from a humble thug. Through ruthless cunning and keen acuity, he had amassed his present fortunes, bars, malls, and numerous enterprises with countless subordinates at his command. Within the underworld of Haiqing City, his power was the greatest. Now Zhou Wenlong reclined amid several heavily made-up women embracing them as he laughed boisterously. The table before him was strewn with rare bottles of liquor. The room reeked of luxury. "Oh, Mr. Fong is here, sit." Zhou Wenlong laughed loudly without rising, offering a casual greeting. "Sit." Fong Yu's eyes narrowed. He walked straight to the table, seized an unopened bottle, and with a single motion slammed it down onto the wood. Glass shattered with a resounding crash, startling Zhou Wenlong and the women. Several of them could not help. Fong Yu's gaze swept over them, expressionless. "Get out." The women flinched, panic on their faces, scrambling from Zhou Wenlong's arms and racing for the door. Zhou Wenlong's face darkened. "Mr. Fong, what do you mean by this?" Fong Yu loomed over him. "Zhou Wenlong, have the comfortable years swollen your pride? Is this the manner you should display when you negotiate with me? A dog should know how a dog behaves." Zhou cried. "A dog?" Anger flickered in Zhou Wenlong's eyes. Once he had been humbled as dirt, now he regarded himself as the head of Haiqing City's underworld. So many bowed to him in fear. A single order from him could ruin lives. And yet Fong Yu called him a dog. Zhou forced a bitter smile. "Mr. Fong, isn't that a bit excessive?" Fong Yu's gaze turned icy. "Excessive? Zhou Wenlong, remember your place. Things unfit for the public face must never appear on the public face. Without the tacit consent of the Fong family, did you truly believe you could sit where you now sit? Where there is light, there is shadow. For every premier house like the Fong family, or the Ji family, a figure like Zhou Wenlong lurked in the darkness. Great clans have matters they cannot handle with their own hands. For those needs, people like Zhou Wenlong are indispensable. And you have not forgotten how many snares rest in my hands, have you?" Zhou Wenlong's expression flickered, then he burst into laughter, putting on a posture of humble contrition. "Haha, Mr. Fong, I was only joking. Please don't take it to heart." He rose and retrieved a treasured bottle of wine from a small cabinet in the corner, producing the finest goblets, and pouring one for Fong Yu and one for himself. "Come, Mr. Fong, sit. I drink to you. May you pardon a small man's faults." Zhou Wenlong raised his cup with obsequious respect. Fong Yu settled on the sofa, lifted the goblet with his right hand, and took a solitary sip, ignoring Zhou Wenlong's toast entirely. Zhou Wenlong's smile froze. Awkwardness pinned his hand between reach and retreat. Fong Yu's eyes narrowed. The wine touched his tongue, at first nothing remarkable, then in half a breath a rich aroma unfurled, layered, and textured, its aftertaste lingering with grainy depth. He savored the wine in silence. At last Zhou Wenlong heaved a long sigh. "Young Master Fong, what instructions have you brought today? Speak plainly. Within my means I will not refuse." Fong Yu regarded him with meaning. "I am here only to tell you one thing." "What is it?" Zhou Wenlong asked, puzzled. Fong Yu fell silent, rose, and walked to the window to gaze down at the bustling street below. "I have found a lead on Zhao Yang." The words fell like thunder, their impact instantaneous and shattering. Zhou Wenlong's pupils involuntarily contracted, and he could not help but stand up in shock, exclaiming, "Zhao Yang." This name was certainly not unfamiliar to Zhou Wenlong. In fact, 8 years ago, it was a name known by all. Zhao Yang, once the true underground emperor of Haiqing City. Unlike Zhou Wenlong, who claimed to be the leader of the underground forces in Haiqing City, there were various factions, large and small, eyeing his position, ready to take over at any moment. Zhao Yang represented a true absolute dominance over all factions. His influence had even expanded to other regions of Linzhou, standing shoulder to shoulder with many prominent families, reaching the peak of his power. Anyone daring to offend him could not escape the fate of destruction. But 8 years ago, at the height of his power, Zhao Yang suddenly withdrew and disappeared, leaving no trace. Rumors circulated that he had died, while others claimed he had gone abroad. But one thing was certain: the sky that once loomed over all underground forces in Haiqing City had vanished. With Zhao Yang's departure, the forces and industries under his control fell apart. The industries were divided among various prominent families, while the remnants of his power were either co-opted or supported. Zhou Wenlong was precisely the one supported by the Fong family, ultimately rising to become the most powerful among the many factions in Haiqing City through his own abilities. Zhao Yang may have left, but the search for him has never ceased. Too many people wanted his life. The wealthy families did not appreciate a rat in the shadows standing on equal footing with them, and they were especially worried that Zhao Yang would return and seek revenge for the division of his industries and power. Many underground forces also did not like having someone looming over them, blocking their chances to rise. As the current leader of the underground forces in Haiqing City, Zhou Wenlong naturally was one of the last people who wanted to see Zhao Yang reappear. His eyes flickered with a glint, but he struggled to grasp Fong Yu's intentions. "So does that mean Mr. Fong?" Fong Yu stood with his hands behind his back, gazing out the window, and chuckled lightly. "Don't overthink it. The Fong family has worked hard to support your development to this point. Oh, would we really give up? Since I have told you about Zhao Yang, it is naturally to let you." He did not continue. However, the clever Zhou Wenlong had already grasped Fong Yu's meaning and let out a slight sigh of relief. "Rest assured, I will send someone to eliminate him." Fong Yu turned back, saying, "Do not be careless. Zhao Yang was originally a killer and is quite skilled. I can also share a piece of information with you regarding the reason for Zhao Yang's retreat." "Please go ahead, young Master Fong," Zhou Wenlong replied respectfully, though he was also very curious. What kind of unstoppable figure was Zhao Yang back then? At the age of 30, he dominated the underground forces of Haiqing City unmatched. What could have compelled him to abandon it all and leave? Fang Yu smiled and said because of a woman. A woman? Zhou Wenlong was somewhat bewildered. Fang Yu replied indifferently. Indeed, Zhao Yang encountered a beloved woman back then. Because she desired a stable life, he gave up all his power and position to accompany her retreating, to live a peaceful life with her, who is now his wife. This is actually a breakthrough point, you understand, right? Zhou Wenlong immediately understood, revealing a somewhat cruel smile. I see. He promptly began to contact his subordinates to discuss a plan. Fang Yu watched the busy Zhou Wenlong, a glimmer of mockery and disdain crossing his eyes. Over the years, as his power grew, Zhou Wenlong's ambition gradually swelled, even daring to show his fangs to his master. What the Fang family needs is a loyal and capable watchdog, not a vicious dog that might bite the hand that feeds it. Therefore, Zhou Wenlong can no longer be kept. I did not speak falsely. The Fang family will naturally not abandon this hard-won power, but we can change the controller to ensure this force remains under our control. Zhou Wenlong was excitedly arranging the plan, completely unaware of who the real target of this hunt was. In a certain village within Haiqing City. Even in the prosperous and towering Haiqing City, there has always been no shortage of such impoverished areas crowded with the poor. Here the streets are narrow and the houses are dilapidated, yet the population is densely packed. Along a dark and narrow alley, a worn-out van drove in and slowly stopped in front of a shabby little house with a man pushed open the car door and stepped out. He looked to be around 37 or 38, scruffy with stubble, wearing a bleached shirt and pants. From the sign posted on the van, he was a taxi driver. Zhao Yang took out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a puff of smoke, feeling relaxed and leisurely. Humming a dusty tune softly, he pushed open the door and walked toward his home. Luo must have cooked by now, Zhao Yang thought to himself, feeling a bit hungry and eager to eat. But at the moment he stepped inside, his expression suddenly changed, becoming as sharp as an eagle's. A habit ingrained in his soul made him keenly aware that something was amiss. His face changed as he rushed into the room. The dining table was devoid of the fragrant dishes he had expected. Only a paper note remained. Your wife Luo is in our hands. If you want her to live, come find us at the address above. Zhao Yang stared at the note in his hand, reading it over and over. And when he lifted his head, his eyes were filled with a chilling, murderous intent. Boom. Zhao Yang started his worn-out van and crazily sped away. The neighbors who initially wanted to greet him were startled by his reckless speed, exchanging confused glances, unable to comprehend what was happening. Zhao Yang pushed the accelerator to the max, disregarding even the red lights as he barreled through. About half an hour later, following the address from the note, he arrived at an abandoned factory on the outskirts, desolate and eerily silent. Bang! Zhao Yang pushed open the factory door and rushed inside. Suddenly a deep voice echoed. Oh, you're here. A burly man approached, scanning Zhao Yang with a mocking smile on his face. The Zhao Yang of yesteryears has fallen to such depths, it's truly pathetic. Zhao Yang's pupils constricted sharply. How could the other party know who he was? Surprised. Did you think you could? The burly man laughed heartily. He waved his hand, and several people sprang out from the sides, all pointing guns at him. As he approached Zhao Yang, the burly man said, if you want your wife to live, don't make any sudden moves. In the next moment, he slammed a fist into Zhao Yang's abdomen. Zhao Yang's eyes were filled with fury, but he dared not retaliate because Luo Xian was still in their hands. Seeing that Zhao Yang indeed dared not fight back, the burly man laughed even more wildly, kicking Zhao Yang to the ground and beating him mercilessly until he was bruised and bleeding. Lying limp on the ground, seemingly not satisfied, the burly man stomped down hard on Zhao Yang's head, filled with a sense of pleasure. The former emperor of the underground forces in Haiqing City, now being trampled underfoot. How exhilarating. The burly man had only recently joined Zhou Wenlong's ranks, so most of his knowledge about Zhao Yang was hearsay. Thus he fought without a hint of fear. Humph, you're nothing special. The burly man spat on Zhao Yang, saying to give up your power for a woman and end up like this is truly foolish. Zhao Yang trembled, his voice hoarse. Do whatever you want of me, just let Luo Xian go. This has nothing to do with her. Your wife. The burly man seemed to have heard a funny joke, casually saying she's dead. Zhao Yang roared in anger. The burly man stomped down hard again. Impossible. Why would we keep her alive for the new year? Her only value was to lure you here to your death, so she's already of no value now. Surprised, aren't you? Ha! The burly man couldn't help but laugh. Then he turned and coldly ordered, tie him up and take him back. The boss wants to deal with him personally. Zhao Yang had long been shrouded in the shadow of Zhou Wenlong. After all the impact he had back then was too significant. Thus Zhou Wenlong planned to kill Zhao Yang himself. To truly break free from the past. The burly man lit a cigarette and walked to the back. Mission accomplished. After the event, Zhou Wenlong would surely reward himself. Meanwhile, Zhao Yang wore a dazed expression. Luo Xian is dead. No, this can't be. If she's dead, everyone else must die. A brutal, murderous intent surged from him. The burly man had barely taken a few steps when he heard screams and gunshots behind him. His hand trembled violently, dropping the cigarette to the ground. When he turned to look, he was instantly terrified, finding all his men lying on the ground, while Zhao Yang, whom he thought had lost the ability to resist, was taking slow, steady steps toward him. What kind of monster is this? The burly man was shocked and fled in panic, but in his haste he tripped over a chair. Damn it. When he got up, his body suddenly froze. Zhao Yang had already stood before him, his expression indifferent. The burly man's face turned pale as he prepared to plead for mercy. Crack. Zhao Yang swiftly and decisively snapped his neck. Thud. After finishing all this, Zhao Yang fell to his knees, blood flowing down his abdomen and thighs. He wasn't Superman, who facing so many armed men unarmed it was impossible not to get hurt. After resting for a while, Zhao Yang dragged his painful body inside the abandoned factory, finally discovering his wife Luo Xian's corpse in a room. He stared blankly like a statue, unmoving. Zhao Yang finally stepped forward and embraced Luo Xian's lifeless body. Meanwhile, the emotions in his eyes slowly faded, turning cold as iron, as if he had become the underground emperor who once ruled Haiqing City. Zhao Yang drove Luo Xian's body back to that narrow alley, preparing to bury her during the day. Covered in blood, he sat silently, not knowing what to think. Ding ding ding, the home phone suddenly rang, the sound jar. Zhao Yang's gaze sharpened as he instinctively walked over to answer. Hello, who is it? Zhao Yang. A voice inquired from the other end. Zhao Yang instantly exploded in fury. Who are you? Did you do what happened tonight? Don't misunderstand, it has nothing to do. The identity is not important. What matters is that I know who orchestrated the kidnapping of your wife. Don't you want revenge? Although Zhao Yang was filled with extreme murderous intent and anger, he was not foolish. Instead, he calmly asked, why do you want to help me? Because you have value. The voice on the other end said lightly, I need you to do me a favor. What favor? The voice chuckled lightly. Very simple, help me. Kill someone. So what do you think? The choice is yours. After a long silence, Zhao Yang finally replied, I agree. Very good. The voice on the other end was relaxed and cheerful. That's a wise decision. Zhao Yang's voice was hoarse. Tell me who did it. The one who kidnapped your wife is the head of the current underground forces in Haiqing City, Zhou Wenlong. In the Yunding Villa, Feng Yu had an inscrutable smile on his face as he said, and the person you need to kill is named Chen Yu. Don't rush to question. Keep reading. Hamster never leaves loopholes in his writing. In the entertainment center of the Imperial City, within the exclusive VIP luxury suite on the top floor, Zhou Wenlong paced back and forth, his steps filled with anxiety. A sense of foreboding flooded his heart, for all the men he had sent to deal with Zhao Yang had lost contact. Thus he hastily dispatched someone to check the situation on site. With a loud bang, the door swung open and a subordinate rushed in. What's the situation? Zhou Wenlong asked. Boss, all the brothers we sent out. They are all dead. The subordinate's face turned pale. Zhou Wenlong's body shook violently, and he couldn't help but curse. Damn it. He had been cautious and vigilant enough for this operation. Oh, all the subordinates sent out were armed, yet they still failed to kill Zhao Yang. Is that guy even human? Now, having stirred up a hornet's nest, dealing with Zhao Yang will be difficult. Just the thought that Zhao Yang was still alive sent a chill down Zhou Wenlong's spine. He knew Zhao Yang's character very well. The other party would certainly not let this matter rest. Despite constantly reminding himself that Zhao Yang did not know he was the one behind this, and he was no longer the underground emperor of overwhelming power he once was, he still couldn't help but feel anxious. Not even the bodyguards by his side could provide him with a sense of security. Zhou Wenlong stood in place, his expression shifting, and ultimately could not help but dial Feng Ye's number. Moments later, the call connected. Young Master Feng, we have encountered some issues here. Zhao Yang is not dead, and all my subordinates were killed by him. You couldn't handle this. Useless. Feng Ye's angry rebuke came through, causing Zhou Wenlong's face to flush red and pale, but he found himself completely unable to retort. The responsibility for this matter indeed lay with him. After a moment of silence, Feng Yu said in a low voice, come to Yundian Villa tomorrow morning. We will discuss this in detail. Understood. Zhou Wenlong responded, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. With the Feng family's support, things would be much easier, and he wouldn't have to be so anxious. At Yundian Villa, after hanging up the phone, Feng Yu smirked slightly and contacted Zhao Yang again. Tomorrow morning, Zhou Wenlong will be taking the main road passing through the Hengduan Bridge. As for what to do next, that's up to you. Thank you. Zhao Yang's deep voice came through. I will do what I promised. Immediately the call ended. Feng Ye's expression was filled with indifference. This operation could be said to have multiple objectives. Firstly, he could conveniently eliminate Zhou Wenlong, who had far too much ambition. Although he currently dared not act due to the Feng family's power, sooner or later he would be unable to resist betraying them. As for letting Zhao Yang, a capable and fierce general by Chen Yu's side in the original storyline, carry out the assassination, it would lead to a complete rift between him and Chen Yu, plunging them into an irreparable state of opposition. Regardless of success or failure, this was a good thing for Feng Yu. Of course, due to the protagonist's halo, the assassination by Zhao Yang would likely not succeed and would fail due to various unforeseen circumstances. But it would be sufficient to give Chen Yu a little surprise. Feng Yu sneered. Yet this was not all. He had another purpose for choosing Zhao Yang to assassinate Chen Yu. According to the system, before the protagonist's halo was stripped away, if Chen Yu faced a life-and-death crisis, he would escape from danger due to various unforeseen circumstances. However, these accidents must also adhere to the laws and rules of reality. For instance, if a car were to crash into Chen Yu, it might be deflected by another vehicle before impact, reducing the force. If a sniper rifle was used to target him, a sudden gust of wind might cause the bullet to veer off course, only hitting Chen Yu in the leg. The worlds would push all favorable factors together to ensure Chen Yu's survival. But all coincidences must operate under physical laws and adhere to the principle of optimality. At this time, sending Zhao Yang to assassinate Chen Yu, given his current strength, would definitely not be a match for Zhao Yang, so the most logical way to allow Chen Yu to escape would undoubtedly be Muzi. The worlds would push Muzi to arrive before Zhao Yang acted, allowing him to shield Chen Yu from this assassin. This was merely Fang Ye's speculation, but he was quite confident. Fang Yu fell into deep thought. He did not want to hand over the initiative to Chen Yu. He needed to actively force Muzi out and then eliminate him. Furthermore, Fang Yu did not want to delay any longer. The plan for the final strike against Chen Yu was gradually solidifying in his mind, and before that he aimed to eradicate all possible opportunities for the other party to turn the tables. The next morning, countless vehicles flowed across the Hengduan Bridge. Boom! A black car drove onto the bridge. Zhou Wenlong sat in the car, appearing somewhat restless, and asked the driver, "How much longer until we reach our destination?" "Boss, we will arrive in about 20 minutes. Zhou Wenlong nodded, then took out his phone and dialed Fang Ye's number. "Hello, young Master Fang. I'm almost there. I'm on Hengduan Bridge now." "Oh." Fang Yu chuckled softly, "Then good luck." "Goodbye." Zhou Wenlong's heart skipped a beat. He felt something was amiss, but he couldn't quite grasp it. He turned his head slightly in annoyance, preparing to enjoy the scenery outside the window. At that very moment, from a building not far from the bridge, a black gun barrel extended from a high-floor room. Following the gun's barrel back, there was the gleaming metallic surface of the gun, along with a massive steel silhouette hidden within the room. A sniper rifle. Zhao Yang rested the sniper rifle before him, his right wrist inwardly turned with the base of his thumb aligned against the grip's rear. His expression was emotionless. This was the equipment he had always used during his time as a killer, preserved as a keepsake. Now in middle age, his physical condition was naturally not what it used to be. 8 years of peaceful life had long dulled his edge. Yet holding the familiar sniper rifle once again, he felt he had regained his power, wielding the authority of life and death. Soon, the target vehicle, which he had confirmed countless times, appeared in his sight. Zhao Yang calmly focused, aimed, and finally he pulled the trigger. Die. The bullet spun and erupted with sparks advancing towards the distant target. With tremendous force, the bullet shattered the glass and pierced through Zhou Wenlong's chest. A bloody hole exploded. Bright red blood splattered within the car. Meanwhile, at Yundian Villa, Fang Yu dialed Zhou Wenlong's number. When he heard the call cannot be connected prompt on the other, and he couldn't help but sigh, a sorrowful smile spreading across his lips. "What a pity. May you rest in peace in heaven." "Mr. Fang, we have a situation." At that moment, a voice from the side caught Fang Ye's attention. He was currently inspecting the Nightmare Eye working room on the first floor of the villa. After all, he was spending his own money every day and had to confirm their work status. Fang Yu asked, "What's the situation?" The blonde beauty Catherine replied, "The target has contacted the previous number again. Ever since the last incident, Chen Yu's phone has been under surveillance. So as soon as Chen Yu called Muzi, Catherine immediately..." Fang Yu issued the command, "Release the sound." "Yes." Catherine responded. Immediately, Chen Yu's voice echoed from the loudspeaker. "We can head to Haiqing City now. After we take care of Fang Yu, I will arrange a place for you to hide for a while to avoid any leaks. Don't worry, brother Chen Yu, I will ensure it's foolproof. Good, I await your good news." Beep beep beep. Fang Yu inquired, "Did the other party mention any time or train number?" "No," Catherine replied, adjusting her glasses. "However, we can obtain this information by checking Chen Yu's mobile ticket booking records." Fang Yu nodded. "Check it now." "Yes." Catherine began to focus on her work, and soon enough, she found the information Fang Yu needed. "The train for tomorrow is K1789. "Very good." A strange smile appeared on Fang Ye's face. "I will give him a good news." The hackers present from Nightmare Eye all displayed expressions of pity. Although they did not know who Chen Yu was, it was clear he was in a terrible situation. Is there anything more awkward than discussing the assassination of someone while the target is listening to the phone call? Upon arriving in the courtyard outside the villa, he snapped his fingers. Instantly, a figure flashed before him. 8 iron guards appeared before him, silent and cold. Gazing at them, Fang Yu spoke solemnly. "I have a task for you. The K1789 train arriving in Haiqing City tomorrow requires your prior arrangements. Xiao family." Chen Yu hung up the phone, unable to suppress a satisfied smile. That guy Fang Yu, it seemed he was finally done for. Muzi, taking action, personally left no room for Chen Yu to believe Fang Yu could escape. Even with the terrifyingly strong individuals who broke his leg last time, they were no match. Having suffered multiple setbacks at Fang Ye's hands had made Chen Yu furious and extremely frustrated. Why was this bastard fixated on him? Was it really because the Zhao family sided with the Ji family? But he hadn't made a move on Zhao Xiu. Was he simply addicted to targeting him? However, this situation was finally coming to an end. A cold light flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. Bang bang bang. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and a servant walked in respectfully, saying to Chen Yu, "Mr. Chen, old master Zhao requests your presence." "I understand." Chen Yu nodded, put on a coat, and walked outside. In the living room, Xiao Xingyue was already seated on the sofa, leaning on his cane, his expression stern. Upon seeing Chen Yu, a warm smile appeared on his face. "Oh, Mr. Chen is here, please take a seat." Chen Yu was not polite, sitting directly opposite Xiao Xingyue, and first asked, "How has old Master Xiao been recently?" "Very well, quite well." Xiao Xingyue laughed heartily. "Since you treated me, I've been feeling better every day. I believe it won't be long before I am completely cured." Chen Yu showed a proud expression. Old Master Xiao's condition is rare and peculiar, which is why it took such a long time. If it were any other ailment, I could have easily resolved it. Xiao Xingyue chuckled. "Mr. Chen, your medical skills are likely equal to, if not better than, your master's, deserving of the title of Divine Doctor." Unintentionally, another compliment was given. "Old Master Xiao, you flatter me. How could I dare to compare with my master?" Chen Yu instinctively remained humble, but deep down this round of flattery had him feeling a bit giddy. Divine Doctor. He too wanted to be recognized as a divine doctor, like his master, renowned far and wide, treated as an honored guest by various powerful figures, even surpassing his master's achievements back then. Chen Yu's heart brimmed with ambition. But it seemed that since arriving in Haiqing City, every attempt to showcase his medical skills had faced repeated setbacks. Wei Ziyu, Song Xiaoyu, all of them. Thinking of this, a wave of resentment surged within him. Ahem. At that moment, Zhao Xinruo's face turned serious as he finally began to get to the point. "Mr. Chen, I called you here today to discuss something very important. Please, old Master Xiao, go on." Zhao Xinrue continued. "Soon a grand medical exchange conference will be held within Linzhou, and the location is set in our Haiqing City. At that time, all the experts and scholars in the medical field from Linzhou will attend. I hope Mr. Chen can participate as well." A medical exchange conference. Medical experts. Chen Yu listened, yet appeared somewhat uninterested. With his medical skills, he could easily surpass ordinary individuals. What could he possibly learn from them? It is utterly meaningless. Zhao Xinrue observed Chen Yu's reaction and smiled, saying, "Mr. Chen, don't be anxious. Let me finish my explanation first. At this medical exchange conference, not only experts and scholars will attend, but also many representatives from large pharmaceutical companies and prominent families. Some of them suffer from chronic illnesses and will seek consultations from the doctors present at the conference, looking for treatment methods." Oh, Chen Yu's eyes brightened. He instantly transformed from a previously uninterested demeanor. Would nobles from prominent families actually attend the event? A surge of exhilaration and excitement welled up within him. What could this mean? It signifies countless opportunities and abundance of connections. This is a chance for him to showcase his talents. "So are you interested now?" Zhao Xinrue lifted his teacup and took a sip. "I've secured an invitation for you, Mr. Chen. You can additionally." Zhao Xinrue paused slightly, his expression suddenly growing serious. "I have received some insider information that this medical exchange conference might very well be held for a specific individual." A specific individual? Chen Yu's heart shook violently. From Zhao Xinruo's description, it was evident that this conference was of high caliber, a gathering of influential figures. Many people from the entire Linzhou will participate. Yet Zhao Xinrue claims that this medical exchange conference is organized for a particular person. Who possesses such privilege? Zhao Xinruo's lips moved as he spoke something. "Now you should understand what kind of opportunity this is, right?" Chen Yu's eyes sparkled more and more. It felt as if he could see his own rise to prominence. If he truly grasps this opportunity, the Fong family, the Song family, they will pay the price for their foolishness. Chen Yu was in high spirits. "Thank you, old Master Zhao. If I achieve great success in the future, I will not forget the Zhao family's kindness today." "It is nothing." Zhao Xinrue laughed heartily. "If it weren't for you and your master, I'm afraid this old body of mine wouldn't have lasted until now." Yet despite this, Zhao Xinrue felt very satisfied in his heart. He supported Chen Yu so vigorously, providing all the help he could, simply because he valued Chen Yu's potential, hoping that Chen Yu would elevate the Zhao family in the future. Zhao Xinrue planned to seize the moment and waved to the side. A middle-aged steward approached and respectfully asked, "Master, do you have any orders?" The steward's name was Liang Fuxing, and he was deeply trusted by Zhao Xinrue. Zhao Xinrue looked at Chen Yu and said, "Mr. Chen, you've been in Haiqing City for a while now, and still don't have your own house or car, right? In that case, I will have the steward accompany you to purchase a villa and a luxury car. Regardless of the cost, it will be covered by the Zhao family." Chen Yu smiled broadly, saying, "Old Master Zhao, you are too kind." He did not decline, but rather accepted it with a clear conscience. The treatment he provided to Zhao Xinrue was certainly worth the price. Chen Yu enjoyed his tea, feeling relaxed. The news Zhao Xinrue had brought had lifted the gloom he had felt these past few days. After their conversation ended, Liang Fuxing, at Zhao Xinrue's gesture, planned to take Chen Yu out to purchase a house and a car. After all, it was a gesture of goodwill from the other party, and Chen Yu accepted it gladly, considering it a chance to unwind. Soon the two of them arrived at a renowned upscale villa community that had just opened. By the banks of the Bai Shui River, the villa area boasts numerous lakes, forests, grasslands, and artificial canyons. The scenery is beautiful and picturesque, as if one were immersed in nature. Quite impressive. And under the guidance of the sales associate, Chen Yu toured the Bishui residential complex and felt profoundly satisfied. His eyes lit up upon seeing the most luxurious residence in the entire complex. The landmark, Binhai Riverside Villa No. 1. Exquisitely decorated and nestled between mountains and water. A truly exceptional location. And, "I'll take this one," Chen Yu declared. And though the price appeared steep, he felt no concern whatsoever. After all, the Xiao family stood firmly behind him. A look of hesitation flickered across the sales associate's face. "Sir, I'm afraid you cannot purchase this property." And Chen Yu frowned. Why not? Had she assumed he lacked the funds? A faint irritation stirred within him. And no, it's not that. Villa No. 1 at Binhai Riverside is not sold directly, it is exclusively auctioned. She explained, the auction begins precisely at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and Villa No. 1 is the very first lot. If you wish to participate, I can arrange an entry pass for you immediately. There's still time to make it. In an auction? Fine, I'll attend. Chen Yu nodded decisively. And the sales associate promptly issued him an entry pass as a VIP client, and escorted him down into the underground auction hall. The auction hall was spacious and lavishly adorned. Already numerous attendees had gathered. Surrounding the auction podium were standard seating rows, and more notably a series of private viewing boxes reserved for individuals of distinguished status. Once the steward Liang Fuxing announced the Xiao family's identity, Chen Yu was swiftly assigned by a staff member to an unoccupied box on the left side. At that very moment, within the central box on the right, a young man with chiseled features, sharp jawline, and towering upright bearing let out a soft, startled exclamation. This young man was Feng Yu. Ni's brows lifted slightly. What brings him here? He himself had come for Villa No. 1 at Binhai Riverside, not out of idle curiosity, but because this villa was intrinsically tied to a pivotal opportunity destined for Chen Yu. It was precisely through this opportunity that Chen Yu's medical mastery and cultivation prowess surged dramatically, his art of medicine reaching its ultimate perfection, thus laying the unshakable foundation for his future ascension. Another instance of narrative correction. Feng Yu's brow furrowed faintly as the truth dawned upon him. In the original, Chen Yu had attended this auction only because Feng Xiao, the daughter of Feng Yang, CEO of Haojing Entertainment, had brought him there. Yet Feng Yu had long since driven Feng Yang out of Haiqing City. Accordingly, he had assumed Chen Yu would never appear here. Reality, however, defied expectation. Although the nightmare eye surveillance system continuously monitored Chen Yu, it reported to Feng Yu only when Chen Yu engaged in overtly suspicious conduct. Thus Feng Yu remained entirely unaware of Chen Yu's presence at the auction. Regaining his composure, Feng Yu's lips curled into a faint knowing smile. Since I am already here, this opportunity at Binhai Riverside Villa No. 1 shall no longer belong to Chen Yu. Other matters remain uncertain, but when it comes to wealth, and attendees gradually settled into their seats. The auctioneer, dressed impeccably in formal attire, stepped onto the stage, exchanged polite pleasantries, and offered words of gratitude. The auction officially commenced. In Lot 1 Villa No. 1 at Binhai Riverside Residential Complex. Opening bid 20 million yuan. Bidding begins now. 22 million. In 23 million. In, I bid 25 million. In bids rose rapidly, echoing throughout the hall. Chen Yu inwardly whistled. These wealthy elites truly treated money as if it held no weight. Yet he quickly reminded himself, backed by the Xiao family, he too now belonged to their ranks. A surge of bold confidence swelled within him. And he raised his voice clearly. 30 million. In such a staggering jump instantly drew every eye in the room. Bidders turned collectively toward Chen Yu's viewing box. His box remained uncurtained, rendering its interior fully visible. To the assembled crowd, Chen Yu was an unfamiliar face, utterly unknown. Yet they instantly recognized Liang Fuxing standing beside him, and their expressions tightened. This was the Xiao family's chief steward, a man entrusted deeply by Xiao Xingyue himself. Frequently, Liang Fuxing's mere presence signified the Xiao family's direct involvement. Nays flickered with speculation as attendees silently debated Chen Yu's true identity. Simultaneously, nearly all abandoned further bidding. Though Villa No. 1 was desirable, none wished to incur the Xiao family's enmity over it. Binhai Riverside ranked merely mid-tier among luxury residential complexes, far inferior to Yunshan Residential Complex, where Feng Yu resided. None's residence often mirrored one's wealth and social standing. Thus, most attendees in today's auction hall were ordinary tycoons, for whom the Xiao family loomed as an untouchable colossus. Exhilarating. Chen Yu felt immense satisfaction welling inside him. Gazing upon the hushed, reverent silence that followed his bid, he experienced a deep, visceral sense of triumph. He knew full well this authority stemmed solely from the Xiao family's influence, yet it granted him a tantalizing taste of the intoxicating power conferred by status and prestige. Just wait, Chen Yu murmured inwardly. After the medical exchange symposium, I shall command their reverence, not through proxy, but by my own merit alone. The auctioneer struck the gavel. In 30 million. Once, in 30 million. Twice. A triumphant smile played upon Chen Yu's lips. This villa was now his. 30 million. In 100 million. A calm, unhurried voice emanated from the centralmost box on the right, plunging the entire hall into absolute breathless silence. Chen Yu froze instantly, not only because his bid had just been eclipsed by 70 million, but because he recognized the curtain of Feng Yu's box had somehow been drawn aside. And he gazed down upon Chen Yu, his eyes brimming with undisguised contempt. And go ahead, bid again. Feng Yu. Chen Yu stared at Feng Yu in the opposite box, his face dark with displeasure. How is it this guy again? He was so furious that he felt like his teeth would shatter. How could he encounter Feng Yu while trying to buy a villa, and now he was here to disrupt his plans? A flash of anger crossed his eyes before he decided to continue raising the bid. Otherwise would he allow himself to be robbed silently in front of everyone? Did he not care about his pride? At this moment Liang Fuxing beside him spoke up to remind him, Mr. Chen, although the elder has said that all your expenses will be covered by the family, if the amount is too large, I still need to report it to the family first. Chen Yu finally calmed down. Spending 100 million to buy a villa by the Binhai River was indeed not worth it, and in a battle of finances how could he possibly compete with Feng Yu? Thus, even though he felt infuriated and unwilling, he had no choice but to give up. Feng Yu smiled and asked, what's wrong, Chen Yu? Aren't you going to raise the bid? Then I'll just take this villa. Chen Yu snorted coldly and retorted, only a fool would spend 100 million on this villa. Feng Yu shook his head and sighed, you just don't understand the troubles of the wealthy. With so much money to spend, I can only rack my brain every day to find ways to squander it. The others in the auction house were left speechless. How enviable, isn't it? I really want to experience this kind of trouble. Chen Yu's expression faltered, and in anger, he turned and said, let's go. After speaking, he directly left the auction. Ding. Host villain points 1,000. Protagonist's luck points 1,000. Feng Yu felt very satisfied. Watching Chen Yu's expression of displeasure, mixed with helplessness and fury, was quite refreshing. Besides, the villain points were also gained. On the other side, unseen by anyone, Chen Yu smirked, very well, continue to be arrogant, for when the time comes you won't have this opportunity. Liang Fuxing inquired, Mr. Chen, do you want to visit other villa districts? Let's talk about it another day. Let's go, Chen Yu said irritably, his mood completely soured. At the auction house, although villa no. one had already been purchased by Feng Yu, the auction continued, and many antique paintings were being auctioned off. The host clearly planned to make a fortune from this auction. However, Feng Yu did not pay attention to these items anymore. His only goal today was the villa no. one by the Binhai River, which was related to the protagonist's fortune. Before long, a middle-aged man with a big belly rushed into Feng Yu's box, followed by an assistant carrying various. The man's name was Sun Jun. He was the organizer of the auction and the owner of the Binhai River property. Young Master Feng, I'm honored that you personally attended the auction. Sun Jun took a breath, and then respectfully said, I've brought the villa's documents for you. If you need anything, just let me know. 100 million. Villa no. one by the Binhai River was actually auctioned for 100 million. This far exceeded Sun Jun's expectations, making him extremely delighted. The money from these wealthy young masters was easy to earn. They were just foolishly rich, as the saying goes. However, on the surface, Sun Jun remained very respectful. Feng Yu casually flipped through the documents, and then said, let's settle the payment. He waved his hand, and the assistant Lung Han began the transfer. Sun Jun quickly received the notification the bank card had received 35 million. He was completely stunned. He hurriedly reminded young Master Feng, your auction price is 100 million. Feng Yu shot him a cold glance. That gaze made Sun Jun feel a chill run down his spine. This villa is only worth this much, do you really think I'm a fool? Even if I were to give you 100 million, do you really dare to accept it? Sun Jun's body trembled, and he hastily said in fear, young Master Feng, it was my foolishness, 35 million, just 35 million. No, 30 million will do. Whatever price that person just offered young Master Feng, you can offer the same. At this moment his heart was filled with regret, feeling as if he had just lost his mind. How could he have thought like that? How many young masters from wealthy families are foolish? The one who was foolish was clearly himself. The situation just now clearly indicated that Feng Yu had a grudge against the person beside Xiao family's chief steward Liang Fuxing, so they deliberately raised the price to 100 million to embarrass the opponent. And he actually rushed over to ask Feng Yu for that 100 million. He was feeling quite pleased with himself, thinking he had struck gold. Like a complete fool, Sun Jun felt the cold sweat soaking his back. If he insisted on that 100 million, he believed Feng Yu would surely give it to him. But after obtaining that 100 million, he would definitely not live to spend it. Perhaps he might just drop dead in the streets tonight. Thinking of this, Sun Jun became even more anxious. Looking at the assistant beside him, who still looked confused and did nothing, he suddenly roared in anger. Are you deaf? Hurry and transfer 5 million back to young Master Feng. Ah yes. Under Sun Jun's murderous gaze, the assistant finally reacted and hurriedly transferred 5 million to Feng Yu. Feng Yu glanced deeply at Sun Jun. Although this guy had appeared a bit foolish just now, he seemed to know the situation well. That guy Chen Yu thought he could make him spend 70 million to suffer a loss. He was truly overthinking it. All right, Feng Yu waved his hand. You can go now. Since the other party seemed to be aware of the situation, he was too lazy to bother with him any further. Sun Jun felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, leaving with a heart full of relief along with his assistant. Feng Yu stood up and said indifferently, let's go. Lung Han hurriedly followed suit, and the two left the auction house's private box together. Feng Yu planned to visit the villa no. won by the Binhai River that he had just won at auction to check on the opportunity that originally belonged to the protagonist Chen Yu. Strolling slowly, Feng Yu arrived in front of Villa No. Won by the Binhai River. He walked straight and looked around, and according to his memory, went to the study on the second floor, stopping in front of a bookshelf on the right side. For aesthetic reasons, the bookshelf had been pre-filled with a variety of books, which could be replaced according to the preferences and needs of the villa's owner after moving in. Found it. Feng Yu's gaze lit up as he looked through the abundant collection of books, and finally pulled out one. Wow, he picked up the book and flipped through it, soon revealing a yellowed parchment in the middle. This is it, the opportunity that Chen Yu would have obtained after buying this villa. Feng Yu's eyes were deep. The parchment was filled with disorderly writings, yet it concealed a certain pattern. If he could successfully decipher it, he would obtain a location information. In the original book there, Chen Yu found a hidden stone room that contained a jade plate, which held a special aura similar to the qi cultivated from Chen Yu's unique medical technique. Chen Yu's medical skills had already reached the peak of mastery, just a step away from perfection. After absorbing this special aura, he directly broke through the long-stalled barrier. Moreover, this aura had the effect of enhancing strength, leading to a significant increase in Chen Yu's combat power. Feng Yu had been coveting this opportunity for a long time, and he finally waited for today's auction. After all, if he had pursued this book in advance, it could easily lead to changes in some minor details, and perhaps this parchment would not appear in this villa, nor in this book. However, the book did not provide a specific description of how to decipher the location, only showing a scene where Chen Yu had already found the stone room. Yet the book did describe the method for deciphering the parchment. Based on his memories, Feng Yu quickly figured out the location of the opportunity and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the location is within Linzhou, in a valley beside Bian City. It's not too far from Haiqing City, and a round trip won't delay matters. Saying this, he quickly went downstairs and said to Lung Han, who was waiting in the hall, "Prepare a helicopter, I need to go to Bian City right away." Yes. Lung Han received the order and immediately went to arrange it. Soon a helicopter landed with a roar at the Binhai River residential area, taking Feng Yu swiftly to Bian City. At dusk, Feng Yu arrived at the location depicted in the parchment, and soon discovered a cave constructed from hard stone. Inside, he found a jade disc. Feng Yu caressed the jade disc, noting its unique texture, smooth and round with a hint of coolness. How do I activate this thing? He scrutinized the jade disc in his hand. Just then the surface of the disc suddenly emanated a faint glow. Immediately a chill, invisible energy crept up his palm and along his arms, spreading throughout Feng Yu's body. Yet rather than discomfort, it brought an incredible sense of comfort. It felt like a system energy continuously forging Feng Yu's body, causing his physique points to rise steadily. 56, 57, 58, 59. Until it reached 75. Unlike the system energy that disappeared after enhancing his body, this chill, invisible energy lingered in Feng Yu's dantian, refusing to dissipate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a special legacy. Feng Yu's expression changed. The effect is he had increased his physique by 20 points. If he had relied on the system, it would have required a whopping 4,000 villain points, a substantial number. Moreover, as the base physique increased, the strength gained from each additional point would gradually rise. The difference between a physique of 40 and 20 is not comparable to that between 80 and 60. Furthermore, Feng Yu closed his eyes, carefully sensing the special energy that resided in his dantian. He could feel that due to this entity's existence, his injury recovery speed had significantly improved. Suppressing his excitement, Feng Yu summoned the system panel. Ultimate Villain System, Host Feng Yu, Personal Wealth 238. 9 billion Charm Value, 30 Physique Value, 75 Skills Management, Proficient Intimidation, Advanced Martial Arts, Advanced Cello, Advanced Villain Points 2000. Current triggered book, The Expert Descends to the City. Friendly reminder, the host currently has 2000 villain points while the protagonist has 5500 luck points. How many villain points are needed to upgrade martial arts to proficient? Feng Yu pondered for a moment. Simply increasing his physique wouldn't suffice, his body needed to adapt, and without technique a strong body would only translate to brute strength. For instance, during his earlier battle with Tai Chi, although Feng Yu's physique exceeded that of his opponent, had it not been for the intimidation skill, the outcome would have been uncertain. The system quickly responded, upgrading martial arts to proficient requires 1000 villain points, upgrading to perfect requires 3000 villain points. The points required for the perfect level increased so much, Feng Yu thought silently. He still decided to spend 1000 points to elevate martial arts to the proficient level first. As for the remaining 1000 points, he allocated them all to his physique. With the influx of system energy, Feng Yu's strength surged once more. Physique points 80. Feng Yu felt the energy gradually dissipating within him, suddenly opening his eyes. He lifted his right foot and slammed it down on the ground. Boom! His right foot sank deeply into the ground, causing the entire stone chamber to tremble violently. It had only been less than half an hour since entering the stone chamber, yet Feng Yu's strength had already skyrocketed. Very good. Feng Yu grinned widely, feeling the power surging within him, eager to put it to the test. Finding an opponent now was quite difficult. Even the iron guards would not stand a chance against him. But isn't there just the right one? Fang Ye's eyes seemed to burn with flames, his battle intent surging. Now he was confident in challenging Mu Zi, the guy who was basically at the peak of combat strength in the book The Expert. Fang Yu decided to use him as a sharpening stone to test his strength. Of course he was fully prepared. Regardless of victory or defeat, it would be the opponent who would die. Fang Ye's expression was indifferent. To him, Mu Zi was merely livestock, kept in a cage awaiting death. The moment he accepted the assassination task against him, the outcome was already determined and unchangeable. Fang Yu stepped out of the stone chamber. The iron guards waiting outside approached him, yet their expressions flickered with astonishment. For in their perception, Fang Yu was no longer the same as before. His aura had grown sharper, more oppressive. So much so that it stirred a faint tremor in their hearts. What then had transpired inside that chamber? As the 8 iron guards stood frozen in bewildered uncertainty, Fang Yu spoke calmly. Let us go. A quiet resolve stirred within him. It was time to eliminate Mu Zi. The next morning at dawn, a thunderous rumble echoed across the rails as train K-1789 sped. In the very last carriage sat a young man dressed in tattered clothes, his appearance unmistakably that of a migrant. He appeared no older than 20, disheveled and unkempt, his hair matted and unwashed for days, his posture languid and careless. Owing to his ragged attire and pungent odor, everyone kept their distance. No one dared sit beside him. Mu Zi yawned, drowsy and half asleep. How long had passed? He stirred awake, and his eyes snapped wide open. The entire carriage was empty. What was happening? Mu Zi shot upright from his seat. Though simple-minded, he was not truly foolish. This situation reeked of wrongness. Crack, boom. A deafening explosion tore through the air, followed by the grating shriek of metal shearing apart. The final carriage had violently detached from the rest of the train. Thrown off balance by the sudden inertia, Mu Zi nearly collapsed. Then, severed from the locomotive's pull, the carriage slowed, halting precariously, suspended midair between 2 sheer cliffs. Hanging in void. No path upward. No way down. Mu Zi's eyelids twitched wildly. By now even a fool would sense the dread beneath this stillness. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed from the ceiling above, the pace leisurely, unhurried, as if strolling through a garden. Footsteps. Mu Zi jerked his head upward in stunned disbelief, even as confusion clouded his thoughts. Boom. A deafening detonation erupted. The carriage roof exploded inward. A figure descended like a falling star, carrying with him a flash of lethal glacial light. Instinctively, Mu Zi raised his arm to block, only to be hurled backward, smashing through row after row of seats. A guttural cry tore from his throat as he crashed onto the floor. Fang Yu slowly rotated his elbow, gripping a short blade, whose edge gleamed with cold, merciless light. At their level of combat, cold steel proved far deadlier than firearms, especially at close range. Of course, at distance, or against overwhelming numbers. Unless one could withstand bullets, barehanded drawing a blade would only invite being riddled with gunfire before it left the sheath. Mu Zi sprang up from the floor. The deep gash on his arm sealed instantly, then began healing before the eye, flesh knitting together with unnatural speed. Fang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Just as the ancient texts foretold, a true monster. Was such regenerative speed even possible for a human being? Mu Zi's face contorted in fury as he roared. Who are you? Fang Yu, came the calm reply. Does that? His pupils contracted sharply, then twisted into a vicious grin. So you're Fang Yu. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down. I'll kill you right here, right now. To Mu Zi's uncluttered mind, there was no room for hesitation or calculation. Chen Yu had ordered him to kill Fang Yu, and now Fang Yu stood before him. There remained but one course: end him. Roar! Mu Zi bellowed, and charged like a feral beast. Fang Yu did not retreat. Instead, he surged forward, 2 Titans' engines roaring at full throttle, colliding head-on. Thud! A thunderous impact shook the carriage. Mu Zi stood rooted, but Fang Yu was flung backward, slamming hard into the far wall. Ha ha ha! Mu Zi laughed wildly, his confidence in his own strength absolute. In his eyes, fool, you dared meet my full force head-on. Still alive after that impact. You are the strongest human I've ever seen, but alas, you faced me. Mu Zi smirked with smug triumph. Before me, you're nothing but an ant, crushed without a second thought. Fang Yu coughed once, then straightened slowly, a wry smile spreading across his lips. Apologies, I was merely testing you. And already from that single exchange I know, you're weaker than I imagined. Far weaker. Weak. Mu Zi's expression froze, then ignited with volcanic rage. Weak. Boom. He stomped the floor and launched himself skyward, fists drawn back, hurtling downward like twin meteorites. But halfway through the air, he froze. Where was Fang Yu? In the instant he blinked, Fang Yu had vanished. He landed awkwardly, stunned and disbelieving. As he whirled about in frantic search, there it was, that calm, smiling face. Clear. Cold. Fang Yu stood exactly where he'd been, studying him with unnerving stillness. Hey, where are you looking? Then, a simple, brutal motion, fist clenched, arm coiled, strike delivered, straight into Mu Zi's stunned face. His nose shattered, his body flew backward, broken and bleeding. Bastard. Ignoring the blood covering his face, Mu Zi roared and charged again, his fist striking out like iron. But he soon felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Then Fang Yu easily caught that fist. Using the momentum, he lifted Mu Zi into the air and slammed him down hard. The entire carriage shook violently, the airflow howling in the confined space. Mu Zi went mad, roaring as he stood up again. But within 3 seconds, he was sent flying backward as if struck by a speeding car, a deep, bone-revealing gash appearing across his chest. Blood gushed forth. "Aren't you quite strong?" Fang Yu remarked expressionlessly, the short knife in his hand gleaming coldly. "Ants crushed with ease." Mu Zi looked at Fang Yu, his eyes filled with terror and confusion. Was he really that weak? No, he was powerful. In terms of attack power, defense, and recovery, he was monstrous. Unfortunately, he lacked any real technique. It was all brute strength. In front of others, he could crush them with his terrifying physical advantage, but in the face of Fang Yu's formidable physique rated at 80 and his mastery of combat techniques, Mu Zi was indeed too weak. Mu Zi's face had long lost its earlier bravado. He couldn't understand why he was utterly defenseless against Fang Yu. Mu Zi was about to say something, but as he looked at his wounds that had begun to heal, he felt his confidence return. With his recovery speed, even if he couldn't defeat Fang Yu, the latter couldn't kill him either. Even if his organs were punctured and his throat cut, he could still recover. At that moment, Fang Yu smiled and said, "Hee hee, do you think I can't kill you?" Mu Zi's heart jolted violently. "Your recovery ability is indeed beyond my expectations, but..." Fang Yu suddenly smashed the train window with a punch, standing on the ledge. Then he turned his head and smiled eerily goodbye. Mu Zi's expression changed, instinctively rushing forward, not wanting Fang Yu to leave. But Fang Yu's pupils had already transformed into 2 pitch-black whirlpools. His mental strength rapidly diminished. Yet Mu Zi's gaze also dulled quickly as he stood frozen in place. Fang Yu leapt out of the window, falling towards the cliff below. Seconds later, Mu Zi suddenly snapped awake. But the next moment, a dazzling light erupted as if the sun had fallen. Boom! Flames erupted and the air surged. Amidst the acrid smell of gunpowder, the entire carriage shattered into pieces. Only a mass of dismembered limbs fell from the sky. Fang Yu had activated a special compressed parachute hidden in his clothing, slowly descending. Hearing a deafening roar from above, Fang Yu retracted his gaze, his expression indifferent. He took out a walkie-talkie and said, "Collect the remains at the bottom of the cliff." He intended to study Mu Zi's remaining body tissues. After all, the situation was simply too incredible. If he could uncover something, it would undoubtedly hold immense value. Unfortunately, Mu Zi's situation is troublesome. The likelihood of capturing him alive is low. Otherwise, a living specimen would be more valuable for research. Fang Yu soon landed. He contacted Tai Yi, saying, "How's the situation with the collection?" A deep voice came through, carrying a hint of gravity. "Young Master Fang, that guy is still alive." "What?" Fang Yu was taken aback. "This guy survived even the explosion? That's too exaggerated." Tai Yi added, "However, he has lost the ability to move." Fang Yu said in a deep voice, "Wait for me to arrive." Soon Fang Yu reached the scene. In a desolate area at the bottom of the cliff, remnants of the explosion were scattered everywhere, and what caught Fang Yu's attention was Mu Zi lying nearby. He could barely be recognized as human. His legs had been completely blown off, his body charred and carbonized with not a single patch of intact skin left. Even so, Mu Zi was still alive. But with such severe injuries, that terrifying recovery ability seemed only able to keep him alive and capable of healing. Mu Zi even retained a relatively conscious awareness, his charred eyes glaring fiercely at Fang Yu. His gaze was filled with rage, curses, malice, and madness. His appearance was akin to that of a vengeful spirit. Yet faced with this scene, which would terrify an ordinary person, Fang Yu showed no fear. Instead, he revealed an interested expression. That gaze even sent a chill down Mu Zi's spine. Fang Yu mused, "Incredible resilience. What exactly has this guy been? I originally wanted to study the remains, and now it seems my wishes have come true. There truly is material for living research." A thought flashed through his mind. He then took out his phone and dialed the number of the Fang Group's subsidiary Fang Pharmaceutical Company. Pharmaceuticals are one of the 2 main pillar industries of the Fang Group, and Fang Hospital is its affiliated institution, which also hosts many high-tech laboratories for various research. After a few seconds, the call connected. The voice of the president of Fang Pharmaceutical Company came from the other end. "President Fang, what brings you to call me? Is there something you need?" Fang Yu replied lightly, "Your company's high-tech laboratory has one that specializes in human research, right?" The other party immediately responded, "Yes." "Help me get in touch with them, there's a task." "Understood, young Master Fang," the other side hurriedly replied. Shortly after, another call came in, revealing a voice that sounded somewhat aged. "Young Master Fang, you were looking for me." "Lu Gang, head of the Human Research Laboratory. I have an experimental specimen to send you." Fang Yu wore a cruel smile, looking at Mu Zi, who was no longer glaring at him, but wore a face of terror, and said, "However, this research material might be a bit unruly, and some methods will be necessary to make him obedient." Lu Gang chuckled hoarsely. "Haha, young Master Fang, we are professionals in such matters." "Very well, then I'll leave it to you. They'll send you a detailed report on this guy's situation later, and if there's any progress in the research, inform me promptly." "Understood, young Master Fang." After hanging up, Fang Yu stepped forward, placing his foot on Mu Zi's arm, which was attempting to crawl away. Crack. The arm, already rendered extremely fragile by the explosion, broke instantly. A haunting scream faintly emerged from Mu Zi's throat. Fang Yu said coldly, "Isn't it better to behave? If you don't behave, don't blame me for killing you." Mu Zi immediately dared not move. After pondering for a moment, Fang Yu told Tai Wei, quickly spread the news of this guy's death to Chen Yu's ear. He suddenly grinned. "I want to see how that guy will react." At the station, Chen Yu sat in a corner pulling his hat brim low. He had come here to pick up Mu Zi, who was about to assassinate Fang Yu. Therefore, he had to be extremely cautious to avoid suspicion. Glancing at the time on his wristwatch, Chen Yu silently thought, "It should be here soon." With a loud rumble, the train slowly pulled into the station. Chen Yu stood up, scanning the area for Mu Zi's figure. Just then a cacophony of footsteps erupted. A large group of inspectors suddenly burst into the station, sealing off the entrances and exits. Using a microphone, they shouted, "Everyone on the train, please do not leave. Due to an unexpected accident, we need to conduct a registration investigation." Chen Yu frowned and quickly walked over to the inspector, whispering, "Excuse me, what happened?" Something did happen." The inspector replied irritably. "One of the train cars at the rear derailed for some unknown reason and even exploded. We are currently investigating. It is said that there was someone on board. Alas, how tragic." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart. He hurriedly took out his phone to call Mu Zi, but it continuously indicated that the call could not be connected. A sense of foreboding surged within him. Yet he tried to reassure himself. It can't be that coincidental. She must just be out of battery or not paying attention. Chen Yu walked aside, waiting patiently. Bang! The train doors opened. Under the guidance of the inspectors, passengers were inspected and registered in turn before being allowed to leave. As more and more people departed, the station became increasingly empty. An anxious expression crossed Chen Yu's face as he continuously prayed for Mu Zi to come out quickly. However, the inspectors were already conducting the final verification, and he asked the train conductor, "Do you know who the victim in the last train car was?" Yes, it was a person with a rather strange name, Mu Zi. The words entered Chen Yu's ears, sending shockwaves through him, causing his mind to swirl. Mu Zi? Dead? No, how could this be? At this moment, the overwhelming emotions surging within Chen Yu were not anger or sadness, but intense fear. How could it be so coincidental that an accident occurred just like that? And it was only Mu Zi who perished. This was definitely not an accident, but a deliberate act. Chen Yu's face turned pale. A name surged uncontrollably in his mind: Fang Yu. It must have been that guy who did this. What he thought was a secret foolproof assassination plan might have already been known to. As this thought crossed his mind, a cold sweat broke out on Chen Yu's forehead. "Chen Yu." A voice called out from Chen Yu's pupils constricted, his muscles instinctively tensed. He turned abruptly to find that the person calling him was the inspector he had just spoken to. He stared intently at the inspector, his voice low. "How do you know my name?" The inspector paused for a moment, then smiled. "You must have misheard me. I clearly called out sir. Is your name similar to sir? Everyone else has left. I noticed you've been standing here. You must be waiting for someone, right? Based on our investigation, the name of the deceased passenger is Mu Zi, but we couldn't find any contact information for his relatives. Are you perhaps his friend?" "No, I don't know him." Chen Yu hurriedly denied it, as if he had stepped on a cat's tail. "I have something to attend to, so I will be leaving now." With that, he quickly left the station. Chen Yu felt an overwhelming sense of danger and knew he had to return to the Xiao family to feel even a modicum of safety. He had already made up his mind before the medical exchange conference he would not go out. As long as he seizes the opportunity at the medical exchange conference and befriends someone influential, he would no longer have to fear Fang Yu. Chen Yu felt an immense sense of frustration. Just wait, if he manages to make a name for himself, he will make the Fang family. At the train station, the inspector gazed at Chen Yu's back, suddenly reaching up to wipe their face, revealing a brand new female visage. It was none other than Tai Ba from the Iron Guard. Among the Iron Guard, Tai Ba was most adept at disguise, infiltration, and assassination. For her, changing appearances was merely child's play. A peculiar expression appeared on her face as she remarked, "I just let something slip. But it doesn't matter. After all, my only command was to make sure this guy learns about Mu Zi's death as soon as possible." She turned and walked out of the station, pulling out her phone to dial Fang Yu's number. "Young master, the matter is taken care of." At this moment, Fang Yu had already returned to the headquarters of the Fang group. Listening to Tai Ba's report on the phone, a playful smile appeared on his face. "Looks like Chen Yu is quite scared. How pitiful." With this thought, he couldn't help but smile with delight. The villain points gained from those minor characters are almost sufficient, but in the end, I still have to reap from the main character, Chen Yu. However, during this time, this guy must be hiding in the Xiao family, too scared to come out right. I've been busy with other matters lately and completely forgot about the Xiao family. It's about time to take action against the Xiao family. With this in mind, Fang Yu summoned his secretary, gather the board members for an impromptu meeting. Yes. The secretary hurried off to make the arrangements. Soon in the top floor conference room, all the board members had gathered. At the start of the meeting, Fang Yu directly asked, "If I remember correctly, many of the Xiao family's partners also have dealings with us, right?" One board member hurriedly replied, "Yes." The Xiao family aligned with the Ji family, which was in opposition to the Fang family, but most ordinary enterprises wouldn't get involved in such high-level conflicts, adhering instead to the principle of profit above all. As long as there is money to be made, partnerships can be formed. Therefore, a considerable number of companies were partners with both the Fong and Zhao families without any reservations. Very well. Fong Yu coldly waved his hand. Tell them to either cease cooperation with the Zhao family or end their partnership with the Fong family. They can choose one of the two. Usually they could be allowed to straddle the fence. But since it was time to act against the Zhao family, a choice had to be made between the Fong family and the Zhao family. I believe they will make the right decision. And this was just the beginning. Fong Yu continued, additionally list the Zhao family as enemies of the Fong group and launch a comprehensive business offensive. The goal? Until all of the Zhao family's enterprises are reduced to ashes. Let this family completely exit the historical stage of Haiqing City. Yes. The board members all responded in unison. No one dared to voice any objections to Fong Ye's proposal, as the members of the board had quietly been replaced by a completely new batch of faces that had never appeared before. As for those who were there before who still remembered them, this world is incredibly realistic. A few relatively perceptive individuals within the group sensed something unusual, but they all remained silent. The more one knows, the more they understand what should not be said. In the end, Fong Ye's proposal was unanimously approved. The Fong group, this colossal entity that had long been entrenched, finally revealed its menacing fangs towards the Zhao family. At the Zhao family villa in a spacious room, the Zhao family was holding a family meeting. Not only were Xiao Xingyue and the current head of the Zhao family, Zhao Ting, present, but Zhao Xinrue's other children and some collateral relatives had also come. Inside the room, the atmosphere was exceptionally heavy. Zhao Xinrue's second daughter, Zhao Yan, broke the silence with an angry voice. Bastard, what does that Fong you want to do? All my partners have suddenly requested to withdraw their investments. Me too. Suppliers are refusing to continue supply, just because the Fong family has hinted that anyone cooperating with the Zhao family is an enemy of the Fong group. Zhao Xinrue's third son, Zhao Ren, also spoke up. With these two starting the conversation, others began to voice their grievances. The situation was quite similar. It was all due to the Fong group that they were suffering significant losses. For the Zhao family, it felt as if the sky had collapsed all at once. The Zhao family's enterprises were all struck by devastating blows. In addition to the overt attacks, covertly underground forces were constantly harassing and vandalizing Zhao family shops, severely impacting both their reputation and market presence. The Zhao family initially thought they could withstand for a while, but when it truly came to opposing the Fong group, they realized the vast chasm between them. They were completely on different levels. For the Fong family to crush the Zhao family was no harder than squashing an ant. Listening to the chaotic complaints around him and the news of the complete collapse of the Zhao family's industry, Zhao Ting's face darkened. Zhao Xingyue looked as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Revitalizing and flourishing the Zhao family had been Zhao Xinrue's lifelong wish, yet at this moment the Zhao family was plunging into a low point, even facing the risk of annihilation. Why is Fong Yu doing this? How dare he? Zhao Ting exclaimed angrily. The Ji family stands behind the Zhao family. Does he not fear the Ji family's retaliation, which could lead to an all-out war between the two families? Humph, does the Fong family fear the Ji family? Besides, Fong Yu is not Fong Qixiong. That guy is simply a madman. Zhao Yan couldn't help but scoff. As if she thought of something, a chill ran through her heart. Does Fong Yu have no explanation for this? Someone called out. When have we, the Zhao family, ever provoked him? At this moment, Zhao Ren spoke up. I do have some news. This remark captured everyone's attention, and they all turned to him, with Zhao Ting urging anxiously. Why didn't you say such important information earlier? Hurry up. Zhao Ren hesitated, glancing at Zhao Xingyue, before finally stating. Fong Yu has sent word that if Chen Yu is not expelled from the Zhao family, and relations with him are completely severed, the Fong family will destroy the Zhao family. Upon hearing this, it was as if thunder struck. Chen Yu. This name was not unfamiliar to them. Was he not the divine doctor revered by the old master? The crowd couldn't help but chatter among themselves. Their words were filled with hostility towards Chen Yu. After all, it seemed that because of him the Zhao family had fallen into their current predicament. All of this reached Zhao Xinrue's ears. Although he still appeared calm on the surface, his heart was already filled with shadows and shock. He hadn't expected that the Zhao family's calamity this time would actually arise because of Chen Yu. While he had previously heard from butler Liang Fuxing that there seemed to be a conflict between Fong Yu and Chen Yu, he hadn't anticipated it would escalate to this extent. Simply because the Zhao family had a connection with Chen Yu, Fong Yu intended to annihilate them. Zhao Xinrue's expression changed repeatedly. Fong Ye's stance was resolute, leaving him with no choice but to decide between offending the Fong family or Chen Yu. His heart was in turmoil. Ultimately, all right. Zhao Xingyue slammed his cane heavily onto the ground. The room fell silent. Everyone stopped speaking and looked respectfully at Zhao Xingyue, including the clan leader Zhao Ting. In the Zhao family, Zhao Xinrue's words held great weight. Regardless of their grievances and discontent at this moment, when Zhao Xingyue spoke, they could only comply. Zhao Xingyue scanned everyone and said slowly, Our Zhao family will not sever ties with Mr. Chen. This was Zhao Xinrue's final decision to staunchly support Chen Yu. There were three main reasons. Firstly, Zhao Xingyue knew that Chen Yu indeed possessed unparalleled medical skills and was no charlatan. Secondly, it was due to Chen Yu's master. Although he had been in seclusion for many years and his fame had faded, he was once a renowned divine physician in the Linzhou area. The last reason was the upcoming medical exchange conference. If the news was true, this conference would be an excellent opportunity for Chen Yu to rise. If Chen Yu could seize this chance, the current predicament could be easily resolved, and even the Fang family would have to bow down. A comprehensive consideration. Xiao Xingyue was determined to stand firmly on Chen Yu's side. Having made up his mind, the elder no longer hesitated and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Ting, take some people to the Ji family and inform them of the current situation of the Zhao family seeking their assistance. Others should try their best to hold on. Trust me, this situation will not last long. As for me," Zhao Xinrue's gaze was solemn and imposing, "I want to meet the young master of the Fang family in person. I want to see if he is really as formidable as the recent rumors suggest, and if he thinks he can trample over the Zhao family." After this series of arrangements, everyone present felt reassured, as if they had found a pillar of support, and they hurriedly began to carry out Zhao Xinrue's directives. "Xiao Ting, come with me." Zhao Xinrue beckoned Xiao Ting, and then stepped out of the room. The housekeeper Liang Fuxing approached, ready to follow orders. Zhao Xinrue instructed, "Quickly prepare the car, we need to go out soon." Soon Zhao Xinrue bathed and changed into formal attire, tidying his white hair. After confirming that his appearance was impeccable, he stepped out of the Zhao family villa with a commanding presence. This meeting represented the entire Zhao family. For Zhao Xinrue, who valued family honor, there could be no room. Together with Xiao Ting, he boarded the car that had long been prepared and headed towards Yinshan community. Following the necessary route, they quickly arrived at Yinshan. Halfway up the mountain, the scene of villas standing tall and brightly lit disappeared, leaving only the light from the villa at the summit shining down, casting brightness all around. Xiao Ting felt a sense of oppression in his heart. Their journey was smooth without any bodyguards setting up checkpoints for inspection, yet there was an odd feeling, as if countless eyes were already fixated on them. At the grand entrance of the Yinshan villa, servants were already waiting there to welcome Zhao Xinrue and Xiao Ting inside. "Welcome, gentlemen. Young Master Fang has instructed me to receive you. Let's go." Zhao Xinrue waved his sleeve, and following the servant's lead, entered a room. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. Just as he was about to say something, he froze in surprise. The room was empty. Zhao Xinrue frowned. "What is going on here?" The servant bowed and replied respectfully, "Young Master is currently having dinner, a time when he usually dislikes being disturbed, so please wait here for a moment." "What?" Xiao Ting was furious. They had come from far away, and now they were expected to wait. He looked at Zhao Xinrue angrily, saying, "Dad, calm down." Zhao Xinrue scolded. Xiao Ting had no choice but to swallow his words. Reaching the center of the room, Zhao Xinrue sat directly on the sofa, saying, "Since Fang Xiao is having dinner, we shall wait here. Today we have come boldly to seek an audience. We cannot let others say that the Zhao family has lost its courtesy. Thank you for your understanding." The servant bowed and left, closing the door. Xiao Ting bore an unwilling expression, while Zhao Xinrue sat with his eyes closed. However, the occasional twitch of his eyelids revealed that he was not as unconcerned as he had just claimed. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had gone by. The Zhao father and son felt as if they had been forgotten, with no one inquiring about them. Not even a single cup of tea was brought to them. At that moment, Xiao Ting could no longer hold back. He stood up abruptly, smashing a teacup on the table to the ground, roaring, "That bastard!" Creak. Just then the door to the room finally opened again. The same servant walked in and said, "Gentlemen, the young master has finished his meal. Please come in. Let's go." Zhao Xinrue opened his eyes and walked toward the door, his gaze sharp as a blade. Under the servant's guidance, the two walked through a long corridor. Finally, in a hall that was as grand and spacious as a palace, they met the person they had been waiting for. Fang Yu sat at the end of the long table, holding a glass of red wine, his gaze calm and profound, as if he were contemplating something. Seeing Xiao Ting and Zhao Xinrue, Fang Yu smiled slightly. "Gentlemen, thank you for waiting. Please have a seat." Zhao Xinrue and Zhao Ting took their seats. After this, Zhao Xinrue got straight to the point. "Fang Xiao, we came today for a reason. I believe you already know why." "No, I don't know." Fang Yu crossed his hands and smiled. "I am curious why you two came to find me late at night." "What is it?" Zhao Xinrue frowned, looking somewhat displeased. "The Fang group has listed the Zhao family as adversaries and forced our partners to terminate contracts and cut off supplies. Is this not Fang Xiao's intention?" "Oh, you mean that matter?" Fang Yu feigned surprise, saying, "That's right, those are all my orders. Is there a problem?" Zhao Xinrue was momentarily taken aback. He did not expect Fang Yu to openly admit it without pretense. Fang Yu continued, "So you came here for this matter, huh? How about it? Have you decided to completely sever ties with No, we in the Zhao family won't do that." Zhao Xinrue's eyes turned cold. "Then you must have come with terms I cannot for example, a contract worth hundreds of billions." Fang Yu's eyes sparkled with expectation. Zhao Xinrue's face darkened. A contract worth hundreds of billions. The Zhao family's assets combined might not even reach 1 billion. Where would they get a contract worth hundreds of billions? "It seems you don't have that either." Fang Yu shook his head regretfully, leaning back against his chair, his expression gradually turning cold. "Then what are you here for?" "To make me laugh." Zhao Xinrue's face twitched. He finally could not hold back anymore. "Fang Xiao, we have come here with sincerity. But Fang Yu had already raised his hand to stop him, saying, "No, no, no." Waving his finger, he said, "You still don't understand my point. Today I want to hear only two things. One is that the Xiao family completely abandons support for Chen Yu and severs all ties, or you can present me with benefits I cannot refuse. And you have brought none of these." Sincerity. Fang Yu toyed with the wine glass in his hand, gazing at the crimson liquid within, and said indifferently, "Why do you have the illusion that the Xiao family can negotiate with me on equal terms? Your sincerity is worthless to me. If all you brought tonight is this nonsense, then you may leave and wait for the Xiao family's demise." Xiao Xingyue was furious, trembling all over. Zhao Ting observed all this quietly, suddenly feeling a sense of sadness. Xiao Xingyue came bearing the dignity and pride of the Xiao family, but Fang Yu ruthlessly trampled it underfoot. To Fang Yu, the Xiao family did not exist, and did not need such things. They could either kneel to live, or die. Fang Yu's indifferent gaze made him shudder. He suddenly began to understand. The nearly 2-hour wait earlier was perhaps not a display of power, but simply, Fang Yu had never regarded the Xiao family with any importance. They were merely ants in his path, easily crushed underfoot. And now 2 ants had come with sincerity to negotiate. It was simply ridiculous. We are leaving." Zhao Xinruo's face was filled with anger as he led Zhao Ting away. Fang Yu said blandly, "No need to see you off." He remained seated quietly, savoring the red wine in his glass. The Zhao family's reaction was within his After all, in the book, they were the #1 loyal force that had always stood by Chen Yu. It was normal for the Zhao family to choose to continue supporting him. However, he had already given them a chance, but since the Zhao family preferred to descend into hell with Chen Yu, why should he stop them? Upholding the principle of helping others, Fang Yu decided to grant them their wish. Tisk. Fang Yu suddenly took out his phone, looking at several missed calls, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. These were all calls from the Ji family. How one can easily guess they're calling regarding the Zhao family. In fact, in such family feuds, there is an unwritten rule that before both sides officially engage in battle or determine a victor, they will not strike against each other's smaller families or factions. Otherwise, if both sides retaliate and suppress each other without having decided a winner, they will end up as mere figureheads, which holds no meaning. But Fang Yu scoffed at this tacit understanding. They were already adversaries. What significance does such pretense hold? If anyone stands in his way, they will simply be eliminated. It's as simple as that. Fang Yu was not afraid of going to war with the Ji family. The next day, Fang Yu sat in the dining room, enjoying an exquisite breakfast prepared by an entire team of chefs. Lung Han rushed in, bringing important news that Fang Yu had been closely monitoring. "Young master, as you predicted, there has been a situation with Gao Jianmin. Song Xiaoyu has secretly sent someone to negotiate with the group that captured Gao Jianmin. They are currently planning to relocate him, but the specific destination is still unknown." Fang Yu paused his actions. Indeed, Song Xiaoyu had a connection with Gao Jianmin, which related to the East Rising Group's scheme to harm the Fang Group. Or more accurately, the mastermind and planner behind the whole affair was none other than Song Xiaoyu. She wanted to use this incident to prepare for her plan of swallowing the Fang family after taking control of the Song family. Fang Yu was somewhat speechless. Couldn't the author clarify this in the original text? There were hardly any clear clues regarding this subplot in the original book. Everything was implied. If it weren't for Fang Yu discovering some hints at the banquet, he might not have uncovered this fact at all. As for why Song Xiaoyu eliminated those inspectors, but left Gao Jianmin alive, Fang Yu had some speculation. Gao Jianmin must possess some leverage against the other party. Picking up a silk napkin beside him to wipe his mouth, Fang Yu coldly commanded, "Have the iron guards intercept them. Gao Jianmin, I want him alive." Thanks to Ladayi too for the little whip. Also thanks to all the readers for their support. Gifts have started to increase. It was manageable before, but now thanking each one is too hard and quite overwhelming. I hope for your understanding. In Haiqing City West District, on a secluded path, a nondescript old white van roared its engine, heading towards an unknown destination. At a certain moment, screech, the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes, bringing the van to a halt, leaving a noticeable skid mark on the ground. "What's going on?" A tattooed man in the back seat, fierce-looking and imposing, slammed his head hard against the front seat due to inertia. Recovering from the impact, he shouted angrily, "Why did you stop suddenly?" The driver quickly explained, "Boss, there's a situation. A car is blocking the road ahead." "What?" Upon hearing this, Huichuan angrily opened the door and called out to his subordinates, who immediately jumped out of the van. A black Hummer was parked sideways on the roadside with 2 men sitting on the hood smoking. Huichuan sensed something was off. He strode forward and asked coldly, "Who are you?" A crowd of his subordinates surrounded him, looking quite imposing. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, rubbed his buzz cut, and glanced at the group from the car. "Leave the person in the trunk, and you can go." Indeed, they were here for them. Huichuan smiled in fury. The audacity of this person was astonishing. How could they think they could rob someone with just 2 men? It was simply a joke. He sneered, "You think you can just say to leave? Get lost. Do you know who is in this van? Don't make a mistake." Back when Song Xiaoyu wanted someone, Huichuan naturally didn't want to comply. After all, Gao Jianmin owed him quite a bit of money, so how could he let him go? However, upon the other party revealing their identity, he immediately cowered. The person sought by the Song family was someone he could not keep. On the surface he appeared formidable, but he was merely a rat in the gutter unqualified to bargain with a prestigious family like the Songs. Moreover, the other side even agreed to repay part of Gao Jianmin's debt. He Huaichuan had long realized that Gao Jianmin was truly at the end of his rope, unable to come up with any money. Even if he continued to torture or kill him, it would be pointless. It was better to hand him over to Song Xiaoyu for some compensation. So how could he agree to let the guy in front of him take someone? He Huaichuan actually hadn't thought much about it, assuming these people were like him, having lent money to Gao Jianmin. However, Tai Yi was too lazy to waste words. I'll say it again, leave the person and you can leave, or we will take him. Arrogant. Tai Yi's brazen attitude infuriated He Huaichuan, who grinned menacingly as he stepped forward, intending to teach him a lesson. He had practiced Sanda before entering this line of work, making him much stronger than the average person. But someone was fast. In the blink of an eye, Tai Chi leaped out of the car, arriving in front of He Huaichuan in the blink of an eye, throwing a punch that struck He Wen's chest. Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed as He Huaichuan's tall frame was sent flying backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing on the ground, moaning. Boss He. A group of subordinates beside him gasped in shock, shouting in fury, but their bodies obediently did not move, as if frozen in place. They couldn't help but swallow hard. They knew Boss He's strength. He could easily take on several of them, yet he was taken down with a single move. Tai Chi tilted his head, a half smile on his face. Now I'm taking the person away. Ed, do you have any objections? The subordinates inwardly roared with rage. Who do you think we are? Yet in reality they all smiled obsequiously, saying, after you. Tai Chi nodded in satisfaction and strode directly toward the battered minivan, wrenching its rear hatch open with a sharp, forceful motion. Gao Jianmin lay bound tightly in the trunk, his face gaunt and haggard. Yet he slept deeply, undisturbed even by the commotion outside. For days Gao Jianmin had endured relentless torment at He Huaichuan's hands, his spirit fraying at the edge of collapse. Fortunately, rescue had finally arrived. He had always known Song Xiaoyu would extract him. She dared not let him die. After all, if he perished, the sensitive information he held about her would inevitably surface. Long before disaster struck, he had laid meticulous contingency plans, ensuring survival even under the direst circumstances. Now, learning he was being delivered to Song Xiaoyu, his exhausted body and mind at last relaxed, and for the first time in ages he sank into profound, untroubled slumber. A venomous sneer flickered across his face, the bitter hatred he bore toward Fang Yu. Had it not been for Fang Yu, he would have already resolved everything, smoothly whisked away abroad by Song Xiaoyu's arrangement to live freely and unburdened, never reduced to this wretched state. Gao Jianmin stirred groggily awake, pleasantly disoriented, then noticed no longer any jolting motion of a moving vehicle. Have we arrived? He opened his eyes and scanned the interior, spacious, elegant, unmistakably a luxury sedan. Directly before him, Fang Yu gazed back expressionless. I must be dreaming. Gao Jianmin instinctively shut his eyes, counted silently to 3, and reopened them. Fang Yu's face remained unmoved. Fine beads of cold sweat began to glisten on his forehead. Oh, mister. Gao seems rather warm, though the temperature is quite mild. Shall I roll down the window? Fang Yu smiled warmly, feigning concern. No need, Gao Jianmin stammered, forcing a brittle smile. Young Master Fang, what in heaven's name is happening? His mind screamed in silent panic. He had been en route to Song Xiaoyu. How had he fallen into Fang Yu? How had he ended up in Fang Yu's clutches? Well then, if you're not overheated, let's proceed with a few questions. Fang Yu spoke calmly. What is your relationship with Song Xiaoyu? Gao Jianmin's heart lurched violently. How could Fang Yu possibly know this? Yet in an instant resolve hardened. He would never speak, not even under duress. If Fang Yu was asking about his ties to Song Xiaoyu, he almost certainly understood her role in the affair. That meant they were adversaries, and Song Xiaoyu now was his sole lifeline. Silence was his only shield. As long as he revealed nothing, she would move heaven and earth to save him. But should he confess, he would become utterly expendable to Fang Yu, and Song Xiaoyu, furious and betrayed, would discard him without mercy. Then he would be doomed. Young Master Fang, I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. Gao Jianmin laughed weakly, grasping at feigned ignorance to bluff his way out. Fang Yu smiled faintly. As expected, Gao Jianmin, shrewd and calculating, had instantly grasped the stakes and chosen silence. Pity, whether you speak or not is no longer yours to decide. In the next breath, Fang Yu lifted his gaze. The light vanished from his pupils, replaced by an abyssal coldness, 2 swirling voids of absolute darkness radiating spiritual force that seized Gao Jianmin's consciousness and stripped it bare. Gao Jianmin's vision blacked out. He froze vacanted. Fang Yu asked, voice calm and detached, tell me, was the Dongqing district project orchestrated by Song Qiu? Yes. Do you hold compromising material on Song Xiaoyu? Yes. Gao Jianmin replied impassively, words flowing mechanically. I entrusted those documents to a trusted confidant. Should anything happen to me, they will be released publicly. So it was true. Fang Yu's gaze deepened. His earlier deduction had been correct. The Dongqing project was Song Xiaoyu's stratagem to cripple the Fang family and pave the way for her takeover. In the original chronicle, Song Xiaoyu and Chen Yu jointly destroyed the Fang clan. She seized Fang Group, while Chen Yu claimed Fang's stake in the Dongqing project. Fang Yu looked again at Gao Jianmin and asked his final question, to whom did you entrust those documents? Give me the name and the exact address. Zhang Huaiqian. No. 34, Xinghua Road. Entranced and unconscious of self, Gao Jianmin recited every detail without resistance. Very well. Fang Yu nodded, then released the hypnotic hold. Gao Jianmin shuddered violently, snapping back to awareness, his eyes wide with trepidation. Young Master Fang, truly I have no idea what you're referring to. But Fang Yu's massive hand descended like a thunderclap, striking his skull with devastating force. Bang! Gao Jianmin convulsed, once eyes frozen in terror, then went utterly still, breath extinguished. Fang Yu's expression remained cold, indifferent. Had he not been useful as bait to draw out Song Qiaoyu, this man would never have survived this long. To play the fool before him, death was far too merciful. Fang Yu turned forward, voice steady and unruffled. You heard everything. Zhang Huaiqian. No. 34, Xinghua Road. Retrieve the materials. The man himself is unnecessary. Understood. Tai Yi and Tai Chi bowed respectfully in unison. Before departing, Tai Yi hesitated. Young Master Fang, what of you? Fang Yu smiled. Me? Why, I shall kindly deliver them their guest myself. An hour later, at a toy manufacturing plant under the Song Group conglomerate. Boom! A white minivan pulled up from outside. The gate guard glanced only briefly at the license plate, then waved it through without hesitation, clearly briefed in advance. The van slowed to a halt before a warehouse in the factory zone. Clap! The heavy doors swung open, and the vehicle glided inside. The cavernous space stood empty, except for towering, broad-shouldered bodyguards flanking the entrance. At the far end, a solitary figure stood poised. She wore a flowing white gown, her raven hair cascaded like a midnight waterfall. Slender, graceful, her silhouette alone bespoke transcendent beauty, peerless elegance. Yet beneath that poise lingered an edge, austere, incisive, chillingly aloof. Song Qiaoyu. She slowly turned around, her calm gaze falling on the vehicles passing by. A man dressed in black combat gear followed, closely resembling a personal bodyguard. At that moment, the door of the taxi was pulled open and a man wearing a white hat that almost concealed his entire face jumped out, his voice hoarse. The person has been brought. The bodyguard beside Song Qiaoyu approached the car, watching the man in the hat open the trunk, revealing a burlap sack. The bodyguard directly lifted the burlap sack, quickly returning to his original position and placing it in front of Song Qiaoyu. Her melodious and cool voice rang out. The money I promised you will be transferred later. You can leave now. From beneath the hat, the hoarse voice sounded again. Aren't you going to check the goods first? The bodyguard unfastened the sack, his expression suddenly tightening as he hastened his actions, dragging Gao Jianmin out from inside. Then his expression changed drastically. The person is already dead. Song Qiaoyu raised her head, her face expressionless. What happened? I wanted him to be alive, because he deserved to die. The hoarse voice fell silent. The man yanked off his hat and tossed it aside, revealing the handsome and resolute face of Fang Yu. Miss Song, it's been a long time. Why didn't you greet your fiancé when you saw him? Why are you here? Song Qiaoyu's pupils suddenly contracted. Why couldn't it be me? Fang Yu said with a smile. I've been keeping an eye on Gao Jianmin. A look. The fish has indeed taken the bait. A cold glint flashed in Song Qiaoyu's eyes. She had been careless. She never expected Fang Yu to be so perceptive, noticing the relationship between her and Gao Jianmin and patiently lying in wait for him like a hunter. Song Qiaoyu raised her delicate eyebrows, suddenly smiling faintly. What does young Master Fang know? Fang Yu replied playfully, perhaps more than you think. Oh, Song Qiaoyu said with interest, that's truly unexpected. But I'm more curious about who gave you the courage to come here alone. As soon as she finished speaking, the fully armed bodyguards surrounded them, and the personal bodyguard had already locked his gaze firmly on Fang Yu. Fang Yu chuckled softly. What, Miss Song, are you going to kill me? If you know that much, you should be clear about whether I dare to. Song Qiaoyu's smile faded. Only a faint murderous intent remained in her eyes. Fang Yu suddenly laughed. Do you want to know why I dare to come here alone? That's because I am strong enough. With a sharp screech, his right foot drew a half circle on the ground, creating a small pit. Then he shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. The personal bodyguard felt a blur before being grabbed by the collar and violently thrown aside. Bang! The bodyguard crashed heavily against the van, causing it to slide several feet. The violent impact rendered him unconscious instantly. In the next moment, Fang Yu had his left hand in his pocket, while his right hand gently rested on Song Qiaoyu's neck. With a slight pressure, he could kill her instantly. What? The bodyguard's pupils contracted as they realized, quickly drawing their guns at Fang Yu, only to find that his body was mostly blocked by Song Qiaoyu, forcing them to lower their weapons. Fang Yu smiled. Now we can talk. Song Qiaoyu felt a flicker of shock in her heart. She had known Fang Yu for so long, and had never realized he possessed such skills. It seemed she had never truly understood this man. What do you want to discuss? The threat of death was imminent, yet Song Qiaoyu quickly regained her composure. Fang Yu sighed internally. Indeed, he is worthy of being the big boss of the villain in the story. His psychological resilience far exceeds that of ordinary people. He then spoke calmly. I know to whom Gao Jianmin has handed over the information, so you need not worry about your affairs being exposed. Whether he lives or dies is of no consequence to me. Oh, so you are helping me then? Song Xiao raised an eyebrow. Then what do you want? Fan Yu smiled. I want to have you. A flicker of anger crossed Song Xiao's eyes. Don't misunderstand. What I mean is that I want you to do something for me. Killing you is quite simple, but it offers me. You want me to become your subordinate. Song Xiao laughed upon hearing this, her eyes filled with sarcasm. What makes you think I would agree, eh? Do you really believe you have the upper hand? She waved her hand lightly behind her. Immediately the gun muzzles aligned perfectly at the two of them. As long as I give the order, they will shoot without hesitation regardless of whether I am here or not. Fan Yu glanced at the bodyguards. How indeed, this seems like something you would do. Song Xiao's gaze turned cold. Don't act as if you understand me very well. In fact, I do understand you quite well. Fan Yu sighed. Whether it is your secret control over the Song family, or the true cause of Song Gufa's illness. He smiled and continued. Others may think that your motivations for doing all this stem from ambition and power, but in reality, you do not care about those things at all. They are merely tools for you to achieve your goals. Your true purpose is revenge. Song Xiao's expression remained unchanged, but Fan Yu could perceive a subtle tremor in her body. Fan Yu continued unabated. Yes, you seek to wield power solely to take revenge against the Han family of Xia. Shut up. A chilling murderous intent filled Song Xiao's eyes. Yet Fan Yu merely smirked, leaning closer to her ear and speaking deliberately. The Han family tortured and humiliated your mother to death before your eyes and abducted your sister, so you want to take revenge on them. Song Guofu, in order to save his life and protect the Song family, watched all of this happen without lifting a finger, so, in your eyes, he must also die. The Han family's power is terrifying. If you want revenge, you must grasp overwhelming authority. I said shut up. Song Xiao's body trembled, her eyes turning red. The bodyguards were astonished. In their minds, their young lady was always calm and collected, able to quickly regain her composure regardless of the situation. This was the first time they had seen Song Xiao like this. What exactly did he say? The killing intent radiating from Song Xiao seemed almost tangible. How do you know about these things? As I said, I understand you very well. Fan Yu chuckled playfully. Loyalty to me, and I can help you take revenge. Killing Song Xiao would only yield some villain points, but recruiting this villainous big boss for my own use would undoubtedly be of greater assistance to me. No need. A fierce killing intent surged in Song Xiao's beautiful eyes as she gritted her teeth and said, I will personally seek revenge for the blood debt of that year. Then what if? I know the whereabouts of your sister. Fan Yu said lightly. It was time to deliver the final. As soon as the words left his mouth, Song Xiao fell into a daze, and then her breathing quickened. What did you say? She is still alive. The Han family had cruelly killed her mother back then, so she subconsciously believed her abducted sister was also dead, yet Fan Yu actually said he knew her sister's whereabouts. Fan Yu replied leisurely, yes, your sister is still alive. The person who should have harmed her took pity on her and quietly left her at the doorstep of an orphanage, and she was eventually taken in by kind-hearted people and changed her name. Her current name is Wei Ziyu. Fan Yu's lips curled into a smirk. Indeed, Wei Ziyu was Song Xiao's biological sister. At that time, Wei Ziyu was still very young, and the shock from that incident had caused her to lose her previous memories. After being adopted by Wei Xingyue, she had lived a mundane life until now. In the original story, Chen Yu, after confronting Song Xiao, you almost got defeated by her. During one of the actions against Chen Yu, Song Xiao sent someone to kidnap Wei Ziyu only to discover that she was her own sister. Because of this connection, Chen Yu had the opportunity to catch his breath. Song Xiao wore a dazed expression, realizing that her sister was actually still alive. Wait. She suddenly tightened her gaze. This name sounded somewhat familiar. Wei Ziyu. Wasn't that the name of the person Fan Yu who was found by that guy Chen Yu was said to be in love with? Song Xiao's brow shot up in anger as she shouted, what have you done to my sister? Fan Yu raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly. Your sister has a wonderful singing talent, so she signed a contract with an entertainment company under the Fan Group. Rest assured, you need not worry. I have always had people protecting her safety. Song Xiao's eyes suddenly turned cold. Are you trying to use her to threaten me? Fan Yu replied indifferently, what if I said, this is a threat? What can you do? You. Song Xiao was furious. When it came to her sister, she could no longer remain calm. Fan Yu's expression was indifferent. Then please make a choice, Miss Song. He did not plan to sway Song Xiao's heart, nor did he ever think that a mere show of strength would earn her submission. In the original story, Wei Ziyu was almost the only glimmer of light in Song Xiao's heart, who was immersed in revenge. As long as Wei Ziyu was in his hands, Song Xiao would not dare to betray him. Otherwise, without Wei Ziyu facing an uncontrollable factor like Song Xiao, Fan Yu would have long since struck decisively. Song Xiao remained silent for a long time before finally letting out a sigh. I agree. Ding. Host villain points 1500, protagonist luck points 1500. Thanks to Charming Summer for the little whip. Also thanks to other generous supporters. The update is here for updates. A friendly reminder, the protagonist currently has a villain value of 2,500, while Chen Yu has a fortune value of 3,000. Fan Yu immediately felt a surge of joy. The villain value gradually increased with the current 2,500 points consisting of 1,500 from Su Xingyue, whose collaboration with Chen Yu was completely severed, and 1,000 from the previously captured Musi. Su Xingyue took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. Can I see my sister? Her emotions were a bit agitated, feeling that her life had found new meaning beyond revenge. Fang Yu glanced at her and said lightly, Miss Song, I hope you can first recognize your position. As someone who wanted to kill me just a few minutes ago, is it a bit too much to start making demands right away? As long as you make sufficient contributions, I will naturally allow you to reunite with Wei Ziyu. By the way, I should mention that she is currently not in Haiqing City, but in a very safe place for specialized study. So it's best not to let me know if you conduct any investigations behind the scenes, or else I cannot guarantee that something unpleasant won't happen. Song Xiaoyu paused her movements. This immediately dispelled some of her small thoughts. If she truly angered Fang Yu, she had no way of predicting. She did not dare to gamble on such matters. Thus Song Xiaoyu said in a deep voice, What do you need me to do? Fang Yu replied indifferently. Very simple, just proceed according to your original plan. The first step is to completely take control of the Song family. The damned must die right. He did not intend to interfere too much with Song Xiaoyu. Different people have different methods of handling things. As the villainous boss in the story, Song Xiaoyu's capabilities are beyond doubt. Interfering too much might lead to counterproductive effects. As long as Wei Ziyu was in his hands, she would not be able to stir up any trouble. Fang Yu turned to leave, his voice echoing. First send your bodyguard to the hospital. Although I haven't dealt a fatal blow, it's uncertain what will happen if left too long. Song Xiaoyu stood frozen in place, her expression constantly changing. After a few seconds, she signaled for others to carry the bodyguard and drive him to the hospital. After leaving the warehouse, Fang Yu returned to the Yunding villa in just a few hours. At this moment, the Iron Guard had completed their task and returned early. Iron E approached Fang Yu to report. Young Master Fang, the matter has been handled and the information is in hand. Very good. Fang Yu nodded and said, Well done, keep the materials safe. They may be useful later. By possessing the evidence regarding Song Xiaoyu from Gao Jianmin, he could add another card to control her. Fang Yu first went to the work location of Nightmare Eye on the first floor to check and listen to their reports. Has there been any movement from Chen Yu in the past few days? In the room, Fang Yu asked Dyson, the captain of Nightmare Eye. After all, Chen Yu still had the protagonist's halo, and he could not be careless or he would not know when the other party might spring a surprise on him. Dyson reported in a low voice, the target went out a few days ago and almost got into a car accident. After that, it seems he was so scared that he no longer dared to go out, casually remaining at the Zhao family's place accompanied by bodyguards. A car accident. Fang Yu was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. No need to think that must have been Zhao Yang who made the move. However, it ultimately failed. It seems that before the protagonist's halo is stripped away, killing the protagonist is indeed unrealistic. Fang Yu instructed, continue monitoring the target, do not be careless. Chen Yu was currently waiting for the medical exchange meeting, unaware that Fang Yu was also waiting. Fang Yu sneered as the plot regarding this segment from the book began to surface in his mind. The medical exchange meeting appeared to be a platform for discussions and consultations, but in reality, it was a selection and evaluation. To identify the true miracle doctors. To treat a significant figure. That figure was gravely ill and running out of time, unable to endure too much turmoil, thus requiring a careful selection of doctors capable of curing diseases. In the original book, Chen Yu displayed extraordinary medical skills at the site of the medical exchange meeting, consecutively curing the stubborn ailments of important figures from several prominent families, gaining significant attention. Naturally, he was chosen by that significant figure, using his medical skills to cure the illness, becoming a guest of honor and soaring to great heights. With this identity, Chen Yu could frequently show off and achieve remarkable successes, truly entering an invincible narrative mode. Fang Yu pondered, originally the medical exchange meeting was a late plot event and shouldn't have started now. Could it be that I have robbed Chen Yu of too many opportunities, causing the plot to advance prematurely? After a moment's thought, he understood. Because of his knowledge of the plot and the existence of the systems bug, the storyline had undergone too much distortion. Many opportunities and plots that should have unfolded were denied to Chen Yu, being preemptively cut off by Fang Yu. Originally, Chen Yu could casually flirt and generate much content, leading to a series of impressive storylines, but now he was a pitiful, lonely person. The plot had fractured, creating gaps in between. As the protagonist and the son of fortune, Chen Yu naturally could not remain idle, so the worlds will logically advance some of the later plots. This could be seen as compensating for the protagonist's previous losses. Thinking of this, Fang Yu couldn't help but reveal a somewhat strange smile. The medical exchange meeting will take place in a few days, and Chen Yu's fortune value still stands at 3,000. He thinks this is his opportunity, but little does he know it is actually his demise. He had already dug the pit, waiting for Chen Yu the prey to step in. After instructing Nightmare Eye to continue tightly monitoring Chen Yu, Fang Yu stayed in the villa for lunch, then selected a Rolls-Royce from his garage and headed to the Fang Pharmaceutical Company under the Fang Group. He intended to check on the experimental situation on Yu's side. Last night, the head of the Human Research Laboratory, Lu Gang, contacted him, informing him that there had been some progress. Fang Yu was very interested in Muse's situation. In particular, he wanted to know if the changes in Muse could be transferred and replicated. Fang Yu was very concerned about that extraordinary recovery ability. A few hours later, Fang Yu's Rolls-Royce arrived at the Fang Pharmaceutical Company. As the chairman of the Fang Group, he was well known, and there were no obstacles in his way as he quickly ascended to the elevator leading to the underground laboratory. Those who lacked sufficient rank were simply not qualified to enter. Almost all laboratories under Fang Pharmaceutical were built underground. This was partly for confidentiality and safety after all the laboratories conducted classified research such as the development of new drugs and specialized studies like that of Muse. Moreover, laboratories built underground experienced less external interference, facilitating the use of some high-precision technological equipment. The elevator doors opened, revealing a spacious hall where numerous researchers hurried about, their faces tense, carrying various equipment and documents. Upon seeing Fang Yu, they were momentarily startled, then respectfully greeted young Master Fang. Fang Yu merely nodded slightly before glancing at his watch, his brow furrowing. Before long, an elderly man around 60 with a gloomy expression hurried over. He was Lu Gang, the head of the Human Research Laboratory. His face was filled with excitement as he said, "Young Master Fang, I must tell you, there has been progress in the research on the experimental subject." Fang Yu directly interrupted him, coldly stating, 3 minutes. I have been waiting for you here for 3 minutes. If there is a next time, pack your things and roll out of the Fang Group. He did not appreciate anyone disrespecting his status and attitude regardless of their capabilities. Lu Gang broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly lowering his head. Understood. Fang Yu glanced at him and said no more, lead the way. A little reprimand was enough. If he continued to be unappreciative, a change of personnel would suffice. There were always talents in this world as long as there was money. After the previous incident, Lu Gang's demeanor became much more cautious, respectfully leading Fang Yu to their laboratory. While it was called a laboratory, it was essentially a small research base. Human research was actually a vast concept encompassing various subcategories. Without exception, only experts and geniuses from various fields were allowed to engage in this work. Lu Gang led Fang Yu to one of the rooms, which contained a massive cylindrical instrument made of tempered glass filled with various liquids, where Mu Zi was bound by iron chains. He was completely naked, his limbs severed, struggling painfully in the liquid. Suddenly, Mu Zi in the container began to thrash violently, his face contorted, but the glass seemed soundproof, so no sound escaped. Fang Yu furrowed his brow and asked what is going on. Lu Gang casually replied, this fellow's recovery speed is astonishing, so to prevent his escape, we periodically introduce corrosive solutions into the container, ensuring he can never fully recover. This chilling and gruesome method of treatment stirred not a single ripple of emotion on Fang Yu's face. He felt no pity for Mu Zi, who was submerged in the container. A person who wished to kill him deserved such fate. There was nothing sympathetic about it. Fang Yu asked, what about the research progress you mentioned? Lu Gang's face once again lit up with excitement. Young Master Fang, follow me. Saying this, he led Fang Yu to a gigantic display screen. After a series of operations, an image appeared revealing a scan of a heart. On the image, one could clearly see a mysterious mass located at the center of the heart. Lu Gang explained, young Master Fang, look here. This is the condition we discovered while scanning the experimental subject's heart. There is a mass resembling an insect inside the heart which possesses vitality and can secrete a special substance. It is precisely this substance that grants the subject that terrifying recovery ability. Fang Yu's expression shifted. Was this the special insect described in the book that Mu Zi had inadvertently consumed? If he could extract this special insect and consume it himself, would he not be able to replicate all of Mu Zi's ability? His heart raced. However, Lu Gang shook his head, saying, at the moment it is quite difficult. That thing has almost fused with the test subject. If forcibly extracted, it is likely that what we get will just be a lifeless object with no effect. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu felt a wave of disappointment. But then Lu Gang shifted his tone. However, it is still possible to extract the secretions from that thing in the test subject's heart. We have already found a feasible method and hope to produce results in the short term. As long as one consumes those secretions, they can quickly acquire abilities such as rapid healing of injuries. Of course, for now, its effects are only evident in treating destructive injuries, and whether it is effective against malignant diseases remains to be tested. Lu Gang's words jolted Fang Yu's spirit. If they could extract that mysterious secretion and make it into a potion, the effects would already be astonishing. Not only could the mysterious secretion quickly heal wounds, it should also have the effect of enhancing physical fitness. After all, Mu Zi had transformed from an ordinary person into a terrifying monster with immense power and defense. Continue the research work. If you run out of funds, just come to me for approval. This is not a problem. Fang Yu waved his hand. I want to see results as soon as possible. Lu Gang was elated. Young Master Fang, leave it to me without worry. For researchers like them, having sufficient research funds was the greatest happiness. Moreover, with such a worthy test subject at hand, it was truly a fulfilling life. After understanding the progress of the research, Fang Yu did not rush to leave, but instead instructed, find me a room where I won't be disturbed. He intended to use the villain points he had on hand to enhance his physical attributes. Soon Lu Gang led Fang Yu to an empty laboratory which was bare and devoid of any decorations, but met his needs. Alright, you go ahead and get busy. Fang Yu waved his hand, and Lu Gang respectfully left while he stepped into the beep. The door closed automatically. Fang Yu silently recited in his heart, "System, use all villain points to increase my physical attributes." The mechanical voice of the system echoed. The host currently has 2,500 villain points, which can increase physical attributes by a maximum of 12 points. Do you confirm the allocation? Fang Yu did not hesitate, yes. In an instant, a massive energy descended from the void, transforming and enhancing Fang Yu's body and mental strength. Crack, crack, crack. It was as if a forging hammer was striking Fang Yu, making his bones harder and his muscles dense. The ethereal mental strength in his mind also grew more substantial. To Fang Yu's surprise, the cool energy in his dantian, which could restore stamina and heal injuries, had also significantly increased. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was bright, as if fire were burning within. Seconds later, the light in his eyes faded, and Fang Yu clenched his fists. He suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if he had touched some kind of barrier. Fang Yu inwardly inquired, "System, what is going on?" He had a vague feeling that once his physique reached 100, a dramatic change would occur. Sure enough, the system replied, "When the host's physique reaches 100 points, a qualitative change will take place in the body, significantly enhancing strength." As expected, Fang Yu understood in his heart, and couldn't help but begin to feel some anticipation. His physique had already reached 92 points, while Chen Yu possessed 3,000 points of luck value. As long as he could acquire all of this luck value, his physique would surely surpass 100. Fang Yu had a premonition. That kind of enhancement would likely be more terrifying than he imagined. After increasing his physique points, he did not linger, rejecting the pharmaceutical company's president's request for a tour, and quickly drove away. In the following time, Fang Yu focused his energy on digesting his strength and handling group affairs, patiently waiting. Time flew by. The Grand Medical Exchange Conference, which affected the entire Linzhou region, including Haiqing City, finally officially commenced. Experts and scholars in the medical field rushed to participate, and many prominent families received invitations. As the chairman of the Fang Group, and with Fang Pharmaceutical being a well-known company in the medical field, it was natural that he also received an invitation. The event was held in a super-large auditorium in the city center, which could accommodate thousands of people, ample enough for this exchange conference. At 9 in the morning, countless luxury cars continuously flowed into the venue, with attendants lined up at the front, carefully checking invitations before respectfully ushering guests into the hall. Snap! Long Han stepped forward to open the car door, and Fang Yu stepped down, straightening his body and slightly adjusting his suit, his expression calm. "Help me park the car." Fang Yu casually tossed the car keys to Long Han while he walked towards the hall with steady. Just as he reached the entrance, a mocking voice came from the side. "Oh, isn't this Fang Xiao?" Fang Yu turned his head to look. A young man about his age stood behind him, his gaze somewhat provocative. Ji Hongkai, the son of Ji Hong, the current head of the Ji family, was the first heir of the family, just like Fang Yu. In the original book, due to their incompatible tempers and family conflicts, Ji Hongkai and Fang Xiao had always been in a hostile relationship, looking down on each other. Every time they met, they would inevitably mock each other. Fang Yu glanced over and said indifferently, "Do you have the right to speak? Let your dad talk to me, you're not qualified." Ji Hongkai was taken aback for a moment, and then his fury erupted. Fang Yu thought he was unqualified. This was absolutely outrageous. But Fang Yu was too lazy to pay attention to him. The two were no longer on the same level. No matter what he said, it would only lower his own standards. Ji Hongkai stood there with a gloomy expression, fists clenched. After a while, a middle-aged man with an imposing demeanor walked over and said, "Hongkai, what happened?" It was none other than Ji Hong, the current head of the Ji family. Ji Hongkai angrily recounted what had just happened, adding embellishments. "That guy Fang Yu is truly too arrogant." Ji Hong frowned slightly. Fang Yu. This guy had indeed been very high profile recently, whether it was cleaning up the group's veterans or dealing with the Xiao family. Thinking of the Xiao family, he recalled how he called Fang Yu, but was continuously refused. Unable to suppress a cold snort, he said, "Let him be arrogant for now. After today, the Fang family might not be able to remain so arrogant." Seemingly reminded of something, Ji Hong's mood improved considerably. "Let's go, we're going in." With that, he led Ji Hongkai into the auditorium. At this moment, Fang Yu was casually strolling inside the auditorium, with many people approaching respectfully to chat and flatter the new chairman, while he responded casually. Necessary pleasantries and socializing were unavoidable. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from a certain spot in the auditorium, and more people began to gather there. Fang Yu looked over. His ears perked up, and with his exceptionally keen hearing, he quickly discerned what was happening from the hushed discussions in the crowd. A smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. The good show was about to begin. Fang Yu leisurely strolled to the gathering crowd, only to find everyone whispering and debating among themselves. In the center of the crowd sat an elderly man in luxurious clothing, confined to a wheelchair with his pants rolled up, revealing his thin, withered legs. The old man looked at the confident and proud young man standing before him, speaking in a low voice. "Young man, my legs have been paralyzed for decades, completely numb. I have sought renowned doctors, but they all declared it impossible to cure. You, however, claim you can heal me." Chen Yu smiled confidently. "Indeed, I can heal your legs." At these words the onlookers erupted in a commotion, their discussions growing even louder. A glimmer of hope ignited in the old man's eyes, but quickly faded, replaced by a calm demeanor. Over the decades he had been disappointed many times, so he understood that greater hope often leads to greater disappointment. The experts in the field of medicine all stated that his condition was incurable. Could this young man, who appeared to be barely in his 20s, truly possess such capabilities? The odds were exceedingly low. It was likely that the young man was just naive and overconfident, seeking fame through this medical exchange meeting. Yet he had longed to heal his legs for far too long. Even if there was only a slim chance of hope, he had to try. The old man shook his head coldly, stating, "I am Lu Han, the patriarch of the Lu family in Nanfushi. Young man, if you can cure my ailment, the benefits will be considerable for you." Chen Yu chuckled, not mentioning the Xiao family behind him, or the even greater backing of the Ji family. After all, the Lu family was indeed a significant power in Nanfushi, and without the Xiao family, the Ji family would almost certainly not support him. If he incurred enmity with the Lu family, it would imply that he failed to cure Lu Han's ailment, which would mean his medical skills were not as miraculous as claimed, rendering him worthless to the Ji family. On the other hand, Chen Yi had absolute confidence in his medical skills. He could not fail. Lu Han calmly said, "Young man, explain how you intend to cure my legs. Feel free to request any equipment. I can acquire anything regardless of the cost." Casting aside distractions, Chen Yi smiled lightly. I don't need those things, just a few silver needles will suffice." With that, he took out a small wooden box he carried with him. Inside were gleaming silver needles. Silver needles? Lu Han furrowed his brow. He had sought renowned doctors and had naturally tried silver needle therapy, but it had yielded no results. However, since he agreed to let the young man give it a try, he as the patient had no choice but to comply, gambling on a dead horse as if it were alive. Chen Yi casually reached out. He revealed a total of 24 silver needles in his hand. In the next moment, he crouched in front of Lu Han, turned his palm over, and with a gentle shake 12 of the silver needles shot out, spreading in midair and piercing different spots on Lu Han's legs. What? The medical experts present were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a method of acupuncture. Regardless of whether the silver needle treatment was effective, this astonishing technique alone was enough to leave them in awe. Putting on a show to attract attention. Suddenly a somewhat discordant voice rang out. The speaker was a gray-haired doctor wearing round glasses who coldly snorted, "Silver needles must be accurately placed on the acupoints, and the depth and force of the insertion are of utmost importance. Even a doctor proficient in this art must be extremely cautious with each needle insertion, fearing even the slightest error. This young man is performing acupuncture in midair, inserting 12 needles at once. How can he ensure accuracy? Exaggerated, arrogant, and foolish." The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Although Lu Lao's legs have been paralyzed for a long time, even if the needles are inserted incorrectly, it wouldn't cause harm. However, this approach will certainly yield no effect. In the end, he made a decisive conclusion. The expert doctors present were initially amazed by the marvelous technique of needle insertion, but upon hearing this analysis and criticism, they all wore expressions of sudden realization, looking at the speaker with a sense of awe. "May I ask who this is?" The gray-haired doctor with round glasses smiled lightly and said, "I am Lu Zhong, the deputy director and expert physician of the second hospital of Nanfushi. I happen to be proficient in silver needle acupuncture as well. I have also treated Lu Lao with needles before, but unfortunately his condition is indeed severe. Even if Hua Tuo were alive, he would be helpless." "So it is Dr. Lu." At this moment the crowd looked at him with respect. Many had heard of Lu Zhong's name, recognizing him as a prominent figure in the medical community of Lingzhou. Renowned and respected, many stopped paying attention to Chen Yi and instead approached Lu Zhong to discuss and ask related medical questions. Lu Zhong gladly accepted and spoke at length. Glancing inadvertently at Chen Yi, he was filled with hostility and disdain. He was a well-known expert in the industry who personally treated Lu Lao with silver needles and used precious medicines for his legs, yet he was still at a loss. At that time, he had directly advised Lu Han to abandon unrealistic thoughts and accept reality. And now a kid who appeared from nowhere boldly claimed he could heal Lu Han's legs right in front of him. It was simply outrageous. Wasn't this openly slapping his face? Lu Zhong felt indignant, unable to resist the urge to retort. At this moment, he reveled in the respectful and humble gazes from those around him, feeling triumphant and at ease. Not far away, Fan Yu observed everything and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Lu Zhong. Isn't he the expert who was publicly humiliated by Chen Yi in the book? He indeed possessed medical skills, but unfortunately he had a small-minded and petty demeanor. He was psychologically defeated by Chen Yi on the spot, and afterward, he frequently made mistakes, ultimately being expelled from the hospital and ruining his reputation. A classic cannon fodder character. Fan Yu's gaze was profound. However, even a small person can sometimes, just like ancient emperors who may not truly be unaware that the trusted individuals around them are treacherous, often turning a blind eye to use them for balance. Chen Yi paid no attention to the discussions around him. His expression was serious. He pointed at the tips of the 12 silver needles in succession, while others remained unaware. In truth, Chen Yi had already infused his own qi into the silver needles. Then he asked, "Do your legs have any reaction?" Lu Han closed his eyes to carefully sense. It seems there is still no feeling. Lu Zhong's mockery deepened just as he was about to ridicule. Lu Han suddenly shouted excitedly, "I feel it, I feel it." Lu Han exclaimed excitedly, "I feel a warm sensation in my legs. I can really feel them." Lu Zhong's partially open mouth abruptly closed. How is this possible? Chen Yu, however, remained calm, casting a disdainful glance at the dazed experts and doctors around him. "Everyone please open your eyes wide and watch closely." With a swift motion of his right hand, the remaining 12 silver needles flew out again, piercing different acupuncture points. He then either pressed, kneaded, or struck, each movement accompanied by a small amount of internal qi flowing in. The silver needles were merely auxiliary. It was this qi that constituted the essence of the treatment. The Liang Qiu point stimulates and unblocks nerve connections. The Ni point promotes blood circulation, dispersing stagnation and clearing the channels of the legs. Moreover, that special qi continuously nourished the muscles and tendons which had long been dormant and atrophied, allowing them to stretch and flow freely once more. Chen Yu's hands moved so quickly that they almost left behind an afterimage, a dazzling sight. After nearly half an hour of treatment, he finally stopped wiping the sweat from his forehead. He clapped his hands and laughed heartily, saying, "Mission accomplished. Mr. Lu, why not try to stand and take a few steps?" Lu Han, filled with excitement, supported himself on the armrests of the wheelchair and slowly began to rise while a nearby attendant instinctively stepped forward to assist. But Lu Han pushed him away forcefully, saying, "Step back, I can manage on my own." To everyone's astonishment, he truly stood up using his own strength and took a few shaky steps forward. Lu Han's face was filled with disbelief, his body trembling. After being completely paralyzed for decades, he could actually walk again. The joy felt as if he had been reborn. It was something that a person with healthy limbs could never comprehend. The surrounding experts and guests were utterly dumbfounded. He has been cured. He has truly been cured. The entire process lasted less than half an hour, and Chen Yu had managed to restore the legs of Lu Han, who had been completely paralyzed for decades. This was beyond what medical skills could describe. It was nothing short of a miracle. Meanwhile, Lu Zhong felt a burning sensation on his face, unable to believe what was unfolding before him. The flatterers who had previously surrounded him had quietly vanished, replaced by peculiar gazes. Lu Zhong wished he could find a hole to hide in. In his heart, he was screaming frantically, "How is this possible? How could this be? I personally treated Lu Han's ailment. It was not something that current medical standards could cure." But no matter how angry and unwilling he felt, it could not change the reality. Fang Yu observed everything and beckoned to the nearby Lung Han, whispering a few instructions. "This Lu Zhong still has some use." Meanwhile, Lu Han was filled with gratitude, asking, "May I ask for your esteemed name, sir?" Chen Yu replied calmly, "Chen Yu." Lu Han solemnly stated, "Good. From now on, Mr. Chen will be my benefactor. If there are any requests, I will certainly comply." Chen Yu waved his hand and said, "Mr. Lu is being too polite." But deep down, he was already secretly delighted, especially feeling the admiration and shock from those around him, which he couldn't help but reveal a hint of pride. "This is how it should be. This is the life I deserve. Dr. Chen's medical skills are truly remarkable. They have opened my eyes." Suddenly, someone shouted, applauding. Chen Yu turned slightly, intending to be modest, but when he saw who spoke, his body froze. The speaker was Fang Yu, was clapping his hands, his face filled with admiration. Upon seeing the eldest young master of the Fang family take the lead, the onlookers immediately joined in the applause. However, Chen Yu felt a shiver run through his body. A trace of fear flashed subconsciously in his eyes. Whether it was being crippled by the Iron Guard Mu's death or the assassination in the car accident that followed, all these experiences had planted a deep-seated fear of Fang Yu in Chen Yu's heart. It could be said that ever since he encountered Fang Yu, he had never had a smooth moment. However, Chen Yu quickly regained his senses. "Wait, this is a medical exchange meeting. Oh, why should I be afraid of him? In front of so many people, does he dare to make a move against me? This is my home turf." With this thought, Chen Yu's confidence gradually grew. He met Fang Yu's gaze without hesitation, exuding a formidable aura. Today was the day for him to stand tall and avenge his past grievances. Fang Yu smiled slightly, but did nothing, casually walking to the side, pulling up a chair to sit down, watching indifferently. Now was not the time. The actors had not yet arrived, so how could the performance begin? After healing Lu Han, Chen Yu's famed sword and many dignitaries from prominent families flocked to him. "Mr. Chen, please take a look at me. Mr. Chen, I need your help too." Chen Yu, brimming with confidence, shouted, everyone one at a time. This medical exchange meeting was not a particularly formal affair. It was more casual, allowing everyone to make acquaintances, exchange ideas, and seek medical help. Without a doubt, Chen Yu became the focal point of the entire hall, with countless experts and doctors watching in awe as he conducted his treatment. When Chen Yu once again cured a person's chronic illness, the crowd could not help but gasp in admiration. It was simply incredible. Someone respectfully inquired, "May I ask where Mr. Chen studied medicine?" Upon hearing this, others also turned their curious gazes, clearly very interested in the question. Chen Yu's medical skills were extraordinary. Many of the techniques were unfamiliar to them, opening their eyes to new possibilities. So where did the seemingly young Chen Yu learn all of this? Chen Yu did not speak, but Xiao Xingyue stepped forward as if he had been waiting for this moment. Xiao Xingyue laughed heartily. Everyone missed her. Chen's master is the renowned divine doctor from Linzhou Yang Wentong. Most people present were visibly confused. Only some of the older individuals showed a change in expression as memories long buried resurfaced, revealing looks of realization. He is indeed a disciple of the legendary divine Dr. Yang, no wonder. Indeed, only someone of that caliber could teach a disciple with such remarkable skills. I still remember the remarkable medical skills of divine Dr. Yang from back in the day, and now that I think about it, there are indeed similarities. Who is divine Dr. Yang? Some who were unfamiliar with the past felt lost and could not help but ask. However, with explanations from others, they quickly understood. Yang Wentong. He was known as a divine doctor during his travels in Linzhou, revered for his exceptional medical skills. He gained immense fame, with countless prominent families eager to recruit him, but Yang Wentong vanished without a trace, never to be seen again. Someone nearby exclaimed in admiration, Mr. Chen possesses the demeanor of the legendary divine Dr. Yang. His future achievements are bound to be equally impressive. Chen Yu clasped his fists towards the crowd. My master is indeed Yang Wentong, but my humble medical skills pale in comparison to his greatness. However, despite my lack of skill, I will certainly carry on my master's legacy, helping the world and saving lives. Despite saying this, Chen Yu's heart was a little skeptical. His master was indeed very rigid. Although his medical skills were exceptional and his reputation was well known, he was indifferent to fame and fortune, choosing to retreat to the mountains at the peak of his career. Although Chen Yu was a favored disciple of Yang Wentong, their personalities were completely different. Chen Yu did not enjoy the dull life of cultivating in the mountains. Instead, he preferred women, wealth, and status. He yearned to stand at the pinnacle, to have everyone look at him with respect and remember his name. Mr. Chen is too modest. Yes, yes. Many people echoed. Just then, make way. A loud voice rang out, and the crowd was roughly parted. Surrounded by several bodyguards, a woman with an elegant figure dressed in denim shorts and a fitted white t-shirt walked forward, her long legs smooth and polished like jade pillars. Chen Yu looked over and instantly found it hard to look away. She was a super beauty. Someone suddenly exclaimed, Wei Zifen. The crowd suddenly wore expressions of shock. Wei Zifen, wasn't she the young lady of the Wei family? The Wei family was undoubtedly the #1 family in Linzhou. The current head of the Wei family, Wei Tianhao, originally from the Xia City Wei family, left to establish himself in Linzhou. With his identity, ability, and cunning, he ultimately built a thriving enterprise. When Wei Tianhao stomped his foot, the entire Linzhou would tremble. Anyone who provoked the Wei family would not need to act themselves, as countless others would come to drag them down until they disappeared. I have met Miss Wei. The crowd almost bowed their heads in fear. Fan Yu also narrowed his eyes, secretly thinking, she really came. Compared to the awe and fear of others, Fan Yu remained seated calmly, observing Wei Zifen. The Wei family was indeed powerful. However, Wei Zifen was merely a junior of the Wei family, while he was the current chairman and power holder of the Fong group, representing the Fong family. She was not worth his excessive concern. Chen Yu's heart sank. This woman was actually the young lady of the Wei family. Wei Zifen directly asked, Are you Chen Yu? Are you the disciple of the divine Dr. Yang Wentong from back then? Chen Yu feigned indifference. That's right. Very good. Wei Zifen's voice was cold. Come with me. I'm giving you a chance now. If you can cure my father's illness, the Wei family can fulfill all your demands. If you can't, then die. The crowd couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Did something happen to Wei Tianhao? That would be a major issue. If anything went wrong with him, the entire Linzhou would be thrown into turmoil. They suddenly understood that this medical exchange conference might have been held for this very reason. Those influential figures seeking treatment were merely observers to assess the skills of the local doctors. At this moment, Chen Yu calmly said, Miss Wei, are you questioning my medical skills? In this world, there is no illness I cannot cure. If you think my abilities are insufficient, then there's no need for you to seek me out. He outwardly presented an arrogant demeanor, yet internally, he was filled with excitement. He adopted this lofty posture merely to secure more benefits for himself. Wei Zifen raised her eyebrows slightly. However, as if recalling something, her imposing aura somewhat dissipated. After all, she would still need to rely on Chen Yu in the near future. Moreover, the fact that the other party dared to be so arrogant was precisely a demonstration of confidence in their medical skills. Thus Wei Zifen's attitude softened a bit, and she smiled, saying, Well, Mr. Chen truly lives up to being the disciple of the renowned healer Yang, exuding such confidence. Then please follow me. Facts speak louder than words. Chen Yu waved his hand, calmly responding. Yet between his words he agreed. After all, he had come to participate in today's medical exchange conference primarily for the Wei family. How could he refuse? Xiao Xingyue was indeed right. This medical exchange conference was precisely his opportunity. He could already envision himself curing Wei Tianhao and being treated as an honored guest by the Wei family. With the Wei family backing him, who in Haicheng or Linzhou would dare to provoke him? He could walk with confidence. Pleased. Wei Zifen gestured. Chen Yu smiled slightly, casting a somewhat proud glance at Fan Yu. From then on, the shadow of the Fong family looming over him would completely dissipate. The Wei family's power and status in Linzhou were unmatched, even by the Fong family. But at that moment Chen Yu noticed Fang Yu standing up and walking over, instantly becoming alert. He instinctively sensed something ominous. This guy seems like he wants to harm me again. Fang Yu spoke, Miss Wei, I am very interested in Dr. Chen's medical skills. May I accompany you? This? Wei Zifan appeared somewhat hesitant. In her mind, she naturally preferred not to have anyone else accompany them, as Wei Tianha's condition was of great importance, and the fewer people who knew the better. Just as she hesitated, Fang Yu added, I once visited Uncle Wei with my father. Now that he is unwell, I ought. Wei Zifan's expression changed several times. Finally she sighed. All right, since young Master Fang has such good intentions to visit my father, how could I refuse? Fang Ye's words were very eloquent, and given his status, it left no room for refusal. Thus, after a quick consideration, Wei Zifan agreed. The other expert doctors looked on with envy. They had just been impressed by Chen Yu's medical skills, and wanted to witness his treatment process for Wei Tianhao. So someone attempted to speak up, Miss Wei, may we also? But they were met only with Wei Zifan's icy glare. Who do you think you are? Get lost. With Fang Ye's status he could follow, but who were these people? Could just anyone enter the Wei family? It was utterly outrageous. The expert professors were taken aback and hurriedly stammered, Sorry Miss Wei, we were presumptuous. We will leave immediately. Saying this, they quickly retreated to the back of the crowd, not daring to stay in front of Wei Zifan, fearing that if she lost her temper, she would deal with them directly. Wei Zifan took a deep breath. Young Master Fang Dr. Chen, please follow me. Fang Yu came to Chen Yu's side wearing a friendly smile, and said, Let's go Dr. Chen, the divine healer. After saying this, he left leisurely. A cold glint flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. He could naturally perceive the implied mockery in Fang Yu's voice. No matter what, I will cure Wei Tianha's illness and gain the Wei family's assistance to achieve great success. What does it matter if you follow? Just wait, I will deal with the Fang family sooner or later. Thinking fiercely in his heart, Chen Yu stepped forward to follow. Outside the grand hall, a massive helicopter was, after nearly 5 hours of flight. The helicopter arrived at the Wei family estate located on the outskirts of Linsistoma City. This was the headquarters of the Wei family, covering dozens of acres with forests and rockeries scattered throughout, serene and beautiful, deep and distant. There were hundreds of servants, each performing their duties. The helicopter landed on the helipad, and then everyone followed a tranquil path deeper into the estate. At this moment, the gardeners were busy in the vast courtyard, painstakingly trimming exquisite landscaping that ordinary people could hardly imagine nearly flawless. Even though Wei Tianhao, the owner of this estate, usually couldn't be bothered to glance at it, the gardeners dared not be the least bit negligent. This is the mindset of the inferiors when facing the superiors. They dared not take any chances. Wei Zifan finally led Fang Yu and the others to a luxurious villa. Although it was called a villa, it could actually be seen as a small hospital. It had been specially modified with doctors and nurses moving about in the corridors, either carrying medications or examination reports. A servant hurriedly approached Wei Zifan. Miss, Wei Zifan asked, How is my father's condition? The servant replied softly, The clan leader just woke up. Wei Zifan nodded and said to the others, Follow me, my father is upstairs. They arrived at a room on the 3rd floor. There on a white hospital bed surrounded by various instruments lay a robust, middle-aged man leaning against the bed, his complexion pale. The head of the Wei family, Wei Tianhao. Many doctors were busily monitoring his condition, enjoying treatment akin to that of an emperor. As soon as Wei Zifan entered the room, she commanded in a deep voice, Everyone leave. The doctors present, though unclear about the situation, dared not refute Wei Zifan's words and hurriedly exited the room. The room instantly became spacious. Dad, this is Mr. Chen Yu, the disciple of the renowned healer Yang Wentong, known throughout Linzhou. Wei Zifan introduced. Wei Tianhao clearly had received relevant news and was aware of Chen Yu's presence. He nodded with some reluctance, saying, I will trouble Dr. Chen next. Chen Yu hurriedly replied, You flatter me, Mr. Wei. As a doctor, treating patients is my duty. In front of Wei Tianhao, Chen Yu dared not show even the slightest arrogance. The other party's status was far beyond what he could compare to. For Wei Tianhao to kill him would be no more difficult than squashing an ant. As a protagonist, Chen Yu possessed confidence and pride, but he also knew how to assess the situation, understanding who he could offend and who he could not. Wei Tianhao nodded slightly. His gaze then shifted to Fang Yu. Meeting his gaze, Fang Yu smiled gently. Uncle Wei, I am Fang Yu from the Fang family. We have met before. I heard you were unwell, so I came to pay you a visit. Wei Tianhao's voice was hoarse. You are thoughtful. However, after saying this, he began to cough violently, then he unexpectedly fainted. The sudden situation caught everyone off guard. Wei Zifan's expression changed. Dad. She quickly turned to Chen Yu and said, Mr. Chen, please help. Chen Yu's expression also tightened, not daring to delay, and he hurried to Wei Tianhao's side, grasping his hand to examine him carefully. After a moment he frowned and said in a deep voice, Mr. Wei has sustained serious internal injuries. Wei Zifan quickly asked, Can it be treated? Chen Yu stood up, his face full of confidence, saying, No problem. You can leave Mr. Wei's condition to me. However, Chen Yu paused slightly and said, I need an absolutely quiet environment, and everyone in the room must leave. While speaking, he deliberately glanced at Fang Yu. Although he did not know why this guy insisted on coming along, it was certainly not with good intentions, so he had to send Feng Yu away to prevent him from causing trouble. That should be the case, Wei Zifan said, then looked at Feng Yu and said, "Sorry, young Master Feng, we should leave to avoid disturbing Mr. Chen." Feng Yu nodded slightly. Before leaving, he took a deep look at Chen Yu. How could he not understand the other's little schemes? Under Chen Yu's slightly provocative gaze, Feng Yu turned to leave, unable to suppress a slight smirk. He silently thought the show is about to begin. The other medical staff had already been sent away by Wei Zifan. At this moment, with the two of them leaving, the entire room fell into a desolate silence, leaving only Wei Tianha's somewhat heavy breathing. Chen Yu took out his silver needle box. Calm and composed, the internal energy cultivated from his unique medical skills was perfectly suited for treating internal injuries. This was truly an opportunity prepared for him by heaven. In fact, this thought was not wrong. As the protagonist in the story, this was exactly the opportunity the author had prepared for him. A smile appeared on Chen Yu's lips. The starting point of his glorious life was about to begin. The Wei family was definitely not his endpoint, but a stepping stone, and he would use this opportunity to leap toward a bright future. He took out 24 silver needles from his wooden box, flipped his palm, and began to apply the needles. Outside the room, Feng Yu and Wei Zifan had just exited. Thud, thud, thud. A figure rushed down the corridor, revealing itself to be Lu Zhong, the expert doctor, who had previously been humiliated by Chen Yu. "Who are you?" Wei Zifan frowned and asked Lu Zhong, who was running over, "How did you get in?" Lu Zhong instinctively glanced at Feng Yu beside him. Feng Yu remained expressionless. Lu Zhong was of course someone he had brought. He timely said, "Miss Wei, how about we hear what he has to say first?" "Say it," Wei Zifan said coldly. Lu Zhong hurriedly spoke. "Miss Wei, you cannot let that Chen Yu treat Mr. Wei. That guy is a fraud." "Moi." Wei Zifan's expression turned cold. "Nonsense, Mr. Chen has treated those patients on site. Didn't you see? Or do you think we are all a bunch of fools?" Lu Zhong shivered in fear. However, recalling Feng Yu's instructions and promises, he gritted his teeth and said, "Miss Wei, I just treated old Lu not long ago. That guy was just lucky randomly treating patients and happened to hit the mark. Even if that's the case, what about the others?" Wei Zifan raised an eyebrow. Lu Zhong explained, "The others are all in cahoots with Chen Yu. They are all acting. They received news in advance." "Nonsense." Wei Zifan was furious. What benefit would it be for him to gain the opportunity to treat my father? If he truly lacked medical skills, wouldn't he reveal his flaws immediately? It was simply ridiculous. Lu Zhong grew anxious. That guy wants something bad for Mr. Wei. Wei Zifan laughed angrily, growing more absurd with each word. "Get out quickly. If you disturb Mr. Chen's treatment, can you bear the consequences? Bodyguards, throw him out for me." "Yes." As soon as Wei Zifan's command was issued, several bodyguards stepped forward, dragging Lu Zhong out. While being dragged towards the door, Lu Zhong shouted, "Miss Wei, what I said is true. You have to believe me." Wei Zifan's expression was icy. "Humph, envious of the capable. How does such a person deserve to be a doctor?" "Let's begin." Feng Yu coldly observed everything, quickly withdrawing his gaze. His demeanor was indifferent and his thoughts had already entered his storage space, looking at the shimmering skill plunder card. Skill plunder card: plunder any skill from the target and convert it into your own ability. Note: perfect level skills cannot be plundered. Taking a deep breath, Feng Yu silently recited, "Skill plunder card activate." A prompt sound came from the system. "Please select a target." Chen Yu. Relevant information about Chen Yu appeared in Feng Yu's mind, confirming the target task. "Please select the skill to plunder." Feng Yu indifferently said, "Plunder his medical skill." Plundering skill. Plundering successful. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the medical skill mastery. Suddenly Feng Yu felt a vast amount of information pouring into his mind, transforming into his own memories and knowledge. Simultaneously, an invisible aura descended from the void, which was the internal energy condensed from Chen Yu's special medical technique. This aura converged into Feng Yu's dantian. The next moment, this energy seemed to be attracted by something, accelerating, abruptly targeting the icy energy Feng Yu had obtained from the jade disc in the stone chamber. The two energies suddenly mixed together, intertwining. What is happening? Just as Feng Yu was shocked, suddenly detected that the host's inherited energy and the plundered skill belong to the same lineage. Fusion can occur to complete the inheritance. Do you wish to proceed with the fusion? Feng Yu's heart stirred. Such a good thing. There's no need to choose fuse. As soon as he finished speaking, the two energies, which were originally entangled, yet clearly distinct, seemed to be propelled by some force, and immediately fused together. Ding! The host has acquired the skill Medical Technique Mystical Heaven Medical Classic, perfect level. In the original book, Chen Yu used the inheritance energy from the jade disc to advance his medical skills to the perfect level, while now Feng Yu utilized the mastery medical skill he plundered from Chen Yu to complete that inheritance in the stone chamber. Medical Technique Mystical Heaven Medical Classic, perfect level. Simultaneously, the internal energy now merged into one began to propel Feng Yu's physique points to rise continuously. 93, 94, 95, all the way to 100. Boom. Feng Yu felt as if his body was about to explode. His flesh and bones made a series of crackling sounds like frying beans. He seemed to vaguely sense a certain energy permeating the outside world, with every cell in his body cheering and leaping. Fang Ye's body acted like a tiny vortex, beginning to draw this energy into himself. At first it was just a wisp, but slowly it expanded into a stream circulating like a gentle brook through his meridians. This energy was different from the invisible qi. Its primary effects were healing and nurturing, but it was infused with immense destructive power. So powerful. Fang Yu immersed himself in that sensation until he felt a saturation in his body, at which point he stopped drawing in more energy. A terrifying pressure radiated from him, causing hearts to tremble. Wei Zifen and the two bodyguards beside her had already retreated in horror, as if before them stood not a person, but an unparalleled ferocious beast. Wei Zifen's face turned pale. What on earth is this? At this moment Chen Yu was inserting 24 silver needles into Wei Tianhao, channeling his internal energy through the needles as Wei Tianhao underwent treatment. Suddenly a piercing pain erupted in his mind. Unable to hold back, he let out a cry of agony. Chen Yu collapsed to the ground, curling up as his body convulsed violently. What is happening? His face twisted in distress, and it took him several moments before he managed to struggle to his feet. At that moment Chen Yu was taken aback. The internal energy he had cultivated for years had vanished. His eyes nearly popped out. How could this be? Where is his internal energy? Then he realized an even more terrifying fact: his mind was completely blank, and all his medical knowledge had been entirely forgotten. An overwhelming fear engulfed Chen Yu's heart. Medical skills were his greatest reliance. Without them, what was... No. How could this happen? Chen Yu's face contorted. How could his medical skills disappear? Cough. Wei Tianhao's face suddenly flushed red, and his breathing became rapid. Chen Yu panicked immediately. His treatment had only just reached a critical point. If it was interrupted now, Wei Tianhao's condition would worsen. He was in the Wei family's territory. If anything went wrong, he would be doomed. Frantically thinking, Chen Yu suddenly glanced at the window beside him. Almost losing his ability to think, he abandoned Wei Tianhao and charged towards the window. He had no time to contemplate what had happened. He just knew that if he didn't leave now, it would be too late. Fortunately, his original physical fitness remained, and jumping from the third floor was no problem for Chen Yu. The pressure emanating from Fang Yu gradually dissipated. He exhaled, glancing at the shocked Wei Zifen and the two bodyguards ready to speak. Bang! Suddenly the sound of shattering glass echoed through the room. Wei Zifen was first taken aback, then his expression changed drastically as he rushed into Wei Tianhao's hospital room with the two bodyguards. What lay before her left her stunned. Wei Tianhao was covered in silver needles, lying alone on the bed, while the window of the room lay shattered. Chen Yu ran away. Wei Zifen could hardly believe what she was seeing. She suddenly recalled what Lu Zhong had just said, and her heart trembled. Could it be true? Slap. At that moment someone patted the shoulders of the three. Wei Zifen and the two bodyguards instinctively turned around, only to see a pair of pitch-black eyes swirling like two vortexes, annihilating their consciousness. Bang, bang, bang. The three collapsed to the ground in succession. The light returned to Fang Ye's eyes as he stepped over their bodies, approaching Wei Tianhao. In this moment, due to Chen Yu's sudden interruption of treatment, Wei Tianhao's blood surged, worsening his injuries. He clearly had only a few days left to live. However, with Fang Ye's perfect-level medical skills that surpassed Chen Yu's, healing Wei Tianhao would be a piece of cake if he acted promptly. Fang Yu pondered. Then he extended his hand and snapped Wei Tianhao's neck. Crack. The other party's bodies stiffened, then breathed no more, devoid of any signs of life. Wei Tianhao, the prominent figure of Linzhou, is dead. Fang Ye's expression was indifferent. The benefits of saving Wei Tianhao were far less than his demise. With the strength of the Fang family, unless Wei Tianhao was willing to relinquish his position as the foremost family in Linzhou, what else could he offer? Moreover, Wei Tianhao's domineering character would never allow any force to surpass the Wei family in Linzhou, and he had always been wary of the ever-growing Fang family. But if he were to die, there would be many opportunities to exploit. Fang Yu walked expressionlessly to the shattered window, gazing into the distance. Ding. Antihero value 1000. Hero luck value 1000. Ding. Antihero value 1000. Hero luck value 1000. Ding. Congratulations, host. Chen Yu's protagonist Halo has been completely stripped. The system's notification sounded incessantly, but Fang Yu felt no surprise. The plundering of medical skills coupled with the severing of ties with the Wei family was enough to completely strip Chen Yu of the meager remaining 3000 luck value. Now Chen Yu was no longer the protagonist. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Fang Yu licked his lips and then leaped out of the window. Boom. The ground trembled as Fang Yu's body transformed into a shadow, bursting forth. Thank you to all the generous supporters. At this moment Chen Yu had escaped to the edge of the Wei family's estate, where bodyguards were patrolling sternly. One of them spotted the rushing Chen Yu and shouted, "Stop. Who goes there?" Chen Yu had arrived directly at the estate via helicopter, so these outer guards naturally did not recognize him. Chen Yu gradually came to a halt, his expression icy. "I am the doctor invited by Miss Wei to treat Mr. Wei. I urgently need to go out for a matter. If it delays Mr. Wei's treatment, can you bear the consequences? Quick, prepare a car for me." The bodyguards exchanged glances. They had indeed heard that a doctor was coming today to treat Wei Tianhao. After a moment's thought, they dared not waste time confirming or reporting and directly prepared to let him go. Letting a suspicious figure go was a risk they could take by covering for each other, but if they truly delayed the patriarch's treatment, their lives would be forfeit. Soon a car was brought out. Chen Yu got in directly and sped away, driving out of the Wei family estate and racing into the distance, his heart filled with panic. At that moment, he began to contemplate his next moves. Zhao family. Ji family. No, he could not go to either. In front of the Wei family, both the Zhao and Ji families were powerless to resist, and now that he had lost all his medical skills, he was of no value to them. Escape from Linzhou, or simply return to the mountain. Chen Yu's face twisted in rage. How had he fallen to this point? He still couldn't understand how his medical skills had inexplicably vanished. Even the medical knowledge in his mind had disappeared. If someone could truly accomplish such a feat, no, that could no longer be attributed to humanity, but rather a realm of divinity. Chen Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Fear enveloped him like thick, dark clouds. Suddenly, he felt a moment of disorientation, nearly losing his grip on the steering wheel, but he managed to snap back to reality just in time to slam on the brakes. What's happening? Chen Yu's heart raced, feeling as though he had lost something very important. He did not know that at this moment his protagonist halo had been completely stripped away, and he had lost the identity of the chosen one. Now he was merely an ordinary person. It was thanks to the luck brought by the protagonist halo that he had managed to escape the Wei family. Otherwise, how could the bodyguards of Linzhou's top family have been so negligent? It was as if he had lost his mind. Chen Yu was about to start the car again and flee. But his eyelids suddenly twitched violently. An overwhelming sense of unease surged within him, and he instinctively pushed open the car door and jumped out. He tumbled to the ground in a disheveled manner. The next moment, a sinister shadow loomed over the car, and a hand suddenly came crashing down. The shockwave erupted, bursting outwards. The car was crushed as if it had been run over by a heavy truck, its body collapsing with a thunderous roar. The roof and chassis pressed together, turning it into a flat iron disc. Fan Yu let out a soft "Oh." Quite sensitive to danger, it appears that having a protagonist halo doesn't automatically make one a protagonist. These chosen ones still have their unique strengths. Fan Yu glanced at his own hand, as if seeing it for the first time, energy coursing through his meridians, infused with explosive power. A smile crept onto his lips. Meanwhile, Chen Yu was in a state of panic, his face filled with fear. Fan Yu replied with a faint smile, "ODR. Chen hasn't cured Mr. Wei yet. Why are you leaving so soon?" "That's not—" Chen Yu's expression suddenly twisted in rage as he roared, "You did this. My medical skills vanished because of you, didn't they? Who exactly are you?" Fan Yu slowly approached Chen Yu, a terrifying pressure radiating from his steps. He smiled slightly. "Who am I? I am simply the one who wants to kill you. I'll fight you." Chen Yu shouted angrily, striking a pose as if he was ready to— Fan Yu's eyes flashed with disdain. "You truly overestimate yourself." However, unexpectedly the next second, Chen Yu turned and fled without hesitation. The earlier madness and desperation had merely been a facade. Desperation? What a joke that would be, courting death. The crushed car had already shattered Chen Yu's resolve, and he completely lost the will to resist. This was not something he could confront at all. Escape. He could only escape. The Wei family estate was located in a remote suburb. At this moment, the two were on a narrow path, and not far down was a small cliff below which flowed a deep and turbulent river. If he could escape into the water, he had a chance to get away. This was Chen Yu's thought. Thus he exerted all his strength, frantically running towards the small cliff. In the face of life and death crisis, his mind became eerily calm. Chen Yu glanced back and found Fan Yu standing there quietly, as if waiting for him to escape. His heart suddenly filled with joy. He isn't chasing after me. What arrogance! I have my chance. Fan Yu's expression remained indifferent. Escape? Where could he escape to? The next second his aura suddenly changed. His right hand extended, slowly forming a fist, as if grasping the heavens. Then, like a slow-motion scene in a movie, he threw a punch into the air. Nothing happened. There was no unusual phenomenon. It was as if he was acting. But a sudden indentation appeared on Chen Yu's back as he fled dozens of meters away, creating a deep fist mark. His body seemed to hit a pause button, coming to an abrupt halt, his eyes filled with disbelief. On the outside he appeared almost unscathed, but his organs, meridians, and vitality seemed to have been shattered by that single punch. Bang! Seconds later his body collapsed to the ground like a sandbag, motionless. Chen Yu was dead. Fan Yu walked slowly to Chen Yu's side, staring at his corpse. Suddenly he murmured, internal energy released, condensing qi into a barrier, refining qi like silk, faintly sensing the boundless spiritual energy of the heavens. Ha! Physique reaching 100 points signifies the status of a master. These words were not mere nonsense from Fan Yu. They came from a vast memory that had just emerged in his mind at the moment of Chen Yu's death. The book The Master Descends into the City has officially ended. Meanwhile, a new book has begun. Ding! Detecting the death of the book's protagonist, new book triggered. Book title: The War God Returns to the City. The system prompt sounded in his ears. The system interface appeared. Strongest villain system, host Fan Yu, personal wealth 243. 2 billion charm value 30 physique value 100 skills medical skill, Xiantian medical classic perfect management proficient combat technique proficient, hypnosis advanced cello advanced. Villain value 30 100 current triggered book The War God returns to the city. Note the host currently has a villain value of 3,100 and the protagonist currently has a fortune value of 30,000. Fang Ye's eyes were slightly closed. He began to sort out the current situation in his mind. The system had stated from the beginning that the world he inhabited was a composite world formed by the fusion of multiple novels. When he triggered and strategized around a certain book, characters from other books were simultaneously active as well, but under the control of the worlds, it was nearly impossible for him to encounter those individuals. Only when a book was officially triggered would characters including the protagonist enter his line of sight consecutively, as if the world had been shrouded in an invisible curtain which was now being lifted. The performance officially began. Fang Ye's gaze was tranquil yet profound. The Return of the War God in the City had the same title format as the previous book, which was no coincidence as both books were indeed written by the same author. Although there was no extremely close connection like that of sequels, they indeed occurred in the same world with a shared worldview, though the focus of the stories differed. In The Return of the War God, the protagonist Chu Feng was originally a scion of the super family of Chu in Xia City, but due to being embroiled in a struggle for family inheritance, he was framed and imprisoned by his own brother. After that, Chu Feng was secretly summoned from prison to join the army in the northern border. Due to his innate talent and abilities, he not only made rapid personal progress, but also achieved remarkable military accomplishments, becoming the renowned and powerful war god of the northern border within just 5 years. He was ranked among the 4 great border war gods. Not only did he command a formidable army, but his subordinates were also valiant generals. After concealing his identity and returning, he protected his wife and children, avenging blood feuds, and maneuvered through the city, making him a quintessential example of a reversing fate protagonist. In both of these books there is a common point: they both feature Fang Yu as a villain. Yes, whether it was the author's mischief or by chance, this young master of the Fang family actually died once in both stories. In this world composed of numerous books, the point of connection among them, aside from the shared worldview, is Fang Yu as the common antagonist. Fang Yu felt somewhat speechless. What kind of grudge does the author have against the name Fang Yu? However, none of this mattered. After all, he was destined to walk the path of a villain who would counterattack the protagonist. Whether or not he was a common villain in these stories, it was all the same. There is one more important point. In this book, the author revealed the setting of martial arts. External force, internal force, transformation stage, divine realm. The levels are distinct and strict. External force is the level where most experts in the world exist, only knowing how to utilize muscle and bone strength with little difference from ordinary people. Internal force, on the other hand, is when one has developed a sense of qi and knows how to mobilize their internal strength. Only a few can reach this realm, and among ordinary people one is considered invincible. To reach the peak, one must use firearms to kill. The transformation stage, also known as the master stage. Warriors who reach this realm have undergone a rebirth, transcending the ordinary, and are among the rarest in the martial arts world. They can sense the boundless vital energy of the universe, absorb it to form true qi within their body, condense qi into a powerful stream, and refine it like silk, allowing them to kill from 100 meters away with terrifying skills. At this level, not only are they as fast as lightning with great mobility, but they can also project their true qi to protect themselves. If they remain cautious, unless one employs an army and heavy weaponry, it is virtually impossible to kill them. As for the higher divine realm, that is a legendary existence, transcending the mundane, ethereal, and elusive, with even questions around their very existence. Thus in this world, master-level warriors are nearly invincible. Fang Yu felt the terrifying power within him and smiled softly. I have now become a master of the transformation realm. The special energy he sensed from the outside world when his physique broke 100 was the essence of heaven and earth, while the true essence circulating in his meridians was transformed from the absorbed essence. A master of the transformation realm is someone that even major corporations and prominent families treat with utmost respect, a being that every country vies to recruit. In this world there are no doomsday weapons like nuclear bombs, and the overall level of technological weaponry is significantly lower. Therefore, individual combat power is prominently displayed. Those with great power, whether they choose to become a guest elder of a prominent family, a bodyguard of a notable figure, or even join the military, will enjoy extremely high treatment and revered status. Reaching the level of a master of the transformation realm one is even comparable to the legendary border war god. Even the 4 war gods, while their personal combat power is extraordinary, are only a step away from becoming a master, yet that step is a chasm. By the end of the entire book, only the protagonist, the former border war god Chu Feng, manages to break through to become a master in the later stages. The war gods are better at strategizing and commanding thousands of troops. Personal combat strength is not their forte. Chu Feng's revenge and show of strength in the story largely rely on leveraging power. In this book, the named masters are almost all elderly, with only a few talented individuals who are typically middle-aged, around their 40s or 50s. Fang Yu in his early 20s has already become a master of the transformation realm. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly shake the entire martial arts world. Haha, is this what it feels like to have a cheat? Joy flickered in Fang Ye's heart. After suppressing his thoughts, he pondered. He did not expect that just in the second book he would encounter such a high level of difficulty with a war god narrative. In front of Chu Feng, who has retired from the position of the border war god, he can no longer rely on the power of the Fang family to oppress directly. He needs to think of other methods. Unless the Fang family's influence can expand to rival that of the major families in Xiao City. There is still plenty of time before Chu Feng officially returns from retirement. Oh, I can prepare a lot of things. Fang Ye's gaze shifted to Chen Yu, who lay on the ground. Before that, there are still some matters to handle. I need to completely conclude the previous book. With that thought, Fang Ye's figure swayed, and he vanished from the spot. Chen Yu's corpse and the wrecked car were left. This serves as a reminder and a deterrent. Since the martial arts settings of this world have completely been established, wise individuals can deduce quite a lot from this scene. No one could guess that Fang Yu is a master of the transformation realm. However, Chen Yu dying at the hands of a master, even though Chen Yu is merely a minor character for now, his background involves the Zhao family and the Ji family. The implications of this are profound enough for contemplation. Fang Yu does not plan to reveal his identity as a master of the transformation realm for now. This is one of his trump cards, especially when dealing with the protagonist Chu Feng. In no time at all, Fang Yu returned to the Wei family manor. With his current strength, it was naturally impossible for him to be detected. He arrived at the entrance of the villa. Fang Yu slightly bent his knees and then leaped up to the third floor. Inside, it remained as it was before, with two bodyguards and Wei Zifan slumped on the ground. After all, without Wei Zifan's orders, no one dared to intrude here. Fang Yu walked to the door pretending to have just entered, and then raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! The slumbering Wei Zifan and the two bodyguards gradually awakened. Wei Zifan initially looked confused, wondering how she had fainted. Right, it seemed like it was Fang Yu. At this moment, she felt a buzzing in her head, suddenly forgetting the situation of Fang Yu advancing to become a master of the transformation realm and how she had fainted. After advancing to the transformation realm, Fang Ye's mental strength also surged. The hypnosis skill became easier to use. The effects became even more powerful. He could even plant psychological suggestions in the target's mind, deeply burying certain memories to achieve an effect akin to erasure. Of course, this is limited to short-term memories, but the effects are still terrifying. When he was hypnotizing the three of them earlier, Fang Yu had already planted the suggestion to erase memories in their hearts. That snap of his fingers was both a switch for awakening and for triggering the suggestion. Wei Zifan's eyes regained clarity and her expression changed. Dad. The two bodyguards rushed to Wei Tianha's side, hastily checking the situation. Fang Yu leisurely strolled over, wearing a face full of shock, and inquired, "What on earth happened?" The tomato has a gift for the king of the arena competition. Everyone can support Hamster according to their situation. It seems that readers can also receive titles and such thanks to the Bitter of Love for the Little Whip. Thanks to Wild Purebred Keyboard Spirit for the Little Whip. Thanks to Mo June for the Little Whip. Thanks to Bloodstain for the Little Whip. Thanks to all the generous supporters. Today there will definitely be 3 updates due to exams. I had a video chat with my family for a while tonight, so the update is a bit late. Well, I hope for your understanding. 2 bodyguards checked Wei Tianha's heartbeat and pulse. As they looked at the flat line on the machine, cold sweat began to drip down their faces. They turned back trembling. Miss, the clan leader is dead. Wei Zifan felt as if struck by lightning. At that moment, Fang Yu stepped forward, carefully examining Wei Tianha's body. He then pretended to say, "Miss Wei, I have a certain interest in medicine and have a bit of understanding. The needle treatment seems to have only been halfway through, which might have caused the blood to surge." Wei Zifan's expression darkened. "Is this the cause of my father's death?" Fang Yu shook his head after feeling around Wei Tianxiang's neck and paused before saying, "Uncle Wei died from having his neck broken by someone." Wei Zifan's pupils constricted sharply, and she couldn't help but roar in fury. "Chen Yu, that bastard, that damn thing. I must tear him to pieces." If Wei Tianha's death was due to the needle treatment, it might have been an accident during the treatment process. But if he was strangled, it indicates a premeditated assassination. Wei Zifan's expression turned icy as she commanded the 2 bodyguards, "Send out all personnel to hunt down Chen Yu. It's best to capture him alive. The dead are also acceptable." Yes. The 2 bodyguards hurriedly departed. Soon the entire Wei family operated like a massive machine that had just been started, going into a frenzy. Wei Zifan was filled with regret. She should have been alert to Lu Zhong's words earlier. Wait, didn't that guy mention before that this matter was premeditated? He might know something. Thinking of this, she took out her phone and said into the receiver, "Wasn't there someone named Lu Zhong who was expelled before? Bring him to me immediately. Also contact my older brother and have him hurry back. With this situation, the Wei family needs him to take charge." Wei Ziki, Wei Zifan's older brother, the eldest son of Wei Tianhao, and the heir chosen by the family. During Wei Tianha's serious illness, he primarily managed the Wei family's enterprises, while Wei Zifan was responsible for taking care of Wei Tianhao. At this moment, Wei Tianhao had unexpectedly passed away. Someone must return to take charge, so the Wei family wouldn't fall into chaos or be targeted by certain people. For instance, Wei Zifan quietly glanced at Fang Yu, her eyes holding a hint of wariness. Fang Yu appeared to be in deep sorrow and grief, but who knew what he was really thinking? Wei Tianhao had expressed multiple times his wariness towards the Fang family as their influence was expanding. Initially, it was thought that with Fang Yu, the notorious playboy, taking charge, the Fang family would surely start to decline. But unexpectedly, Fang Yu rose to power with a thunderous momentum, eradicating the parasites within the group and formally initiating sweeping reforms. The Fang family's growth rate only increased. It was evident that Fang Yu had been hiding and disguising himself all along. Such cunning and depth of character were truly alarming. Moreover, the Fang family had allied with the Song family, which could be considered a strong alliance. Fang Yu glanced at Wei. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With his perceptiveness, he could easily detect the slight fluctuation in her gaze. If she were to know that Wei Tianhao had died at his hands, what expression would she reveal? It would surely be quite amusing. Of course, he wasn't foolish. If it weren't necessary, he would never expose himself for rumble after rumble. The cars roared out of the Wei estate one by one, launching a manhunt for Chen Yu, while Lu Zhong was swiftly summoned back to the villa. Wei Zifan sat calmly on the first-floor sofa, while Lu Zhong stood before her, visibly anxious and unsettled. Fang Yu sat upright in a nearby chair. His expression remained effortlessly composed. Wei Zifan's voice dropped low and commanding, "Speak. What do you know?" Lu Zhong swallowed hard. Everything he'd said earlier had been scripted for him by Fang Yu's people. Yet he never imagined Wei Tianhao would truly be dead. A wave of panic surged through him. Still with Fang Yu seated calmly beside him, Lu Zhong steeled himself and spoke. "I only overheard fragments. My knowledge is limited. But I am certain that Chen Yu stands behind the Xiao and Ji families of Haiqing. And I swear, he is no divine physician, merely a fraud who swindles and deceives. He claims to be the disciple of the legendary physician Yang Wentong. Most likely another fabrication." A messenger hurried and bowed deeply and reported respectfully, "Miss, our investigation confirms that Chen Yu left the estate under the pretext of an urgent matter, borrowing a car to flee. The bodyguards attempted to conceal the truth to evade blame, and have since received severe punishment. The manhunt continues, but when reviewing surveillance footage, we discovered interference on certain camera feeds both inside his room and along key road segments, rendering them unrecoverable. Clearly Chen Yu's doing." A cold, lethal glint flashed in Wei Zifan's eyes. "Excellent. The Xiao family, the Ji family." She no longer doubted a word Lu Zhong had uttered. Chen Yu had fled the Wei estate of his own volition, thus eliminating the possibility that someone else had murdered Wei Tianhao and abducted him. The truth lay bare, irrefutable. Wei Zifan steadied her breath and asked the messenger, "Is the medical exchange symposium still underway?" "Yes, miss. The symposium has not yet concluded." Wei Zifan slashed her hand through the air. "Order security personnel at the venue to detain all representatives of the Xiao and Ji families immediately, and file formal murder charges with the inspectorate. Furthermore, initiate comprehensive economic suppression against all Xiao and Ji enterprises. Let anyone who dares obstruct bear the full fury of the Wei family." At her side, Fang Yu's lips curled into a faint knowing smile. The Xiao and Ji families, doomed. The Wei family was the Wei family, the undisputed foremost clan of Linzhou. Once the Wei family resolved to crush two rival houses utterly, their annihilation became inevitable. Key figures from the Xiao and Ji clans would meet their end behind bars, sudden unexplained deaths. As for the rest, with their house fallen, they'd be abandoned by all, no refuge, no mercy. The Wei family granted neither Xiao nor Ji any chance to defend themselves. They might cry injustice, but no ear would listen. Once the Wei family declared a truth, its finality was absolute. Fang Yu's gaze grew distant and profound. This world, colder, bloodier than the one he'd left behind, rarely spared small clans from slaughter by greater powers. The weak survived only as insects, insignificant, trampled, without warning, reduced to dust in history's silent winds. Even the Wei family's methods were comparatively restrained, tempered by concern for reputation. Fortunately, whether in influence or strength, I stand among the very apex. Fang Yu exhaled softly, a quiet sigh suspended in the air. He then took his leave directly. "Miss Wei, my deepest condolences. Such a tragedy weighs heavily upon the heart. Yet it is time I depart. Please go ahead, young Master Fang. I shall not see you off." With such calamity unfolding, she had neither will nor grace to continue hosting him. Fang Yu stepped out of the villa. As he approached the helipad preparing to board his helicopter, a voice called out sharply behind him, "Young Master Fang." Lu Zhong came sprinting, pale-faced, breathless, eyes wide with alarm. Earlier humiliated publicly by Chen Yu, he'd nursed deep resentment. So when Fang Yu later reached out, though unaware of their enmity, he'd obediently slandered Chen Yu exactly as instructed. But now, clear-headed and chilled to the bone, he realized the truth. Lu Han's legs, he knew them better than anyone, had healed completely with no contribution whatsoever from him. Chen Yu truly possessed extraordinary, mysterious medical mastery. Yet Wei Tianhao had still died. A sudden icy dread seized Lu Zhong. A chilling thought pierced his mind. Could it be? He shuddered violently, refusing to pursue it further. Then Fang Yu spoke, voice calm and detached. "Well done. What follows is no longer your concern. Those words eased Lu Zhong's tension, only to be followed by an eager, hesitant question. Then young Master Fong, our prior agreement. Fong Yu glanced at him. Rest assured, what is promised will be delivered. Do you truly believe I would break my word? Of course not. Lu Zhong bowed deferentially. How could someone of your young master's stature possibly deceive me? Why overthink? If the sky fell, Fong Yu would hold it aloft. At the thought of the rewards Fong Yu had pledged, his heart burned with anticipation. Fong Yu turned and boarded the helicopter, issuing a terse command to the pilot, depart. The helicopter lifted off with a thunderous roar. Fong Yu looked down. Lu Zhong stood motionless on the ground, eyes fixed upward in reverent farewell. A cold, mirthless smile flickered across Fong Yu's lips. Lu Zhong could not be allowed to live. He knew too much. His very existence was a liability. Unlike high-caliber antagonists such as Song Xiao, this petty schemer served only one narrow purpose, and had already fulfilled it. Inside the helicopter, Fong Yu contacted Tai, his tone flat and unyielding. You and the others, go immediately to Quanyang City, Yin Province. Locate a woman named Su Yun and place her under covert surveillance. Report every anomaly, without delay. Su Yun, the female protagonist of War God's Return in the Metropolis, was the wife of the war god Chu Feng. Born into a minor clan, she married him before his imprisonment and subsequent banishment from the Chu family. Pregnant with Chu Feng's child, she returned to her natal family, only to face ostracism and injustice. Some resented her for having risen into aristocracy, and now reveled in her downfall. Others feared her association with Chu Feng would draw retribution upon their clan. For 5 years, Su Yun endured humiliation and hardship raising Chu Feng's child alone, waiting unwavering for his return. A cliched, well-worn trope. Naturally, narrative convention held no relevance for Fong Yu. What mattered was Su Yun's pivotal role within the story's architecture. From the outset, mother and child alike must fall under his absolute, unrelenting control. A few hours later, Fong Yu returned to the Yundian villa, having chosen not to attend the medical exchange conference. As the outcome, there was already a foregone conclusion. The Xiao family and the Ji family are doomed to perish. When Fong Yu arrived at the first floor hall of the villa, a graceful figure was already seated on the sofa, seeming to have waited for some time. Song Xiaoyu. Fong Yu was not the slightest bit surprised by her arrival, as he had summoned her himself. He casually removed his coat and placed it aside, then sat down on the sofa, saying, "Oh, you've been here for a while." "Just arrived." Song Xiaoyu replied succinctly, her voice cold. "What exactly do you want to see me about?" "Don't rush before that." Fong Yu tugged at his tie with a smile. "Could you make me a cup of tea first? I'm a bit thirsty." A flicker of anger flashed in Song Xiaoyu's eyes, but thinking of Wei Ziyu still in Fong Yu's hands, she had to suppress her fury and stood up to ask, "Where's the tea?" Fong Yu lazily pointed. "It's on the second shelf of the corner cabinet." Before long, a pot of steaming tea was brought over, its aroma wafting through the air. Song Xiaoyu poured a cup for Fong Yu. After taking a sip, Fong Yu smiled faintly and praised him. "Not bad." It was unclear whether he was commenting on the tea or Song Xiaoyu's attitude, or perhaps both. Gently picking up the teapot, Fong Yu poured a cup for Song Xiaoyu as well. "Miss Song, please." Song Xiaoyu, somewhat annoyed, replied, "Thank you." Fong Yu took another sip of tea, then leisurely stated, "The Xiao family and the Ji family are about to meet their end." Song Xiaoyu paused, her expression one of shock. "What's going on?" Fong Yu's sudden words carried significant weight. "Wei Tianhao is dead." Fong Yu offered no further explanation, simply stating, "You'll soon receive more news. There's no need to ask too much. You need to be prepared on your end, as you will be needed by the Song family." "You mean?" Song Xiaoyu pondered for a moment to take the opportunity to absorb the Zhao and Ji family's assets. Fong Yu smiled. "Talking to smart people is comfortable. You're right, such opportunities are rare." Song Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. "Won't that provoke the Wei family?" Fong Yu scoffed. "The Wei family? Though a dead camel is still larger than a horse, with Wei Tianhao, the towering tree that supported the Wei family, fallen, they would be in turmoil for a while. How could they have the energy to reach into this matter?" In his eyes, a cold light suddenly burst forth. "If the Wei family truly doesn't know what's good for them." The rest of his thoughts remained unspoken, but in his heart, he silently vowed, "Wei Tianhao can die, others can too." Though Fong Yu did not voice the latter part of his thoughts, Song Xiaoyu still felt a chill run down her spine. Was this really the Fong Yu she once knew? It felt completely like two different people. Fong Yu concluded, "You don't need to worry about this. Oh, just focus on your—" Song Xiaoyu bit her lip and asked, "What about my sister?" The moment Wei Ziyu was mentioned, she was no longer the cold and imposing revenge queen who was indifferent to everything. Instead, she became cautious and careful. This time Fong Yu did not scold her, but thought for a moment before replying, "Sure, after the Song family helps the Fong family absorb and integrate the Zhao and Ji family's assets, I will arrange for you two to meet." "Really?" A rare spark of excitement flickered in Song Xiaoyu's eyes. "Do I need to lie to you?" Fong Yu said lightly, "Go prepare. Whether you can see your sister depends on your performance." Song Xiaoyu fell silent, stood up, and left the Yundian villa. Meanwhile, Fong Yu remained seated in his original position, gently tapping his fingers on his knee, lost in thought. In the following days, a great earthquake shook the entire Linzhou region. The head of the Wei family, the first family of Linzhou, was announced dead. Moreover, he was assassinated within the Wei family villa. The murderer was confirmed to be Chen Yu, who had showcased his medical skills during a medical exchange conference, and was then invited by the Wei family to treat Wei Tianhao, with even the Xiao and Ji families entangled in this affair. It was evident to all that the two families were finished. Meanwhile, in Haiqing City, another shocking event occurred. The current head of the Song family, Song Guofu, succumbed to a long-standing illness and passed away in the hospital. Although it was shocking, no one was overly surprised. After all, Song Guofu's poor health was no secret, as could be seen from the urgency of the Song and Fong families to arrange a marriage. Following Song Guofu's death, his only daughter Song Xiaoyu undoubtedly took control of the Song family. She then allied with the Fong family and launched a frenzied takeover of the crippled industries of the Zhao and Ji families. The maneuver left everyone astonished. The speed was so rapid that no one could react. In a short time, all industries of the Xiao family and nearly 90% of the Ji family's industries were swallowed by the Fong group. The strength of the Fong group surged within a brief period. While everyone was shocked, they were all waiting for the Wei family's response, as the actions of the Fong and Song families were clearly aimed at undermining the Wei family. At the headquarters of the Fong group in the chairman's office, Fong Yu was dealing with the takeover of the Zhao and Ji families' industries. At that moment, a phone call came in. Fong Yu glanced at the number, his expression shifting. As expected, it's here. He reached out to answer. Hello. This is Wei Ziki. The man's voice came through the phone. Fong Yu smiled lightly. Oh, so it's the new head of the Wei family. I wonder what you calling me took me by surprise. Mr. Fong stopped with the meaningless chatter. Wei Ziki interrupted Fong Yu. Without courtesy, tell me, what exactly do you want to do? Our Wei family has spent a great deal to bring down the Zhao and Ji families, yet you directly seized all the fruits of our labor. Don't you think that's a bit excessive? Excessive? Where is it excessive? Do the industries of the Zhao and Ji families bear your Wei family's labels? It is your right to strike at the two families' industries, while it is my right to annex them. It is only natural. Wei Ziki's anger surged. He had never encountered such shameless individuals who could justify their thievery with such audacity. Originally, with Wei Tianhao's passing, the Wei family needed to use the downfall of the Zhao and Ji families to intimidate other small families, demonstrating that even without Wei Tianhao, the Wei family remained formidable. However, Fong Yu's interference had thrown everything into chaos. The Wei family was on the verge of becoming a laughing. Wei Ziki coldly stated, Mr. Fong, your words seem quite unreasonable. In any case, the Fong group must provide the Wei family with equivalent compensation. Is the Wei family joking? How can one expect to return what they have consumed? Moreover, I must emphasize that I dislike being interrupted when I speak, regardless of who the other party is. If the Wei family head can apologize to me, then the matter of compensation might be considered. Wei Ziki took a deep breath and calmly said, Fine, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. He was different from his father Wei Tianhao. Wei Tianhao was notorious for his domineering nature and never backed down, while Wei Ziki paid more attention to practical benefits. If giving Fong Yu this face would allow for compensation, he was more than willing. Did he really apologize? Fong Yu said with great interest. Since Mr. Wei has apologized, I will keep my promise and consider the matter of compensation. Just as Wei Ziki was about to speak, he heard Fong Yu on the other end of the line coldly say, After careful consideration, I have decided to refuse to compensate the Wei family. Wei Ziki was slightly taken aback, and then he was completely enraged. Are you messing with me? Oh, is that so? If you say so, then it must be true. Fong Yu lazily replied. I merely mentioned considering the compensation issue, but I never guaranteed the outcome of that consideration. On the other end of the phone, Wei Ziki's face had turned as dark as carbon ink. President Fong, have you truly made up your mind to go against our Wei family? If it weren't for the lack of options, Wei Ziki would not want to oppose the Fong family. After all, the Fong family's strength is greater than that of the Zhao and Ji families, and now the Fong family has almost completely swallowed the forces and industries of both families, their power soaring, making them even more formidable to deal with. Dealing with the repercussions of Wei Tianhao's death was already enough to give him a headache, so naturally, he did not wish to confront the Fong family. But this was about the Wei family's face. If they remained silent and allowed the Fong family to swallow their industries whole, how would outsiders perceive them? Wouldn't everyone think they could ride on the Wei family's coattails in the future? Fong Yu chuckled lightly. I have no intention of going to war with the Wei family, but if the Wei family continues to be unyielding, I am more than willing to accompany you. Wei Ziki felt like he could spit blood. Unyielding? How dare you accuse me? At that moment, Fong Yu suddenly said meaningfully, By the way, I believe your Wei family is quite aware of Chen Yu's fate, right? I hope you don't bring about your own demise. With that, he directly hung up the phone. Wei Ziki listened to the busy tone on the other end and did not feel anger, but his expression became stern. Why did Fong Yu mention Chen Yu? The Wei family dispatched a large number of people to hunt for Chen Yu, and naturally, they found his corpse on the small road near the cliff. There were also experts within the Wei family. After examining Chen Yu's injuries, his expression became grave, and he only told Wei Ziki 4 words, Transformation Master. Those simple 4 words shocked Wei Ziki to his core. A transformation master in the presence of such an existence, even the Wei family of Xia City would have to be cautious, let alone their mere Linzhou Wei family. Fortunately, that mysteriously powerful master seemed to stand in opposition to Chen Yu and the forces behind him, allowing the Wei family to suppress the Xiao and Ji families without any worries until they were crushed. Wei Ziki gradually pushed this matter to the back of his mind. But at this moment Feng Yu brought it back up. Could it be that the mysterious martial arts master has ties to the Feng family? As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Wei Ziki was suddenly startled awake. His initial plan to pressure the Feng family instantly vanished. In front of a transformation master, what did the so-called number one family in Linzhou even amount to? He couldn't dare to gamble the entire Wei family. After hanging up the phone, Feng Yu chuckled softly. It was easy to guess that Wei Ziki on the other end must be quite frightened. He probably wouldn't dare to have any thoughts against the Feng family anymore. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and then Lung Han walked in from outside. Young master, your schedule has been arranged. Feng Yu nodded and stood up saying, let's go. He intended to meet Wei Ziyu. After all, he had promised Song Xiaoyu that after resolving matters with the Zhao and Ji families, he would let her meet his sister. One cannot always break promises. Of course, he had already broken commitments many times. But who let him be a villain? Whether to keep a promise completely depended on his mood and whether it was beneficial to him. At the headquarters of the group, a special vehicle was already prepared downstairs. After they settled in, the car slowly started, and Feng Yu asked Lung Han, how has Wei Ziyu been recently? Fenghuang Entertainment Company, a subsidiary of the Feng Group, is located not in Haiqing City, but in Ningxing Linzhou, inside a performance hall on the upper floors of the company. Staff members are hurriedly adjusting equipment and setting up the stage as a simulated concert is about to take place. Although the audience seats are empty, everything must be arranged exactly as it would be for a real concert to ensure a perfect experience. Soon the setup was completed. A man wearing a cap and black-framed glasses stood below the stage directing everything. He is Wu Wentao, the chief director of Fenghuang Entertainment Company. All program arrangements, selections, and schedules must pass through his hands. He holds significant power second only to the president within the company. All right, let's begin, Wu Wentao shouted. Then the accompaniment began to play, and Wei Ziyu gracefully walked out from behind the curtain dressed in a splendid gown. Hello, dear audience. Wei Ziyu greeted, naturally smiling without a hint of stage fright or nervousness. Holding a microphone, she began to sing along with the accompaniment. Her voice was crisp and resonant, melodious and captivating, perfectly matched, with flawless body movements and emotional expression reaching a level of perfection. The future diva destined to be famous across the land is already beginning to reveal her talent. Excellent, very good, Wu Wentao exclaimed loudly after the song ended. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Based on Wei Ziyu's standard, he couldn't believe she wouldn't become a sensation after just a few public performances. Thinking to himself, he walked directly onto the stage, approached Wei Ziyu, and said with a smile, you performed very well. This simulated concert is nothing short of perfect. Thank you, but it was all thanks to everyone's guidance, Wei Ziyu humbly replied. Let's go have a drink and celebrate this success. Your first public concert will be arranged soon, and it will be held on the grandest scale. It is sure to make you an overnight sensation, Wu Wentao said with a hint of significance. As he spoke, he stealthily tried to take Wei Ziyu's hand, his eyes flashing with a hint of greed. However, Wei Ziyu quickly withdrew her hand and stepped back, saying, Director Wu, there's no need for that. I have studying and practice arrangements for tonight. Wu Wentao's expression soured. Despite his obvious hints, he didn't expect Wei Ziyu to be so unappreciative. At Fenghuang Entertainment Company, many stars and singers have had affairs with Wu Wentao, some enticed by his offers, while others willingly climbed into his bed for personal gain. Wu Wentao's demeanor turned cold. Miss Wei, your first concert is about to be prepared, so don't make a mistake. His words carried an implicit threat. The photographer and stage crew remained silent, for a single word from Wu Wentao could cost them their jobs. They each had families and many considerations to keep in mind, so they certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to act heroically. Only a girl roughly the same age as Wei Ziyu stepped forward to mediate, saying, Director Wu, Wei Ziyu didn't mean it. Then what does she mean? A sharp and sarcastic voice chimed in from the side. Moreover, Yu Hui, is it your place to... Yu Hui faltered. The speaker was Zhang Linghua, an attractive woman with heavy makeup who always seemed to flatter Wu Wentao and had been seen entering hotels with him multiple times. She was one of Wu Wentao's favorites. Continuing with a haughty tone, she said, Wei Ziyu, how dare you not give Director Wu face? You really have some nerve. Wei Ziyu pursed her lips. Director Wu, I only wish to spend more time learning and practicing. Wu Wentao shot her a cold glance. Since you're so diligent as the chief director, I naturally must support you. How about we postpone your upcoming concert? We'll give you ample time to study and train. Zhang Linghua's lips curled into a smirk of triumph and mockery. She has always been jealous of Wei Ziyu, who possesses both beauty and talent. Why should she? Despite her efforts to please Wu Wentao, she was still merely a budding star, while Wei Ziyu seemed destined for a bright future. This made Zhang Linghua extremely displeased. Thinking to herself, she leaned closer to Wu Wentao charmingly, saying, Director Wu, don't mind this unappreciative girl. How about I accompany you for a drink? Wu Wentao looked at Zhang Linghua's voluptuous figure, of fire ignited within him. Although she wasn't a good singer, she excelled in other aspects, always leaving him in ecstasy. Before dealing with Wei Ziyu, he decided to indulge himself with her for a while. Let's go, he coldly huffed, casting one last glance at the unappreciative Wei Ziyu, before turning to leave, his steps betraying his anger. Zhang Linghua also disdainfully glanced at Wei Ziyu before turning away. Left standing there, Wei Ziyu bit her. Having been at Fenghuang Entertainment Company for so long, she was no longer the naive girl who knew nothing, but had witnessed too much of the filth and darkness. She knew that by refusing Wu Wentao earlier, she had surely earned his resentment, which could negatively impact her future. However, even so, she still did not want to compromise her integrity. Part of it was her inherent nature, and another part. Wei Ziyu's mind suddenly flashed with the image of Feng Yu, leaving her momentarily distracted. Should she tell him? This thought inexplicably popped into her mind. No, what am I thinking? He has already helped me enough. After regaining her composure, Wei Ziyu smiled wryly. After all, he was the young master of the Feng family, and she had recently heard he was set to inherit the Feng group. Such a personage, why would he have too much intersection with someone like her? However, thinking about how he had not contacted her since she arrived here, Wei Ziyu's gaze couldn't help but dim. Perhaps he had already forgotten about her. At that moment, Hui stepped forward to comfort her. Ziyu, don't worry. With your talent, the company will surely make you a star in the end. Even Wu Wentao can't control everything. I'm fine, thank you for standing up for me earlier. Wei Ziyu shook her head. Let's go, we need to continue training. On the other side, Wu Wentao and Zhang Linghua walked together toward the exit. Zhang Linghua pouted playfully, saying, Director Wu, that Wei Ziyu openly disrespected you. Why don't you just kick her out? Wu Wentao glanced at her. That person was introduced by Tianyu Media, so she might have some connections. Kicking her out directly would be too harsh, and I've seen too many people like her. They get arrogant with just a little bit of success. Huh. Without resources, packaging, or management, what good is it even if their conditions are excellent? As long as we keep her under wraps for a while, she will naturally submit. Moreover, don't think I don't know your little thoughts. Zhang Linghua's face turned awkward when she was called out. In her heart, she naturally hoped that Wei Ziyu would provoke Wu Wentao and be eliminated, so as not to threaten. As the two were walking out, suddenly an employee rushed in, shouting, Director Wu! Director Wu! Wu Wentao stopped, frowning as he asked, What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Speak properly. The employee was panting, his neck flushed. Feng. Young Master Feng has arrived. Young Master Feng. Which young Master Feng? Wu Wentao muttered those two words, seemingly still not comprehending. At a certain moment, his eyes suddenly widened, nearly popping out. Feng Yu. He immediately forgot about Zhang Linghua beside him and nervously asked, Young Master Feng is here. Where? Why didn't you tell me in advance so I could welcome him? Young Master Feng arrived suddenly, so we couldn't notify you in advance. Where is young Master Feng now? He is with President Yu, and should be here shortly. Just as the words fell, a sound of footsteps came from outside. The president of Fenghuang Entertainment, Yu Hua, a small-statured middle-aged man, was slightly bent over, respectfully saying. Next to him was a young man with a strikingly handsome face and piercing eyes, his demeanor calm, yet imposing. The young man was indeed Feng Yu. Young Master Feng, this way please. Yu Hua gestured cautiously. Today Feng Yu had come to the company without any prior notice, putting immense pressure on him as the company president. Not far away, Wu Wentao's expression changed, quickly straightening his clothes, ready to rush over to greet him. Goodness. The eldest son of the Feng family, the newly appointed chairman of the group, had actually come here. But a figure dashed out faster than him. It was Zhang Linghua. Wu Wentao was stunned. What was she trying to do? Young Master Feng. Zhang Linghua said respectfully, her voice filled with allure. Her heart raced with excitement. This was her big opportunity. If she could get close to young Master Feng, what songs would she sing? What stages would she go on? She wouldn't have to constantly think of ways to please Wu Wentao. She had some confidence in her looks, and as for her skills in bed, she was even more assured. In her eyes, Wu Wentao was utterly captivated by her. Feng Yu would be no exception. Taking off his sunglasses, Feng Yu looked closely at Zhang Linghua and asked, Who are you? Zhang Linghua's heart leaped with joy, and she took the opportunity to say, I am the company's signed artist, Zhang Linghua. Young Master Feng's visit truly brings glory to our company. Oh, Feng Yu put his sunglasses back on, saying, You aren't one anymore. Get lost. You've been fired. Saying that, he continued to walk forward. Zhang Linghua's smile instantly froze. What was going on? She had just said one sentence. Yu Hua shot her a disdainful glance and said, Did you not hear what young Master Feng said? Go to the finance department to settle your salary, and then pack your things and get lost. Truly ungrateful. Didn't she know that young Master Feng despised people who couldn't see their own position and liked to overstep their bounds? She didn't even consider what her own identity was. To still be trying to flaunt her charms. Ridiculous. Feng Yu walked up to Wu Wentao and said, You are Wu Wentao. Yes. I am honored that young Master Feng knows me. Wu Wentao exclaimed in surprise. I don't know you, but your name is written on the badge you're wearing. Feng Yu replied blandly. Wu Wentao's face turned awkward. Feng Yu casually asked, Where are our signed? They are all inside. Today is a rehearsal and simulation day. I'll take you in right now. Soon Wu Wentao led Feng Yu and Yu Hua back to the performance hall, where other signed artists were still rehearsing, while many rooms like recording studios and photography rooms were bustling with people. Feng Yu scanned the area casually and quickly lost interest. After all, the sole purpose of his visit today was, there's someone named Wei Ziyu in the company, right? Go call her over for me right now, Fang Yu commanded. Wu Wentao's heart suddenly thudded. Wei Ziyu. What does young Master Fang want with her? Could it be that young Master Fang knows this Wei Ziyu? Beads of cold sweat began to form on Wu Wentao's forehead. Fang Yu frowned, clearly displeased with Wu Wentao's reaction. Did you not hear me? Ah, yes. Wu Wentao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, hurriedly grabbing Yu Hui, who was passing by, saying, Quick, go call Wei. Before long, Wei Ziyu was brought over, looking utterly bewildered. The moment she saw Fang Yu, her eyes lit up, and she excitedly ran over, saying, Fang Yu. She hesitated slightly when addressing Fang Yu. After all, compared to before, Fang Yu's identity had changed. He was no longer just the young master of a prominent family, now he was the true power holder of a large group. Fang Yu chuckled softly. Sighing, he reached out to ruffle Wei Ziyu's hair. I've said it before, you can just call me by my name. Fang Yu didn't have any particular feelings for Wei Ziyu, but he certainly appreciated her. Her soft figure had supported the entire family with strength, and although he expressed goodwill, she had never made it. If there was one flaw, it would be the hidden insecurities and sensitivity buried deep within her, especially when facing him. Wei Ziyu nodded deeply, her eyes sparkling. The previous gloom and overthinking completely vanished. Just being able to stay by Fang Yu's side, even for a short while, was the greatest happiness for her. Beyond that, she didn't ask for anything more. Fang Yu looked at Wei Ziyu, who was beaming with joy like a child, silently. With the system's detection and the previous hypnotic skill, Fang Yu naturally knew about Wei Ziyu's affection and admiration for him. He was a person too, so he had emotions. Unfortunately, his feelings for Wei Ziyu were more about utility, whether it was to increase affection or to bring her under. Fang Yu gathered his thoughts and casually asked, I heard you are going to hold your first concert soon. How is the preparation going? Are you nervous? Wei Ziyu's mouth opened slightly, her expression hesitant. Beside her, Wu Wentao looked as if struck by lightning, his face pale. Wei Ziyu actually knew Fang Yu. How could this be? Why hadn't anyone told him? If he had known this earlier, even if he had the courage of a bear, he wouldn't dare to have any improper thoughts about Wei Ziyu. Fang Yu's intention in doing this was simple: to prevent Song Xiaoyu from tracing Wei Ziyu based on clues, so he did not treat Wei Ziyu specially and did not reveal his presence in this matter. Thus Wu Wentao was completely unaware. What's wrong? Fang Yu looked at Wei Ziyu, who appeared hesitant and couldn't help but ask. Before she could speak, Wei Ziyu's friend Yu Hui had already indignantly said, Let me speak. Then she angrily recounted what had just happened. Wu Wentao trembled. Indeed, Fang Yu's expression turned cold. He looked at Wu Wentao beside him and said, You come here. Wu Wentao dared not resist and hurriedly ran to Fang Yu's side, panicking. Fang Xiao, this is a misunderstanding. Fang Yu remained expressionless. Suddenly he grabbed the opponent's hair and violently slammed his head against a nearby table. Bang! The force was so great that the table broke in half. The entire auditorium fell silent, everyone startled by the loud noise. A chilling scream erupted, sending shivers down spines. Wu Wentao's face was a bloody mess, almost unrecognizable as he struggled in pain in Fang Yu's grip. A murderous glint flickered in Fang Yu's eyes. You dare to tell me? Misunderstanding. Fortunately, he had come here early to check things out. Otherwise, if Song Xiaoyu and Wei Ziyu had met directly and Song Xiaoyu found out about this bastard's misdeeds, it would surely complicate matters and bring him a lot of trouble. Moreover, Wei Ziyu was his possession. He could dislike her or ignore her, but if others touched her, they would have to pay a bloody. The internal pests of the group had been mostly cleaned up, but it seemed that the people from these subsidiaries were not so clean either. Fang Yu casually flicked his wrist. Wu Wentao flew out like a broken sandbag, crashing to the ground, clutching his face in pain and twisting in agony. The entire venue was silent as a grave. Everyone felt their hearts tremble, swallowing nervously. Fang Yu had actually been so ruthless, and using someone's face to break a table. Was he even human? Wei Ziyu was also somewhat shocked. Fang Yu coldly instructed the bodyguard beside him, drag him out and break his legs. Yes. Instantly a bodyguard stepped forward to drag Wu Wentao away. Next, Fang Yu turned his gaze to Yu Hua, the company president. Yu Hua's heart skipped a beat as he coldly sweat and said, Fang Xiao, I will definitely fire Wu Wentao and investigate thoroughly. In the future, anyone who dares to make things difficult for Miss Wei will be going against me. Fang Yu paused for a moment and then asked, You've been at Fengwang Entertainment for quite a few years, right? 10, 12 years. Yu Hua answered cautiously, completely unaware of why Fang Yu was asking this. 12 years, that counts as a veteran employee. Fang Yu said indifferently, After so many years, it might be time for you to take a break, otherwise outsiders will say our group doesn't care for veteran employees. Yu Hua's face turned pale. The implication of this statement was clearly that he could retire and make way for someone else. No, Fang Xiao. But Fang Yu had already turned away, no longer looking at him. After staying in the company for so many years as the president, how could he possibly not know about Wu Wentao's situation? Fengwang Entertainment did not need such people to lead. Fang Yu looked back at Wei Ziyu and said, Let's go. I came today to take you to meet someone. Wei Ziyu instinctively asked, Who? Fang Yu smiled faintly, Your sister. Wei Ziyu was stunned and bewildered, but Fang Yu did not explain, but once they met she would naturally understand. Fang Yu did not plan to accompany them for this meeting. After all, it was a reunion of sisters. It would be inappropriate for him. He was not worried that Song Xiaoyu would pull any tricks. She was a smart person. Since he dared to let them meet openly, he certainly was not afraid of her doing anything underhanded. With Fang Ye's current strength as a transformation realm master, Song Xiaoyu couldn't stir up any trouble. She could only contribute her wisdom and abilities, obediently working for him. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks were utterly insignificant. After making the necessary arrangements, Fang Yu sent someone to take Wei Ziyu to meet Song Xiaoyu, while he himself headed to Haijing City Airport. In a spacious area of the airport, a private jet, with a beautifully streamlined design, was quietly parked. A burly middle-aged man with a beard stepped forward respectfully and said, "Fang Xiao, the plane has been warmed up and is... Let's go." Fang Yu nodded and boarded the private jet. This was a carbon fiber composite private jet, with an internal area of 2,400 square feet capable of accommodating dozens of people, featuring luxurious rooms, including a walk-in closet, a double bathroom equipped with large HD televisions, and high-end audio systems. It could fly uninterrupted for 4,000 nautical miles. The interior was extremely luxurious, comparable to, or even surpassing, a presidential suite. Of course, the cost was exorbitant, but for Fang Yu, it was merely a trivial matter. Soon the private jet took off with a roar, rushing forward against the howling winds. Destination: Yinzhou, Quanin City. The very city where he had ordered the Iron Guard to monitor Su Yun and her son. Fang Ye's expression was indifferent. The purpose of his trip was quite simple. First and foremost, to kill a person, thanks to all the generous supporters and patrons of this book. As Fang Yu hurried towards Yinzhou, Quanin City, in a quiet private room of a high-end restaurant in Haijing City, Song Xiaoyu and Wei Ziyu sat facing each other. "This is how it is. So you are a member of the Song family, my biological sister." Song Xiaoyu's gaze softened. Wei Ziyu felt her entire brain was in a chaotic mess, nearly losing her ability to think. She couldn't believe she was not abandoned by her parents due to their disdain. She was actually abducted by someone from the Han family in Xiaoqing, and due to their soft-heartedness, she was left at the doorstep of an orphanage where Wei Xingyan adopted her. She is the eldest young lady of the Song family. Everything felt so magical and unbelievable. But Wei Ziyu felt a profound sense of familiarity and warmth emanating from Song Xiaoyu, along with vague memories deep in her mind, all telling her the same thing. These are all true. After all, she is the eldest young lady of the Song family. Oh, what could she possibly gain by deceiving me? Wei Ziyu's eyes reddened as she stammered, "Sister." Song Xiaoyu felt excited in her heart, her face filled with joy as she pulled Wei Ziyu into her embrace, reflecting on the helplessness and regret of her childhood. It was a shadow that she could never erase in her lifetime. Her mother had tragically died before her eyes, and her sister was also violently taken away. From that moment on, she vowed that her life would only be about revenge. And now it held a new meaning. That is to protect Wei Ziyu with all her might, ensuring she would no longer be bullied by... Song Xiaoyu let out a long sigh of relief and said to Wei Ziyu, "From now on, don't stay at that Feng Wan entertainment anymore. Come back to the Song family with me. If you want to continue your singing career, that's fine. Although the Song family's business does not involve the entertainment industry, I can buy you a company if you like." No need. Wei Ziyu hurriedly waved her hand. She was still struggling to adapt to her new identity. Would she really buy a company just to develop her singing career? Such a thing was beyond her imagination. "Why?" Song Xiaoyu was somewhat surprised. "Because I signed a 10-year contract with Fang Yu, I can't breach it." Upon hearing this, Song Xiaoyu couldn't help but find it amusing. "What does the contract matter? Are you worried about being unable to pay the breach of contract fee?" "Don't worry, that's not a problem." Wei Ziyu shook her head firmly, saying, "No, Fang Yu helped me so much, how could I do that?" Song Xiaoyu fell silent, gazing at Wei Ziyu before her. As the antagonist in the book, the master descends to the city, her perception was undoubtedly very keen, and she began to sense that something was amiss. Hesitantly, Song Xiaoyu spoke, "Sister, you wouldn't happen to like Fang Yu, would you?" Wei Ziyu was taken aback and hurriedly waved her hand, stammering, "How could that be? How could I like Fang Yu? I..." But looking at Song Xiaoyu's calm expression, Wei Ziyu paused, no longer trying to argue, and lowered her head in dejection. After learning about her relationship with Song Xiaoyu, her heart was filled with joy at the reunion, but also with worry. She had heard of the marriage alliance between the Fang and Song families, and she unexpectedly had developed feelings for Fang Yu. Wei Ziyu had actually decided to bury her feelings deep in her heart, forever, never to speak of them, as she didn't want this matter to affect their relationship. But at this moment she was directly exposed by Song Xiaoyu. Thus Wei Ziyu felt a sense of frustration and anxiety. Song Xiaoyu felt a surge of anger. She wasn't angry at Wei Ziyu. Her marriage alliance with the Fang family was merely to leverage their power, with no feelings for Fang Yu. What angered her was Fang Yu. Song Xiaoyu was well aware that Fang Yu was using Wei Ziyu, intending to leverage her to threaten and coerce her. In his mind, Wei Ziyu was likely just a tool for manipulation. She opened her mouth, ready to reveal everything. But upon seeing the look in Wei Ziyu's eyes, she swallowed the words back down. Finally, she said, "My engagement with Fang Yu is merely due to a family alliance. We have no feelings for each other and will not marry." "Oh, really?" Wei Ziyu exclaimed with joy, feeling as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. However, she immediately felt that her reaction was somewhat inappropriate, and blushed as she lowered her head. Song Xiaoyu sighed. In that case, you should continue to stay at Fenghuang Entertainment. Even without the matter of Wei Ziyu liking Feng Yu, the likelihood of her taking Wei Ziyu away was very low, because Feng Yu would not allow such a thing to happen. She had already noticed that surrounding their meeting place were countless eyes watching them almost at all times. Song Xiaoyu believed that if she acted beyond the limits, they would undoubtedly take action without hesitation. Thus, Song Xiaoyu ultimately gave up on the idea of forcibly taking Wei Ziyu away. After giving her a few instructions, she reluctantly left, slipping a bank card into Wei Ziyu's hand before departure. Wei Ziyu did not refuse Song Xiaoyu's kindness, but accepted it obediently, feeling a warm current surge through her heart. After the two parted ways, a man wearing a duck-billed cap watched as Song Xiaoyu left in her car, while Wei Ziyu was taken away by someone arranged by Feng Yu. He edited a text message and hit send. Feng Xiao Miss Song did not exhibit any unusual behavior. After their meeting, they parted ways directly. Then the man spoke into the small walkie-talkie at his chest, addressing everyone on the public channel, stand down. At almost the same time, there were hotel staff, passers-by on the street, and middle-aged women handing out flyers. They all simultaneously retracted the expressions on their faces and turned to leave. Receive. With a roar, the private jet carrying Feng Yu landed at Quanyang Airport. He took out his phone, opened a message, glanced at it, and then lost interest. As he had anticipated, Song Xiaoyu showed no unusual activity. The other party was a clever person, aware of what should be done and what should not. Is this Yinzhou? Feng Yu squinted slightly, surveying the distant city. Since his rebirth, he had been busy dealing with Chen Yu and had not had the opportunity to come out and take a look. Yinzhou, one of the most prosperous regions in the entire Xia. The capital Xia City is located on this land. The families that dominate Xia are also based in Xia City, overlooking and ruling this nation from a high position. However, Quanyang is merely a small city in the remote areas of Yinzhou, so while it is not too bad, it cannot be called prosperous. Compared to Haiqing City, it is far inferior. Leng Han walked by and draped a finely crafted, luxurious coat over Feng Yu. Yinzhou is located in the north, so the temperature is still lower than that of Haiqing at this moment. Soon a Hummer H4 stretch limousine slowly drove up and stopped in front of Feng Yu. The driver, wearing white gloves, got out of the driver's seat and respectfully opened the car door for Feng Yu. Feng Yu stepped into the car. Inside, 8 individuals with cold expressions and a fierce aura already awaited him. They were the elite troops of the Feng family, the Iron Guards. As the car slowly started, Feng Yu calmly spoke. How is the surveillance mission progressing? The Iron Guards exchanged glances, and finally he said, Su Yun and her son are currently residing in a medium-sized family, the Su family in Quanyang. However, their branch seems to be facing significant exclusion. While other family members live in a villa area, they are dwelling in a dilapidated community, living very difficult lives. All right, Feng Yu frowned. I'm not here to do charity, so I'm not interested in the details of their hard lives. What I want to know is whether there have been any unusual occurrences around Su Yun and her son recently. Indeed there is. Yesterday, a burly man brought a few people to stay in the community, and it seems he is probing into matters concerning Su Yun and her son. Tai Chi added, the other party is very perceptive and highly vigilant, and they give us a strong sense of pressure. Additionally, they exude a familiar aura. He paused slightly. Tai Chi continued, it's an aura of blood experienced on the battlefield, the lives he has taken. Likely many. The Iron Guards had all been secretly deployed to the battlefield, experiencing the trials of war and life and death. Of course, their purpose was not the battlefield, but to use every means to complete various special tasks. The battlefield experience was merely to hone their will. Feng Yu chuckled, pulling out a portrait from his pocket and tossing it to Tai Yi, saying, take a good look, is this the Tai Yi looked at it astonished. It really is this person. Although the portrait was hand-drawn in terms of detail and the capture of the aura between the brows, it was even more lifelike than a photograph. Thus Tai Yi recognized him immediately. Feng Yu's gaze was calm. That's right. The person in the photo was one of the 5 war generals under Chu Feng, the protagonist in the book, The God of War Returns to the City. Tiger General Niexiong. Naturally aggressive and bloodthirsty, countless people have died at his hands on the northern battlefield. His name, as the Tiger General, is feared by many. However, he was uniquely loyal to Chu Feng, unwavering in his allegiance. Besides the northern war god, Chu Feng, there was hardly anyone in the army who could tame this fierce tiger. In the book, the first scene depicts this Niexiong being sent back to the mainland by Chu Feng to investigate Su Yun's situation, and then returning to the north to report to Chu Feng in person. Then Chu Feng learned that Su Yun had actually given birth to a child for him, and over the past 5 years, due to his involvement, what kind of life she had been living. Chu Feng was instantly filled with rage. He immediately resigned from his position as the Northern War God, and returned in anger, thus initiating a series of subsequent events. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Feng Yu's eyes. His objective was to kill Niexiong within the borders of Yinzhou before he could report back to Chu Feng. This was not only to reap the first batch of villain points and seize Chu Feng's fortune, but also to further the plans he had in mind. He was determined to assassinate Niexiong. Fang Ye's expression remained calm as he silently inquired, "System, are the rules you mentioned earlier indeed?" The system replied mechanically, "Yes, host. Before the main storyline officially begins, you have the opportunity to kill the protagonist. Once the storyline starts under the protection of the protagonist's halo, it is nearly impossible to forcibly erase them unless their fortune is completely stripped away. If the host kills the protagonist before the story begins, they will receive the full fortune value from the protagonist at once." Fang Yu pondered. In the context of the expert descending into the city, there are no detailed descriptions of the protagonist's location prior to their appearance, so he naturally missed that opportunity. However, in the book The God of War Returns to the City, there are detailed descriptions of where Chu Feng, the God of War from the northern region, was before his appearance, prompting the system to inform Fang Yu of this crucial information. Killing the protagonist before the book opens grants all fortune points. Unlike after the story begins, where forcibly erasing the protagonist has little chance of success, even if one were to get lucky and kill the protagonist, no fortune points would be granted. However, Fang Yu mused, the God of War from the northern region is not so easily assassinated. After all, it was Chu Feng's home ground. As the God of War from the northern region, he would surely be surrounded by heavy guards. Even with Fang Ye's strength to assassinate Chu Feng, he must have a meticulous and thorough plan, otherwise his efforts could easily end in failure. Nevertheless, Fang Yu had already arranged a plan. Eliminating Nie Xiong, this fierce general, was the first step. Thinking of this, Fang Yu said indifferently, "Continue to keep a close watch on him. Report to me promptly when he leaves." The 8 iron guards answered in unison. Soon after, a Hummer H4 limousine drove up to a quiet standalone villa which was Fang Ye's temporary residence in Quan'an City. The iron guards had each departed to execute the tasks assigned by Fang Yu. Fang Yu settled in here, patiently waiting. In the Binhai community, a dilapidated ordinary neighborhood in Quan'an City, most residents were ordinary wage earners and some elderly folks. With the crisp sound of footsteps, a figure stepped into the alley. It was a stunningly beautiful woman appearing to be in her mid-20s. She had fair skin, curly brown hair, and a round, delicate chin. The woman was holding the hand of a boy who looked around 4 or 5 years old. His face was well-defined, exuding a hint of heroism. However, the clothes they wore looked rather shabby, and the plastic bag the woman carried contained only the cheapest vegetables with little meat in sight. It was Su Yun and Chu Feng's son Chu Chun. Chu Chun was excitedly chattering away, while Su Yun listened with a smile, though her eyes hinted at a trace of fatigue. In a distant pavilion of the community, a towering figure as sturdy as an iron tower with thick hair and standing over 2 meters tall was watching Su Yun and her son from afar. "Damn it!" The burly man roared in fury, his blood surging as he struck a nearby stone pillar with a fist. With a loud bang, the pillar was instantly smashed, creating a hole the size of a head, causing the entire pavilion to reverberate. "I will destroy the Su family. Those damned bastards, how could they let my sister-in-law and the young master fall into such a plight? They deserve to be punished severely." A nearby soldier was startled and quickly advised, "Lord Tiger General, the God of War instructed us before leaving that you must not act impulsively. Have you forgotten?" Nie Xiong roared again, gradually calming down, but his eyes still glinted with ferocity. He said in a low voice, "Leave 2 people here to protect my sister-in-law and the young master. The rest come with me to report to the elder brother. If anything happens here, I will hold you accountable." "Yes. The rest follow me." Nie Xiong gestured. The remaining 2 soldiers quickly approached Su Yun from behind, leisurely wandering, secretly protecting the mother, and one of them shook his head with sympathy. If the God of War knew about this, the Su family would be finished. Why aren't? He looked back in confusion. Suddenly, a large hand clutched the soldier's neck. With a crack, the soldier fell to the ground, disbelief etched on his face. Iron 7's expression remained impassive. These soldiers were elite troops who could be sent out for missions, but compared to the Iron Guards, who were handpicked and trained at great expense, they seemed inadequate. Not far away, sitting on a row of chairs, Iron 8, who had been boredly playing with his phone, looked up and dialed a phone number, saying, "Young master, the target has left, and the other 2 are watching over Su Yun and her son, but they have already been taken care of." "Very good." Fang Ye's voice came from the other end of the line. Then, as if recalling something, he coldly ordered, "Wait. Tie up Su Yun and her son for me." He decided to add another layer of insurance. The assassination attempt might not succeed, and since in the book Su Yun and her son were Chu Feng's Achilles heel, why not have that in his control? As for whether the means were despicable, was that something a villain should worry about? A military off-road vehicle roared down the road, heading towards the northern region. "Faster, faster, even faster." Nie Xiong urged repeatedly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. The scoundrels from the Su family who dared to humiliate his sister-in-law and the young master had not died by his hand. But that didn't necessarily mean they were lucky. He was well aware that once Chu Feng got angry, it would be true hell. At that point, anyone involved would find themselves unable to escape death or plead for their lives. Suddenly, everyone in the off-road vehicle felt their spirits waver, and the driver even lost control of the off-road vehicle veered uncontrollably towards the side. Nie Xiong roared, "Enemy attack." His strength was the greatest among them, so he reacted the fastest. He jumped out of the vehicle, but only managed to grab hold of one soldier. Bang! When Nie Xiong landed holding that soldier, the ground trembled slightly. Just then he saw a sight that made his eyes nearly burst with rage. "Dare you!" A figure cloaked in black appeared above the off-road vehicle and reached out a hand. With one palm strike, bang! The entire off-road vehicle was crushed into a pancake, and those who could not escape did not even have time to scream before they perished on the spot. "Damn it!" Nie Xiong roared, his eyes burning with rage. He stomped his foot fiercely, and his already towering figure surged several inches higher before he leaped into the air. In a single leap, the distance of over 10 meters was effortlessly crossed, leaving 2 deep craters, shaped like footprints, where Nie Xiong had stood. With a momentum akin to a mountain pressing down, he threw a powerful punch toward the figure cloaked in the black robe. As one of the 5 great generals under Chu Feng, the strength of the Tiger General was naturally terrifying. Judging by the aura emanating from him, he was not far from the peak of inner strength. Feng Yu, shrouded in a black robe, raised his head. A trace of derisive smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Then he lifted his right hand and slowly extended a finger upward. "Roar!" Nie Xiong bellowed. His body descended like a mountain, exuding an incredible sense of oppression as his fist struck heavily against Feng Yu's extended finger. Boom! A shockwave erupted outward, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yet Feng Yu's knee did not bend an inch, and the ground beneath his feet bore no cracks. He pressed his palm against Nie Xiong's chest. The latter coughed up blood, his body retreating several dozen meters, directly creating a deep pit in the ground. Nie Xiong struggled to stand, disbelief in his eyes. A transformation realm master. At that moment he saw the figure that had stealthily approached Feng Yu from behind, his expression changing drastically. "Don't go, run." The warrior he had previously saved had already jumped up, swinging a fierce punch at the back of Feng Yu's neck. "Die." Feng Yu remained expressionless. "You overestimate yourself." Without even turning around, he extended his left hand over his neck and slapped out, meeting the opponent's fist heaten. In the astonished gaze of the warrior, his own fist suddenly cracked, and his arm twisted like a tangle of dough. Before the pain could register in his brain, an overwhelming force surged like a tidal wave, causing half of his body to explode. The corpse fell to the ground. Nie Xiong painfully closed his eyes, then attempted to turn and flee. He had never heard of a transformation realm master attacking northern border warriors. He had to bring this news back to the war god. He couldn't die here. But before Nie Xiong could turn around, Feng Yu suddenly opened his mouth and exhaled. As the true essence within him circulated, a stream of white energy pierced through the air, accompanied by a sharp, tearing sound, instantly crossing dozens of meters and striking Nie Xiong's chest. The opponent's body, as solid as bronze, was as fragile as paper, being penetrated effortlessly, leaving behind a gaping wound the size of a bowl. Nie Xiong struggled to lift his head, his voice hoarse. "True essence projection, killing from a distance. Indeed, you are a transformation realm master. To die at the hands of a transformation realm master is a privilege for me. Can you tell me who you are?" "Who am I?" Feng Yu said, leisurely taking a few steps forward until he stood beside the other, a mocking smile appearing on his lips. He reached out and removed a concealed miniature signal transmitter from the opponent's body. "Thinking you can outsmart me and extract my identity when death is imminent." His expression was indifferent as he slapped down on Nie Xiong's large head. The latter's eyes reflected unwillingness and astonishment. His body trembled violently and then fell silent. Feng Yu clenched his hand. The signal transmitter turned to dust. Meanwhile, a trace of barely perceptible light flickered in his eyes. From the moment he struck, he had been using his spiritual power to interfere with the surrounding signals, ensuring no information could be transmitted out. Nie Xiong's thoughts were nothing but wishful thinking. Thanks to the esteemed patron represented by the 3 little figures for the explosive updates. Thanks to the patron Wild Purebred Keyboard Spirit for the explosive updates. Thank you Leisurely Science Emperor Show Emperor for the whip. Thank you Chen Pingon for the whip. And thanks to all other generous patrons and all readers for their support. Ding. Hosts villain value 500, protagonist luck value 500. After completely crushing, he chuckled, "Hee hee, this is the price that you damn Dongxia people must pay." With that, he channeled his true energy and unleashed another punch. With a loud bang, Nie Xiong's massive body was instantly reduced to powder, disappearing without a trace amidst the swirling dust. Amidst the crushed remnants, there seemed to be something shiny mixed in. Ordinary people would naturally not notice such subtle differences, but with Feng Yu's immense spiritual power and perception, nothing could escape his keen eyes. Feng Yu smiled lightly indeed, just as described in the book. In the original text, one of the 5 great generals under Chu Feng was ambushed and killed by an opposing ancient martial arts sect. After they found the signal device on this general, they began to converse without restraint. As a result, a few days later, Chu Feng led his army to wipe out that ancient martial sect. The reason was simple: the 5 great generals under Chu Feng had special transmission devices and listening devices implanted in their bodies, powered by bioenergy and made with high technology. When necessary, they could be activated through special methods. Due to the importance of the 5 great generals' caution, the ancient martial sect in the book was indeed deceived. They did not expect that the general would activate the internal information transmission device and listening device before dying, leading to their identities being exposed during the conversation, resulting in their annihilation by the furious Chu Feng. However, Fang Yu was well aware of the plot. Naturally, he would not fall for this small trap. He had been using his spiritual power to interfere with the surrounding signals, retracting it only moments before uttering the last sentence, allowing the message to be transmitted. He intended to turn the tables and pin the blame on the Balian Kingdom. Balian Kingdom, a nation located in the northern part of Dongxia, has always had a strained relationship with Dongxia, with continuous wars erupting between the two. The flames of battle in the northern region have rarely ever been extinguished. The reason Fang Yu chose to frame the Balian Kingdom. Firstly, it was reasonable. After all, the Balian Kingdom harbored a deep-seated hatred for Chu Feng, the northern battlefield's war god, who had caused significant losses since becoming the supreme commander of the northern region. Secondly, Fang Yu understood the character of war god Chu Feng very well. If he learned that Nie Xiong had died at the hands of the Balian Kingdom, he would inevitably be unable to swallow this grievance, and would almost certainly launch a war for blood vengeance. Thus, Chu Feng could be delayed on the northern battlefield, prolonging his return to prevent the story from officially beginning and creating conditions for an assassination. This could be seen as achieving multiple goals. Gathering his thoughts, Fang Yu stood still and casually waved his hand, summoning the system panel. Ultimate Villain System. Host Fang Yu. Personal Wealth 243. 5 billion. Charm value 30. Physique value 100. Skills Medical Arts. Xiantian Medical Canon. Perfect Management. Proficient Martial Arts. Proficient Hypnosis. Advanced Cello. Advanced. Villain value 3600. Current triggered book. The War God returns to the city. Note the host currently has a villain value of 3600, while the protagonist has a luck value of 29,500.